Lin Fan was abandoned by his girlfriend and, by a twist of fate, acquired a divine lottery system, subsequently embarking on the pinnacle of his life. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the Chu Feng Group valued at 20 billion. Ding, congratulations to the host for securing a top-tier estate worth 2 billion. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 300 million Huaxia coins. Chapter 1. The Divine Lottery System. This morning was markedly different from the usual. The sky was dark and ominous, as if a torrential downpour was imminent. At the entrance of Modi University, Qian, you finally emerged. I have purchased 2 movie tickets. Let's go watch a film together at noon. Upon seeing Lu Qian, Lin Fan greeted her with a smile. However, Lin Fan failed to notice the icy indifference reflected in Lu Qian's gaze. Lin Fan, please do not seek me out anymore. A sense of foreboding surged within Lin Fan, yet he still inquired with concern, Qian, are you feeling unwell? I am in excellent health. Lu Qian's voice was frigid. Lin Fan, if you insist on me being clear, so be it. From this moment forth, you are no longer my boyfriend. Lin Fan felt as though his heart had been stung by a scorpion, a piercing pain coursing through him. Qian, we've been together for 4 years. Why? Am I not good enough for you? Lin Fan, you are utterly naive. From beginning to end, I have merely regarded you as a backup. Lin Fan shook his head vigorously, unwilling to accept this grim reality. Impossible, this cannot be true. Today is not April Fool's Day. Qian, please do not jest with me. Lu Qian's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Wake up, Lin Fan. Suitors line up from the front gate to the back. Do you truly believe that I, Lu Qian, could ever love you? Love you for your poverty? Love you for your 2-digit savings? You lack money and connections. If it weren't for your somewhat handsome appearance, I would have discarded you long ago. Now that we are nearing graduation, it is a transition into unemployment. Let us be realistic. I am striving. Grant me a little time. Lin Fan made a final effort. 3 years? 5 years? Lu Qian scoffed. Are you aware of the current housing prices in Modu? Even if you toil your entire life, what difference would it make? Love, in the face of reality, is painfully fragile. Although this was merely Lin Fan's unreciprocated affection. Lin Fan gazed at this familiar yet unfamiliar woman before him, a mix of self-deprecation and simmering anger welling up inside. This woman had been toying with his feelings all along. How despicable! A cacophony of car horns blared, followed by a blue Audi coming to a halt beside Lu Qian. The car door swung open, and a young man clad in a suit stepped out, holding a small gift bag. Qian, this is a present I bought for you. I hope you like it. Lu Qian opened the gift bag with a look of sheer delight. To think it is the latest Fruit 12 smartphone. Haichao, I absolutely adore it. Lu Qian grasped Wu Haichao's hand, as if Lin Fan were non-existent. This must be your ex-boyfriend, Lin Fan. Wu Haichao directed a gaze at Lin Fan, imbued with a hint of provocation. Indeed, Lu Qian nodded and said, Darling, let us go dine, pay him no heed. Wu Haichao regarded Lin Fan with a mocking glint in his eyes, chuckling. In a sense, you're still my junior. If you find yourself jobless post-graduation, feel free to seek me out. Forgive my tardy introduction. I am Wu Haichao, hailing from a family engaged in the building materials business. Wu Haichao uttered this with the intention of belittling Lin Fan, though it also bore an air of boastfulness. Lin Fan, we inhabit 2 entirely different worlds. Do not pursue me further. What Haichao can provide, you cannot. Upon finishing her statement, Lu Qian followed Wu Haichao into the vehicle. As she watched the car gradually depart, Lin Fan felt a tumult of anger and resentment within him. He had not anticipated that this relationship would conclude in such a manner. Lu Qian, one day you shall regret the choice you made today. Lin Fan sighed heavily and turned to leave. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck down upon him. Boom! The sound was deafening. Lin Fan could hardly believe his misfortune. Being abandoned by his girlfriend was one thing, but now even lightning seemed to conspire against him. It was utterly unjust. Oh heavens, the scoundrel is over there. You have struck the wrong target. Lin Fan felt a tingling sensation enveloping his body, followed by a sudden loss of consciousness. After an indeterminate period, he vaguely heard a peculiar voice resonating in his mind. The divine lottery system is being activated. 25, 45, 65, 85. System activation successful. Lin Fan opened his eyes to find himself lying in a hospital ward. So I am not dead? The host has 3 lottery chances daily. Shall we proceed with the draw immediately? Lin Fan was taken aback. Struck by lightning, and now a system emerges? Could this be what they refer to as fortune arising from misfortune? Lin Fan smiled. Indeed, the system may arrive tardily, but it shall never be absent. Let the drawing commence. The voice of the system resonated softly. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100 shares of Chu Feng Group. Congratulations, host. You have received 300 million Huaxia coins. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a basic gene serum. Lin Fan was engulfed by exhilaration, unable to suppress an exclamation of wow. Chu Feng Group, a real estate company valued at 20 billion, meant he could potentially become a 100 billionaire. The basic gene serum, upon consumption, could enhance physical strength and improve appearance. It was astonishing. And 300 million Huaxia coins. How should he spend them? Lin Fan began to doubt whether he was dreaming. At that moment, his phone received a notification from Huaxia Bank. Your bank account number 2244 has been credited with 300 million Huaxia coins. Your balance after the transaction is 300,956.46. This was indeed real. Upon receiving the message, Lin Fan leapt from his hospital bed. Patient, you are still quite weak. Please do not stand. A nurse entered the ward. Lin Fan restrained his excitement and inquired, Doctor, who brought me to the hospital? A female student named Suya called the emergency hotline, reporting that someone had been struck by lightning. However, rest assured, we have examined you, and your health is stable. That Suya even covered 1,000 yuan of your medical expenses. She left after learning you were out of danger. Suya. Lin Fan felt a sense of familiarity with the name. Of course, she was the campus belle from Moda University. He never would have imagined that it was the campus belle who had brought him to the hospital. With the emergence of this system, even romantic fortunes seemed to follow. Upon returning, he must repay her for the medical expenses. At this moment, Lin Fan still harbored some doubts. He distinctly remembered being struck by lightning. If he emerged unscathed, it could only be attributed to the system. Truly, surviving a great calamity must bring subsequent blessings. After the nurse departed, Lin Fan eagerly retrieved the basic gene serum and consumed it. Initially, he felt nothing, but gradually, he sensed a surge of vitality coursing through him. The sensation was delightful. Lin Fan's appearance improved somewhat, though not markedly. Disliking the hospital's medicinal aroma, he soon completed the discharge process. He eagerly anticipated the next encounter with Lu Qian, curious about the expression she would wear. Of course, it was inconceivable for Lin Fan to persuade Lu Qian to reconsider. A woman who had changed her heart was not worth his efforts to retain. After today's events, Lin Fan has discerned Lu Qian's true nature. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, having finished his meal, Lin Fan arrived at an automobile dealership in Magic City that specializes in selling Ferrari sports cars. With wealth now in his possession, it is only fitting that he acquires a car. Otherwise, how could he live up to his own status? Chapter 2. Purchasing a car, sir. Welcome to the Haidong Ferrari Center. Upon the arrival of guests, the 2 female sales representatives at the entrance greeted them with radiant smiles. Ferrari, a symbol of luxury automobile craftsmanship, attracts only the affluent, hence the spacious showroom was sparsely populated at that moment. Isn't that Lin Fan? One of the saleswomen recognized him, her expression swiftly morphing into one of derision. I thought he was some wealthy heir. Turns out he's just a poor nobody. Han Yuding, Lin Fan's former high school classmate, was acutely aware of his humble background. Lin Fan, too, recognized Han Yuding, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. Han Yuding had always been one to despise the less fortunate, and it seemed she had not changed a bit. Lin Fan, I believe you've wandered into the wrong establishment. Do open your eyes and see where you are. Han Yuding crossed her arms, regarding him with a mocking stare. Yuding, do you know him? Inquired the other saleswoman. Han Yuding nodded. Just look at his cheap attire. It's evident he lacks wealth. In any case, let's not waste our time on him. Her expression was one of utter contempt. Lin Fan chuckled. Indeed, I may not possess great wealth, but is it not permissible for me to admire the cars? Even if you look, you still can't afford one. Han Yuding scoffed, dismissing him with a haughty snort. She turned her back and walked away. The other saleswoman contemplated for a moment before following suit. In the realm of luxury car sales, although the commissions were substantial, it was not uncommon for a month to pass without a single sale. Hence, They deemed it unnecessary to squander their time. However, Lin Fan did not let their disdain deter him. Instead, he wandered through the showroom alone, determined to make Han Yuding regret her condescending attitude. Truly, how narrow-minded some people could be. Watching Lin Fan meandering through the store, one of the saleswomen voiced her concern. What if he decides to complain to our manager? Han Yuding replied, some individuals are simply like that. They lack wealth yet still attempt to act important. After a moment of contemplation, Han Yuding summoned one of the interns. Xiaolei, please attend to the customer over there. She gestured toward Lin Fan, unwilling to waste her efforts on someone she deemed unworthy. As long as someone else handled the situation, even if Lin Fan did complain later, she could easily distance herself from the matter. Understood, Sister Ting. Guo Xiaolei had just begun her tenure here and did not possess Han Yuding's level of cunning. May I ask how to address you, sir? Guo Xiaolei approached Lin Fan politely. Guo Xiaolei possessed a beauty that grew on one, her features delicately attractive. My surname is Lin. You can call me Lin Fan, he replied. Noticing Lin Fan's interest in a particular sports car, Guo Xiaolei eagerly elaborated. This Ferrari is equipped with a 39T engine, boasting a maximum power of 720 horsepower, accelerating from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.9 seconds. Mr. Lin, would you like to take a seat inside? She opened the car door for him. As Lin Fan settled into the vehicle, he could not help but admire the opulent interior, which exuded an air of exclusivity. He harbored a dream of owning a sports car, which was precisely why he was drawn to such luxurious models. Do you have any top-tier models available for immediate purchase? Lin Fan inquired, displaying little concern for the price, as his bank account still held a staggering sum of 300 million Huaxia yuan. Guo Xiaolei shook her head. The top configurations are quite rare. If you were to place an order now, it could take 2 to 3 months. Lin Fan sighed in disappointment. Waiting 2 to 3 months was simply unacceptable. Which models are available for immediate purchase? Please show me. Guo Xiaolei led him to another vehicle. This is the Ferrari Roma, and we happen to have one in stock, with a guide price of 2.38 million. Lin Fan shook his head. The car is impressive, but the price? Mr. Lin, if you find the price steep, I could request some discounts from my superiors. No. I actually believe this price is too low. Show me something else. Guo Xiaolei was taken aback. Sir, you consider 2.38 million low. That amount could buy you several fuel-efficient and durable cars. Indeed, such ostentatiousness was profoundly unbecoming. The world of the affluent was beyond her comprehension. Suddenly, Guo Xiaolei's eyes brightened. Mr. Lin, how about that convertible sports car over there? Following her gaze, Lin Fan beheld a sleek gray convertible, its aerodynamic design imposing yet elegant. Surely, it must be the limited edition Ferrari 812. Lin Fan had researched this model online, well aware that its price was not modest, exceeding 10 million. Yes, it is indeed a limited edition. We have one in our garage, Guo Xiaolei explained. It was previously reserved by a customer who later relinquished it due to personal reasons. But rest assured, Mr. Lin, that car just arrived at the dealership. And it is absolutely new, with no issues whatsoever. Lin Fan nodded. If I can drive it away today, I'll take it. Guo Xiaolei was astonished. Mr. Lin. That car, once all the paperwork is completed, will cost around 16 million. Are you certain? If that Ferrari were sold, Guo Xiaolei would earn a handsome commission. Lin Fan produced his bank card, stating, let us proceed with the payment. The password is 6/8. He preferred not to spend excessive time selecting a car. Very well, Mr. Lin, please hold on. Guo Xiaolei was exhilarated as she took his car to the front desk. This was the difference when wealthy individuals purchased cars, like buying cabbage. Meanwhile, Han Yuding observed Lin Fan pacing the showroom, her expression of derision deepening. If he is poor, then he should just accept it and not put on airs. Xiaolei, come here for a moment. Han Yuding summoned Guo Xiaolei, her tone stern. Xiaolei, since you just started here, you must learn to identify potential clients. The one you just attended to is not worth your time. It's evident he lacks funds. But Sister Ting, Mr. Lin has shown interest in that limited edition Ferrari 812 and said he wants to take it today. Han Yuding's disbelief was palpable. How can that be? That car costs nearly 16 million. How could a poor boy like Lin Fan ever afford it? Guo Xiaolei insisted. It's true. He provided me with his bank card and password for direct processing. Han Yuding crossed her arms, still skeptical of Lin Fan's ability to produce such a sum. I suspect that bank card is empty. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it. Upon hearing Han Yuding's words, Guo Xiaolei began to doubt. After all, few could readily produce 16 million. With her mind swirling with uncertainty, Guo Xiaolei retrieved the card reader. Lin Fan, if the card fails to process for 16 million, I shall relish in your embarrassment. Han Yuding, observing from the sidelines, was already formulating how she would ridicule Lin Fan. Indeed, if the transaction failed, she would share his misfortune with their high school classmates, making it difficult for him to face anyone in the future. Chapter 3. The limited edition sports car. Guo Xiaolei entered the price, then cautiously input the password. However, the card reader displayed a message indicating a failed transaction. You see? I told you Lin Fan was broke. You were deceived. Han Yuding's cold laughter echoed. This outcome had been entirely within her expectations. No, that's not right. It seems I have mistakenly entered the wrong password. Guo Xiaolei tried once more, and this time, it was remarkably smooth. The card was successfully swiped. The machine whirred and printed the receipt. No, this cannot be. As she gazed at the bill before her, Han Yuding felt a profound shock deep within her. When did Lin Fan become so affluent? Did he win the lottery? Or perhaps he has struck up a connection with some wealthy lady. Reflecting on her earlier actions, Han Yuding was filled with deep regret. Lin Fan was her classmate. Had she taken the initiative to treat him, this transaction would undoubtedly have been hers. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. The one most delighted by this turn of events was undoubtedly Guo Xiaolei. A successful card swipe meant she would receive a handsome commission. Xiaolei, check how much money is on this bank card. After the shock subsided, Han Yuding's gaze towards Lin Fan transformed, and she quietly instructed Guo Xiaolei by her side. She was genuinely curious about the balance on Lin Fan's bank card. To be able to spend 16 million on a car, there must be plenty of funds. Sister Ting, isn't this inappropriate? It involves client privacy. Guo Xiaolei hesitated, reluctant to proceed. What are you afraid of? Besides the two of us, no one else knows about this matter. Hurry, Lin Fan will be here soon. Truth be told, Guo Xiaolei was quite curious herself. Ultimately, her curiosity triumphed over her reason. As they counted the figures on the inquiry result, both Han Yuding and Guo Xiaolei were left dumbfounded. This is over 280 million. I must be seeing things. Han Yuding regretted even more. Had it not been for the earlier incidents, perhaps she could have forged a genuine friendship with Lin Fan. After all, who wouldn't wish to befriend a wealthy individual? Mr. Lin is truly wealthy. Guo Xiaolei exclaimed in awe. Xiaolei, since you are still unfamiliar with the car pickup process, I will handle the next steps. Han Yuding intended to apologize to Lin Fan. If he had not taken the previous incident to heart, that would be the best outcome. Simultaneously, Han Yuding sought to engage more with Lin Fan. If she could strike up a connection with him, her future would be secure. As for her pride, Han Yuding was oblivious. Guo Xiaolei felt a tinge of dissatisfaction but dared not voice her thoughts. She could only lower her head and walk away, feeling glum. Han Yuding was a seasoned employee here. Offending her would make future days quite challenging. Han Yuding took the bank card and a contract. Her face radiant as she approached Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I truly apologize for earlier. Here is your bank card along with the car purchase contract. Once you sign it, you may take the car. She completely transformed her previously indifferent demeanor. However, Lin Fan merely cast a fleeting glance at Han Yuding. Where's that saleswoman? Have her come over. Lin Fan was not inclined to grow too close to Han Yuding. He understood all too well that her sudden change in attitude was solely due to his financial prowess. You mean Guo Xiaolei? She has other matters to attend to. I will handle the remaining procedures. Lin Fan harbored no fondness for Han Yuding and was acutely aware of her ulterior motives. Han Yuding felt embarrassed and could only call Guo Xiaolei over. Nevertheless, she was determined not to leave, still pondering ways to improve Lin Fan's impression of her. Rumor had it that someone had picked up a limited edition Ferrari 812, and the dealership manager had also emerged. The manager was exceedingly courteous to Lin Fan. In his eyes, Lin Fan, who dared to spend 16 million on a car, must undoubtedly be a wealthy heir. After completing the paperwork, Lin Fan followed Guo Xiaolei to inspect the vehicle. The subsequent process went smoothly. The manager intended to send someone with Lin Fan to the vehicle registration office to handle the license plates. However, Lin Fan declined, stating that registering for plates was relatively simple and he could manage it alone. Just as Lin Fan drove the car out of the dealership, Han Yuding rushed out after him. Lin Fan, I apologize. Those previous remarks were merely a jest. Please do not take them seriously. Han Yuding was not ready to give up. Lin Fan found it amusing and halted his vehicle. Lin Fan, let me treat you to a meal, Han Yuding suggested. If she could befriend Lin Fan, everything would fall into place. Sure, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Han Yuding assumed he had agreed, opening the door and quickly getting into the car. Her face beamed with joy. I knew you still consider me a friend. Thank you, Lin Fan. Where shall we dine? Get out, and don't dirty my car. Lin Fan's attitude shifted abruptly. He felt an overwhelming urge to kick Han Yuding out of the vehicle. Han Yuding was taken aback. But you said. My earlier comments were also a jest. Why take them to heart? Lin Fan retorted, tossing her words back at her. This insufferable woman dared to harbor intentions toward him. What a ridiculous notion. Han Yuding realized she had been played by Lin Fan, her chest heaving with anger. She shot him a fierce glare and exited the car. It appeared that winning Lin Fan over was a lost cause. The Ferrari roared down the bustling streets, drawing the attention of many passers-by captivated by its luxurious exterior. That car is so cool. It looks like a Ferrari 812, with a base price of over 5 million. Please, it's a limited edition. Without over 10 million, one shouldn't even dream of owning it. It's absolutely stunning. I wonder which prodigal is behind the wheel. The passenger seat should be occupied by a beautiful woman. It's a pity there isn't one. If only I could get a ride. Several ladies were caught up in daydreams. Stop dreaming. Someone who can afford such a luxury car is hardly in need of a girlfriend. Vehicles on the road also attempted to steer clear of Lin Fan, wary of any unfortunate brush that could lead to disaster. Honey, what kind of car is that? It's so flashy. We should upgrade ours someday. Upgrade? With over 10 million for a car, can we even afford that? Drive carefully. If you crash, I'll swap you out first. Lin Fan first went to the vehicle registration office to obtain the license plates, then drove around the outskirts of the city for a few laps. By the time he returned to the university gate, night had fallen. Lin Fan wished to find Suya, after all. She had helped him in the morning and even lent him 1,000 yuan for medical expenses. Lin Fan was not the sort of person to forget a kindness. Of course, he was also aware that Suya was renowned as the campus beauty at Magic City University. However, at this moment, he had no ulterior motives. He simply wished to treat Suya to a meal and return the 1,000 yuan. I'm sorry, sir, but this is a campus area. You cannot drive in. As Lin Fan approached the school entrance, he was stopped by a security guard. According to school regulations, vehicles from outside were indeed prohibited from entering without permission. I am a student in the computer science department. Here is my student ID. The guard scrutinized Lin Fan for a moment. Then please register. The school did not explicitly prohibit students from driving in. In fact, many wealthy heirs often drove on a campus, as the price of their vehicles significantly influenced their success in attracting potential partners. The security guard had seen plenty of luxury cars, but did not recognize the one Lin Fan was driving. Taking advantage of Lin Fan's registration time, the security guard browsed the internet. Goodness gracious! A limited edition Ferrari 812, worth over 10 million. It is well known that the cars typically driven by the wealthy second generation are merely in the hundreds of thousands. Which young master could this be? Why have I never seen him before? Chapter 4, The Campus Belle. After completing his registration, the security guard did not make things difficult for Lin Fan and promptly allowed him entry. My heavens, what do I see? That must be the limited edition Ferrari 812. How incredibly cool. When will I ever be able to purchase one myself? Stop dreaming. Such a luxury is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Did you see that handsome guy in the car? He is my husband. Nonsense, he is clearly my husband. The female students lining the road began to bicker among themselves. Lin Fan paid no heed to the envious glances and drove directly towards the university library. Suya, being both the campus belle and an academic star, often favored spending her time in the library. However, it was uncertain whether she would be there that evening. Driving a sports car does come with its drawbacks, particularly its low chassis. Given the numerous speed bumps scattered around the school, Lin Fan dared not accelerate too much, lest he scrape the undercarriage. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the library. As fate would have it, at the library entrance, a wealthy second-generation individual was confessing his feelings to Suya. He knelt on one knee, holding a bouquet of roses and a diamond ring, surrounded by a charming arrangement of lights and balloons. The person standing before this affluent suitor was none other than Suya, the campus belle of Magic Capital University. Suya, tall and graceful in a flowing teal gown, possessed exquisite features and an elegant demeanor. Suya, I have liked you for a long time. Please accept me. Nearby, a group of hired actors, also students from the school, cheered him on. Accept him. Accept him. Li Chun, have I not told you? Do not seek me out again. I do not harbor feelings for you. Suya's face bore a hint of anger. In recent days, she had been inundated with confessions, making it impossible to evade them, which was exceedingly bothersome. Normally, teachers would intervene, but with graduation approaching, such matters were difficult to control. It is understood that if one does not act boldly now, opportunities will be scarce once they leave the campus. Suya, this diamond ring cost me over 30,000. Try it on, you will surely love it. Suya remained silent and turned to leave. All right, confession unsuccessful. Wait. Seeing Suya depart, Lin Fan drove his car after her. Wow, another arrival. The bright headlights were dazzling, and the sleek body of the luxury sports car captured everyone's attention. Suya turned around and instantly recognized Lin Fan. It's you. Earlier that morning, Lin Fan had fainted at the school gate, and it was she who had called for medical assistance, even covering part of his medical expenses. Yet, she did not know his name. Lin Fan exited the vehicle and introduced himself. I am Lin Fan. Thank you for your help this morning. Suya shook her head, replying, it was nothing. I am just glad you are all right. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. How about I treat you to a meal to repay you? Suya declined. There is no need for a meal. That's simply one tea due. You have assisted me. Suya scrutinized Lin Fan once more, suspecting that he, too, might be from a wealthy family. However, he exuded a far more amiable aura than other affluent second-generation individuals. Lin Fan was already handsome. and after taking the basic gene potion, his looks had improved even further. If it were merely a meal, it might not be an unwise choice. After contemplating, Suya asked, "May I bring along 2 of my roommates?" Remaining on campus might lead to further entanglements, and going out for a bite would be a pleasant diversion. However, she felt hesitant to go out alone with Lin Fan, thus she decided to invite her roommates. "Not a problem. Bring as many as you like. Wait a moment. I will return to my dorm." Upon hearing Suya's agreement, the wealthy suitor's heart shattered. It was over. The goddess had been whisked away by another. The crucial point was that the other man was more handsome and drove a better car. It was truly infuriating to be outshone. As Suya returned to her dorm, the other boys dispersed. However, many girls lingered behind, hoping to acquire Lin Fan's phone number, which he naturally did not provide. Suddenly, Lin Fan's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Without a second thought, he hung up. Yet, the phone rang again shortly after. Reluctantly, Lin Fan answered. "Hello, I am Zhao Yang, the general manager of Chu Feng Group. May I speak with Mr. Lin Fan?" The Chu Feng Group had been acquired, and Zhao Yang was eager to establish contact with Lin Fan. The general manager of Chu Feng Group? Lin Fan had planned to visit the company the next day, but he had not anticipated Zhao Yang would reach out so soon. "Indeed. I am Lin Fan. Wonderful. I have finally reached you," Zhao Yang exclaimed with delight. "Mr. Lin, are you in the magic capital? I would like to invite you to dinner." Lin Fan was now the boss of the company, and Zhao Yang needed to ensure he made a good impression. "I have already made plans with someone. I don't have time. Mr. Lin, I have an urgent document that requires your signature for it to take effect. I must find you immediately." Lin Fan considered it for a moment and replied, "Then meet me at the school gate of Magic Capital University." Chu Feng Group was not far from the school. A 10-minute drive would suffice. "All right, I will be there shortly." After ending the call, Lin Fan continued to wait for Suya. After 5 or 6 minutes, Suya finally emerged from her dorm. She had changed into a different outfit, appearing even more beautiful. "Where are your roommates?" Lin Fan inquired. "They have all gone out and are unreachable." "Forget it. I will go with you alone." Suya felt a bit helpless, but decided to honor her word to Lin Fan. "Get in." Suya climbed into the car, taking the passenger seat. She felt a tinge of apprehension, as she was not very familiar with Lin Fan. The invitation to dinner had come rather unexpectedly. This car must be quite expensive, right? Suya was not particularly knowledgeable about sports cars. Not too expensive, just over 10 million. Suya was left speechless. Over 10 million and not deemed expensive? Goodness. Does your family own a mine? Lin Fan arrived at the school gate and parked by the side. "I need to wait for someone. It won't take long." Lin Fan pulled out his phone, requested Suya's WeChat, and returned the money he had borrowed for the hospital expenses. Suya did not inquire who Lin Fan was waiting for and remained quietly. After a brief wait, a blue Audi parked not far away. Upon seeing the 2 individuals inside, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. It was Wu Haichao and Lu Qian. Those 2 had been out for most of the day and had only just returned. At the same time, Wu Haichao and Lu Qian noticed Lin Fan. They exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of shock. After such a long time, Lin Fan had somehow ended up driving a luxury sports car, which was indeed perplexing. Moreover, he had the campus belle, Suya, with him, which infuriated Wu Haichao even further. He had once pursued Suya during his time at school, but she had shown him no interest whatsoever. Although Lu Qian could be considered a beauty, she pales in comparison to Suya. It is akin to a vibrant flower adorning a pile of dung. Let us take a look. Wu Haichao was the first to alight from the vehicle, striding towards Lin Fan, with Lu Qian promptly following suit. A mischievous smirk adorned Wu Haichao's visage as he jested, "Lin Fan, your fortune with the ladies is quite remarkable. You've just parted ways with Qian, and now you're already entangled with another woman. How did that lightning strike you this morning, not in your life?" "Wu Haichao, cease your nonsensical prattle. Lin Fan and I are merely friends." Before Lin Fan could interject, Suya could no longer contain herself. Many pursued her, but she certainly remembered Wu Haichao, albeit not fondly. Friends? Who would believe that? Wu Haichao's eyes flashed with disdain. "Suya, your taste is commendable. With so many admirers at school, you chose to set your sights on Lin Fan." Lu Qian chimed in with scorn. "Let me enlighten you. Lin Fan is nothing but a poor loser. That car is undoubtedly rented. Suya, don't be duped by him." Chapter 5. May all lovers in the world eventually become siblings. Wu Haichao, it would be prudent for you to silence yourself. If it weren't for the school gates, Lin Fan would have relished the opportunity to deliver a sound thrashing to Wu Haichao. "Hey, I merely spoke a few words, and you're already indignant? That limited edition Ferrari 812 must cost quite a sum to rent for a day, doesn't it? Lin Fan, perhaps you should take a look in the mirror. Do you genuinely believe that renting a luxury vehicle transforms you into a wealthy individual? A toad aspiring to eat swan meat?" Fearing a confrontation between Lin Fan and Wu Haichao, Suya bit her lip and suggested, "Lin Fan, let us depart." "Wait a moment." Lin Fan chuckled. There are far too many mad dogs these days. Simply ignore him. Wu Haichao's face flushed a deep crimson in anger. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone chimed again. Mr. Lin, I have arrived at the entrance of Moda University. Where are you? Do you see that gray convertible sports car? The person in it is me. Zhao Yang scanned the surroundings for a moment before quickly zeroing in on Lin Fan's figure. Found you. Zhao Yang appeared somewhat anxious as he hurried over. Mr. Lin, I apologize for the wait. I never expected you to be so young. Truly impressive for your age. Zhao Yang commenced with flattery. He lacked extensive information about Lin Fan. Yet anyone capable of acquiring the entirety of the Chu Feng Group must possess remarkable qualities. President Zhao. Wu Haichao recognized Zhao Yang's identity and hastily greeted him. However, Zhao Yang ignored him. Wu Haichao's family operated a building materials company in collaboration with the Chu Feng Group. Witnessing the Chu Feng Group's general manager bowing before Lin Fan left Wu Haichao in a state of bewilderment. An ominous premonition surged within him as he cautiously inquired, President Zhao. Who is he? Zhao Yang replied. Mr. Lin holds all shares of the Chu Feng Group. Who do you think he is? What? Not only Wu Haichao and Lu Qian, but even Suya in the passenger seat wore expressions of shock. The Chu Feng Group was a real estate enterprise valued at 20 billion. If Lin Fan possessed all the shares, it would imply that he was a billionaire. Initially, Suya had merely viewed Lin Fan as a wealthy second-generation heir. It now appeared that she had grossly underestimated him. How could this be? Lin Fan is merely a destitute wretch. President Zhao, you must be mistaken. Even this car is rented by Lin Fan. He cannot possibly be the person you seek. Zhao Yang glanced at Wu Haichao, his brow furrowing. He could discern from Wu Haichao's tone that this individual had undoubtedly offended Lin Fan. Wu Haichao, who do you think you are to dare question Mr. Lin? Zhao Yang retorted sharply. This limited edition Ferrari 812 is nearly impossible to find a second one of in all of Modu. Let us see you rent one for me. With a resounding slap, Zhao Yang struck Wu Haichao. Return and inform your father that from this moment forward, the Chu Feng Group will cease all collaborations with your company. Wu Haichao was left aghast, his complexion paling. Could it be that Lin Fan was truly a concealed affluent heir? If so, he was undoubtedly doomed. In the face of a behemoth like the Chu Feng Group, Wu Haichao's small family business was insignificant. President Zhao, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Zhao Yang coldly responded, You have offended Mr. Lin. What use is it to apologize to me? Cold sweat trickled down Wu Haichao's forehead. Lin Fan, I am sorry. He bowed deeply, his voice trembling slightly. Witnessing Wu Haichao's demeanor, Lu Qian was equally flustered and at a loss. With Lin Fan's current status, it would be a mere trifle for him to ruin them. Ironically, she had mocked Lin Fan earlier that morning. Lin Fan chuckled. Wu Haichao, were you not quite arrogant just a moment ago? Lin Fan, no, Mr. Lin, I was unaware of your true identity. Please forgive me this time. Get lost. Lin Fan had no time to entertain Wu Haichao. No, Mr. Lin, you cannot cancel the collaboration. Wu Haichao's family company was facing a financial crisis, with the majority of their orders coming from the Chu Feng Group. Should the Chu Feng Group terminate their collaboration, his family business would inevitably go bankrupt. Wu Haichao, when Mr. Lin tells you to leave, are you deaf? Zhao Yang admonished. Wu Haichao felt as though he could die from despair, having stirred up such trouble. His father would certainly not spare him upon his return. Dejected and humiliated, Wu Haichao departed in a flurry. Haichao, wait for me. Lu Qian, bewildered, chased after him. You disaster bringer, get as far away from me as possible. Wu Haichao loathed Lu Qian, blaming her for his confrontation with Lin Fan. Haichao, I never anticipated this outcome. Lu Qian was on the verge of tears. Her choice of Wu Haichao was merely driven by his family's wealth. Who would have imagined that Lin Fan was the wealthiest of them all? Regret consumed Lu Qian. Yet, one misstep leads to another. She couldn't afford to lose Wu Haichao now. You came with the intent to harm me. Lu Qian, get out of my sight. Moreover, return the phone I gifted you. Wu Haichao snatched the iPhone 12 from Lu Qian's grasp and departed. He had never genuinely liked her. Their relationship was merely a mutual exploitation of interests. Partners in misfortune, they abandon each other when calamity strikes. How much less were they than spouses? Meanwhile, Zhao Yang presented a document to Lin Fan for his signature. Mr. Lin, when will you be available to visit the company? Zhao Yang inquired. Tomorrow morning should suffice. Lin Fan acknowledged, aware that now that the company was under his name, there were indeed numerous matters to address. Very well, I shall come to fetch you tomorrow. No need, I will drive myself. Zhao Yang presumed Lin Fan was still preoccupied with the date and did not linger further. Mr. Lin, I will take my leave now. When you have time, I would like to treat you to a meal. Lin Fan offered no further response and drove away. However, he had not traveled far when Lu Qian chased after him once more. Lin Fan, I realize my mistakes. Grant me another chance. I still harbor feelings for you. Lu Qian's face was streaked with tears, her pleas desperate. Lin Fan glanced at Lu Qian and could only chuckle. He had encountered thick-skinned individuals before, but none to the extent of being bulletproof. Just moments after being cast aside by Wu Haichao, she sought him out once again. What a lack of shame. Lu Qian, you certainly did not voice such sentiments this morning. I distinctly recall you saying I was merely your spare tire. No, I was joking. Please don't take it seriously. Lu Qian cried, her voice trembling. Lin Fan, after all, we've been together for 4 years. Can you truly be so heartless? A fleeting glance at Suya, seated in the passenger seat, revealed a glimmer of resentment in Lu Qian's eyes. Had the events of this morning not transpired, perhaps she would have occupied that very seat. Alas, in this world, there are no what-ifs. Lu Qian, spare me your theatrics. At this point, even the sight of you makes me feel nauseated, Lin Fan retorted, refusing to engage further. He pressed the accelerator, and the Ferrari roared away, disappearing down the distant street. In a fit of frustration, Lu Qian unleashed the most venomous curse imaginable. May all lovers in this world become siblings. Chapter 6, Misunderstanding. I had no idea you owned your own company. In the car, Suya could not help but steal a glance at Lin Fan. If it were merely a small enterprise, she wouldn't have been this astounded. Actually, it's nothing much, Lin Fan replied. Let us head to the Mia Western restaurant. I've heard their cuisine is quite exquisite. I'm open to it. Half an hour later, Lin Fan drove to Mia Western restaurant. The establishment was lavishly adorned, with elegant crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow that imbued the entire venue with an air of sophistication and tranquility. Upon entering, Suya was immediately taken aback by the prices listed on the menu. Indeed, this was a high-end restaurant, with a single steak costing over 1,000 yuan. How about we choose another place? Suya suggested. She was not the type to indulge in extravagance. Had she known the prices were this steep, she would have never agreed to come. Since we're already here, let us finish our meal first. Lin Fan chuckled at her indecision. In this world, women like Suya were exceedingly rare. Were it Lu Qian with her insatiable vanity, she would have already taken photos to flaunt on social media. Lin Fan ordered 2 steaks and 2 pasta dishes. That should suffice. We'll hardly finish it all. Noticing the abundance of food Lin Fan had ordered, Suya hastily interjected. Lin Fan nodded, setting the menu aside. By the way, Suya, have you secured a job yet? In today's world, with an overflow of university graduates, finding employment, especially desirable positions, was no easy feat. I submitted a resume online a couple of days ago and received a response. I have an interview the day after tomorrow. Where will it be? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. In Yanjing. Suya explained, my parents work there, so I'll be able to live with them. Ah, I see. Initially, Lin Fan had hoped to offer Suya a position in his company, but upon hearing this, he abandoned the idea. After finishing their meal, half an hour had elapsed. Suya, I need to buy a few clothing items. Why don't you join me? I can drop you back at school afterward. Suya didn't decline. They exited the restaurant and arrived at a nearby large shopping mall. After browsing several boutiques, Lin Fan was dissatisfied. Ultimately, they found themselves in a Gucci store. The garments here were chic yet elegant, though certainly not inexpensive. Lin Fan selected several appealing outfits, and upon trying them on, he seemed even more distinguished. Just as Lin Fan was still in the fitting room, 2 girls and a boy entered. Suya, is that really you? The trio were Suya's classmates, who happened to be shopping in the mall as well. They had recognized Suya's familiar figure and were pleasantly surprised to see her. What a coincidence. Have you come here to shop for clothes too? Suya maintained a decent rapport with the 2 girls. One of them shook her head. These clothes are too expensive for us. Indeed. Each item cost over 1,000 yuan, far beyond the reach of ordinary shoppers. The boy standing behind the 2 girls stepped forward and asked, Suya, which piece have you got your eye on? I'll buy it for you. His name was Su Jingyu, one of Suya's admirers. While he wasn't exactly a rich heir, his family had some wealth. No need. I'm just accompanying a friend. Suya replied. Friend? Male or female? The 2 girls began to pry. Suya was at a loss for words. If she said male, it would certainly lead to misunderstandings. At this moment, Lin Fan emerged from the fitting room. Suya, can you help me with this one? How does it look? He asked, stepping up to her. Who is this guy? He is quite handsome. The 2 girls remarked. Suya, he can't possibly be your boyfriend, right? They scrutinized Lin Fan with puzzled expressions. Suya quickly waved her hands. No. He is just a regular friend. The 2 girls remained skeptical, as did Su Jingyu. A regular friend wouldn't be out shopping for clothes together. They knew that during her 4 years at university, Suya had never gone shopping alone with a male companion. Su Jingyu felt a pang of jealousy. His goddess seemed to be slipping away with someone else. Suya, your friend here doesn't seem to be very helpful. He is only picking out clothes for himself and not assisting you. Su Jingyu remarked sarcastically, confident that Lin Fan couldn't afford anything. The 2 girls didn't share Su Jingyu's ulterior motives, but they also disapproved of Lin Fan's behavior. When shopping, isn't it customary for a boy to buy things for a girl? One of them chimed in. Exactly. Suya, your boyfriend seems rather stingy. Another added. No, you're misunderstanding. He truly isn't my boyfriend. Suya reiterated. Lin Fan smiled and said, Suya, there's a women's section over there. You might want to take a look. If you find something you like, I can buy it for you. At that moment, Lin Fan was entirely unconcerned about money. But what? He pressed. He has said it. Let us go? We'll accompany you to check it out. The two girls didn't wait for Suya to finish her sentence and pulled her toward the women's section. Su Jingyu stood aside, merely observing. Lin Fan disregarded Su Jingyu and continued trying on clothes. After a few minutes, Lin Fan completed his fitting and instructed the staff to package his selections. Meanwhile, Suya had tried on 2 long skirts but had no intention of purchasing them. Each was priced at over 4,000 yuan, a sum she had never before considered spending on a single piece. Suya, those skirts look absolutely stunning. You should buy them. After all, your boyfriend will cover the cost. The two girls encouraged. I don't like them. Suya shook her head and returned the dress to its original place. She and Lin Fan were merely ordinary friends, and she did not wish to impose any expenses on him. Let's pack those 2 dresses as well. Lin Fan approached and instructed the nearby shop assistant, having discerned Suya's genuine fondness for the dresses. Lin Fan, it's all right, Suya replied. You've already spent quite a bit of time accompanying me to shop for clothes. I should gift you something. The total for the 2 dresses amounted to over 8,000. But for Lin Fan, it was hardly a concern. Before Suya could finish her sentence, Lin Fan swiftly settled the bill with his phone, including the garments he had chosen. The total expenditure exceeded 50,000. Lin Fan, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. It's wonderful to have a boyfriend like you. The two girls revealed expressions of envy. Please don't misunderstand. Suya and I are genuinely just friends. Lin Fan explained with a wry smile. I don't believe that. How can you buy Suya such expensive clothes and still claim you're just friends? It became evident that this matter was beyond explanation. Lin Fan chose to remain silent, handing the packaged dresses to Suya. She lowered her head, saying nothing, lost in her thoughts. Chapter 7. The Elite Manor. Still here shopping? Your credit card must be maxed out. Su Jingyu muttered disdainfully. In his eyes, Lin Fan was merely putting on a facade. Suya, are we heading back? Do you still want to shop? One of the girls inquired. No, I should be heading back too. Su Jingyu saw an opportunity and interjected. Suya? My car is parked downstairs. Let me give you a ride. No, I'll take Lin Fan's car. Suya declined. Oh, Lin Fan has a car too? Su Jingyu feigned surprise, believing that even if Lin Fan owned a vehicle, it could not possibly be anything of quality. Mine is a BMW X2. Not expensive, just over 300,000. I wonder what luxury car Lin Fan drives. We might as well go take a look. Su Jingyu shot a provocative glance at Lin Fan. Just a junk car, nothing comparable to yours. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. You're too modest. Su Jingyu thought with a smirk. Let us all go see. The two girls nodded and followed Lin Fan to the parking lot. The parking lot was filled with vehicles, and soon, Lin Fan stopped in front of a domestically produced car. Is this the one? Su Jingyu sneered at the sight of the dilapidated 10,000 yuan sedan, his mockery growing more pronounced. Honestly, Lin Fan, with a car like this, how dare you take Suya shopping? The other two girls also displayed their disdain, having expected that the man Suya liked would be of greater stature. Lin Fan, heed my advice and stay away from Suya. You are from entirely different worlds. There are plenty of good men pursuing Suya. You are not indispensable. Lin Fan remained silent, quietly retrieving a set of Ferrari keys from his pocket. The moment he pressed the button, the dazzling lights of a limited edition Ferrari 812 illuminated the area, and the roof of the sports car slowly opened, showcasing its advanced technology. Excuse me, that one is the real deal. The trio was left dumbfounded at the sight of the luxurious sports car. Is this what you call a junk car? They realized that the real fool was themselves. Su Jingyu's face flushed red as he recalled his previous words, wishing he could vanish into thin air. In comparison to Lin Fan's Ferrari, his own car seemed truly inferior. One of the girls leaned closer to Suya and whispered, Suya, this car looks incredibly cool. It must cost over 1 million. According to Lin Fan, it seems to be over 10 million. Over 10 million? My goodness. Does Lin Fan's family own a mine? Suya, is Lin Fan really not your boyfriend? Suya chuckled at the absurdity. She had already stated that he was not. If that is the case, Suya, let us compete fairly. You can't blame us for trying to win your heart. The two girls approached Lin Fan, requesting his WeChat contact. Suya was left speechless, wondering if this was what they referred to as a plastic sisterhood. Lin Fan, we seem to have a special connection. Let us add each other on WeChat, so we can stay in touch. I'm sorry, my phone is out of battery. Lin Fan offered a polite excuse. Since purchasing the sports car, the number of girls requesting his contact had noticeably increased. I see. The two girls recognized that Lin Fan was uninterested in them and ceased their pursuit. Suya, let us get in the car. Lin Fan beckoned. Suya nodded and took her place in the passenger seat. Unfortunately, there were only 2 seats, or else the 2 girls would have also wished to experience the feeling of riding in a luxury car. As for Su Jingyu, feeling out of place, he discreetly left the scene. As they enjoyed the evening breeze and observed the cityscape, Suya remained silent. Half an hour later, they arrived back at the school. Suya exited the car without retrieving the 2 dresses. Lin Fan, the gifts you've given are too extravagant. I cannot accept them. You should take them back. You could likely still return them. Suya was the kind of traditional girl who wouldn't accept gifts without reason. Although she harbored feelings for Lin Fan, it had not yet reached that level. Lin Fan scratched his nose and remarked, "Honestly, I believe those dresses suit you perfectly." As the car came to a halt, a few onlookers gathered, whispering among themselves. With the crowd growing, Suya's cheeks flushed crimson. "I'm leaving in 2 days, Lin Fan. When you have time to visit Yanjing, I'll treat you to a meal. For now, goodbye." With her face still flushed, Suya hurried back to her dormitory. Leaving behind the 2 dresses, Lin Fan felt quite helpless. If it weren't for Suya's impending departure, he would genuinely want to pursue her. In this day and age, girls like Suya were indeed rare. Yet, matters of the heart often relied on fate. As Lin Fan drove back to the dormitory building, he had barely parked when several of his roommates came down. "Look at you, Lin Fan, driving a luxury sports car. Earlier, someone claimed you had acquired a luxury car, and we didn't believe it. Turns out it's true. Lin Fan, you're not some hidden heir, are you? That's quite the secret you've kept." Throughout their 4 years at university, Lin Fan maintained a decent relationship with his roommates. He smiled but offered no explanation. "Come on, Lin Fan, that's not fair. You're so wealthy and kept it from us." Lin Fan suggested, "It's getting late. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll treat you all to dinner, and you can choose the place." Now that sounds more reasonable. Lin Fan returned to his dormitory to pack his belongings before leaving the school. He planned to stay at a hotel. The next morning, Lin Fan awoke in the luxurious hotel room. The first thing he did upon waking was to initiate a lottery draw. System lottery. Lin Fan eagerly anticipated what wonderful items he might receive today. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 100 shares of Baihao Hotel. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a top-tier estate in Modu. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 80 million Huaxia coins. Lin Fan, filled with excitement, took out his phone to conduct an online search. Upon discovering that the Baihao Hotel boasts a staggering market value of 150 billion, with branches in numerous major cities, it stands as a renowned hotel brand in China. As for the exquisite estate, it spans an impressive area of 2,000 square meters, adorned in European architectural style, and is valued at nearly 2 billion. Lin Fan had initially planned to purchase a property today, but unexpectedly, he received this remarkable windfall, a top-tier manor. Indeed, he resolved to take some time today to visit it. Not long after, Lin Fan received a notification on his phone regarding an incoming transfer of 80 million. In the midst of his excitement, he suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to call his family the previous night. Lin Fan hails from a modest small county, where his family does not possess great wealth. Now, having abruptly become a billionaire, he found himself at a loss as to how to explain this to his parents. After some contemplation, he retrieved his mother's bank account details and transferred 300,000 to her. Having completed this task, Lin Fan departed from the hotel to enjoy breakfast. Lin Fan had made plans with Zhao Yang to visit the company today. Upon arriving at the headquarters of Chu Feng Group, it was already 9 o'clock. "Mr. Lin." Zhao Yang had been waiting at the entrance for Lin Fan. As soon as Lin Fan arrived, Zhao Yang promptly approached him with a respectful demeanor. To Lin Fan's surprise, Wu Haichao was also present. Standing beside Wu Haichao was a middle-aged man, presumably his father. They had come primarily to apologize to Lin Fan, as the cancellation of their collaboration with Chu Feng Group would inevitably lead to their bankruptcy. "Mr. Lin, please come in." Zhao Yang gestured for Lin Fan to enter. Lin Fan nodded, deliberately ignoring Wu Haichao and Wu Chong standing nearby. "Mr. Lin, I am aware of yesterday's incident. It was my son's thoughtlessness, and I have come specifically to apologize to you." Wu Chong, sweating profusely, felt immense pressure in front of Lin Fan. Despite his youth, Lin Fan was the mastermind behind Chu Feng Group, and Wu Chong surmised that Lin Fan's background must be formidable. "Apologize? For what? We are not acquainted." Lin Fan bypassed the 2 men and entered the grand doors of Chu Feng Group. "Mr. Lin." Wu Haichao and Wu Chong attempted to follow, but were intercepted by Zhao Yang. "Mr. Lin does not harbor any intentions of forgiving you. Depart at once. Do not make a fool of yourselves here." "But, Mr. Zhao, could you please assist us in meeting Mr. Lin once more?" Zhao Yang shook his head and replied, "Had I known it would come to this, I would have advised you against it. Blame your son for offending Mr. Lin." "Mr. Zhao, we have known each other for many years. Please give us a chance. Do not cancel the collaboration." Wu Chong pleaded. "Chu Feng Group is now entirely under Mr. Lin's command. I cannot save you. Furthermore, our relationship is limited to professional dealings. We are not friends." With that, Zhao Yang entered the building, instructing the security personnel at the entrance to prevent Wu Haichao and Wu Chang from entering. Father, what shall we do now? Wu Haichao was devoid of ideas. Wu Chang struck Wu Haichao hard across the face, exclaiming, "What do you mean? What should we do? This predicament is all your fault. There are countless women in the world. Why must you pursue that jinx, Lu Qian?" Lin Fan proceeded directly to the chairman's office, reviewing the company's financial statements from the previous quarter. As for other company affairs, he preferred to remain uninvolved. "Mr. Lin, I have called the company's leadership for a meeting to introduce you." "No need. I am quite busy and will be leaving shortly." After spending half an hour at the company, Lin Fan drove away. He retrieved the property deed of the manor from the system space and navigated to the address. Upon arriving at the manor's entrance, Lin Fan beheld the grand European-style structure. The garden in front was replete with various features, including rockeries, fountains, and towering trees. Exiting his vehicle at the manor's entrance, he discovered that the door was ajar and entered without hesitation. The ground was impeccably clean, and the flowers and plants lining the pathway were exquisitely maintained. "Hey, who are you? How dare you intrude upon someone else's home?" A striking figure appeared beside Lin Fan. Her voice tinged with irritation. Zheng Xiaoqing, the estate's housekeeper, had received notification an hour prior that the manor's owner would be arriving. Having worked as the housekeeper for 6 months, she had never seen the owner before. Lin Fan turned to find a stunningly beautiful woman before him. Zheng Xiaoqing was clad in a tailored outfit, white on top and black on the bottom, her physique alluring and her beauty striking. Lin Fan regarded Zheng Xiaoqing with a smile. "I am Lin Fan. Could it be that you are the owner of the manor, Mr. Lin?" Zheng Xiaoqing was taken aback by Lin Fan's youthfulness. Lin Fan nodded, producing his identification and the property deed, handing them to Zheng Xiaoqing. "It truly is you. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Lin, for my earlier rudeness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the housekeeper here, Zheng Xiaoqing." Zheng Xiaoqing quickly apologized. "No harm done." Lin Fan waved his hand. "I will be residing here from now on. Please show me around." "Certainly, Mr. Lin. I never expected you to be so young." A smile graced Zheng Xiaoqing's lips as she led Lin Fan toward the hall. "Mr. Lin, this is the kitchen. There is also a swimming pool located in the back garden." Zheng Xiaoqing provided a detailed introduction and handed Lin Fan a set of keys. "I will take a stroll upstairs, Xiaoqing. Please bring my car inside." Lin Fan retrieved the car keys. Zheng Xiaoqing, not pondering much, exited the hall. Ascending to the second floor, Lin Fan could not help but marvel at the vastness of the estate. Living alone in such a grand space would undoubtedly be quite lonely. He chose a spacious room facing south, intending to make it his own. From the window, he could gaze at the distant street scene. Before long, Zheng Xiaoqing returned, her expression one of distress. "Is the car parked?" Lin Fan inquired. Zheng Xiaoqing shook her head. "Mr. Lin, I have never driven such an expensive vehicle before. I fear I might damage it and cannot afford the repairs." "No worries. Even if it gets scratched, you will not be held liable. Drive without concern." Zheng Xiaoqing, feeling quite helpless, could only comply and exited once more. Approaching the entrance, she cautiously entered the vehicle, driving at a slow pace to avoid any mishaps. After exploring the manor, Lin Fan returned to the hall. "Xiaoqing, apart from you, how many others are present in the manor?" Zheng Xiaoqing replied. "In addition to myself, there are 3 other servants responsible for maintaining the estate. If you plan to stay, you will need to hire a chef and security personnel as well. This is your responsibility. As the housekeeper, it was indeed her duty to oversee these matters. Also, please refrain from addressing me as Mr. Lin. Simply call me Lin Fan." Zheng Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment before saying, "Well, there is something I need to discuss with you." "What is it?" Lin Fan inquired. "I do not intend to continue as the housekeeper here. If you trust me, I can recommend someone for the position. Why must you leave as soon as I arrive? Are you dissatisfied with the salary?" "No, not at all," Zheng Xiaoqing explained. "I majored in economic management. My departure from this place is merely to seek a more challenging position. As a returnee, Zheng Xiaoqing's role as a housekeeper indeed seemed somewhat of a misallocation of her talents. Initially, she chose this position for the stability it offered, having now repaid her loans. It was time for her to contemplate her future. What a coincidence. I am planning to establish an investment company and could certainly use someone of your caliber," Lin Fan proposed. "For now, you shall continue as the housekeeper here, and I will double your salary. Once the investment company is up and running, I will entrust its management to you." Lin Fan had quite a sum in his bank account, eager to invest. Zheng Xiaoqing hesitated. Truth be told, the salary Lin Fan offered was exceedingly tempting. Moreover, the job itself was indeed commendable. "What? Is this position not challenging enough?" "Not at all. I am merely concerned that my lack of experience may disappoint you. Fear not, I have faith in your abilities." Zheng Xiaoqing felt a twinge of disbelief. Should she consider herself fortunate to have such a benevolent employer, or was this employer simply too casual? "You might need to move in tonight." Please hire a chef at your earliest convenience, preferably one skilled in both Chinese and Western cuisine. Understood, Zheng Xiaoqing replied. By the way, Mr. Lin, we need to add some furniture here. Do you have any specific requirements? Anything will suffice. You may make those decisions on your own from now on. No need to consult me. Lin Fan recalled something and took out his phone, transferring 20 million to Zheng Xiaoqing. This is for the manor's expenses. Let me know when it runs low. Zheng Xiaoqing was taken aback by Lin Fan's trust in her and could only shake her head in resignation. I shall return to my work now. If you need to reach me, just call. With that, she departed. With some time to spare, Lin Fan decided to linger for a while longer. Just then, an angry voice from outside the hall caught his attention. Li Feiping, how many times must I tell you? This is a private area. You cannot enter. Leave. Zheng Xiaoqing was fuming. Before her stood a young man in a suit, Li Feiping, her high school classmate and suitor, who often came to disturb her. Li Feiping held a bouquet of roses, a smile on his face. Xiaoqing, today is your birthday. I reserved a private room at Yulangshuan. Let us dine together. Zheng Xiaoqing clenched her teeth. Li Feiping, I have told you countless times, do not seek me out again. Unfazed, Li Feiping persisted. Xiaoqing, give me a chance. I am not that bad. If you accept me, I can provide you with everything you desire. Xiaoqing, what is the matter? Lin Fan emerged from the hall. My apologies, Mr. Lin. I am merely dealing with a personal matter. Zheng Xiaoqing struggled to suppress her fury. Li Feiping, if you do not leave immediately, I will call the police. Li Feiping remained undeterred, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Fan. Xiaoqing, who is he? What he is has nothing to do with you. Zheng Xiaoqing retorted. Li Feiping narrowed his eyes, glaring at Lin Fan. He can't possibly be your kept man, can he? Li Feiping, mind your words. Zheng Xiaoqing felt her temper nearing its boiling point. Did I hit a nerve? Li Feiping scoffed. Mr. Lin here is the owner of the manor? You must be joking. Xiaoqing, you must think I am a fool. I have heard the owner of this manor is quite mysterious, having not shown himself since its completion. There is no way this young man is the owner. I will give you 3 seconds. If you do not leave, I will call the police. Zheng Xiaoqing brandished her phone, ready to make the call. Fine, I'll leave. Li Feiping shot a dark glance at Lin Fan. Listen here, kid. I advise you to keep your distance from Xiaoqing. The consequences could be dire. It was evident that Li Feiping perceived Lin Fan as a rival. With that, he turned to leave. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Lin, Zheng Xiaoqing said with regret. It's quite all right. Go attend to your duties. Lin Fan observed Li Feiping's retreating figure, furrowing his brow. He resolved to hire 2 security guards to prevent any further intrusions. I shall take my leave now, Zheng Xiaoqing said, tucking a stray hair behind her ear before departing as well. Lin Fan relaxed in the manor until afternoon when Zheng Xiaoqing returned. Having spent the day searching for a suitable chef, but managing only to bring back 2 servants. Mr. Lin, I could not find a chef today, so I will prepare something for you myself. You can cook? Lin Fan inquired, intrigued. Of course. During my studies abroad, I learned quite a bit. Zheng Xiaoqing replied with pride. Mr. Lin, would you prefer Chinese cuisine or Western? Western, please, but do not go overboard. I have plans to go out later. Zheng Xiaoqing nodded, donned an apron, and proceeded to prepare 2 steaks for Lin Fan. Her culinary skills were impressive, earning her his praise. As night fell, Lin Fan received a call from his roommate. Lin Fan, remember you promised to treat us today? Don't forget. I was just about to head out. Where are you? At the usual place, the barbecue stand by the river. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Such a splendid opportunity, and they only wished to indulge in barbecue? Although his roommates were aware of his newfound wealth, they did not ask for exorbitant favors. This friendship was indeed rare. Lin Fan, if you truly intend to treat us to a grand meal, we might not be able to handle it. Hurry and join us. Everyone is already here. After hanging up, Lin Fan promptly set out in his car. Unbeknownst to him, a white sedan was closely following behind, driven by none other than Li Feiping. After returning home, Li Feiping grew increasingly agitated and decided to bring 3 friends along to teach Lin Fan a lesson. Peng Gu, are you sure you want to confront that guy in the sports car? He seems quite affluent. We might not want to provoke him. The others in the car expressed their apprehension upon seeing Lin Fan's luxury vehicle. Li Feiping hesitated, realizing he hadn't anticipated Lin Fan's wealth. However, he refused to back down. Let us follow him for a bit. Perhaps that sports car is rented. Minutes later, Lin Fan parked his Ferrari at the roadside and entered the barbecue stand alone. That brat actually came here for barbecue. Peng Gu, it seems he is not as wealthy as we thought. Indeed, wealthy individuals seldom frequent such places, Li Feiping sneered. I knew it. He is just a penniless fool. Let us destroy that car. All right, Peng Gu, we will act now. Fools. There are too many people around. Let us wait for a moment. Seeing that Lin Fan would not be leaving anytime soon, Li Feiping and his companions decided to grab a bite at a nearby shop. Meanwhile, Lin Fan reunited with his roommates. Lin Fan, you have finally arrived. I apologize for the delay. There was quite a bit of traffic on the way. And I appreciate your patience. Lin Fan ordered a substantial array of delicacies, including a case of beer. An hour later, everyone except Lin Fan had succumbed to inebriation. Although Lin Fan had indulged as well, his tolerance had significantly increased since he started using the primary gene serum. After bidding farewell to his roommates, Lin Fan contemplated hiring a designated driver. However, upon seeing Lin Fan's vehicle, none of the drivers dared to accept the job. After all, it was a limited edition sports car worth over 10 million. Any mishap could lead to considerable trouble. Left with no other option, Lin Fan made a call to Zheng Xiaoqing, requesting her assistance. She arrived promptly, driving Lin Fan back to the manor in the sports car. As they traversed a quieter street, a white sedan suddenly pursued them, forcing Lin Fan's Ferrari to a halt. Li Feiping and 3 others emerged from the vehicle, exuding aggression. "Smash that piece of junk," they commanded, brandishing iron rods and viciously striking the sports car's body. Lin Fan frowned and quickly exited the vehicle, pulling Zheng Xiaoqing along with him. "Li Feiping, what are you trying to accomplish? Order your people to cease this madness." Zheng Xiaoqing exclaimed angrily. "Xiaoqing, today I am merely teaching this brat a lesson. Do not interfere." Lin Fan's anger flared. He had hoped to avoid conflict with Li Feiping at the manor, but he never expected Feiping would resort to vandalizing his car. "Just because you drive a modified car, you think you're wealthy? Step away from Xiaoqing now, and I might grant you a chance," Li Feiping taunted, pointing at Lin Fan with arrogance. "Xiaoqing, call the police." Lin Fan ignored Li Feiping's provocations. Zheng Xiaoqing nodded and took out her phone. "You filthy whore. You dare to assist him." Li Feiping, infuriated, rushed toward Zheng Xiaoqing to snatch her phone. Lin Fan reacted swiftly, tripping Feiping to the ground with a well-aimed kick. The other 3, witnessing their companions fall, charged toward Lin Fan. Since taking the primary gene serum, Lin Fan's speed and physical strength had both significantly enhanced, rendering the 4 men no match for him. "Damn it, this kid is surprisingly strong. We underestimated him." Zheng Xiaoqing watched in astonishment as Lin Fan subdued Li Feiping, pressing him beneath his foot. "Still daring to vandalize cars? You should be prepared to pay for the damages," Lin Fan declared coldly. Li Feiping struggled to rise, but failed, his face turning crimson under the humiliation. "Is it merely a matter of compensation? What is the worth of your shabby modified car? You had better release me, otherwise, you will regret it," Lin Fan replied. "Your threats hold no weight with me. Deliberate property damage, especially with such severity, will land you in jail." After enduring several strikes, the Ferrari's body was now deformed. Li Feiping gritted his teeth and retorted, "Let me inform you that my father is the general manager of the Baihao Hotel, earning over $1 million annually. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The general manager of Baihao Hotel?" Lin Fan chuckled. "What a coincidence. Call your father and see if he can save you." Li Feiping dialed his father, Li Zhihui, in a panic. Dad, I'm outside and I've been assaulted. Hurry and rescue me." Who dares to harm my son?" A furious voice boomed from the other end. As the only child, Li Feiping was heavily indulged. Lin Fan snatched the phone from him, stating, "I am Lin Fan, and I am the one who has struck your son." Lin Fan. That name sounds familiar. Someone has acquired Baihao Hotel today, and that person's name is Lin Fan. What a coincidence. Could it be that you are the Lin Fan who purchased Baihao Hotel? Li Zhihui questioned, uncertain. "Indeed, it is I," Lin Fan affirmed. "Now that I have beaten your son, I wonder if you have any objections?" "No objections, no objections." Li Zhihui's tone shifted immediately. He dared not offend his employer. "You have no objections, right? Now I have one. Your son vandalized my car. What do you propose we do about it?" "Mr. Lin, it's all a misunderstanding." Li Zhihui wished he could slap his son for his foolishness. "Why must you provoke Lin Fan of all people? Here's what we'll do. I will compensate you with a new vehicle." "A new car, you say? Splendid," Lin Fan remarked. "My car was purchased just yesterday, a limited edition Ferrari 812, valued at 16 million. "What? 16 million? Li Zhihui was taken aback. A sum in the low millions might be manageable, but over 10 million was a different matter entirely. "How did I end up with such a worthless son?" he cursed, his frustration palpable. Li Feiping, realizing he had offended a figure far beyond his comprehension, turned pale. If even his father feared Lin Fan's identity, who exactly was Lin Fan? Could it be that he truly was the master of the manor? The possibility struck Li Feiping with regret, so profound it felt like a physical blow. "So, is that sports car real?" "Mr. Lin, I do not possess such funds," Li Zhihui stammered. "How about this? I will send the car for repairs, and I will cover any expenses incurred." Li Zhihui had never expected the situation to escalate to this level. "I will consult my lawyer regarding the compensation. The police will arrive shortly. If you wish to see your son, you can do so at the police station. Also, prepare your resignation letter for tomorrow." As the general manager of Baihao Hotel, it was evident to Lin Fan that he would no longer require Li Zhihui's services after this incident. Failure to educate your child is a father's fault. If the son is so reckless, the father is not much better. Mr. Lin, this is all a misunderstanding. Li Zhihui pleaded, desperate to retain his position. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, the police will ascertain the truth. Lin Fan chose not to respond further, ending the call. Before long, the police arrived at the scene. Lin Fan and Zheng Xiaoqing were taken in for questioning. The dashcam footage from the car had captured the criminal acts of Li Faping and his companions in their entirety. The charges of intentional property damage would certainly result in Li Faping serving several years in prison. Lin Fan contacted the Ferrari service team, only to learn that the car would need to be sent for repairs, though the damage was not severe. The fact that it was a limited edition vehicle meant the repair costs would not be trivial. It was not until late at night that Lin Fan and Zheng Xiaoqing finally departed from the police station after completing their statements. Mr. Lin, this is all my fault. Zheng Xiaoqing lamented, blaming herself for the trouble caused by Li Faping. Not at all, Lin Fan replied, glancing at his phone to find several missed calls from his mother. He had overlooked them while at the police station. Now that it was well past midnight, he decided to return the call tomorrow. It's late, Xiaoqing. You should head home and rest. Zheng Xiaoqing nodded, choosing not to say any more. They each took a taxi back to their respective homes. The next morning, Lin Fan awoke from his soft bed. The first thought flashing through his mind was the lottery. System, initiate the lottery. Lin Fan thought with eager anticipation. Having drawn remarkable prizes in the previous 2 rounds, he was curious to see what would be bestowed upon him this time. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired full ownership of Yulangshuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing a Ducati Superleggera V4. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing a Koenigsegg 1. Yulangshuan, a renowned top-tier restaurant in the magical city, is not only noted for its exorbitant prices, but also requires reservations at least a week in advance for dining. Furthermore, its private rooms operate on a membership basis, making entry impossible for the average person. The Ducati Superleggera V4, despite being merely a motorcycle, commands an astonishing price of 1.5 million. Ducati is often regarded as the Ferrari of motorcycles. The Koenigsegg 1, which Lin Fan had drawn, nearly left him gasping with excitement. This limited edition luxury supercar is one of only 6 in the world, with a price exceeding 100 million. Just after his Ferrari had been damaged, he now found himself in possession of a luxury vehicle. Clearly, the system understands him well. System, I adore you. After his exhilaration subsided, Lin Fan took out his phone and dialed his mother's number. Mom, have you had breakfast? He asked cheerfully. I have, Lin Fan. I called you last night. Why didn't you answer? Lin Fan explained. I was preoccupied with something and didn't notice. By the way, I received a sudden transfer of 300,000 to my bank account yesterday. Does that have anything to do with you? When Lin Fan's mother received the transfer notification, she was taken aback. In her lifetime, she had never encountered such a large sum. Oh, it's nothing, Mom. I made a bit of money from a business venture with friends. Just keep the money for yourself. Lin Fan casually concocted an excuse. But you're still in school. What business are you involved in? His mother probed. It's all legitimate. Lin Fan reassured her. Next week is your father's birthday. I'll be back then, and we can talk more. His mother remarked. Didn't you mention you had a girlfriend? It would be nice for you both to come back together. Let us not discuss that. We broke up, Lin Fan replied with a wry smile. Oh, that's unfortunate. His mother's tone carried a hint of regret. After a brief conversation, Lin Fan ended the call. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he opened the door to find Zheng Xiaoqing had prepared breakfast. Before hiring a chef, she had to bear the burden herself. Good morning, Mr. Lin. Zheng Xiaoqing greeted him with a smile. Lin Fan nodded and invited her to join him for breakfast. Initially, Zheng Xiaoqing felt a bit reserved, considering her position as merely a housekeeper. However, as time passed, she began to relax, realizing that Lin Fan was quite easy to get along with. Mr. Lin, when do you plan to establish the investment company? I need to make some preparations in advance. Lin Fan replied, there's no rush. The position of general manager at the Beho Hotel has just opened up. Please help me find a replacement. Lin Fan had no fondness for Li Zhihui and certainly did not wish for him to remain at the hotel. No problem, I'll take care of it. Zheng Xiaoqing felt as though she was becoming Lin Fan's personal secretary. I'm curious, how many companies do you actually have? Zheng Xiaoqing gazed into Lin Fan's eyes. You'll find out in due time, Lin Fan responded enigmatically. Now that he was a system-enabled individual who knew what he might draw tomorrow. After breakfast, Lin Fan strolled alone around the estate. Noticing Zheng Xiaoqing hadn't followed him, he extracted the 2 vehicles from the system space. The necessary paperwork for both vehicles had already been completed, allowing them to hit the road immediately. This saved Lin Fan quite a bit of time. Before long, the Koenigsegg and Ducati motorcycles appeared at the estate's entrance. The Koenigsegg 1, valued at over 100 million, boasted a more imposing appearance than his previous Ferrari 812. Naturally, its performance was even more superior. The Ducati Superleggera V4, too, exuded luxury in its design. Taking it out for a spin in the evening would indeed be delightful. Chapter 11. Cousin. Lin Fan parked the two cars in the garage when his phone rang again. Seeing that it was his mother calling, he pressed the answer button. Mom. What is up? Lin Fan, I just remembered that you broke up with your girlfriend. A friend of mine has a daughter working in the magical city. Why don't you meet her? His mother was eager for him to settle down. Lin Fan realized that his mother was attempting to set him up on a blind date. He sighed. Mom, I'm quite busy right now. Let us put romance on hold for the moment. You're not getting any younger, and while I'm still young enough to help you with the kids, it's settled then. I'll have her add you on WeChat shortly. Seize this opportunity. His mother did not give Lin Fan a chance to refuse and quickly hung up. Lin Fan placed his phone down, feeling somewhat helpless. Well, I suppose this blind date is unavoidable, but since it's my mother's arrangement, meeting her won't hurt. In the sweltering July heat, even the mornings were quite warm. With nothing to do, Lin Fan decided to swim in the pool. Before long, Zheng Xiaoqing approached him again. Ever since he had ingested the gene serum, Lin Fan's physique had become nothing short of perfect, especially his 8-pack abs, which left Zheng Xiaoqing utterly mesmerized. His physique was even more impressive than those who spent hours at the gym. Zheng Xiaoqing's heart raced, and her cheeks flushed. And Mr. Lin, Li Zhihui is here. He wishes to see you. Li Zhihui had come to compensate for the damage his son caused to Lin Fan's car. I don't want to see him. Tell him to leave. Lin Fan was well aware of Li Zhihui's intentions and had no desire to meet. As for the matter of compensation, he had lawyers to handle that. Zheng Xiaoqing added. Li Zhihui said he would voluntarily resign from his position as general manager of the Biho Hotel and is willing to offer 3 million as compensation. Li Zhihui was wary of Lin Fan's status and feared repercussions, which is why he was willing to part with 3 million to settle the matter. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before saying, accept the money, and let this matter rest. He knew Li Zhihui's assets were limited, and didn't he expect to extract much more from him. After deducting the vehicle repair costs, this amount would suffice. Zheng Xiaoqing nodded and said, by the way, there are suddenly 2 new cars in the garage. Are they yours? Zheng Xiaoqing found it strange. She distinctly remembered the garage being empty when she arrived in the morning. How could 2 cars have appeared so suddenly? Moreover, one of them was a limited edition supercar worth over 100 million. They're mine. I just had them brought back. Lin Fan explained. Zheng Xiaoqing chose not to press further, though deep down, she was still quite astonished. After all, the limited edition Koenigsegg one was a rare find even in the entirety of Huaxia. At noon, Lin Fan specifically instructed Zheng Xiaoqing not to prepare any food. He drove the Koenigsegg one to Yilongshuan. Now that Yilongshuan was under his ownership, he wished to savor its delectable cuisine. The luxury supercar glided through the bustling streets, drawing gasps of admiration from passers-by. Wow, what car is that? It looks like a Koenigsegg. It is the limited edition Koenigsegg one, worth over 100 million. I had only heard of it before, but now I finally see the real car. How cool. The young gentleman beside it is quite handsome as well. I'm smitten. Naturally, Lin Fan paid no heed to the envious glances. After half an hour, he arrived at the parking lot of Yilongshuan. Excuse me, sir, do you have a reservation? Inquired the security guard of Yilongshuan with great respect. No, I wish to see the person in charge here. Just tell them my name is Lin Fan. Lin Fan stated directly. Upon seeing Lin Fan arrive in such a luxurious sports car, the security guard did not dare to be neglectful and promptly dialed the manager's number. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had arrived, the manager of Yilongshuan hurriedly made his way to the entrance and instructed the security to allow entry. Mr. Lin, greetings. I am the manager of Yilongshuan. My name is Lu Bin. Lu Bin stood before Lin Fan with utmost reverence. Mr. Lin, may I inquire if you have had lunch yet? Not yet. I came here specifically to savor the dishes at Yilongshuan. Lin Fan replied. Very well, I shall make arrangements for you immediately, Lu Bin said, smiling as he invited Lin Fan into Yilongshuan. Yilongshuan is spacious and elegantly decorated, featuring both ordinary and VIP dining rooms. Of course, entrance to the VIP rooms requires a certain status. Although the costs here are quite steep, it is renowned for its prestige. Lu Bin arranged for Lin Fan to have the highest-rated private room and presented him with the menu, introducing the signature dishes. Lin Fan listened attentively when suddenly his phone rang again. Sister, is there something you need? It was Lin Fan's cousin calling. Why? Can I call you if there is nothing wrong? Lin Shuyan replied. I'm still on the high-speed train, arriving in Modu in half an hour. Sister, are you coming to Modu for leisure? No, I'm here for work. I've just graduated. And you, Lin Fan? You must have graduated too. Have you found a job? Lin Fan chuckled but remained silent. With his current status, did he still need to seek employment? Upon arriving in Modu, I'll find a place to stay first. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Lin Fan suggested. It should be me treating you. Sister, Don't bother looking for a place to stay. I'll arrange it for you. From your tone, have you perhaps secured the affections of a wealthy lady? Lin Shuyan teased. Lin Fan offered no further explanation. Sister, I'll pick you up from the train station, and then we can have dinner together. No need to come. I have 3 friends with me. No problem. I'm heading over now. Lin Fan hung up the phone, rose, and addressed Lu Bin beside him. Manager Lu, please hold the private room for me. I need to pick up a few friends. Mr. Lin, why don't you rest here while I go instead? No need. Lin Fan waved his hand. By the way, do you have a car? That Koenigsegg only seats 2 and cannot accommodate many. I didn't drive here today. Lu Bin replied. Then it's settled. Lin Fan exited Yilongxian. Nowadays, renting a car is quite convenient. He quickly booked a BMW sedan through his phone. Upon arriving at the train station, Lin Fan waited a few minutes before finally spotting Lin Shuyan and her companions. In addition to Lin Shuyan, there were 2 men and a woman, all holding suitcases as they prepared to start their jobs. Lin Fan, sister. Lin Shuyan scrutinized Lin Fan for a while before smiling. You've become more handsome in the 2 months since we last met. Lin Fan smiled back. Although Lin Shuyan was not his biological sister, they had grown up together, fostering a strong bond. Let me introduce you. These 3 are my friends. This is Ding Lei, this is Chun Meilin. And this is Chapter 12, a bottle of wine worth hundreds of thousands. Lin Shuyan introduced Lin Fan to her friends. All 4 had been hired by the same company and would begin work the next day. I'm so hungry. Shuyan, why don't we go eat first? Chun Meilin suggested. Ding Lei added, I happen to have a friend who owns a restaurant nearby. Why don't we eat there? It's not far. Having spent several hours on the train, they were quite famished. There's no need. I've already made a reservation. Just follow me. Lin Fan replied. And sister, I'll arrange a place for you to stay shortly. Ding Lei questioned. Didn't your sister say you haven't found a job yet? You're not planning to treat us to fast food, are you? I can't stand that. From Ding Lei's tone, it was evident he held Lin Fan in low regard. Chun Meilin shot Lin Fan a disdainful look and chimed in. I don't want fast food either. Lin Shuyan displayed a helpless expression. Her 2 friends came from well-off families and were indeed quite particular about dining. Since I've already made the reservation, let us make do, Lin Shuyan urged. Apart from Lin Shuyan, the other 3 were reluctant. Lin Fan, however, offered no further explanations and led them away from the train station. With Lin Fan, there were 5 of them in the rented sedan, making it feel somewhat cramped. Lin Fan focused on driving, while Lin Shuyan gazed out at the passing scenery. After a while, she curiously asked, Lin Fan, where are you taking us to eat? Lin Fan smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. Since you just graduated and haven't found a job yet, don't take us somewhere too extravagant. Lin Shuyan expressed concern over potential excessive spending. To be honest, sister, I made some money from business recently. Lin Fan did not directly mention his wealth exceeding 100 billion. Even if he did, Lin Shuyan likely wouldn't believe it. What kind of business? Lin Shuyan inquired with heightened curiosity. Catering. Ding Lei in the back seat suddenly interjected. What catering? You're not delivering takeout, are you? Lin Fan merely smiled without answering. Lin Shuyan became a bit irritated. Ding Lei, if you don't want to talk, no one will mistake you for a mute. Don't take it the wrong way. I was just joking with your brother. Ding Lei quickly changed the subject. By the way, Shuyan, I noticed a nearby hotel with discounted rooms. Should I book one for you as well? Seeing Lin Shuyan upset, Ding Lei quickly diverted the conversation. No need. Lin Fan said he would arrange it for me. Lin Shuyan replied. Ding Lei seemed unimpressed. To him, even if Lin Fan arranged something, it would hardly be a good place. It would be better to find a place on their own. Ultimately, the 3 of them booked a hotel online. 20 minutes later, here we are. Lin Fan parked the car and was the first to exit. Lin Shuyan grabbed her luggage and looked at the elegant Yilongxian restaurant before her, puzzled. Lin Fan, you're not actually inviting us to eat here, are you? It looks so upscale. Lin Fan nodded affirmatively. Ding Lei frowned. You must be joking. This Yilongxian is a very famous restaurant in Modu and has even hosted foreign leaders. Ordinary people can't just walk in. To dine here, one generally needs to make a reservation in advance. And Lin Fan, do you even have that much money? Having visited Modu a few times, Ding Lei was somewhat knowledgeable about the place. He couldn't believe that Lin Fan had the means to bring them here for a meal. Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit rushed out from the entrance of Yilongxian and approached Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, you have finally returned. The individual in question was, of course, Lu Bin, the manager of Yilongxian, who had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Lin Fan nodded and turned to his sister, Lin Shuyan. Sister, let's first stow our luggage. We're off to dine. Just place it on the ground. I will have someone assist you. Lu Bin, being an astute man, promptly summoned several servers from Yilongxian to help with the luggage. Lin Shuyan was bewildered. Why are we dining here? In such service? Wait. That man referred to Lin Fan as Mr. Lin and exhibited such deference. What is going on? Ding Lei and the others were equally perplexed. clearly unprepared for such an occurrence. It appeared that Lin Fan had indeed secured a reservation here, and his status seemed to be rather remarkable, eliciting utmost respect from the staff. Before Lin Shuyan and her companions could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Fan had already entered Yulangshuan. Lin Shuyan hurriedly followed, asking, "Lin Fan, what is happening? Who was that person?" This was her first time visiting such an upscale restaurant. Lin Fan chuckled. "I can see you have many questions. Let us discuss them after we eat." He himself had yet to have lunch and was quite hungry. Ding Lei and the others trailed behind Lin Fan, their gazes toward him transforming. The fact that Lin Fan could secure a table here, coupled with the earlier man's demeanor, indicated that Lin Fan indeed possessed some influence. Upon entering the elevator, Lin Fan swiftly led them to the most lavish private room in Yulangshuan. The opulent decor left Lin Shuyan and her companions utterly speechless. At that moment, the servers began to present the dishes. There were over a dozen, each exuding delightful aromas. "Mr. Lin, these dishes were specially prepared for you by Manager Liu." A young female server presented the menu to Lin Fan. "Sister, please feel free to order. No need to be modest." Lin Shuyan took the menu, glancing at the exorbitant prices, and hesitated to order anything. Ding Lei and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads before returning the menu to Lin Fan. With a sigh, Lin Fan added a few dishes himself. "This should suffice. We wouldn't want to waste food." Lin Shuyan quickly calculated the cost of the dishes, realizing they totaled over 10,000 yuan. She couldn't help but wonder if her brother had suddenly become wealthy. "Let us eat. It's actually my first time dining here as well." Lin Fan smiled. "Mr. Lin, we also have 2 bottles of wine. Shall we open them?" The server presented 2 bottles of Macallan M. "Open them." Lin Fan replied. "Wait." Ding Lei interjected upon recognizing the bottles. "Those are Macallan M, each worth 18,000 yuan. Lin Fan, you didn't order these." If Lin Fan couldn't afford the bill, they would be in dire straits. The 2 bottles combined were over 300,000 yuan. The server explained, "Oh, these 2 bottles were brought over by Manager Liu. He said they were a gift for Mr. Lin." "A gift?" Ding Lei was even more astonished. "My goodness, who is this Lin Fan? How is it that someone would present him with wine worth tens of thousands?" "It's fine. Open them. Let my sister have a taste." Lin Fan, whether a gift or a purchase, was unfazed by the cost. Chapter 13, The Presidential Suite. Lin Shuyan remarked, "I don't have a strong tolerance for alcohol, but I suppose a taste wouldn't hurt. This wine must be quite expensive, right?" Lin Shuyan was not well versed in wines. 18,000 a bottle? Would you call that expensive? Ding Lei shook his head. "It's even pricier than that 1982 La Fight." Upon hearing that price, not only Lin Shuyan, but also Chun Meilin and the others were taken aback. They had just started working, earning only a few thousand yuan a month. This meant that even a year of hard work wouldn't afford them a bottle of such wine. Heavens, the world of the wealthy is utterly insane. Lin Fan, I truly apologize for earlier. Ding Lei took the initiative to apologize, realizing he could no longer afford any semblance of disrespect. At this juncture, even the dimmest of minds would deduce that Lin Fan's status was extraordinary. Fortunately, Lin Fan bore no grudge. Lin Shuyan found herself unable to fathom her brother and quietly asked, "Lin Fan, that person at the door must be the manager, right?" "Indeed. Then why would he present you with such expensive wine? What is your relationship?" Lin Fan responded, "Sister, what if I told you that Yulangshuan belongs to me? Would you believe it?" Lin Shuyan shook her head in disbelief. "I can't believe that you could possibly purchase such a grand and exquisite establishment." "Well then, sister, perhaps it's best you refrain from asking. You wouldn't believe me anyway." Just then, the server poured the wine into glasses. After a sip, Chun Meilin's gaze toward Lin Fan grew increasingly unabashed, casting flirtatious glances in his direction. Lin Shuyan nudged Chun Meilin, warning, "Hey, you have a boyfriend. Don't entertain thoughts about my brother." Chun Meilin replied, "Shuyan, how did I not notice before? Your brother is quite handsome. We're friends. If we could become something more, wouldn't that be even better?" While his looks were one thing, Chun Meilin was primarily attracted to Lin Fan's connections. The fact that someone was willing to gift him wine worth tens of thousands was a testament to his significance. "Get lost. My brother wouldn't be interested in you." Half an hour passed, and they were all thoroughly satisfied. They had never indulged in such a feast, considering that exquisite dishes should not go to waste. Moreover, there may not be another opportunity to dine here, so they naturally savored every bite. Noticing that Ding Lei was still fixated on the wine bottle on the table, Lin Shuyan said, "Just a little is enough. Why do you still want more? Have you developed a taste for it?" Ding Lei clarified, "No, I want that wine bottle. This is probably the most expensive wine I will ever have in my life. It's a story I can tell forever." Ding Lei stood up, boldly asking, "Lin Fan, may I take that wine bottle?" Lin Fan, at a loss for words, replied, "Sure, take it. It's just an empty bottle. It's of no use to me." As for the unopened bottle, Lin Fan intended to take it home for leisurely enjoyment later. Thank you. Ding Lei grasped the bottle like a prized possession. Ding Lei, you've had too much to drink. Lin Shuyan sighed in exasperation. Well, since I'm full, it's time for me to head back. Lin Fan stated, Sister, I've arranged accommodation for you. Someone will be here shortly to pick you up. If you find yourself bored tonight, I'll take you out for some fun. Lin Fan escorted everyone out of the private room and to the entrance of Yalongshuan. Shortly thereafter, a black Lincoln pulled up at the curb. It was the staff from Baihao Hotel, for Lin Fan had already instructed them to reserve a room. Lin Fan, I'll be off now. Lin Shuyan climbed into the car, and her 3 friends conveniently joined her. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a nearby Baihao Hotel. As Lin Shuyan stepped out, hotel staff emerged to greet her. Miss Lin, the presidential suite is ready. Please follow us. A presidential suite? You must be mistaken, Lin Shuyan exclaimed, utterly astonished. In accordance with the specifications of the Baihao Hotel, the presidential suite must cost over 10,000 yuan per night. How could she possibly afford such luxury? There must be some mistake. This was arranged by Mr. Lin. Miss Lin, here is your room key. Mr. Lin also mentioned that you may stay here for as long as you wish. Lin Shuyan accepted the room card. Utterly astonished that Lin Fan would arrange for her to occupy the presidential suite. What on earth is his true status now? Lin Shuyan was rife with curiosity. No, she must seek out Lin Fan tonight for clarification. Upon hearing that Lin Shuyan was residing in the presidential suite, Ding Lei and his companions were filled with regret. Originally, Lin Fan had prepared accommodations for them as well. Even if it had been a luxury room, that would have been quite satisfactory. Yet, they had declined. Shuyan, are you not afraid to stay here alone? Allow me to keep you company, Chen Meilin said, linking arms with Lin Shuyan. She, too, was eager to experience the presidential suite. Moreover, she wished to extract more information about Lin Fan from Lin Shuyan. All signs pointed to Lin Fan being an exceedingly wealthy man. This is a 5-star hotel, secure and well-guarded. What is there to fear? Chen Meilin replied. I mainly want to accompany you for shopping tonight. Well then, it is settled. Do not think I am unaware that you have your sights set on my brother. Lin Shuyan directly called her out. You have a boyfriend now. Do not bring misfortune upon my brother. I merely wish to befriend your brother. Chen Meilin explained. I do not believe you. Meanwhile, Lin Fan instructed LV Bin to be the driver, returning to the estate in that Koenigsegg. Upon arriving at his room, Lin Fan glanced at his phone and noticed someone had added him on WeChat. My name is Zhang Lily. Shall we have dinner together tonight? Upon seeing the verification message, Lin Fan clicked to accept. It seemed this Zhang Lily was indeed the girl his mother had introduced. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Fan replied, Please set the time and place. Let us meet at the Mia Western restaurant at 8 o'clock. Do not be late. Initially, Lin Fan felt a tinge of anticipation. But upon hearing her choice, all favorable impressions dissipated. Mia Western restaurant was a high-end establishment, and for their first meeting, she chose such a venue. Was this some sort of test? Nevertheless, Lin Fan chose not to decline. Since it was arranged by his mother, he would simply go along with it. Time flew swiftly as night enveloped the land. Lin Fan did not drive the Koenigsegg, but donned a helmet and set out on his beloved Ducati motorcycle. Riding my cherished little motorcycle, I shall never face traffic jams. Lin Fan hummed a tune as he sped towards Mia Western restaurant. The Ducati, deserving of its reputation as the Ferrari of motorcycles, showcased a flawless design, ensuring Lin Fan remained the most eye-catching figure on the street. In the bustling metropolis, motorcycles were a rare sight due to the complexities of registration procedures. However, as Lin Fan's motorcycle was acquired through the system, all documentation was naturally in order. Chapter 14, Blind Date. Upon arriving at Mia Western restaurant, Lin Fan realized he was already late. After parking his bike, he sent a message to Zhang Lily to confirm the location. Entering the establishment, Lin Fan spotted Zhang Lily at a window-side table. She stood around 1.7 meters tall, with a slender figure, her face adorned with makeup that lent her a somewhat alluring appearance. You must be Zhang Lily, right? My apologies for the delay. Zhang Lily glanced at Lin Fan with impatience. Why are you so late? I have been waiting for quite a while. Although Lin Fan was undeniably handsome, Zhang Lily felt that looks alone were insufficient, especially since he had arrived late for their first meeting. Such a person deserved to be single. My fault. Lin Fan chuckled as he took a seat. Shall we order something to eat first? Let us wait a moment. Zhang Lily replied haughtily. Since we are here for a blind date, I have some questions that need clarification. Go ahead. Lin Fan poured himself a glass of water. I heard from your mother that you have made some money in business. Is that correct? I have made a bit, but not a lot, Lin Fan replied, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. He had no intention of revealing the truth, especially since he held no affection for Zhang Lily. I do not have high demands. After marriage, all finances must be entrusted to me, and you cannot interfere. Furthermore, you must purchase a house in the metropolis. A car is also necessary, but it need not be extravagant. Around 200,000 will suffice. What do you think? Lin Fan was left speechless. It was his first encounter with such absurd demands. After marriage, she would control the finances, and he would have no say. What if she were to engage in an affair? In the metropolis, purchasing a house? Please. I currently own a 20 billion yuan estate. Why would I need to buy a house? As for a car, honestly, a 200,000 yuan vehicle would hardly suit Lin Fan's current status. Noticing Lin Fan's silence, Zhang Lili remarked, in the metropolis, my requirements are quite reasonable. You must understand that finding a girlfriend has become increasingly difficult. Lin Fan shook his head. I am sorry, but I cannot agree to your terms. If that is the case, then we need not waste each other's time. Zhang Lili said, visibly irritated, as she grabbed her bag and stood to leave. Had she known this would transpire, she would not have come. Lin Fan made no attempt to retain her, as he was not fond of women who were excessively materialistic. Excuse me, sir, is that motorcycle in the parking lot yours? A restaurant staff member approached Lin Fan. Yes, it is. What is the matter? Oh, it seems your motorcycle is blocking the way. Could you please move it? Lin Fan retrieved the key to his Ducati. Would you mind moving it for me? The staff member appeared hesitant. Sir, your Ducati is quite valuable, over 1 million. What if I accidentally damage it? Lin Fan extracted a few hundred yuan notes from his wallet and handed them to the staff member. It is all right. Please just move it. Consider this a tip. The staff member, taken aback by Lin Fan's generosity, accepted the key. Thank you, sir. The staff member smiled as they went to move the motorcycle. Zhang Lili, who had intended to leave, changed her mind upon hearing the motorcycle's worth of over 1 million yuan. Initially, she had thought Lin Fan was not wealthy, which explained her earlier demands. However, the situation had changed. If Lin Fan could afford such an expensive motorcycle, it indicated he was indeed affluent. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Lili smiled and sat back down. Lin Fan, I was merely joking earlier. Please do not take it to heart. Honestly, I find you quite satisfactory. Zhang Lili felt satisfied, but Lin Fan could never harbor feelings for her. Moreover, upon Zhang Lili standing, Lin Fan uncovered a significant secret. She was pregnant. Although slender, her belly was slightly rounded, unmistakably indicating she was at least 3 months along. Good grief, was she seeking a sugar daddy? I have a query, and I hope you can respond truthfully, Lin Fan remarked. The more Zhang Lili gazed at Lin Fan, the more she felt satisfied. Not only did this young man possess striking good looks, but most importantly, he was also quite affluent. What is the question? Zhang Lili inquired, her face radiating joy. Are you pregnant? Lin Fan was curious to see how Zhang Lili would respond. To his surprise, Zhang Lili admitted it outright. Yes, I am over 3 months pregnant. Lin Fan, once we are married, my child will be yours. Lin Fan's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. This woman spoke of taking responsibility with such refreshing nonchalance. What audacity! A 2-for-1 deal? A second-hand acquisition? Any man who marries this woman would likely face a mental breakdown. Noticing Lin Fan's silence, Zhang Lili furrowed her brow. What's wrong? Do you find me undesirable? If that's the case, I can always forego this child. Lin Fan was rendered speechless and opted for silence instead. Zhang Lili was undoubtedly the most shameless woman Lin Fan had ever encountered, and there was no contender in sight. Seeing that Lin Fan remained unresponsive, Zhang Lili suggested, since we've just met, let us not discuss marriage for now. Let us enjoy some food first. She grabbed the menu, perused it for a moment, then called over the waiter to place an order. There would be plenty of time ahead. And Zhang Lili felt confident, about 70% sure, that she could win Lin Fan over. Since Lin Fan was so wealthy, they absolutely had to indulge in a lavish meal this evening. Without hesitation, Zhang Lili selected the most expensive items on the menu. After all, Lin Fan was footing the bill, so she didn't need to worry too much. Zhang Lili scoured the entire menu, ordering nearly 10 dishes, including Australian lobster and caviar, racking up a total of almost 20,000 yuan. It seemed Zhang Lili truly viewed Lin Fan as a cash cow. Even if Lin Fan ultimately found her unappealing, she would not be at a loss. Lin Fan, what would you like to eat? I'm not hungry. Just a glass of orange juice will suffice. Lin Fan was aware of Zhang Lili's ulterior motives and chose not to expose them. However, there was no way she could trap him. By the way, Lin Fan, you drive such an expensive motorcycle. You must have a residence in the city as well, correct? Lin Fan promptly retrieved the property deed for his estate and placed it on the table. This is my home. Zhang Lili took the deed and examined it. And upon seeing the square footage, she was utterly elated. Over 2,000 square meters. Am I seeing things? Zhang Lili was astounded. If this property deed was authentic, then Lin Fan was undoubtedly a bona fide millionaire. Lin Fan, how about after dinner? You take me to your house for a visit? No problem. Chapter 15. The unfortunate Zhang Lili. Lin Fan merely agreed verbally. He had no desire to engage further with a woman like Zhang Lili. Before long, the dishes Zhang Lili had ordered were delivered. She took out her phone to snap photos. Such a delightful event certainly warranted sharing on social media. Lin Fan ignored her, sipped his orange juice, and then stood up. I'm going to the restroom. I'll be back shortly. Lin Fan planned to make his escape, leaving Zhang Lili to deal with the bill on her own. Go ahead. Zhang Lili waved her hand, oblivious to Lin Fan's intention to leave. Lin Fan turned around. He did not head to the restroom, but rather went to settle the bill. Of course, he only paid for the orange juice. The other dishes were Zhang Lili's orders, and he had no obligation to cover them. Lin Fan was no fool. He certainly wouldn't allow Zhang Lili to manipulate him. Thus, Lin Fan exited the Mia Western restaurant and rode away on his Ducati. Unbeknownst to Zhang Lili, he had left. At that moment, she was busy eating and posting on social media. Lily, how could you go to such a delightful place without inviting us? That's rather inconsiderate. Lily, are you on a date with some big boss? Australian lobster and caviar. My mouth is watering just looking at it. As she read the comments on her post, Zhang Lili's vanity was immensely gratified. Once she successfully entangled Lin Fan, she could indulge in extravagant meals every day. However, after a few minutes passed, Lin Fan still had not returned. Zhang Lili finally sensed something was amiss. Excuse me, have you seen the gentleman who was sitting across from me? Zhang Lili called over a nearby waiter. Well, that gentleman has already left. Left? Zhang Lili fumed, grabbing her phone to call Lin Fan. How could he leave without a word? It was utterly outrageous. Zhang Lili dialed several times, but no one answered. When did he leave? The more she pondered, the angrier she became. It's been about 10 minutes. That gentleman settled the bill before he left. That's a relief. Upon hearing that Lin Fan had settled the bill, Zhang Lili finally breathed a sigh of relief. She usually spent money like water, her credit card maxed out, and she had not a single penny on her at the moment. If she had to pay, she truly would not be able to manage it. That gentleman said he only ordered a glass of orange juice, so he only paid for the juice. Upon hearing the waiter's last remark, Zhang Lili nearly fainted from rage. Lin Fan, you scoundrel. Zhang Lili was on the verge of tears as she stared at the lavish dishes on the table, feeling utterly helpless. She had intended to take advantage of Lin Fan, but instead found herself in a dire predicament. What now? These dishes are so expensive. What will I do about the bill? I didn't bring any money. Can I owe you for now? Zhang Lili spoke in a pleading tone. She vowed to settle the score with Lin Fan once she stepped outside. She had forgotten that she had ordered all these dishes herself. That is certainly not possible. The waiter retorted skeptically. Miss, you aren't suggesting you intend to dine and dash, are you? I have no money. How about this? I can stay and wash dishes for you. The waiter glanced at the bill and replied, the total for these dishes is nearly 20,000 yuan. Even if you wash dishes for half a year, it wouldn't be enough to cover it. Zhang Lili burst into tears. Forget it. I'll borrow money from a friend. Lin Fan strolled around the outskirts for a while, then grabbed a bite to eat before returning to the estate. The manor was tranquil. Lin Fan took a hot shower and was just about to lie down to rest when Zheng Xiaoqing arrived. Mr. Lin, I need to discuss something with you. Xiaoqing, why are you still awake at this hour? If it's work-related, let us discuss it tomorrow. Zheng Xiaoqing replied. This matter is rather urgent. Then please, go ahead. Zheng Xiaoqing explained. This afternoon, I found an investment company I'm interested in and would like to acquire it directly. After all, re-registering would be quite troublesome and time-consuming. What do you think, Mr. Lin? Zheng Xiaoqing was indeed a strong woman. Still thinking about investment matters at such a late hour. Let us proceed as you suggest. Lin Fan did not say much. After all, Zheng Xiaoqing was the expert in this area. All right, I'll prepare a plan for you tomorrow. How much would it take to acquire the company? Lin Fan inquired. It will require about 50 million, and additionally, I have 2 promising projects in mind that may need substantial funding. Zheng Xiaoqing patiently awaited Lin Fan's response, fully aware that it might be somewhat challenging for him to procure such a substantial sum of money in one go. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan replied, I possess 300 million in cash. If that proves insufficient, you can use the equity of the Baihao Hotel as collateral at the bank. Zheng Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback, then solemnly nodded, I will handle this matter. Mr. Lin, I shall take my leave now. Good night. Wait, Xiaoqing, I've noticed you running about. It must be exhausting. Why not move into the manor? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Zheng Xiaoqing's cheeks flushed. Mr. Lin, could it be that you have taken a fancy to me? Do not misconstrue. I merely see how fatigued you are. Furthermore, there are numerous vacant rooms in the manor that would go to waste. If you reside here, it would also facilitate future work reports. I shall consider it. With a reddened face, Zheng Xiaoqing departed. Indeed, Lin Fan's words could easily be misinterpreted. At dawn, Lin Fan arose and activated the system for a lottery draw. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have won a school district property. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a Hazeman crystal piano. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won 5 million Huaxia coins. A school district property? Lin Fan double-checked and confirmed it was indeed an entire building, not merely a unit. This property comprised 80 units, valued at several hundred million. The Hazeman Crystal Piano, a $2 million masterpiece designed and crafted by top-tier Chinese artisans, was also among his winnings. Naturally, Lin Fan had little expertise in music, rendering the piano of limited utility to him. The 5 million Huaxia coins puzzled him as well. It seemed the cash prizes from the system were dwindling. Could it be that the system was running low on funds? As he pondered, his phone rang. Noting it was his mother calling, Lin Fan anticipated inquiries regarding the events of the previous night. He quietly left, leaving Zhang Lili alone in the dining room. Zhang Lili had undoubtedly reported to his mother. However, Lin Fan felt no remorse for his actions. Zhang Lili had ordered her own meal, thus she should bear the cost herself. "Mom, what's the matter?" Lin Fan answered. "Lin Fan, what happened last night?" His mother inquired, her tone stern. Lin Fan recounted the previous night's events without omission. "You say that girl is pregnant?" "I had no idea." His mother expressed her surprise. Had she known the girl was of such character, she would never have introduced them. It appeared that even friends' daughters could be unreliable. Chapter 16, Yang Linlin. Given this incident, it seemed future friendships might be jeopardized. "Mom, please refrain from arranging any more blind dates for me. Matters of the heart often hinge on fate." "Very well, I shall cease my arrangements." After ending the call, Lin Fan changed his attire before stepping out of his room. "Good morning, Mr. Lin," greeted a young maid at the door. Lin Fan turned to glance at her. "I don't recall seeing you before." The maid, of a similar age to Lin Fan, sported a ponytail and possessed exquisite features, a striking beauty. "Mr. Lin, my name is Yang Linlin. I recently took a few days off. How long have you been at the manor?" Lin Fan inquired. "I have been here for 3 months. But you were not present before, Mr. Lin." Yang Linlin's voice was melodious, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Lin Fan scrutinized her once more, choosing not to ask further questions. Indeed, Zheng Xiaoqing had an eye for talent, managing to find such a beautiful maid. Lin Fan proceeded downstairs for breakfast. With the chef now employed at the manor, Zheng Xiaoqing no longer needed to prepare his meals. Additionally, she had hired 2 security guards, ensuring the manor's safety. Zheng Xiaoqing had departed early to discuss the acquisition of an investment company and did not come over. While Lin Fan enjoyed his breakfast, Yang Linlin approached gracefully. "Mr. Lin, a delivery truck has arrived outside with your package." Lin Fan knew it was the piano he had won, instructing, "Please have them bring it inside." Yang Linlin nodded and walked toward the entrance. Shortly thereafter, the Hazeman crystal piano was carried in and placed in a corner of the hall. Truly, it was a luxurious instrument worthy of its $2 million price tag. "Mr. Lin, can you play the piano?" Yang Linlin inquired curiously. Lin Fan shook his head. "I cannot." The system's randomness was indeed peculiar, capable of yielding a piano. "Linlin, can you play?" Yang Linlin replied. "I learned a bit in school, but I've nearly forgotten everything. Why not give it a try?" "Oh, I fear you might laugh at me, Mr. Lin." "How could I?" Yang Linlin hesitated but ultimately sat before the piano, performing Pachelbel's canon variations. Though the rhythm was somewhat unsteady, she managed to complete the piece. "Not bad, Linlin. I never expected you to be so talented." Yang Linlin's face flushed. "Mr. Lin, please do not tease me. I know I did not play well. Sister Xiaoqing is far more accomplished than I. I shall have her play for you." Zheng Xiaoqing indeed possessed a breadth of skills, from dancing to cooking. After finishing his breakfast, Lin Fan took his Ducati and set out to collect the property deed for the school district property. Not long after leaving the manor, he encountered an unfortunate incident. As he approached an intersection, a Volkswagen car collided with him from the side. Fortunately, Lin Fan reacted swiftly, escaping injury. However, his motorcycle was not so fortunate, having been knocked over and severely damaged. The street was bustling with pedestrians who gathered around after the accident. The Volkswagen came to a halt, and a young woman in a white skirt emerged, her expression one of fury. "Hey, do you even know how to drive?" She glared at Lin Fan, brandishing her phone as she live-streamed. "Look at my brand new car. The front is all crumpled." The live streamer lamented the damage to her vehicle, launching a tirade against Lin Fan without hesitation. Lin Fan was at a loss for words. How could his day take such a turn, encountering a reckless driver? At least he was unharmed. "You tell me how we will resolve this," Lin Fan said, cutting to the chase. He understood that reasoning with a woman could be futile. "What else can be done? My car cost over 100,000. You must compensate me." The live streamer had garnered some audience engagement, and her viewers had witnessed the collision unfold live. "Sister Doe, you're so unlucky. A brand new car wrecked already. Streaming the car crash is quite entertaining. Sister Doe, make that guy buy you a new car." The viewers inundated the chat with comments. Yet, Sister Doe paid little heed to them. Her sole focus was on pressing Lin Fan for compensation. Of course, some sensible viewers raised objections. "Sister Doe, you are entirely at fault. You turned when you should have gone straight. Did you even study for your driving test? Just settle this privately." If the police arrive, you'll get points deducted. Compensate me? Lin Fan was amused by the unconventional thinking of the female live streamer before him. Let us call the traffic police to determine the responsibility, he thought, curious about how this woman had managed to obtain her driver's license, as she seemed oblivious to the most fundamental traffic regulations. The live streamer, known as Sister Doe, exclaimed, "I'm in a hurry. Just pay me the money, and let us consider this matter settled." Lin Fan remained silent, and took out his phone to report the incident. At once he helped to call the police. "You must pay today?" Sister Doe was visibly frustrated. Glancing at the barrage of comments, she suddenly panicked, realizing that she might indeed bear full responsibility this time. However, regardless of the mistake, she could not afford to lose face. "The road is so wide. Couldn't you just move to the side?" She continued to berate Lin Fan. He pretended not to hear her and patiently awaited the arrival of the police. "It's clearly your fault, and you still have the audacity to argue?" A few minutes later, the police arrived, and, as expected, the live streamer was deemed fully at fault. "Fine, I accept that. I'll just buy you a new motorcycle." Sister Doe dismissed the value of Lin Fan's Ducati. However, as she uttered those words, her chatroom erupted with comments. "You fool, I just checked. That's a Ducati Superleggera V4. A car worth $1.5 million. Selling it wouldn't even cover your debt. This woman has lost her mind. Everyone, disperse. I can't wait to see Sister Doe go bankrupt. Are you really going to buy me a new bike?" Lin Fan was at a loss for words. "What? Do you look down on me?" Sister Doe snapped. "I earn over $10,000 a month from streaming. Do you think I'm broke?" Lin Fan shook his head, looking at her as if she were foolish. "All right, then you'll compensate for a new one. $1.5 million. Will it be a bank transfer or cash?" $1.5 million? Are you trying to extort me? That old bike isn't worth that much. Who do you think you're fooling?" The live streamer was incredulous, believing Lin Fan was playing a trick on her. "You can look up the price of the Ducati Superleggera V4 online," he replied with a smile. Of course, Sister Doe didn't believe him. But when she glanced at the barrage of comments in her live stream again, her face turned pale. Sister Doe is bold, saying she'll pay for a car worth $1.5 million. Let us see how $1.5 million in cash looks like. The live streamer's hands trembled, yet she still checked the motorcycle's price online. Unsurprisingly, upon seeing the price, she began to weep. Chapter 17, Shock. "Brother, I was wrong. I don't have that much money." With red-rimmed eyes, the live streamer looked at Lin Fan pitifully. Had she known the motorcycle was worth so much, she would never have said those things. "Stop with the useless talk. Just tell me how much you can pay," she said. "I have $30,000 in my bank account. I'll pay you all of it. The cost of repairing the motorcycle should also be covered by my insurance." She dared not mention compensation for a new bike again. $1.5 million would be beyond her means. Lin Fan said nothing more and immediately contacted Ducati's after-sales service. Although the vehicle wasn't severely damaged, it was unrideable and needed to be towed for repairs. After receiving the live streamer's $30,000, Lin Fan departed. He walked to a nearby bus stop, intending to take a bus to retrieve the property deed. Before the bus arrived, a white Mercedes pulled up in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face. "Is that Lin Fan?" The man in the driver's seat greeted him. "Zhang Yong, long time no see." Lin Fan paused, quickly recognizing him. Zhang Yong was Lin Fan's high school classmate, and they had even been neighbors. However, after graduating, Zhang Yong's family moved away. They hadn't seen each other in ages. And if Zhang Yong hadn't called out, Lin Fan might not have recognized him. "Where are you headed?" Zhang Yong asked. "To Jinhu Community." "What a coincidence. I'm also going to Jinhu Community. Don't wait for the bus. Hop in. I'll give you a ride." After a moment of hesitation, Lin Fan got into Zhang Yong's car. As they drove, Zhang Yong turned to ask, "Lin Fan, you've graduated from university, right?" "Yes, just graduated," Zhang Yong remarked. "If you didn't graduate from a prestigious university, it's tough to find a job nowadays." Lin Fan assessed Zhang Yong and replied, "You seem to be doing well. What are you up to now?" "Oh, I run a real estate agency. I can earn about $100,000 a month. See this car? It's not expensive. Just over $300,000. Zhang Yong spoke with pride. For years out of school, achieving such success made him feel accomplished. "Lin Fan, why don't you come work for my company?" "I'm not looking for a job at the moment." Lin Fan declined. Ever since he acquired the system, he intended to live a laid-back life. Working was out of the question. He couldn't imagine doing so in this lifetime. Zhang Yong furrowed his brow. "Not working? Lin Fan, you graduated from university and want to work? What do you plan to do? Live off your parents?" Zhang Yong's expression turned scornful. "I have my own company," Lin Fan clarified. "Are you joking?" Zhang Yong was skeptical. "Lin Fan, I've been out for 4 years and have just started to accumulate some capital. You just graduated. How could you possibly have your own company? Since we're friends, don't try to pull a fast one on me. A grounded approach is what matters." Zhang Yong thought Lin Fan was boasting, and his contempt for him grew. Lin Fan merely smiled. By the way, Lin Fan, what are you doing at Jinhu Community? Do you have friends there? No. I bought a house there, and am going to pick up the property deed. The derision on Zhang Yong's face deepened. Lin Fan, how should I put this? You really know how to brag. Do you have any idea what the property prices in Jinhu Community are? It's a school district, averaging over 80,000 per square meter. Even I can't afford it. You're taking the bus and telling me you bought a house in Jinhu Community? Lin Fan fell silent. Since he was met with disbelief, he felt no need to explain further. Zhang Yong wasn't a bad person, but his vision was too narrow. Lin Fan, listen to me. First, find a job. If not, you can come work with me. No need. Zhang Yong, seeing that Lin Fan was unyielding, ceased to press the matter. Upon reaching Jinhu Community, they both got out of the car. Lin Fan, I have a client to meet about a property. If you're not in a hurry to go back, you can wait for me, and I'll give you a ride later. You focus on your work. Lin Fan ignored Zhang Yong and headed straight for the sales office. This guy is still putting on airs. Zhang Yong shook his head. The properties here cost several million each. Could Lin Fan really afford that? Clearly not. Zhang Yong noticed that the client hadn't arrived yet and decided to follow Lin Fan. He was curious to see what Lin Fan was up to. Upon entering the sales office, Lin Fan found it bustling with people. Today marks the commencement of the property sales, and naturally, a multitude of prospective buyers has gathered. Lin Fan approached the head of the sales department directly, articulating his purpose. Ah, so you are Mr. Lin. Greetings. Upon realizing that Lin Fan was indeed the purchaser of a prestigious educational property, the sales manager dared not exhibit the slightest hint of negligence. After all, he was in the presence of a significant magnate, deserving of utmost attentiveness. Mr. Lin, please, do take a seat in my office while I prepare some tea for you. No need for that. I have come specifically to collect the property deed. The manager chuckled, assuring him that the deed had long been prepared. Mr. Lin, please wait here for a moment. I will fetch it for you right away. Before long, the manager emerged, carrying a large cardboard box. Mr. Lin, please take a look. Everything is contained within. Lin Fan opened the box and inspected its contents. Indeed, it was his property deed. Although it contained a total of 80 properties, Lin Fan's expression remained remarkably composed. While the number of properties was considerable, he could not occupy them all. What mattered more was that the value of these 80 properties paled in comparison to even half of his estate. However, behind Lin Fan, Zhang Yong was experiencing a tempest of emotions. My goodness, this box is filled entirely with property deeds, and they are all in Lin Fan's name. Zhang Yong rubbed his eyes, confirming he had not misread the situation. Lin Fan, how on earth did you acquire so many properties? He gasped, utterly astonished. It was only now that he believed Lin Fan had not been boasting. He had indeed purchased a whole building. Such an acquisition would require several hundred million in funds, an impossibility otherwise. How could Lin Fan possess such wealth? Turning to face the incredulous Zhang Yong, Lin Fan offered no explanation. Just then, a middle-aged man approached Lin Fan with a respectful demeanor. Mr. Lin, what brings you here? It was Zhao Yong. I came to collect my property deed. Lin Fan replied with a smile. Observing the entire box of property deeds, Zhao Yong could not help but chuckle. As expected of Mr. Lin, even purchasing real estate involves acquiring an entire building. What brings you here? Lin Fan inquired. Zhao Yong explained. The properties in Jinhu Community were designed by our Chu Feng Group. I am here at the invitation of Jinhu Real Estate to participate in an event. I would like to introduce you. This gentleman is Gu Yan, the major shareholder of Jinhu Real Estate. And this is Lin Fan, the chairman of Chu Feng Group. The middle-aged man behind Zhao Yong stepped forward and shook Lin Fan's hand, complimenting, Mr. Lin, at such a young age to already be the chairman of Chu Feng Group. Your future is undoubtedly limitless. I must treat you to a meal sometime. Lin Fan merely nodded, choosing not to engage further. With his current status, countless individuals would seek to invite him to dinner. If he were to accept every invitation, it would surely lead to his exhaustion. At this moment, Zhang Yong felt even more astonished. He had never anticipated that Lin Fan was also the chairman of Chu Feng Group, a real estate enterprise valued at 200 billion. This was no fabrication. Zhang Yong was well aware of Zhao Yang's credentials, frequently appearing in the news as the general manager of Chu Feng Group. Remembering his earlier remarks, Zhang Yong felt exceedingly awkward. Compared to a colossal enterprise like Chu Feng Group, his real estate agency was inconsequential. The irony was that he had initially doubted Lin Fan and even offered to introduce him to job opportunities. Overwhelmed by this realization, Zhang Yong suddenly felt a wave of inferiority wash over him. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. No need to see me off. Mr. Lin, take care. With the property deed now in hand, Lin Fan decided it was time to depart. Lin Fan, I apologize for the earlier awkwardness. Where do you reside? Allow me to drive you back. Zhang Yong, regaining his composure, hurriedly pursued Lin Fan. No need. I have a car to return in. You should attend to your own affairs. As Zhang Yong was about to say more, he stepped outside to find a luxurious sports car parked before Lin Fan. It was Zheng Xiaoqing, arriving in a Koenigsegg. Clad in business attire and donning sunglasses, she exuded an aura of elegance. Mr. Lin, what brings you here? Zheng Xiaoqing had just returned to the estate, and, upon receiving Lin Fan's notification, promptly drove over. She felt as though she was rapidly becoming Lin Fan's chauffeur. I came to buy a property. Lin Fan opened the car door and placed the box of property deeds inside. What is this? Zheng Xiaoqing inquired, peering inside. Heavens! This is simply astonishing. It's filled entirely with property deeds. What a fuss! Lin Fan replied, settling into the car. Mr. Lin, with so many properties, do you intend to rent them out? Zheng Xiaoqing endeavored to contain her excitement. Not yet decided. Let's return and discuss. What do I see? A Koenigsegg Neo 1. A limited edition sports car. Lin Fan, is this vehicle yours? Zhang Yong was utterly flabbergasted. He had heard that only 6 of these cars existed worldwide, each valued at over 100 million. Lin Fan nodded affirmatively. I have matters to attend to. We shall converse later. Zheng Xiaoqing pressed the accelerator, and the pair returned to the estate. Watching Lin Fan's car recede into the distance, a bittersweet smile crept across Zhang Yong's face. He had once believed that owning a small company was quite impressive, yet now, sometimes, one truly cannot compare with others. Back at the estate, Lin Fan unloaded the property deeds into his room. With nothing pressing to do, he settled in for a gaming session. Before long, Zheng Xiaoqing sought him out once more. Mr. Lin, the crystal piano you purchased has magnificent sound quality. A friend of mine who is into music expressed interest in coming by to see it. What do you think? Lin Fan, engrossed in his game, did not divert his gaze. I prefer tranquility. Please refrain from bringing everyone to the estate. Zheng Xiaoqing countered. My friend is female, quite beautiful, and notably single. Lin Fan lifted his gaze to meet hers. In truth, I am more fond of lively gatherings. When will your friend be arriving? Zheng Xiaoqing shot him a disapproving glance. This evening. So, you are in agreement then? Lin Fan chuckled. It's merely a matter of seeing the piano. It's no trouble. If you have other single friends, feel free to bring them along. Zheng Xiaoqing was at a loss for words. I, a single beauty, stand before you, and you are not swayed? You even wish for me to bring more friends. How optimistic of you. Lin Fan spent the entire day at the estate. As night fell, Zheng Xiaoqing finally arrived with her friend. Wow, this estate is enormous. Zheng Xiaoqing's friend exclaimed. You are a little wealthy heiress, if you like it. You could buy one in the future. Come inside. I will show you the piano. Zheng Xiaoqing led Song Shui'er into the hall. Upon seeing the crystal piano, Song Shui'er immediately sat down, mesmerized. After testing the sound, she beamed with delight. I have never played such an exquisite piano. If only it were mine. Zheng Xiaoqing remarked. This crystal piano is the only one of its kind in the world. If you like it, I can inquire with Mr. Lin on your behalf. How much did he pay for it? I believe it was over 20 million. Upon hearing this price, Song Shui'er's expression immediately wilted. Forget it. I cannot afford that. A regular piano costs over 10,000 at most, and this crystal piano is worth over 20 million. It is truly beyond the reach of ordinary people. Lin Fan felt a bit drowsy as he lay in bed, surrendering to slumber. However, the enchanting sound of a piano wafting from downstairs roused him from his slumber. After tidying his attire, Lin Fan descended the stairs. Upon observing Song Shui'er seated before the piano, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Indeed, was this not the renowned star, Song Shui'er? Although she may not be at the pinnacle of stardom, her beauty could undoubtedly be described as captivatingly exquisite. Moreover, Song Shui'er was a celebrated singer in Huaxia. Lin Fan happened to be an admirer of hers. Unfortunately, since her debut, she had reached the height of her career. Yet in recent years, her artistic output had dwindled significantly. Are you Song Shui'er? Lin Fan asked, staring blankly at her. Song Shui'er smiled and nodded. Mr. Lin, I never expected you to know my Shui'er. She exclaimed. Who is he? She inquired, looking at Lin Fan with curiosity. Oh, he is the owner of this estate. Lin Fan, Mr. Lin. Zheng Xiaoqing introduced. Mr. Lin is quite young, Song Shui'er remarked, a hint of surprise evident as she regarded Lin Fan a moment longer. It must be said, Lin Fan was indeed handsome, and more importantly, he exuded a unique charm that was far beyond what the usual young idols in the entertainment industry could muster. No need for formality, just call me Lin Fan. He replied with a smile. By the way, Song Shui'er, I have a question for you. A curiosity brewed within Lin Fan. Go ahead. Your singing is so delightful. Why haven't you held any concerts in the past 2 years? And your works have become scarce. Song Shui'er lowered her head, her expression shadowed by melancholy. As if burdened by unspoken thoughts. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. I can tell you, but you must promise not to divulge it. Rest assured, I shall not speak a word. Song Shui'er glanced at Zheng Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, you explain it. Zheng Xiaoqing elaborated. Shuer has encountered issues with her voice, rendering her unable to sing. Yet, to Lin Fan, her voice seemed perfectly fine. He found it hard to believe that perhaps singing excessively could have exhausted her vocal cords. It appears that singing carries its own risks, Zheng Xiaoqing continued. She can speak normally, but she cannot reach high notes. This is why Shuer has gradually faded from the music scene. Affected by her vocal issues, Song Shuer had lost her former confidence and even relinquished her career in entertainment. Lin Fan suggested, if you cannot sing, you could always lip sync. In today's music industry, isn't that quite common? What do you take me for, a mere performer? Song Shuer retorted, her temper flaring. With her fame, if she were to continue holding concerts, she could indeed earn a substantial sum. However, Song Shuer was unwilling to resort to lip syncing. She was a person of principles. My apologies, I merely spoke without thought, Lin Fan said, scratching his nose. Just then, a voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. System detected mysterious energy. Mysterious energy? What on earth is this system? Lin Fan pondered, his brow furrowing in confusion. Mysterious energy locked in. The system continued. At that moment, Lin Fan noticed a blue light illuminating Song Shuer's neck. The mysterious energy could facilitate the upgrading of the system. The host could devise a means to obtain the sapphire necklace adorning Song Shuer. Lin Fan frowned, questioning the utility of upgrading the system. Upon upgrading, the system mall will be accessible, permitting the host to exchange for any item within the mall. Intrigued, Lin Fan's interest in the system mall peaked. Song Shuer, may I have a look at that sapphire necklace you're wearing? Lin Fan inquired. Why do you want to see my necklace? Song Shuer asked, bewildered. Nevertheless, she removed the necklace and handed it to Lin Fan. The sapphire necklace appeared unremarkable, yet the system had detected mysterious energy from it, leaving Lin Fan perplexed. I am quite fond of this necklace. Would you consider selling it to me? Name your price. Lin Fan aimed to acquire the necklace. Not for sale. Song Shuer reclaimed the necklace. 10 million. Lin Fan offered. Song Shuer was taken aback, astonished that Lin Fan would propose such a high price. Seeing her silence, Lin Fan pressed on. 10 million, plus this piano. 20 million. Song Shuer shook her head, stating firmly, even if you offered 1 billion, I would still not sell. This necklace was passed down to me from my grandmother when she passed away. It holds special significance for me. Furthermore, Song Shuer was not in need of money. Xiaoqing, let us go for a late-night snack, Song Shuer said, linking arms with Zheng Xiaoqing. Zheng Xiaoqing cast Lin Fan a helpless glance before departing with Song Shuer. Lin Fan felt quite exasperated. Well, the plan has failed. It seems acquiring that sapphire necklace from Song Shuer is not an easy feat, however. There will be other opportunities. There is no rush. The following morning, lottery draw. The draw was in progress. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a bottle of Chanel perfume. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won an ancient painting from the Ming Dynasty, flowers and birds. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won 200,000 huaxia coins. Perfume? I am not a woman. Why would I need perfume? Out of curiosity, Lin Fan extracted the Chanel perfume and searched for its price online. To his astonishment, this perfume was a luxury item valued over 8 million. Wasteful system. This perfume is worth 8 million. Couldn't you just give me the cash? And as for the ancient painting from the Ming Dynasty, he had no inclination towards collecting. System, could you convert these items into cash? He asked. The system explained. The items drawn by the host are completely random, and the system cannot control it. Lin Fan chose not to pursue the matter further, shaking his head as he got out of bed to have breakfast. Zheng Xiaoqing was busy managing affairs at the investment company and did not arrive until noon. Mr. Lin, the investment company matters are settled. Zheng Xiaoqing beamed. That's good to hear. Lin Fan simply wished to be a hands-off manager. As for other matters, he preferred to remain uninvolved. I have to manage the estate and the new company, Mr. Lin. I am utterly exhausted these past few days. You should treat me, no? You ought to treat the estate staff to a meal. Zheng Xiaoqing corrected him. Sure, I will promptly inform the manager of Yulangshuan to reserve a private room. Zheng Xiaoqing rolled her eyes. Just a simple meal will suffice. No need to go to Yulangshuan. They are all ordinary people, unlike you, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and replied, then you arrange it. I'll cover the bill. All right. Zheng Xiaoqing called the estate's chef and another security guard who was off duty. Besides Zheng Xiaoqing, there were 6 other employees at the estate. Zheng Xiaoqing rented 2 cars. And half an hour later, they arrived at a hot pot restaurant. Today, Mr. Lin is treating everyone. Feel free to order whatever you like. Upon entering the private room, Zheng Xiaoqing announced to the group. Yang Linlin sat beside Zheng Xiaoqing, and Lin Fan noticed her face appeared somewhat pale. Linlin, are you feeling unwell? Mr. Lin, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Yang Linlin replied. She was beautiful and diligent, which left a favorable impression on Lin Fan. As the guests were enjoying their meal, the door to the private room was suddenly kicked open. 5 or 6 individuals barged in with an air of menace. At the forefront was a bald man, his face marred by a scar. It was Strong Brother. He was the one who had wronged me the night before. Zhang Lili pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Fan, her face ablaze with fury. The memory of that night ignited her rage. She had intended to take advantage of Lin Fan, ordering an extravagant meal worth 20,000, only to have Lin Fan flee. Subsequently, she had to borrow money from friends to extricate herself from the restaurant. Returning home, her anger only intensified, but she was unaware of Lin Fan's whereabouts. Fate had conspired against her, and now, as she dined out, she fortuitously encountered him. Indeed, it was a stroke of ill fate. Without hesitation, Zhang Lili summoned her associates, intent on teaching Lin Fan a lesson. The bald man scrutinized Lin Fan, sneering, "You dare to scheme against my woman? Speak up. How are we to resolve this?" Zheng Xiaoqing and the others were taken aback, rising to their feet in alarm. The 2 security guards exchanged glances, positioning themselves protectively in front of Lin Fan. Trained to respond to threats against their employer, they knew their duty. "Mr. Lin," Zheng Xiaoqing said, her voice tinged with fear. "It's all right, step aside." Zhang Lili seethed. "Lin Fan, you will kneel and apologize, and then compensate me with 500,000 in damages. Then we can consider this matter settled." "And if I refuse?" Lin Fan retorted defiantly. "Refuse?" The man known as Strong Brother chuckled coldly. "If you refuse, you'll be leaving here on your hands and knees." His gaze was menacing, clearly indicating he was not to be trifled with. "You can certainly try," Lin Fan replied, unflinching. Zhang Lili scoffed. "I thought you were wealthy. But it turns out you are merely a pretender. A poor fool who can't even afford a meal." She had assumed that Lin Fan, with his expensive motorcycle, must be affluent. Alas, she had miscalculated. "Those dishes were not ordered by me. They are of no concern to me." Lin Fan shrugged nonchalantly. "How dare you expect me, a woman, to foot the bill? Are you even a man?" Zhang Lili was nearly apoplectic with rage. Lin Fan merely laughed it off. In such circumstances, only a fool would allow Zhang Lili to toy with him. "Listen, I will give you one last chance. Kneel and apologize, or I will take matters into my own hands." Strong Brother warned ominously. "Go ahead and try. Let's see who has the last laugh." Lin Fan countered boldly. "Oh, so you're not afraid of death?" Strong Brother remarked. "Do you even know who I am? Everyone on this street knows my name. Go, teach this kid a lesson. Show him why the flowers bloom so red." He commanded his 4 lackeys to charge at Lin Fan. At that moment, the 2 security guards sprang into action, proving their training as they matched the aggressors blow for blow. Yet, Lin Fan proved to be even more formidable. With swift movements, he dispatched 2 of the assailants in mere moments. Strong Brother bellowed in fury, preparing to intervene, but before he could act, Lin Fan seized a nearby wine bottle and brought it crashing down upon Strong Brother's head. Caught off guard, Strong Brother had no time to react before the bottle shattered, sending shards of glass mingled with blood cascading to the floor. He let out a pained cry, retreating to the corner, clutching his head. Meanwhile, the 2 security guards had also subdued 2 more assailants, their admiration for Lin Fan growing stronger with each passing second. "Mr. Lin," the guards called out, positioning themselves behind him. Zheng Xiaoqing and Yang Linlin stood in shock, readying their phones to call the police. Astonished by Lin Fan's prowess in dispatching their attackers with such ease. "Strong Brother, are you all right?" Zhang Lili approached the bald man with trepidation, her earlier confidence shattered. "Do we continue this fight?" Lin Fan taunted, a glint of mockery in his eyes. "Lily, hurry and call for an ambulance. I need to get checked for injuries." Strong Brother feigned distress, aware that he could not overpower Lin Fan, and thus resorted to a different tactic. "Ah, attempting to extort now, are we?" Lin Fan replied, unimpressed. He observed Strong Brother's exaggerated pain and felt compelled to award him an Oscar for his performance. His acting was far superior to that of the so-called stars of the entertainment industry. It was a masterclass in deception. "Do you wish to visit the hospital? Shall I escort you?" Lin Fan approached Strong Brother menacingly. "Kid, don't get too cocky. I have friends who are doctors. I'll have you bankrupt over a concussion." Slap. Lin Fan delivered a sharp blow to Strong Brother's face, and then turned to Zhang Lili, striking her as well. "I detest being threatened. Lin Fan, how dare you strike me?" Zhang Lili seethed, her teeth clenched. "What of it? Should I consult a calendar before I strike?" Lin Fan scoffed. "I will call the police. I will have you checked for injuries." Zhang Lili mimicked Strong Brother's earlier theatrics, her words flowing in a rehearsed manner. Ignoring their bluster, Lin Fan turned to the bystanders. "Did any of you witness me striking anyone?" "Mr. Lin, we saw nothing." They chorused in unison. "Excellent. Effective immediately, your salaries will be doubled." "Thank you, Mr. Lin," they exclaimed, their excitement palpable. Meanwhile, Strong Brother and Zhang Lili wore expressions of dread. At that moment, several more individuals entered through the door. "Zhuang Daqiang, what is the meaning of this? You dare to cause trouble here?" the leading middle-aged man demanded with authority. Mr. Gu, I apologize. I came to settle a personal matter and will leave shortly. Strong brother stammered, clearly intimidated by the newcomer. Ah, Mr. Lin, what a surprise to see you here. Gu Yin recognized Lin Fan and approached him with a respectful demeanor. Lin Fan, too, recognized Gu Yin. They had met just the previous day. Gu Yin was a shareholder in Jinhu Real Estate and the owner of this hot pot restaurant. I came here to dine, but the ambience leaves much to be desired, Lin Fan remarked, shaking his head. Gu Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment, having intended to curry favor with Lin Fan, only to inadvertently leave a negative impression. Damn it. It's all because of Zhuang Daqiang. He thought angrily. How dare you provoke Mr. Lin? Gu Yin struck Strong Brother across the face with a resounding slap. At that moment, Strong Brother's face had swelled, resembling that of a pig's head. Panic washed over him as he observed Gu Yin's deference toward Lin Fan. Could it be that Lin Fan was indeed a person of considerable significance? Mr. Gu, who is he? Strong Brother inquired cautiously. Mr. Lin is the chairman of Chu Feng Group. Zhuang Daqiang. Have you any idea what trouble you've stirred up by crossing Mr. Lin? The mention of Chu Feng Group drained the color from Strong Brothers and Zhang Lily's faces. The chairman of Chu Feng Group? They could scarcely fathom the extent of Lin Fan's influence. Had they known that Lin Fan was a magnate of immense wealth, even 100-fold of their courage would not have compelled them to provoke him. Mr. Lin, how shall we deal with these two? Gu Yin inquired. Lin Fan, I did not mean to offend you. Please spare me. Zhang Lily, her knees buckling, fell to the ground. Mr. Lin, have mercy on us. The bald man began to plead as well. Did you not just say you wanted to verify your injuries? I shall take you there. Mr. Lin, to be struck by you would be an honor for us. One must admit, the bald man's flattery was indeed exceptional. Get lost. And do not let me see you again. Lin Fan had no desire to squander any more time on these two. We are leaving, right away. Subsequently, a comical scene unfolded. The bald man and Zhang Lily actually lay on the ground, their bodies resembling barrels, rolling out of the private room. Mr. Lin, I shall arrange another private room for you. This meal is on me. Gu Yin chuckled. Lin Fan did not decline. After all, he too was hungry. Changing locations would only waste more time. Half an hour later, everyone had their fill. Zheng Xiaoqing rented 2 cars to return with the others. Before Lin Fan could reach the parking lot of the hot pot restaurant, he found himself encircled by a throng of admirers marveling at his Koenigsegg. Chapter 21, The Voice of the Pill. These individuals had never encountered such a luxurious vehicle and were lining up to take photographs. Lin Fan shook his head in exasperation as he squeezed into the crowd. Could you please make way? Young man, do you understand the concept of first come, first served? If you wish to take a picture, you must queue. The displeasure of 2 popular female influencers was evident as they witnessed Lin Fan's intrusion. Though you are handsome, you must wait your turn. Ignoring their remarks, Lin Fan exerted considerable effort and finally managed to push his way through. What are you pushing for? I am taking pictures. A woman, engaged in a live stream, expressed her dissatisfaction when suddenly bumped into. It's you. The female streamer spun around and instantly recognized Lin Fan. This face, she would remember for a lifetime. It's you. Lin Fan too recognized her. Indeed, she was the streamer known as Sister Do. Rumor had it that the previous day, upon learning that Lin Fan's Ducati was worth 1.5 million, she had been so shocked she nearly cried. What a coincidence, Lin Fan remarked. Sister Do shot Lin Fan a glare. Her anger rekindled as memories of the accident resurfaced. Everyone wants to take pictures. You should go to the back of the line. She huffed, her demeanor far from cordial. ISNT that millionaire bro? What a stroke of luck to see him here. Sister Do decided to inquire whether millionaire bro's Ducati had been repaired. With Lin Fan's appearance, the chat in Sister Do's live stream erupted with excitement. Clearly, the viewers recognized Lin Fan. Since the events of the previous day, he had acquired a nickname, Millionaire Bro. Pardon me, but this car is mine. I must take my leave. Sister Do smirked. Are you joking? This Koenigsegg one is priced over 100 million. How dare you claim it as yours? The surrounding crowd echoed disbelief. Young man, do not boast. I could also claim this car as mine. They insisted, if you wish to take a picture. Queue up and stop embarrassing yourself. The audience in Sister Do's stream also expressed skepticism. Did Millionaire Bro drink too much? This limited edition Koenigsegg is likely the only one in all of Huaxia. How could it possibly belong to him? Everyone, make some room. I need to wake him up. Lin Fan, unfazed, produced a set of Koenigsegg keys from his pocket. As he pressed a button, the car's headlights flashed on, and the doors opened automatically. In that moment, the crowd fell silent, staring at Lin Fan in stunned amazement. Their minds were filled with shock and awe. Good heavens, who exactly is this Millionaire Bro? How is it possible for him to drive a luxury sports car worth 100 million? How infuriating to have been duped by Millionaire Bro. Sister Do's live stream exploded with speculation about Lin Fan's identity. Initially, they believed Lin Fan's possession of a 1.5 million Ducati was impressive. Yet here he was with a Koenigsegg 1. Who exactly was this wealthy heir? May I pass now? Lin Fan asked, his expression devoid of emotion. Of course. Sister Do set aside her phone and stepped back. The defiance in her demeanor was replaced by a newfound softness. Others too willingly made way. After all, they could not afford to offend such a prominent figure. Lin Fan entered the Koenigsegg and started the engine. Young man, do you have a moment? I would like to treat you to a meal. A woman with a popular face approached the car, casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Fan. Not interested. Could I at least have your contact information? Lin Fan remained silent, driving off in the Koenigsegg, disinterested in such women. As Lin Fan departed, the crowd gradually dispersed. Yet they continued to speculate about his identity. What a pity, we only managed to take a few photos. If only we could have obtained that handsome guy's phone number. Upon returning to the estate, Lin Fan indulged in another afternoon nap. When he awoke, he discovered that Zheng Xiaoqing had also arrived at the estate. Mr. Lin, are you truly certain about doubling our salaries? She asked. What? Do you think I am jesting? Lin Fan settled onto the sofa, reiterating. Do you believe I cannot afford it? That is not what I meant. I merely wished to confirm, as I am the steward of the estate. Since salary matters fell under Zheng Xiaoqing's purview, she naturally needed clarification. Oh, I almost forgot. Lin Fan recalled something, stating, you can raise others' salaries, but yours shall remain unchanged. What did you say? Zheng Xiaoqing exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Mr. Lin, are you intentionally targeting me? Everyone else's salaries are raised, but mine is not. Zheng Xiaoqing felt her patience nearing its limit. Lin Fan replied, now that matters at the estate are settled, your primary task is to manage the investment company effectively. If you perform well, I shall grant you a share in the company. Zheng Xiaoqing rolled her eyes. The company has just been established, and you are already painting grand visions. You businessman. If you dare to defy your boss, I shall deduct your salary next month. No, Zheng Xiaoqing corrected herself. I was just praising you. Mr. Lin, you are the finest boss in all of Huaxia. Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall step out. Lin Fan intended to go for a drive. Mr. Lin, where are you off to? For a bit of fun. Zheng Xiaoqing shook her head, feeling somewhat resigned. Is this the life of the wealthy? How wonderful. By the way, Mr. Lin, a few days ago you mentioned I could move into the estate. Is that still valid? Given Zheng Xiaoqing's current financial situation, she could not afford to buy a home in the bustling city. Her rental agreement was nearing its end, so she hoped to relocate to the estate. This way, she could save on rent and avoid the daily commute. Of course, it stands. Zheng Xiaoqing declared. Then I shall move my belongings over in the next few days. Here are the rooms. Feel free to choose anyone you like. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Time passes swiftly. Another day has slipped by. This morning, Lin Fan arose rather early. System draw? The lottery is underway. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 20 bottles of Macallan M. Lalique Crystal. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won 1,500,000 Huaxia coins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a good voice pill. This time, Lin Fan did not acquire any assets, but he did receive 20 bottles of Macallan M. Lalique Crystal, which is exquisite liquor valued at over 100,000 per bottle. Should I draw more liquor in the future, I could establish a wine cellar. As for the cash prize of 1,500,000, it left Lin Fan somewhat disheartened, as the cash rewards from the system have been diminishing lately, and he could not discern the reason behind it. System, what is the good voice pill? Chapter 22. Exchange. The good voice pill can elevate a person's vocal quality to its utmost perfection. The system explained. Lin Fan contemplated another possibility and inquired, can it also restore one's voice? Song Shuer's voice had faltered. If he could remedy it, perhaps he could acquire that sapphire necklace. In turn, it would enable a system upgrade. Absolutely, exclaimed the system. That is splendid. Lin Fan wished to contact Song Shuer, but he lacked her contact information. After some thought, he immediately called Zheng Xiaoqing. Lin Fan, calling so early? I'm still not fully awake. Due to matters concerning the investment firm, Zheng Xiaoqing had gone to bed late the previous night, and to her surprise, Lin Fan's call disrupted her slumber. Can't a person get a good night's sleep anymore? Zheng Xiaoqing, please give me your friend Song Shuer's phone number. Why? You call me just for this? Zheng Xiaoqing retorted. Lin Fan, you aren't thinking of pursuing my friend, are you? I must inform you, Shuer is a major star, and there are countless suitors. You stand no chance. So I advise you to save your breath. Zheng Xiaoqing assumed Lin Fan had developed feelings for Song Shuer, which was understandable. Who wouldn't he be enamored by such a stunning beauty? I have a legitimate reason to contact her, so hurry up and stop wasting time. All right, I will send it to you right away. Zheng Xiaoqing hung up the phone, subsequently retrieving Song Shuer's number and sending it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, Shuer is quite busy. She might not even be in Modu right now. Lin Fan disregarded the message and promptly dialed Song Shuer's number. Hello, Song Shuer. This is Lin Fan. Lin Fan. After a brief silence, Song Shuer replied, What is it? Are you still after my necklace? I will not sell that necklace, no matter the price, she declared resolutely. Allow me to propose a trade, Lin Fan suggested. What sort of trade? She asked. I'm in a hurry to fly to Yanjing. I need to board soon. Song Shuer was unaware of Lin Fan's intentions and thus declined outright. I can restore your voice. What did you say? Song Shuer exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Lin Fan, you're not deceiving me, are you? Ever since her voice had faltered, she had sought numerous doctors, yet none had been able to remedy her condition. Initially, she had lost hope, but Lin Fan's words reignited a flicker of optimism. I have no reason to deceive you. However, there is a condition. I require the necklace you possess in exchange. While the good voice pill held no value for Lin Fan, it bore significant potential for Song Shuer. Moreover, she possessed something he desired, making it a perfect trade. Song Shuer fell silent. If Lin Fan had intended to purchase the necklace, she would have refused, for no amount of money could sway her. After all, she was not in need of funds. Yet, if it meant restoring her voice, such an offer was not one she could easily dismiss. Once her voice returned, confidence would follow, and she could reclaim her place in the music industry. May I ask why you specifically desire my necklace? Can't we exchange for something else? Song Shuer queried, puzzled. The sapphire necklace seemed unremarkable. Why was Lin Fan so interested? Aside from the necklace, Lin Fan seemed solely interested in her. Surely he wouldn't dare to ask for her directly? Simply put, I admire that necklace. That is my reason, Lin Fan replied. After another moment of contemplation, Song Shuer acquiesced. All right, I will postpone my trip to Yanjing and meet you immediately. Should you dare to deceive me, I will not let you off easily. Upon hearing her menacing words, Lin Fan chuckled. A half-hour later, Zheng Xiaoqing arrived first. Lin Fan, you're not jesting, are you? You truly can restore Shuer's voice? Zheng Xiaoqing expressed her disbelief. Lin Fan was not a doctor. How could he possess such abilities? It's entirely true. I am not joking, Lin Fan asserted earnestly. Zheng Xiaoqing, intrigued, asked, What method do you possess that can heal Shuer? You will find out soon enough. By the way, why hasn't Song Shuer arrived yet? Lin Fan was beginning to grow impatient. She's on her way. It takes a little time. Zheng Xiaoqing refrained from pressing further. She could discern that Lin Fan was genuinely confident. If he could indeed restore Song Shuer's voice, it would be a remarkable outcome. Ah, Lin Fan, do you also use perfume? Zheng Xiaoqing noticed a bottle of Chanel perfume on the table and picked it up for a closer look. The bottle shimmered, adorned with over 100 gemstones. I don't use it. It's merely for display. This perfume was a prize Lin Fan had drawn from the system. Valued at over 8 million. Zheng Xiaoqing opened the bottle, and soon, a captivating fragrance filled the entire hall. How delightful. Lin Fan, I have never encountered such a splendid scent. Zheng Xiaoqing instantly fell in love with the aroma. If you like it, take it. It's of no use to me. Really? Zheng Xiaoqing exclaimed with delight. How much does this perfume cost? I shall buy it. Lin Fan regarded her with a quizzical expression. Sister, this perfume is worth over 8 million. Are you truly willing to spend that much? Why are you silent? Zheng Xiaoqing felt bewildered and pulled out her phone to check the price of the perfume online. Soon, her complexion changed dramatically. My goodness, this perfume costs over 8 million. The fragrance was crafted by the world's top perfumers, and the bottle itself was quite valuable. Zheng Xiaoqing hastily returned the perfume to its place. With her current salary, she could never afford it, even if she worked her entire life. Indeed, the items in Lin Fan's household are not inexpensive, she mused, realizing she had been rather naive. Feel free to take it if you like. It's merely a decorative item to me. No, I am not worthy. Zheng Xiaoqing shot Lin Fan a disapproving glance. Such an expensive item could not be taken lightly. It was not until Lin Fan and Zheng Xiaoqing finished breakfast that Song Shuer finally arrived. Given the distance of her home from the estate, it took her considerable time. Shuer, would you like something to eat for breakfast? Zheng Xiaoqing ushered Song Shuer into the manor. No need, I want to see Lin Fan. Song Shuer could hardly contain her impatience. Lin Fan is in the hall, don't rush. Zheng Xiaoqing reassured her. How could she not be anxious? In her quest to remedy her voice, she had lost track of how many doctors she had consulted. Lin Fan, I have brought the necklace. What about my voice? Upon meeting Lin Fan, Song Shuer wasted no time in getting to the point. Adorned in a pristine white gown, she exuded elegance and a touch of nobility. As I mentioned over the phone, I will restore your voice, and in return, you shall hand me the necklace. Chapter 23, An Incident with Song Shuer. I hope you're not deceiving me. After a moment of contemplation, Song Shuer proposed, how about this? If you truly can restore my voice, I will give you the necklace. However, you must agree to an additional condition. Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback. Did we not come to an agreement just now? You are raising the stakes. Song Shuer replied. My request is rather simple. You must accompany me home and pose as my boyfriend. Like many, Song Shuer faced the relentless pressure of her elders regarding marriage. However, given her privileged background, her relatives had certain expectations for her partner. According to Zheng Xiaoqing, Lin Fan was the chairman of Chu Feng Group, a position that carried considerable weight. Furthermore, Lin Fan's handsome appearance would certainly help her navigate familial expectations. So, what do you think? Is this request too much? After a moment of reflection, Lin Fan agreed. All right, it is settled. He produced a modest-looking pill from the system and handed it to Song Shuer. This is the medicine. Take it, and you shall be cured. Song Shuer scrutinized the unassuming little pill, her brows furrowing. Is it truly that simple? Of course. If there is no effect within a day, I shall give you the manner. Lin Fan proclaimed with unwavering confidence. He believed that anything produced by the system must be of exceptional quality. I do not want a manner. If it fails, I shall hold you accountable. Song Shuer took the pill. Lin Fan, I am curious, what exactly does this pill do? I hope it won't cause any issues. Zheng Xiaoqing expressed her concern, aware that Lin Fan was not a doctor. Rest assured, it is a family secret. And one pill will suffice. Lin Fan reassured them. Without further hesitation, Song Shuer placed the pill in her mouth and swallowed it. Zheng Xiaoqing stared in disbelief, anxious about potential adverse reactions. Shuer, how do you feel? Zheng Xiaoqing inquired. Song Shuer shook her head. I feel nothing. Of course, it won't work that quickly. Just wait a bit. Lin Fan encouraged. Song Shuer nodded and removed the sapphire necklace from her neck, handing it to Zheng Xiaoqing. You hold on to this for now. If my voice improves, you can pass it on to Lin Fan. Zheng Xiaoqing nodded gently, securing the necklace. All right, let's leave it at that. I believe your voice will return soon. Although Lin Fan was eager to obtain the necklace, he was not in a hurry. I will remain here in the manor. If your voice does not improve, I shall stay. Song Shuer remarked enigmatically. However, by noon, a bored Song Shuer decided to venture out with Zheng Xiaoqing, leaving Lin Fan alone in the manor. In the afternoon, Lin Fan received a call from Lin Shuyan. Since Lin Shuyan began working in the metropolis, they had not been in contact for 2 or 3 days. Sis, how is work going? Lin Shuyan lamented. Don't mention it. I quit. Lin Shuyan had joined a large company, hoping to make her mark. Unfortunately, she encountered the infamous unspoken rules. Her superior was an old lecher who frequently suggested that compliance would lead to promotions and salary increases. Feeling utterly disgusted, Lin Shuyan reported the situation to the higher-ups. However, her superior had connections within the company, and as a result, Lin Shuyan could no longer remain there. Sis, is someone bullying you? If so, tell me, and I will help you. Lin Shuyan recounted everything that happened at the company, finally sighing. Lin Fan, never mind, I can just find another job. Then come stay with me for now. I will come pick you up. Lin Fan offered. All right, thank you, Lin Fan. There's no need for gratitude. We're family. Lin Shuyan promptly sent her location to Lin Fan. When Lin Fan arrived in his Koenigsegg, Lin Shuyan was stunned. Lin Fan, is this your car? Although Lin Shuyan was not well versed in luxury cars, she could tell that Lin Fan's Koenigsegg was not cheap. Lin Fan nodded and got out to help Lin Shuyan with her luggage. You've become quite the wealthy individual. Lin Shuyan shook her head in disbelief. Once inside the car, Lin Shuyan pressed for details. Come clean. Have you really landed a rich girlfriend? Lin Fan could only smile wryly. Indeed, he had attached himself to a wealthy benefactor, the system itself. Before long, they returned to the manor. Sis, this is where I live, if you like it. You can stay here from now on. Lin Shuyan was taken aback by the grand structures of the estate. If Lin Fan had merely owned an ordinary apartment in the metropolis, she would not have been so astonished. But this was a manor. In a city where every inch of land was precious, anyone able to afford a manor must be extraordinarily wealthy. Lin Fan, I can stay for a few days, but I will leave once I find a job. Also, didn't you mention you had a girlfriend? It wouldn't be convenient for me to stay here long term. Lin Fan clarified. We broke up. Now I live here alone. Condolences are in order. No, I mean, if it's over, then it's over. You should try to move on. Lin Shuyan stumbled over her words. Lin Fan chuckled, leading Lin Shuyan into the hall. Mr. Lin, a maid greeted him at the entrance. Impressive, Lin Fan, you even have staff. Sis, take a look at the rooms and choose one. I'll have someone tidy it up. Lin Fan smiled. I'm indifferent. Lin Shuyan casually picked a guest room. Lin Fan, last time you mentioned Yalongshuan was yours. I believe you now. What other assets do you possess? Lin Fan decided to be forthright. Are you familiar with Baihao Hotel? Of course, you arranged for me to stay there before. Wait, are you saying Baihao Hotel is yours? Lin Shuyan exclaimed in shock. The Baihao Hotel is valued at 15 billion. How is that even possible? And Chu Feng Group is also mine. Lin Shuyan was left speechless by Lin Fan's declaration. Sis, since you studied management, Baihao Hotel is currently seeking a general manager. I could arrange for you to take the position. What do you think? Forget it. I have no experience. I can't be a general manager. How about this? Tomorrow I will take you to Baihao Hotel's headquarters. They should have a suitable position for you. All right. Soon, night fell. In his room, engrossed in gaming, Lin Fan received a phone call from Zheng Xiaoqing. Lin Fan, it's terrible. Schwerer has collapsed. You must come to the hospital immediately. Her voice was laced with urgency. What happened? He inquired, perplexed. I'm not entirely sure, but you should come to the hospital right away. Chapter 24, Song Yuanshan. All right, I'll rush over. Lin Fan quickly clarified the location and hurried downstairs. Lin Fan, are you heading out? Lin Shuyan noticed his anxious demeanor and asked. Yes. I might be gone for a while. Make sure to rest early. With that, Lin Fan grabbed the car keys and set off in his Koenigsegg. The traffic was quite congested, and after 40 minutes, he finally arrived at the city center hospital. Zheng Xiaoqing was pacing anxiously outside the ward, accompanied by a tall, slender middle-aged man whose face was similarly etched with worry. Xiaoqing, how is Song Shuef? Lin Fan inquired with concern. Zheng Xiaoqing furrowed her brow, replying. The doctors are still examining her. The results are not yet in. What on earth is going on? Wasn't Song Schwerer perfectly fine this morning? Lin Fan was baffled. Zheng Xiaoqing lamented, I don't know. I spent most of the day with her. And she was in great spirits until just before we were about to leave, when she suddenly fainted. Could it be a side effect from the good voice pills? But that is impossible. Lin Fan shared her confusion. At this moment, all they could do was await the results of the examination. You're the one who recklessly gave my daughter medication? If anything happens to her, I won't let this go. The middle-aged man erupted in fury, raising his fist and aiming a punch at Lin Fan. Quick on his feet, Lin Fan dodged it. Let us discuss this calmly. There's no need for violence. It was apparent from his words that this man was Song Schwerer's father. Given the circumstances, his agitation was understandable. Zheng Xiaoqing intervened. Uncle Song, we don't have the results yet. It may not be Lin Fan's medication that caused this. Xiaoqing, you too. How could you allow Schwerer to take medication so recklessly? Song Yuanshan was irate. After all, she was his only daughter. Zheng Xiaoqing lowered her head, appearing as though she had erred and refrained from further arguing. My medication cannot possibly be the issue, Lin Fan asserted resolutely. At this point, if my medication is indeed at fault, I would rather leap from this 5th floor. Song Yuanshan scoffed coldly and turned away, choosing silence. Lin Fan, what should we do now? Zheng Xiaoqing asked, anxiety lacing her voice. Rest assured, Song Schwerer will be fine. Lin Fan reassured her, and she nodded, finding solace in his words. Moments later, the ward door swung open, and a female doctor emerged. Doctor, how is my friend? Zheng Xiaoqing was the first to approach. The doctor replied, we conducted a thorough examination, and there is nothing wrong with your friend. Her health is excellent, and she has already regained consciousness. That is wonderful, Zheng Xiaoqing exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Lin Fan exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing the news. Song Yuanshan initially rejoiced, but then queried, Doctor, if my daughter is well, why did she faint suddenly? The doctor pondered briefly and replied, I cannot explain that. We must rely on the examination results for clarity. However, please ensure she does not take medication indiscriminately in the future. The doctor attributed the incident to reckless medication use. Song Yuanshan shot Lin Fan a fierce glare, as if to caution him. Lin Fan chose to disregard it. Doctor, can we go in now? Zheng Xiaoqing inquired. Yes. Zheng Xiaoqing and Song Yuanshan entered the ward first. On the hospital bed, Song Schwerer wore a joyful expression. Upon waking, she discovered that her voice had miraculously returned. After testing a few notes, she found her voice even more melodious than before. How could she not be elated? This meant she could return to the music industry. Schwerer, are you all right? Song Yuanshan rushed into the room, visibly anxious. Dad, Xiaoqing, I'm perfectly fine. There's no need for concern. Though she had fainted moments prior, Song Schwerer felt no discomfort now. With such a significant incident, how could I not worry? Song Yuanshan remained unconvinced. The doctor said I'm fine. I just need to rest. Ah, Lin Fan, you're here too? Song Schwerer noticed him and asked in surprise. Without Lin Fan's medication, it was likely her voice would never have recovered. Seeing her normal complexion, Lin Fan felt relieved. I heard you fainted, so I came to check on you. I'm glad you're well. Lin Fan, thank you. My voice is back. With her voice restored, Song Schwerer appeared more confident. Lin Fan merely nodded, unfazed by the turn of events. Zheng Xiaoqing, standing nearby, shared in her joy. Schwerer, you mean your voice is back? Song Yuanshan questioned skeptically. He had sought many doctors over the past 2 years to help his daughter regain her voice, only to meet with failure each time. It's all thanks to Lin Fan, Song Schwerer declared. That is splendid, Song Yuanshan exclaimed, though he remained skeptical that Lin Fan was the cause of her recovery, especially since Song Schwerer had also been taking other medications. Song Schwerer, since you're fine, I'll take my leave. Lin Fan noted the lingering resentment in her father's gaze and opted to depart. All right, Song Shueter suddenly remembered something and said, Xiaoqing, you should return and give that necklace to Lin Fan. Zheng Xiaoqing nodded and left with Lin Fan. Soon after, Song Shueter completed her discharge paperwork and returned home with her father, Song Yuanshan. Once home, Song Yuanshan remained uneasy and decided to summon an elderly traditional Chinese medicine doctor. Dad, I'm perfectly fine. Why are you bringing a doctor here? Just to be safe, let's have a look. Song Yuanshan insisted. Old Jiang is a renowned physician. Your voice recovering is entirely due to his medicine. In the last half-month, Song Shueter had indeed been taking Old Jiang's remedies, prompting Song Yuanshan to invite him for a consultation. Song Shueter was displeased. Dad, I've told you, my voice was restored by Lin Fan. Impossible. That kid is not a doctor. Song Yuanshan dismissed her claims. Believe what you will. Song Shueter was too weary to argue further. Shortly after, the so-called miraculous doctor, Zhang Linxiang, arrived. Upon learning of Song Shuer's voice recovery, he appeared quite astonished. He was merely a charlatan, and the whole miraculous doctor moniker was fabricated. Yet, Song Yuanshan believed him wholeheartedly. The medications Song Shuer had taken were merely supplements, and Zhang Linxiang aimed to swindle a consultation fee. Logically, those remedies should not have yielded any results. Yet, Song Shuer's voice had indeed returned. Perhaps it was a psychological effect? Chapter 25, Pretending to be a Boyfriend. Old Jiang, you have finally arrived. Please come in. Song Yuanshan exhibited remarkable courtesy. My daughter's voice has improved significantly. I truly appreciate your help. Do not mention it. As a physician, it is my duty to heal and save lives, Zhang Linxiang replied, stroking his white beard, embodying the demeanor of a true healer. Old Jiang, although my daughter's voice has recovered, the future remains uncertain. No one can predict what lies ahead. Therefore, I kindly ask for your assistance once more. Of course. Zhang Linxiang responded, please call your daughter out. Shuer, come out quickly. Song Yuanshan called out. However, Song Shuer had locked herself in her room, feigning ignorance. She had already clarified that it was Lin Fan who restored her voice. Why did her father not believe her? Song Shuer felt an insurmountable barrier in communicating with her father. After several calls, Song Yuanshan, resigned, said, Old Jiang, perhaps you should come back tomorrow. Actually, there's no need for another visit. I have a prescription here. Just ensure your daughter takes it on time. Zhang Linxiang produced a prescription. Thank you, Old Jiang. Song Yuanshan exclaimed with delight upon receiving it. He returned to his study and retrieved an ancient painting. Old Jiang, I present this painting to you. Zhang Linxiang examined the piece and inquired. This painting must be quite valuable, I presume? I purchased it for over 40,000. It is now worth 100,000. Song Yuanshan believed he might require Zhang Linxiang's assistance in the future, hence his generosity. Zhang Linxiang accepted the painting with a smile and departed. One must admit, the wealth of the affluent is indeed easily acquired. Lin Fan, having successfully obtained the sapphire necklace, returned to the manor. System, I have acquired the sapphire necklace. Please upgrade promptly. Lin Fan addressed the system eagerly. At that moment, a blue light emanated from the necklace, swiftly vanishing. Simultaneously, Lin Fan heard the system's voice announcing the upgrade. 25, 45, 65, 85. The system has successfully upgraded to version 20. Starting tomorrow, the likelihood of the host obtaining valuable items increases by 15. Is that it? System, are you jesting with me? What about the promised activation of the system mall for item exchanges? The system replied, the system mall is not yet accessible. You require an additional 9 or 10 energy points. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. However, he was relieved that the necklace he had so diligently acquired was not without merit. At the very least, his chances of obtaining good items had improved. With this thought, Lin Fan found himself looking forward to tomorrow's lottery draw. With a decisive crack, the energy from the sapphire necklace was extracted, causing the gem to lose its luster and shatter. Lin Fan shook his head and discarded the broken necklace. The night swiftly passed. System, let the draw commence. As was his routine, Lin Fan's first action upon awakening was to engage in the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 2 pounds of Imperial Red Robe Tea. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 200 million Huaxia coins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 Pagani Huayra. Lin Fan frowned. Although his chances of obtaining valuable items had increased, it seemed he had not drawn anything particularly remarkable today. Imperial Red Robe Tea is exceedingly rare. Even those with wealth may find it elusive, as it is a case of high value but low market availability. It was reported that just a fortnight ago, this tea fetched a staggering 10 million per pound at auction. The Pagani Huayra, a luxury sports car, is also not inexpensive, valued at 40 million. Since activating the system, Lin Fan had already drawn 3 cars. At this rate, he mused, he could practically establish a luxury car museum. After breakfast, Lin Fan accompanied Lin Shuiyan to the Baihao Hotel in search of employment. However, there were no suitable positions for her. Ultimately, he took her to Chu Feng Group, where the general manager, Zhao Yang, appointed her as the deputy director of the Human Resources Department. Lin Fan drove to the outskirts of Modu for a leisurely stroll. By the time he returned to the manor, it was already midday. Lin Fan, why are you only just returning? Song Shuer had been waiting for him at the manor. You didn't answer your phone. I apologize, my phone happened to be out of battery. Is there something you need? Lin Fan inquired. Song Shuer replied irritably. You promised to pretend to be my boyfriend. Have you forgotten? You mean right now? Lin Fan asked, taken aback. Song Shuer nodded. An annoying fellow has come to my house, and my father particularly likes him. I need you to help me out. From this moment on, you are my boyfriend. Lin Fan felt this was all rather sudden, and he was unprepared. Moreover, he knew that Song Shuer's father did not hold him in high regard. Although it was merely a pretense, he wondered if he would be summarily dismissed upon arrival. I'll go change clothes, he declared. Song Shuer seized his arm, exclaiming, No need to change, we must leave now. By the way, since it's your first visit to my home, you should bring a gift. What should I take? I noticed you have some wine in your study. 2 bottles should suffice. Lin Fan replied. Are you sure you want to take my study's wine? That wine costs 18,000 per bottle, he remarked. It was rather extravagant of Song Shuer to consider such a gift. However, it appeared she was unaware of its value. Stop dawdling, hurry up, Song Shuer insisted, pulling Lin Fan into the study, where she grabbed 2 bottles of Macallan M. Oh, you also have tea. My father loves tea. Let us take some, she exclaimed, carelessly filling a small bag with a bit of imperial red robe tea. Noticing Lin Fan's astonished expression, she reassured him. Don't worry, I want to take your things for free. Once this is over, I'll pay you back for the wine and tea. Lin Fan pondered briefly before smiling and saying, You can take all the tea. I don't particularly enjoy it. Although Song Shuer was a star, she had participated in few commercial activities over the past 2 years. This implied that she likely had limited funds. The tea was worth 20 million. If she took it all, it would cost her dearly. That's enough, we don't need that much, Song Shuer declared, leading Lin Fan to the garage, where they set off in a Koenigsegg. Half an hour later, Lin Fan arrived at Song Shuer's home. Song Shuer, does your father have an issue with me? Do you think he will throw me out once we go inside? Don't worry, he won tea, Song Shuer reassured him. Moreover, my mother is home and supports me. From now on, you should call me Shuer, understood? Lin Fan nodded with a wry smile. All right, let us go. Song Shuer linked her arm with Lin Fan's, and together they appeared quite the couple. Dad, Mom, I'm home. Chapter 26, Beyond Identity. With Song Shuer holding Lin Fan's arm, they entered the hall. In the hall, Song Yuanshan was sipping tea on the sofa. Across from him sat a young man in a suit, engaging in cheerful conversation. The young man was reasonably attractive, adorned with a Rolex watch. Upon Song Shuer's arrival, their attention shifted toward her. Shuer, Zhou Haifeng exclaimed, visibly pleased. As he beheld Song Shuer and Lin Fan nestled closely together, a smile of joy instantly froze on his face. Who is he? Zhou Haifeng furrowed his brow. Despite knowing Song Shuer for an extensive period, he had never had the opportunity to be alone with her. Yet now, she was displaying such intimacy with Lin Fan. Envy surged within Zhou Haifeng, perceiving Lin Fan as a romantic rival. What are you doing here? He questioned, suspicion mounting. Indeed, Song Yuanshan was far from welcoming Lin Fan. Just the day before, this young man had caused his daughter to be hospitalized. It would be a miracle if he could muster a pleasant demeanor towards Lin Fan. Allow me to introduce, this is Lin Fan, my boyfriend. What? Not only did Zhou Haifeng's expression change, but so did Song Yuanshan's. Zhou Haifeng had long considered Song Shuer to be his, yet now she had returned with a boyfriend. How infuriating. Song Yuanshan's ire stemmed from his disapproval of Lin Fan. After all, Zhou Haifeng was the son of the chairman of Honghu Pharmaceuticals. He possessed both status and wealth. What did Lin Fan have to offer? How could he possibly compare to Zhou Haifeng? Shuer, are you jesting? This fellow, does he truly deserve you? Song Yuanshan was visibly upset. Zhou Haifeng cast a disdainful glance at Lin Fan, remarking, Shuer, I understand that you may not harbor strong feelings for me, but you cannot simply claim anyone as your boyfriend. I am not jesting. Lin Fan is indeed my boyfriend. Song Shuer asserted earnestly. Hello, uncle. Lin Fan greeted Song Yuanshan, his face betraying a hint of awkwardness, regretting ever agreeing to feign being Song Shuer's boyfriend. Such self-inflicted misery. What boyfriend? I have yet to consent. Song Yuanshan interjected. Lin Fan, you are not welcome here. Leave at once. You cannot dismiss a guest so callously. Shun Juanru, a middle-aged woman with well-maintained skin that belied her age, emerged from a room. Upon her arrival, both Song Yuanshan and Song Shuer fell silent. Shun Juanru scrutinized Lin Fan, inquiring, Shuer, who is this? My boyfriend, Lin Fan. Lin Fan, this is my mother. Song Shuer introduced them. Hello, auntie. Lin Fan felt increasingly uncomfortable. Had he known he would be put in such a position, he would have declined the pretense. What boyfriend? I have yet to approve. Song Yuanshan interrupted again. Lin Fan, you are not welcome here, leave. One must treat guests with respect. There is no reason to expel him. Shen Juanru sided with her daughter. Believing that Song Shuer was of an age to choose her own partner, and any man she liked must possess merit. Although she had been quite taken with Zhou Haifeng, her daughter's disinterest was apparent. Your name is Lin Fan, correct? Please, have a seat. Since you are here, there is no need for gifts. Shen Juanru smiled warmly. Song Yuanshan's expression remained sour, yet he dared not contradict his wife. Lin Fan, how long have you and Schwetter been together? Shen Juanru inquired. Fearing her mother would see through her, Song Shuer preemptively responded, Mom, we have been together for 3 months. Shen Juanru had many more questions, but at that moment, the housekeeper announced that dinner was ready. Let us eat. I believe everyone is hungry. Song Shuer pulled Lin Fan to the dining table, leaving Zhou Haifeng in a state of awkwardness. Now, the uncomfortable one was Zhou Haifeng. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede. At the very least, Song Yuanshan still supported him. Haifeng, please join us for dinner. Song Yuanshan invited. Of course, uncle. Zhou Haifeng sat down, determined to launch his counterattack. If he could separate Song Shuer from Lin Fan, he might still have a chance. Lin Fan, it is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Zhou Haifeng, and my father is the chairman of Honghu Pharmaceuticals. Honghu Pharmaceuticals, a company valued at over 50 billion, had a father who held significant standing in the city. Hello? Lin Fan merely nodded, discerning the subtle provocation in Zhou Haifeng's tone. I am curious, what line of work are you in? Zhou Haifeng pressed on. I just graduated from university and am currently not employed, Lin Fan replied. Zhou Haifeng chuckled, his laughter laced with derision. Not employed? So, you are a jobless drifter. Are you expecting Shuer to support you? Song Yuanshan's frustration boiled over. He could not fathom why his daughter would be interested in such a man, one without even a job, hoping to live off her. Although Lin Fan is currently without a job, he owns his own company. Song Shuer interjected. Chu Feng Group is his, as is the Baihao Hotel. Song Yuanshan interrupted. Stop. Shuer, you should verify your facts before telling such tall tales. Chu Feng Group is a real estate company valued at 200 billion. How could it possibly belong to Lin Fan? Song Yuanshan was incredulous. A freshly graduated young man with his own company? Who would believe such a thing? Uncle, with the wealth of information available online, if you were to search for the chairman of Chu Feng Group and Baihao Hotel, you would discover the truth. I truly do not believe it. Zhou Haifeng pulled out his phone and searched for information on Chu Feng Group and Baihao Hotel. To his astonishment, the chairman of both companies was indeed Lin Fan. Zhou Haifeng's countenance shifted. Could it be that he had truly encountered a worthy opponent? Humph. It could merely be a coincidence of names. Zhou Haifeng gritted his teeth. Shen Juanru regarded Lin Fan thoughtfully. Truth be told, Lin Fan's status was somewhat unexpected. While Zhou Haifeng relied on his father's influence, Lin Fan was genuinely a company chairman. Impressive, to possess your own company at such a young age, Shen Juanru remarked. Her satisfaction evident. Song Yuanshan could not help but reassess Lin Fan. He acknowledged that he had misjudged him. Who could have anticipated that this young man held such a position? Nevertheless, he still believed Zhou Haifeng had the upper hand in terms of background. Zhou Haifeng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He believed he could leverage his status to overshadow Lin Fan, yet events had taken an unexpected turn. This fellow was indeed the chairman of Chu Feng Group. What a miscalculation. A 200 billion real estate company was indeed impressive. Zhou Haifeng remarked sarcastically. However, the real estate industry is a sunset industry, with limited growth potential in the future. Chapter 27. The Fake Painting. Zhou Haifeng's words were evident. His father's enterprise had greater prospects for advancement. From this perspective, Lin Fan still paled in comparison. Uncle, I specifically brought 2 bottles of red wine, which I brought back from France last month. Do give them a try? Zhou Haifeng retrieved a bottle of red wine. How thoughtful. This wine must be quite expensive? Song Yuanshan inquired with a smile. Not particularly, just over 10,000. Zhou Haifeng shot another challenging glance at Lin Fan. Shuer, did I not also bring 2 bottles of wine? Allow me to present them to your father. Lin Fan countered. Song Shuer nodded and picked up a bottle of Macallan M. Upon sighting that exquisite bottle of wine, the expressions of Song Yuanshan and Zhou Haifeng shifted once more. It was evident that they were both aware of the exorbitant price of that particular vintage. A staggering 18,000 per bottle. Lin Fan was indeed quite extravagant. Shuer, please refrain from purchasing wine next time. It is a sheer waste of money. Shen Juanru remarked, shaking her head. It's fine, Lin Fan bought it. Song Shuer retorted. By the way, Lin Fan, how much did this wine cost? She inquired. Around 100,000, I suppose, Lin Fan replied. What? Song Shuer gasped, spraying her soup upon hearing the price. Her eyes radiated a mix of resentment and disbelief as she muttered, why didn't you mention this before? Had I known the wine was so pricey, I certainly wouldn't have brought it along, considering the cost would ultimately fall upon me. You didn't ask either. Lin Fan feigned innocence. Song Shuer pouted, embodying the petulance of a young girl. These 2 bottles together must total over 300,000. Thankfully, I can still afford it. Albeit reluctantly. Zhou Haifeng's expression was rigid. The wine he brought could hardly compare to Lin Fan's Macallan M crystal. Once again, he found himself at a disadvantage. Dad, Lin Fan also brought some tea. I'll brew it for you tonight. Song Shuer casually produced the Emperor's red robe tea. Upon noticing that it was packaged in a rather shabby bag, Zhou Haifeng seized the opportunity to criticize. Shuer, this tea isn't some street vendor's product, is it? It looks rather unappealing. Hearing Zhou Haifeng's comment, Song Yuanshan also displayed a look of disdain. I no longer enjoy tea. Take it back, he declared. How could it possibly be street vendor's tea? Lin Fan, tell him how much this tea costs per pound. Song Shuer interjected, unable to tolerate Zhou Haifeng's antagonistic behavior towards Lin Fan. Her impression of Zhou Haifeng had soured considerably. Are you certain you want to disclose that? Lin Fan hesitated. What? Can't you bring yourself to say it? Zhou Haifeng taunted. The amount doesn't matter. What is paramount is the sentiment. Lin Fan, do tell. Song Shuer encouraged. After a brief pause, Lin Fan finally spoke. This is Emperor's Red Robe tea, priced at 1 million per pound. Even wealth cannot guarantee its acquisition. What? Cough. Song Shuer nearly choked on her food. The tea was even more expensive than the wine. 1 million per pound was truly outrageous. I refuse to believe it. You must be pulling my leg. Zhou Haifeng exclaimed, agitated. As Song Yuanshan listened to Lin Fan's declaration, he took the tea for examination, scrutinizing its appearance and aroma. Indeed, this is genuinely Emperor's Red Robe tea, he exclaimed, elated. Having sampled numerous teas, this was the first time he encountered Emperor's Red Robe, as it was exceedingly rare. As Lin Fan had asserted, even possessing wealth did not guarantee its procurement. How thoughtful of you. Song Yuanshan's attitude towards Lin Fan shifted dramatically for the better. However, Song Shuer's mood soured. After all, she had agreed with Lin Fan that the expenses for the wine and tea would be charged to her account. This tea alone could amount to 3 to 4 million, which pained her considerably. She pinched Lin Fan's waist in frustration. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Lin Fan replied innocently, I intended to, but you didn't give me the chance. As a celebrity, surely you can afford this amount? Song Shuer lamented. It's easy for you to say. I haven't participated in any commercial activities for the past 2 years, and I can't even come up with 100,000 now. Due to vocal issues, Song Shuer had been preoccupied with her health rather than earning money. After a moment of silence, she proposed, shall we defer the payment? I'll repay you once I have the funds. No problem. Lin Fan nodded. Given Song Shuer's popularity, it would be effortless for her to organize a couple of concerts in the future to cover the expenses. Their conversation was hushed, so the others remained oblivious. Song Yuanshan, smiling, happily stowed away the tea. Dad, didn't you just say you didn't enjoy tea? Song Shuer remarked, perplexed by her father's sudden change of heart. Your enthusiasm is commendable, but I did purchase this tea with hard-earned money, she chided. Well, one cannot dismiss a good tea opportunity. Song Yuanshan replied with a grin. Is this indeed a good tea? She pressed. A good tea, indeed a top-tier tea. Song Yuanshan proclaimed sincerely. He could hardly contain his eagerness to savor the Emperor's Red Robe tea. As Song Yuanshan's impression of Lin Fan improved, Zhou Haifeng found himself entirely isolated. How infuriating. Losing to Lin Fan like this. How will I maintain my reputation in Shanghai? Uncle, I know you have a fondness for ancient paintings. Coincidentally, I possess a Ming Dynasty painting by Su Wei titled Flowers and Birds. Regrettably, I forgot to bring it along due to the haste of my visit. I'll make a call to have it delivered. Zhou Haifeng offered. Song Yuanshan declined. Haifeng. That's quite all right. Su Wei's artwork doesn't come cheap. Not at all. It's merely worth 2 to 3 million. Zhou Haifeng stated, rising to step onto the balcony to make a call. Although his family was affluent, he was still reluctant to spend 2 to 3 million on a painting. In truth, Zhou Haifeng intended to acquire a replica to pass off as the original. He had connections with experts in the ancient painting field and could easily procure a certificate of authenticity. Moreover, given Song Yuanshan's level of expertise, he was confident that he would not discern the difference. Zhou Haifeng quickly concluded his call and returned to the dining area, partaking in some food and wine. Half an hour later, everyone had finished their meal when a knock echoed at the door. The painting had arrived. Uncle Song, the painting is here. Take a look. Zhou Haifeng exclaimed as he unfurled the painting, laying it flat on the table. The lines were fluid and masterful, truly befitting a masterpiece by Su Wei. The more Song Yuanshan gazed upon it, the more he appreciated it. If Uncle Song likes it, then please accept it. Zhou Haifeng encouraged. No, this is far too valuable. Song Yuanshan protested. There is no need for formality. Zhou Haifeng insisted. Uncle Song, Honghu Pharmaceutical has recently secured several large orders. I'll discuss with my father and arrange for the orders to be directed your way. As Song Yuanshan was in the medicinal herb business, he had some dealings with Honghu Pharmaceutical. This was also why he had sought to encourage a union between Zhou Haifeng and Song Shuer. Thus, Zhou Haifeng still had leverage to retaliate. Haifeng, I truly appreciate it. Song Yuanshan expressed gratefully. Though he feigned appreciation, Song Yuanshan found himself in a dilemma. Zhou Haifeng, the son of the chairman of Honghu Pharmaceutical, held a significant position in Shanghai with ample connections. Lin Fan was not lacking either, owning 2 companies with assets exceeding 100 billion. Most importantly, his daughter had a fondness for Lin Fan. This made matters complicated for Song Yuanshan, as he found himself unable to offend either party. Previously, he could facilitate a match between Song Shuer and Zhou Haifeng, but that was no longer feasible. Shuer, come take a look. Zhou Haifeng called with a smile. I'm not very knowledgeable about paintings. Song Shuer replied, pulling Lin Fan along. Actually, I'm not well versed either. I purchased this painting for over 2 million. Zhou Haifeng cast a challenging glance at Lin Fan. Over 2 million? I look at it from every angle, and it appears to be worth no more than 200. Lin Fan chuckled, finding the situation amusing. His family also owned A Flowers and Birds painting by Su Wei. While the scenes were different, the essence of the two was worlds apart. In other words, it is highly likely that this painting is a forgery. Lin Fan, one may indulge in various delights, but one must refrain from making baseless assertions. Do you truly believe this artwork is counterfeit? Zhou Haifeng's anger was palpable. I was merely speaking offhandedly. Why are you so agitated? Lin Fan replied, exasperated. Lin Fan, do you also possess a penchant for collecting ancient paintings? Song Shuer inquired. Not at all. Lin Fan shook his head vehemently. Zhou Haifeng scoffed. I have consulted an expert regarding this painting. Do you think your judgment surpasses that of a professional? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Song Yuanshan began to scrutinize the painting intently. Earlier, he had not noticed, but now, prompted by Lin Fan, he discerned some peculiarities. Lin Fan, please do not embarrass yourself here. Claiming this painting is fake merely reveals your ignorance. Lin Fan maintained a calm demeanor and responded. I certainly cannot rival those so-called experts, but coincidentally, I possess a flower and bird painting at home. We can ascertain its authenticity through comparison. Lin Fan promptly retrieved a photograph of Su Wei's flower and bird painting from his phone. Upon juxtaposing the two, it became evident that the differences in detail were striking. Although Zhou Haifeng's painting was a close imitation, the essence was undeniably unique. Indeed, this painting has some discrepancies. Song Yuanshan concluded after the comparison. Uncle Song, this painting has been authenticated by an expert. It cannot be fake. Zhou Haifeng attempted to defend himself after being exposed. However, Song Yuanshan was not naive. He comprehended the intricacies of the antiques world. Haifeng, experts can make mistakes. Perhaps you have been deceived this time. Zhou Haifeng was well aware of the truth regarding the painting's authenticity. In reality, he had intended to ensnare Song Yuanshan. Yet, having reached this point, the charade could no longer continue. It was all Lin Fan's fault. How infuriating. Uncle Song, I apologize. I did not anticipate spending a significant sum only to acquire a counterfeit. Zhou Haifeng feigned vulnerability, as this was his only means of saving face. If Song Yuanshan discovered his intentions, it would spell disaster. It is understandable to incur losses due to inexperience. Song Yuanshan did not harbor excessive doubts. Uncle Song, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. With a grim expression, Zhou Haifeng felt it was best to depart. Very well, you may go. Zhou Haifeng left, taking the counterfeit painting with him, his expression devoid of emotion. From this moment onward, he regarded Lin Fan as an adversary. Lin Fan, you possess a flower and bird painting by Su Wei at home. Song Yuanshan inquired curiously. Indeed, if Uncle Song wishes to see it, I can bring it over another day. No need, no need. Although he spoke courteously, Song Yuanshan was genuinely interested in viewing it. Lin Fan, perceptive as he was, chose not to voice his understanding. After spending some time at Song Yuanshan's residence, he excused himself. His original purpose was to masquerade as Song Shuer's boyfriend. And now that his task was complete, it was time to depart. Upon reaching the ground floor, just as he was about to get into his car, Zhou Haifeng appeared behind him. This fellow had not yet returned, intending to issue a warning to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I advise you to keep your distance from Shuer in the future, or the consequences will be dire. Zhou Haifeng threatened. I despise being threatened by others. Lin Fan retorted. Unafraid. Zhou Haifeng sneered. You cannot contend with me. If you disregard my warning, one day you will regret it. Lin Fan merely smiled, dismissing Zhou Haifeng's threat. We shall see. Zhou Haifeng turned and entered an Audi, driving away. Watching him leave, Lin Fan did not rush to get into his own vehicle. This man had been drinking and was now driving. How splendid. Today, Lin Fan would play the role of a concerned citizen. He took out his phone and made a call. Hello, I wish to report an incident. Someone is driving under the influence on Qingning Road. Yes, the license plate number is. Upon returning to the estate, Lin Fan discovered Zheng Xiaoqing was moving in. She had indeed decided to reside at the estate. Later that evening, Song Shuer also arrived. Lin Fan, I will repay you the money I owe later. 2 bottles of wine priced at 360,000, along with some tea, would amount to 4 million. As far as she was concerned, Song Shuer could not produce such a large sum all at once and could only defer repayment. No worries. Lin Fan was indifferent. After all, 4 million was merely a trifling sum to him. I have made a reservation at Yalongshuan. You and Xiaoqing are to join me for dinner tomorrow night. Song Shuer smiled. If it were not for Lin Fan, her voice would not have improved. She felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. I am quite busy and may not have the time. Zheng Xiaoqing replied. Your boss is here. Simply ask him for leave. Song Shuer gestured towards Lin Fan. Reluctantly, Zheng Xiaoqing agreed. After a brief conversation between Song Shuer and Zheng Xiaoqing, they took their leave. The night passed swiftly. Lin Fan opened his eyes. Droll. The system's voice resonated gradually. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 15% stake in Tang's film industry. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 100 million Huaxia coins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired superlative medical skills. Tang's film industry, a publicly traded company valued at over 100 billion. At its peak, it was among the leading film companies in Huaxia. Unfortunately, it had gradually declined in recent years due to the rise of online video platforms. Nevertheless, Tang's film industry still wielded considerable influence, boasting numerous popular celebrities. The 15% stake Lin Fan received was worth over 100 billion. Superlative medical skills? What is that? Lin Fan was baffled. The system elaborated. By utilizing this skill, the host will acquire all medical knowledge, including advanced concepts. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. Did this not imply that he would become a renowned physician in the future? Although he had never aspired to be a doctor, acquiring skills was undoubtedly beneficial. Indeed, this system has not upgraded in vain. Even superlative medical skills have emerged. Just as Lin Fan finished speaking, he felt an overwhelming influx of knowledge surge into his mind. The sheer volume of information was so immense that he felt a sharp pain in his forehead and subsequently lost consciousness. Chapter 29, Tang's Film Industry. It was not until noon that Lin Fan groggily awoke. Glancing at his phone, he realized it was already past 12 o'clock. Moreover, he noticed several missed calls. System, what transpired? Why did I faint? Lin Fan inquired. The volume of medical information was too vast for the host to process all at once. Fortunately, the host had previously consumed the primary gene potion. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have been rendered an imbecile. Indeed, Lin Fan's mind had expanded with a wealth of knowledge. However, due to the recent influx of information, he still experienced a slight headache. From this moment forth, Lin Fan was also a doctor. He rose to brush his teeth and wash his face. Mr. Lin. Upon seeing Lin Fan emerge, Yang Linlin approached with a greeting. Why did you not wake me earlier? Lin Fan inquired. Yang Linlin replied, I entered your room to call you. But Mr. Lin, you were sleeping too soundly. Perhaps you did not notice. Very well. Lin Fan acquiesced. At that moment, lunch was also ready, and Lin Fan went to eat. Just as he was enjoying his meal, the doorbell rang. Linlin, someone is here. Could you please check? Yang Linlin was tidying up the room when she heard Lin Fan calling out, prompting her to head towards the front door. After about a minute, she arrived before Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, there is someone named Tang Yixing outside who wishes to see you. Tang Yixing? I do not recall knowing him. Lin Fan shook his head. Since he was unfamiliar with the person, he had no intention of meeting him. Oh, he mentioned he is the chairman of Tang's film industry. Tang's film industry? Lin Fan suddenly recalled that he had acquired a 15% stake in the company that morning. Thus, he was now a shareholder of Tang's film industry. However, he couldn't fathom why Chairman Tang Yixing would seek him out. Mr. Lin, if you prefer not to meet him, I can go inform him. Yang Linlin suggested. Let him in. After all, Tang Yixing is quite a notable figure in the business world. It wouldn't hurt to meet him. A moment later, Yang Linlin returned with a middle-aged man. The man had a square face and was dressed in a black suit, exuding an air of authority, though his expression was predominantly friendly. Greetings, I am Tang Yixing, chairman of Tang's film industry. He introduced himself. He had called Lin Fan several times, but received no answer. Thus he decided to visit in person. My apologies for intruding during your meal, Brother Lin. Lin Fan felt somewhat taken aback by the informal address, considering this was their first meeting. No problem, I've already had my fill, he replied, setting down his utensils. Tang Yixing surveyed the decor of the hall and smiled. Brother Lin, you truly know how to enjoy life. Please, just tell me what you need, Lin Fan replied, not wishing to engage in idle chatter. Brother Lin, I appreciate your straightforwardness. Tang Yixing exclaimed, producing a small gift box and handing it to Lin Fan. As this is our first meeting, I have nothing of great value to offer, but please accept this watch. Inside was a Rolex, valued at around 200,000. It was quite generous of Tang Yixing to present such a gift upon their first encounter. Lin Fan examined the watch but did not accept it. There is no need for gifts, Mr. Tang. We are not well acquainted. He was cautious about accepting anything before understanding Tang Yixing's true intentions. Tang Yixing appeared slightly embarrassed. Brother Lin, you received a 15% stake in Tang's film industry today. That is indeed true, correct? That is the case, Lin Fan confirmed. You need not beat around the bush, just speak plainly. It seemed Tang Yixing was unaware that Lin Fan was not privy to the current affairs of Tang's film industry. He proceeded to succinctly outline the company's situation. It turned out that aside from Tang Yixing, there was another major shareholder, and the two were engaged in a subtle power struggle over control of the company. They had been at an impasse for several years with neither side gaining the upper hand. With Lin Fan's acquisition of a 15% stake, it meant that whoever could align with him would hold the advantage. Brother Lin, Tang's film industry was founded by my father. I cannot allow the other party to seize control, Tang Yixing implored. You must assist me. Lin Fan shook his head. Frankly, who held the chairmanship of Tang's film industry was of no concern to him. He was solely interested in retaining his 15% stake. Moreover, he would not readily choose sides without a comprehensive understanding of the situation. Seeing Lin Fan's silence, Tang Yixing's expression shifted. He began to contemplate the worst-case scenario. Could it be that Lin Fan was aligned with his adversary? If that were the case, his position as chairman would surely be jeopardized. I have no interest in participating in internal corporate conflicts. Unless you have other matters to discuss, you may leave, Lin Fan declared. Tang Yixing hesitated, asking, Brother Lin, are you thus inclined to adopt a neutral stance? If Lin Fan remained neutral, Tang Yixing still had a chance. What he feared was Lin Fan siding with his opponent. Indeed, I shall assist neither side, Lin Fan affirmed. Tang Yixing smiled. That is quite all right. Even if Brother Lin chooses neutrality, I consider you a friend today. After exchanging pleasantries, Tang Yixing took his leave, leaving the Rolex behind. With some free time, Lin Fan conducted research on the current state of Tang's film industry. The internal strife was intense, which was one of the reasons for the company's stagnation in recent years. Now that he held shares in Tang's film industry, remaining uninvolved was not an easy task. However, Lin Fan wished to refrain from making hasty allegiances. He intended to observe the situation further. In the evening, Zheng Xiaoqing returned. She changed into another outfit before heading to the manor's entrance. Upon seeing Lin Fan in his new Pagani Huayra, she couldn't help but smile wryly. Lin Fan, have you changed cars again? This isn't change. I just purchased this one. Lin Fan refrained from disclosing that the car was a reward from the system. Is this the life of the wealthy? Indeed, I cannot comprehend it, she remarked. At this rate, the garage will need to be expanded. Zheng Xiaoqing got into the car, opting not to say more. She was focused on working hard to save up for a car of her own. Lin Fan drove to Yalongshuan, where the staff greeted him with utmost respect. Mr. Lin, are you looking for Manager LV? I can fetch him. Everyone was aware that Lin Fan was the proprietor of Yalongshuan. No need. A friend invited me for dinner. I will leave after we eat, so you may continue with your duties. Lin Fan and Zheng Xiaoqing proceeded to a private room on the 5th floor. As they approached the elevator, Lin Fan encountered a plump middle-aged woman he recognized. Ah, Lin Fan, she exclaimed, immediately displaying a look of disdain upon recognizing him. You've been dumped by my daughter Qian. What? Do you still wish to pursue her? She was Lu Qian's mother, Li Hailon. Previously, when this woman was hospitalized, Lin Fan had visited her with Lu Qian. However, Li Hailon was exceedingly snobbish and had never acknowledged Lin Fan. Upon hearing that Lu Qian had taken up with another boyfriend, Li Hailon was elated, believing Lin Fan unworthy of her daughter. Lin Fan frowned, remaining silent. He was puzzled. After all, Li Hailon was not wealthy, so what was she doing dining here? Lin Fan, do you know each other? Zheng Xiaoqing inquired. Not really. Let us go? Lin Fan wished to avoid Li Hailon. However, she abruptly blocked his path. Lin Fan, I must inform you that my daughter Qian is now seeing a very wealthy boyfriend. Why should that concern me? Lin Fan realized the reason for Li Hailon dining here. Lu Qian had indeed found another boyfriend. That woman was quite something. She had just been discarded by Wu Haichao and was already pursuing someone else. To describe her as a worn shoe would not be an exaggeration. Lin Fan, stop pretending. You heard that my daughter and I are dining here and thought to come and interfere, didn't you? Li Hailon accused. I must inform you, your chances are non-existent. Lin Fan retorted, rendered speechless. One must admit, Li Hailon's arrogance is quite staggering. She actually believes that Lin Fan would pursue Lu Qian. Does she think her daughter is of noble lineage? What a lunatic! Lin Fan muttered under his breath. You dare to insult me? Li Hailon seethed with indignation. At that moment, Lu Qian emerged from the restroom, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. However, it was not long before a cold smirk graced her lips. Now, she had secured a man wealthier than Lin Fan, albeit merely as his mistress. Yet, this was the foundation of her confidence. Lin Fan, it seems we meet again. Lu Qian's gaze was laced with resentment. Lin Fan scrutinized her, noting her designer handbag worth tens of thousands and her fashionable attire. Oh, she truly has entangled herself with the affluent. Li Hailon interjected, Qian, this Lin Fan is nothing but a pauper. I suspect he sneaked in here. Mother, please refrain from speaking. Unknown to Li Hailon, Lu Qian was acutely aware of Lin Fan's current stature. He was now the chairman of Chu Feng Group, with assets exceeding 100 billion. Residing in opulence and driving luxury cars, Lin Fan's presence at Yulangshuan was hardly surprising. Lu Qian stepped closer to Lin Fan, coldly asserting, our affair is far from over. We shall see. Initially, Lin Fan had no intention of engaging with Lu Qian, but her words momentarily stunned him. Could it be that this woman was psychologically unhinged? If that were the case, it would spell trouble. After all, being fixated upon by a woman is hardly a favorable situation. Mother, let us depart. Lu Qian tugged at her irate mother, Li Hailon, as they exited Yulangshuan. Once outside, Li Hailon questioned, Qian, why the hurry? You should have clarified matters with that Lin Fan, ensuring he no longer bothers you. Enough, mother. Lu Qian snapped, her irritation palpable. She wished to avoid dwelling on the past, yet Li Hailon insisted on bringing it up. Do you realize Lin Fan's current status? Li Hailon shook her head. He is the chairman of Chu Feng Group now, and he possesses considerable wealth. Li Hailon was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. This cannot be true. Lu Qian asserted, nothing is impossible. Why did you not inform me earlier? Li Hailon inquired, but before Lu Qian could respond, her phone rang. Mother, please wait here. I must take this call. Lu Qian turned and stepped into a corner to answer. Darling, how do you find the cuisine at Yulangshuan? A voice, somewhat aged, emanated from her phone. Lu Qian replied cheerfully, Godfather, thank you for the membership card. Otherwise, I could not have entered Yulangshuan. We are all family. There is no need for formality. Should you find yourself short on funds, do not hesitate to let me know. Tomorrow marks my 60th birthday, so make sure to arrive early. Certainly, I will be there. After exchanging a few affectionate words, Lu Qian rejoined Li Hailon and departed. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Zheng Xiaoqing entered the elevator, heading straight for the private room on the 5th floor. Lin Fan, who was that woman? Zheng Xiaoqing inquired, her curiosity piqued. Lin Fan remained silent. Even if you choose not to respond, I can surmise she is your ex-girlfriend, am I correct? Do not be overly inquisitive, Lin Fan replied. Zheng Xiaoqing retorted, I simply wish to remind you that incurring the ire of a woman can be perilous. As a woman herself, she understood the formidable nature of a woman's vengeance. I fear not. I have done nothing wrong. Lin Fan dismissed her concern. Upon entering the private room, they found Song Shuer already present. Lin Fan, Xiaoqing. Song Shuer greeted them warmly. The room also housed two others, seemingly friends of hers. Please, sit here. Song Shuer gestured for Zheng Xiaoqing and Lin Fan to join her, adding that more guests would be arriving. Zheng Xiaoqing teased, Shuer, you truly are a little wealthy heiress for treating us to dinner here. Not at all. I am rather impoverished at the moment. Song Shuer cast a glance at Lin Fan, saying, I currently owe Lin Fan 4 million, which remains unpaid. Your voice has improved. A few concerts will surely yield you a fortune. Moments later, a man and a woman entered the room. Sister May. Song Shuer called out to the woman in her 30s. Shuer, it has been far too long. The woman, known as Sister May, embraced Song Shuer warmly. She was Song Shuer's manager, and they had collaborated for a considerable time. I hear your voice has improved. You are planning a comeback soon? Sister May expressed her delight. And who might this be? Song Shuer inquired, eyeing the young man beside Sister May, who struck her as somewhat familiar. Though male, he possessed a delicate appearance, especially with his lips adorned in lipstick, making him appear almost feminine, a quintessential young star of the entertainment world. This is Zhang Zijia, Sister May introduced. He is a rising star, having just returned from Han Country, with over 10 million fans on Weibo. Realizing he was indeed a celebrity, Song Shuer felt a twinge of recognition. However, at the end of the day, he was just another fleeting star. Zhang Zijia extended his hand with a smile, saying, Shuer, I have long heard of your illustrious name. I hope we can collaborate in the future. Chapter 31, an incident occurred. Song Shuer felt a twinge of aversion, but still shook Zhang Zijia's hand. She could not comprehend why Sister May would bring him along. If collaboration were truly the aim, Song Shuer would certainly be disinclined. Moreover, she had no intention of venturing into acting. She wished to focus on her musical endeavors. After introducing everyone, the food soon arrived. Lin Fan, would you be interested in becoming a star? Sister May's gaze was fixed upon Lin Fan. One had to concede, Lin Fan was exceptionally handsome and well-built. Should he pursue a career in entertainment, he would undoubtedly garner a multitude of admirers. I have no such intentions. Lin Fan firmly declined. It is common knowledge that entering the entertainment industry is a quick route to wealth. Yet, Lin Fan was not in need of money. Do consider it. A foray into the entertainment industry could be immensely beneficial for you. Sister May urged with patience. Lin Fan simply shook his head in refusal. Zhang Zijie regarded Lin Fan with contempt, stating, Sister May, you are overestimating him. Not everyone can become a star, nor is it enough to be merely handsome. Nowadays, the trend favors someone with genuine talent like me. Singing, dancing, and rapping are essential skills. If you can shoot hoops, that's even better. Upon hearing the term talent, Lin Fan felt a sudden urge to retch. Dear lady, do you genuinely believe that participating in a few variety shows and accumulating a few fans qualifies one as talented? Please, do not tarnish the meaning of true talent. Lin Fan opted for silence. Had he known such distasteful individuals would be present, he would have declined Song Shui's invitation to dinner. Unable to sway Lin Fan, Sister May shifted her focus to Zheng Xiaoqing, recognizing her beauty as well. In an era that heavily values appearance, the entertainment industry was no exception. However, Zheng Xiaoqing was not inclined to rely on her looks, and thus, she also declined Sister May's advances. This left Sister May in a state of exasperation. Shui, you should communicate more with Zhang Zijie. The company has decided to have you participate in a variety show in a few days, and Zhang Zijie will be your partner. The collaboration between you two will undoubtedly be quite captivating. Mei Jia remarked with a smile. Song Shui furrowed her brow. She had already been in contact with the company and had decided to make a comeback. However, she was completely unaware of the company's arrangement for her to participate in a variety show. Mei Jia, I have no desire to participate in any variety shows, she exclaimed. Mei Jia replied, Shui, I understand you wish to focus on music creation and hold concerts. But how much can you earn from music? Let me put it this way. Appearing on a variety show can rapidly enhance your visibility. Once your popularity soars, numerous advertisers will seek you out for endorsements. Moreover, the company will invest heavily in promoting you. Song Shui lowered her head. Initially, she had gained fame through music, but she had inadvertently ventured into the film industry and participated in several projects. Over the past 2 years, during which her voice had faltered, Song Shui had come to realize many truths. In fact, music was her true dream. Shui, heed your Mei Jia's advice. Why rely solely on talent when you could also leverage your looks? Mei Jia suggested. Mei Jia, let us not discuss this matter today. Let us just enjoy our meal. We can talk about work tomorrow. Song Shui insisted. Mei Jia sighed in resignation. Gradually, the dishes were served. Song Shui noticed 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite on the table and felt puzzled. Did you bring the wrong order? We didn't order red wine. She inquired of the nearby waiter. This particular wine costs several thousand per bottle, a luxury she could not afford at present. These 2 bottles of wine are a gift from our manager, the waiter explained. Zhang Zijie chuckled. No need to elaborate. Those 2 bottles were undoubtedly sent by your manager for me. Please convey my gratitude to your manager. Zhang Zijie, now basking in high popularity, frequently received extravagant gifts from his fans. He assumed the manager of Yulangshuan must also be one of his admirers, so gifting 2 bottles of wine seemed perfectly normal. Zheng Xiaoqing felt exasperated. This guy was excessively narcissistic. Those 2 bottles were obviously meant for Lin Fan. Lin Fan merely smiled, remaining silent. Just then, the manager, Lu Bin, entered. Mr. Lin, I apologize for my earlier busyness. I didn't have the chance to attend to you. Lu Bin approached Lin Fan with an apologetic demeanor. If those 2 bottles of wine aren't sufficient, I can bring 2 more. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. If it's not enough, I'll order more myself. You may carry on with your duties. Understood, Mr. Lin. Enjoy your meal. Upon hearing the manager of Yulangshuan, Zhang Zijie stood up. Wait, so you're saying those 2 bottles were meant for Lin Fan, not for me? Lu Bin scrutinized Zhang Zijie, frowning. Who is this peculiarly dressed individual? He resembles a woman. I don't know you. Mr. Lin is the owner of Yulangshuan. Of course, they were intended for him. What? This Lin Fan is actually the owner of Yulangshuan? Zhang Zijie looked at Lin Fan again, feeling embarrassed. Well then, that was a wasted moment of joy. Seeing Zhang Zijie's awkward expression, Zheng Xiaoqing couldn't help but chuckle. Mei Jia also glanced at Lin Fan, surprised to discover this additional layer of his identity. No wonder he had declined her earlier request. Lin Fan smiled silently. Zhang Zijie coldly retorted. So what if he asked the owner of Yulangshuan? It's not a big deal. He exhibited his discontent. While Lin Fan tried to focus on his meal, he deliberately avoided looking at Zhang Zijie, fearing it would spoil his appetite. After a while, the door to the private room swung open, and a young man reeking of alcohol stumbled in, accompanied by 2 others. Su Xiao, you've come to the wrong place. Our dining area is next door. The two individuals steadied Su Jiangwen. I haven't gone astray. Su Jiangwen scanned the room, finally fixing his gaze on Zhang Zijie. His inebriated state, combined with Zhang Zijie's makeup, led him to mistakenly believe he was a woman. Staggering toward Zhang Zijie, he draped an arm over his shoulder. Beautiful lady, would you care to join me for a meal? Zhang Zijie forcefully pushed him away. You lunatic. Get away from me. Su Jiangwen fell to the ground but did not seem upset. Not bad. You've got quite the temper. I like that. The two individuals trailing behind Su Jiangwen were visibly displeased. Su Xiao, you've had too much to drink. This is a man. Upon first sight of Zhang Zijie, they felt repulsed, wishing they could strike him down. Nonsense. I'm not drunk. How could I mistake such a stunning beauty standing before me? Su Jiangwen retorted, stepping closer to Zhang Zijie. Who is this person? I'll go fetch the manager of Yilangshuan. Zheng Xiaoqing, fearing trouble, stood up. However, Zhang Zijie had already taken action. Get your filthy hands off me. He slapped Su Jiangwen, knocking him to the floor. Chapter 32. Confrontation. Zhang Zijie may not have possessed great strength, but he managed to rouse Su Jiangwen from his stupor. The latter felt a burning sensation on his cheek as his intoxication faded. You dare hit me? Su Jiangwen glared at Zhang Zijie, his expression darkening. Su Xiao, are you alright? The two individuals rushed to Su Jiangwen's side, appearing ready to retaliate against Zhang Zijie. Judging by their attire, they seemed to have influential backgrounds, likely second-generation wealthy heirs. Do you wish to fight? Do you even know who I am? Zhang Zijie's temper flared. After all, he was a celebrity. Wouldn't he care about his image? I don't care who you are. Having struck Su Xiao, you won't easily leave Yilangshuan today. One of them threatened. At that moment, two men in suits entered the room. They were Su Jiangwen's bodyguards. How dare you hit me? Guard the entrance. No one is allowed to leave the private room. Su Jiangwen ordered angrily. Yes, Su Xiao. Seeing the overwhelming numbers against him, Zhang Zijie felt a twinge of fear. I'm a celebrity with many fans. You'd better not touch me. A celebrity, you say? Su Jiangwen stepped forward and delivered a slap. What the hell? A grown man putting on makeup to gross people out. Recalling how he had mistaken Zhang Zijie for a woman earlier, Su Jiangwen grew furious and kicked him several times. The other two, witnessing this, joined in the assault. Lin Fan, what should we do? As the situation escalated, Song Shui felt frightened. Fear not. Let us simply enjoy the spectacle. Lin Fan responded nonchalantly. He held no fondness for Zhang Zijie, thus choosing to observe the unfolding drama. Stop it. Mei Jie could no longer tolerate the scene and rushed to intervene. Vile woman, do you wish to defend this perverted scum? Get out of the way, or you'll be dealt with later. Mei Jie revealed her identity. The person you're attacking is Zhang Zijie, a signed artist of Tang's film industry, a rising star. You've stirred up trouble. Cease this immediately. Tang's film industry? Su Jiangwen's face morphed into a mocking expression, and he ceased his assault on Zhang Zijie. Zhang Zijie, thinking Su Jiangwen was intimidated, awkwardly climbed to his feet, pointing at Su Jiangwen and cursing, You bastards, you've injured me. Prepare to pay for this. Moreover, this matter shall not be easily dismissed. Su Jiangwen exchanged glances with his companions, a smirk gracing their lips. Once more, they launched a flurry of punches and kicks at Zhang Zijie. Is being a celebrity truly that remarkable? This is Su Xiao, son of Su Kaidong, a major shareholder of Tang's film industry. Even if you are a star, should Su Xiao wish to obliterate you, it would be but a matter of moments. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Zhang Zijie and Mei Jie shifted immediately. It was clear they were well aware of Su Kaidong's illustrious reputation. Aside from being a significant stakeholder in Tang's film industry, he also presides over a certain commercial association, with assets nearing a staggering 100 billion. Such a commercial titan is not someone even the most prominent stars would dare to offend. With just a word from him, Zhang Zijie's career in the entertainment industry would likely come to a swift end. Quickly apologize to Su Xiao. Mei Jie urged Zhang Zijie. They simply could not afford to provoke someone of his stature. Zhang Zijie's face turned pale as he cast his gaze downward, unable to meet Su Jiangwen's eyes. Su Xiao, I was blind to your grandeur. Allow me to drink 3 cups as penance. Su Jiangwen was not so easily appeased and delivered another sharp slap to Zhang Zijie's face. It turned red and swollen, yet he dared not utter a sound. He feared Su Jiangwen's influence. Even as a star, he must heed Su Jiangwen's disposition. Where has that air of celebrity gone? Su Jiangwen mocked. Su Xiao, it was all a misunderstanding. Zhang Zijie's voice trembled. You are Zhang Zijie, correct? Su Jiangwen produced his phone and looked up Zhang Zijie's information. To his surprise, this Zhang Zijie had quite a number of fans. Considering your potential to generate revenue for the company, I shall spare you. Thank you, Su Xiao. Zhang Zijie wiped away a bead of cold sweat. Thankfully, the ordeal had ended without catastrophe. Su Jiangwen turned to survey the other individuals in the private room. Soon, he was captivated by the beauty of Song Shui. Come here. Su Jiangwen commanded with an authoritative tone. Song Shuer hid behind Lin Fan, visibly frightened. Though she too was a celebrity, lacking a powerful backing rendered her hesitant to offend Su Jiangwen. Su Xiao, this is Song Shuer, a singer who has also appeared in several television dramas. Someone nearby recognized her. No wonder she looked so familiar. You are indeed Song Shuer. A wicked grin crept across Su Jiangwen's face as he said, "Come. Accompany us for a few drinks." Song Shuer shook her head vehemently, clearly unwilling. "I have prior commitments and cannot join you for drinks." Su Jiangwen's voice turned icy. "I extend this invitation as a mark of respect." In the magical city, few women dared to refuse Su Jiangwen. Yet, Song Shuer remained resolute. She understood that accompanying Su Jiangwen for drinks would entail grave implications. "Shuer, it's a rare opportunity. You should go." Mei Jia interjected, attempting to curry favor with Su Jiangwen. "You wish to disregard my authority?" Su Jiangwen's ire surged, promising severe repercussions. "Bring her over here. And this woman too. She will do nicely." Su Jiangwen pointed at Zheng Xiaoqing. Both Zheng Xiaoqing and Song Shuer were alarmed. It appeared Su Jiangwen intended to employ force. As Su Jiangwen advanced step by step, a firm voice rang out. "Should you lay a finger on them, I shall break your hands." Lin Fan obstructed Su Jiangwen. If Su Jiangwen only sought to reprimand Zhang Zijia, Lin Fan could have ignored it. However, his intentions towards Song Shuer and Zheng Xiaoqing were utterly unacceptable. Song Shuer and Zheng Xiaoqing found solace in Lin Fan's intervention, their unease gradually dissipating. "Kid, how dare you speak to Su Xiao like that? You are courting death." Lin Fan's demeanor remained calm, showing no regard for Su Jiangwen. "Lin Fan, you are being far too reckless. Quickly apologize to Su Xiao." Mei Jia cautioned. Yet Lin Fan remained steadfast, refusing to apologize or even retreat. This insolent brat has become emboldened. Teach him a lesson. In Su Jiangwen's eyes, Lin Fan was deliberately provoking him, a transgression he could not tolerate. "I shall see who dares to touch Mr. Lin." Lu Bin, having heard about the commotion in the private room, arrived with security from Yulangshuan. This significantly diminished Su Jiangwen's numerical advantage. "Manager Lu, are you meddling in affairs that do not concern you?" Su Jiangwen glared coldly at Lu Bin. "Mr. Lin is now my employer," Lu Bin stated. "If there is a misunderstanding, let us resolve it amicably. Once violence ensues, I will undoubtedly stand with Mr. Lin." Lu Bin's extensive network was the reason he could successfully manage Yulangshuan. However, it was clear that the situation today would not end well. For Su Jiangwen was no ordinary person. "Very well, I am eager to see who dares oppose me today." Ignoring Lu Bin, Su Jiangwen lunged at Lin Fan. Chapter 33, Su Kaidong arrives. Lin Fan, swift and agile, seized Su Jiangwen's hand and yanked it forcefully. Su Jiangwen fell to the ground, utterly disheveled. As he struggled to rise, Lin Fan delivered a swift kick. "How dare you strike me? Your fate is sealed." Su Jiangwen's eyes blazed with fury, resembling a feral beast. Su Jiangwen's two bodyguards attempted to intervene, but were promptly subdued by Yulangshuan's security. Slap, slap, slap. Lin Fan dealt Su Jiangwen 3 resounding slaps, leaving him utterly dazed. Mei Jia and Zhang Zijia held their breath, tension reaching its peak. Goodness, this Lin Fan dares to strike Su Jiangwen. He is courting death. Lin Fan, cease this immediately. Do you realize the trouble you are inviting? Mei Jia was fearful of the potential consequences. Lin Fan, perhaps we should leave. Song Shuer tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve. She felt deeply touched by his willingness to stand up for her. However, should this lead to trouble, it would be regrettable. "Yes, Lin Fan, let us depart." Zheng Xiaoqing urged in agreement. Su Jiangwen's influence was far too formidable for them to contend with. "Depart? Do you think you can simply walk away?" Su Jiangwen's face contorted with rage. In his life, he had never been humiliated to such a degree. "You will regret this. I will call my people immediately." Although unable to best Lin Fan, Su Jiangwen remained unwilling to concede. He reached for his phone, intent on making a call. "Summon your father and have him come collect you." Lin Fan dismissed him nonchalantly. "Indeed, inform your father that the one who struck you is named Lin Fan." Initially, Su Jiangwen sought to summon reinforcements, but upon hearing Lin Fan's words, he hesitated. Could it be that this Lin Fan knows his father? "Strike me? Do I appear to be afraid of you?" After a moment's contemplation, Su Jiangwen dialed his father Su Kaidong's number. "Dad, I've been assaulted at Yulangshuan." Su Kaidong furrowed his brow. "You are constantly out and about. Have you stirred up trouble again?" "Dad, please come quickly. The other party is quite arrogant and has even dared to say that you should come to collect me." Su Kaidong was skeptical. Such a thing could not possibly be true. "Does the other party not recognize your identity?" "They do," Su Jiangwen replied. "He even said his name is Lin Fan." "Dad, do you know this person?" Su Kaidong racked his brain, but found no recollection of Lin Fan. "I do not know him. I will be right there." Ending the call, Su Jiangwen glared icily at Lin Fan. "Kid, You are merely putting on a facade. My father does not know you at all. He is coming over now. Your arrogance cannot last much longer. Be quiet. Lin Fan did not hold back and slapped Su Jiangwen again across the face. Su Jiangwen, frightened by the blow, dared not utter another word. However, internally, he continued to curse Lin Fan. It's over, Lin Fan. Once Su Kaidong arrives, you are doomed. The worst part is that you have implicated us as well. Zhang Zijie accused. Su Kaidong's influence is vast. Being blacklisted is minor. But it is likely that Su Kaidong will not easily let them off the hook. Mei Jie wore a worried expression, but at this juncture, there was no one who could rescue them. Lin Fan, do you know Su Kaidong? Zheng Xiaoqing inquired, stepping forward. Lin Fan's identity was enigmatic, and Zheng Xiaoqing knew little about him. I do not know him. Lin Fan shook his head. Then why did you call him over to fetch someone? Zheng Xiaoqing seemed uneasy. Lin Fan chose not to explain and returned to his seat, nonchalantly resuming his meal. What a misfortune. Such a delightful gathering has been ruined by Su Jiangwen. Are you all full? If not, come and eat. Lin Fan directed his gaze towards Song Shuer. Song Shuer exchanged a glance with Zheng Xiaoqing, both looking heavy-hearted. How could they enjoy their meal when this matter remained unresolved? A little over 10 minutes later, Su Kaidong arrived at the private room. Father, you have finally come. Su Jiangwen, with a swollen face, rushed to his father's side. Su Kaidong glanced at his son with disdain before fixing his gaze upon Lin Fan. With Su Kaidong's arrival, an invisible pressure enveloped the room. Given Su Kaidong's esteemed status, apologized to Mr. Lin. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Kaidong uttered such words. On the way here, Su Kaidong had considered a possibility. The Lin Fan who struck his son was likely the same Lin Fan who held a 15% stake in Tang's film industry. After conducting some research, he realized, indeed, his son had offended Lin Fan. The shares Lin Fan possessed were neither excessively numerous nor scant, but presently, Su Kaidong was vying for control of Tang's film industry, making Lin Fan's allegiance particularly crucial. Moreover, Lin Fan owned two enterprises with assets exceeding 50 billion. Therefore, Su Kaidong was reluctant to offend Lin Fan without due consideration. Father, are you out of your mind? Su Jiangwen was equally astonished that his father would demand an apology from him. I command you to apologize. Su Kaidong's tone turned more forceful. Su Jiangwen shook his head. Father, it is your son who has been struck. This is a consequence of his own actions. Su Kaidong replied. Do you comprehend, Mr. Lin standing? He is also a shareholder in Tang's film industry. What? Mei Jie and Zhang Zijie were both taken aback. They could not fathom that Lin Fan held such a significant identity. Furthermore, judging by Su Kaidong's demeanor, it seemed Lin Fan's background was quite formidable. Lin Fan, when did you become a shareholder in Tang's film industry? Zheng Xiaoqing was equally astonished. By this point, Lin Fan had finished eating. He took a napkin from the table to wipe his mouth, and then turned his attention to Su Kaidong. Su Jiangwen was unwilling to concede. Father, even if Lin Fan is a shareholder, what difference does it make? Can he possibly compare to you? Smack. Su Jiangwen received another slap, this time from Su Kaidong himself. Apologize. Ultimately, Su Jiangwen relented. Mr. Lin, I am sorry. He lowered his proud head before Lin Fan. I do not accept your apology. Lin Fan could see that Su Jiangwen was not truly contrite. Xiaoqing, Schwerer, we are leaving. Wait. Su Kaidong called out. Mr. Lin, it was my son who offended you, and I apologize on his behalf. Lin Fan remained silent. Su Kaidong continued. If Mr. Lin has the time, let us change venues and discuss matters properly. Lin Fan understood that Su Kaidong wished to converse about Tang's film industry. However, at this moment, Lin Fan was devoid of any inclination to engage. I have nothing to discuss with you. With that, Lin Fan exited the private room. Zheng Xiaoqing and Song Shuer followed suit. Once everyone in the room had departed, Su Jiangwen approached his father. Father, why? Chapter 34, The Pill of Lies. Even if that Lin Fan is a shareholder of Tang's film industry, his status cannot possibly compare to ours. I cannot comprehend why you still insisted that I apologize. Su Jiangwen protested. He had always been the one to bully others, and now the tables had turned. He vowed to make Lin Fan pay dearly. Su Kaidong shook his head and said, Jiangwen, given your current temperament, how can I trust you with the family's assets? Su Kaidong had only one son, Su Jiangwen. Unfortunately, Su Jiangwen was only interested in play and often instigated trouble. I have told you countless times that one must endure. How you choose to deal with Lin Fan in the future is your business, but not now. Su Jiangwen suddenly understood. Father, are you suggesting that Lin Fan still holds some value for us? Precisely, Lin Fan currently possesses shares in Tang's film industry. I must secure his support. Once I truly gain control of Tang's film industry, you can deal with him however you wish. A trace of malice flickered in Su Jiangwen's eyes. Father, I understand. Since the humiliation is temporary, Su Jiangwen felt there was no need to dwell on it. When the opportunity arises, he would repay Lin Fan 100-fold. Tomorrow, Accompany me to meet Lin Fan, and be sure to maintain a good attitude, understood? Su Kai-dong instructed. I understand. Lu Bin escorted Lin Fan out of Yilongxian. Manager Lu, if that Su Jingwen dares to cause a scene at Yilongxian, make sure to notify me. Lin Fan, since that Su Jingwen might retaliate later. Certainly, Mr. Lin. After Lu Bin returned, Lin Fan turned to Song Shuer. How about I take you home? Song Shuer, still somewhat shaken, prompted Lin Fan's concern. Lin Fan, may I stay at your estate? Remembering the earlier incident, Song Shuer felt a lingering fear. Had Lin Fan not been present tonight, the consequences would have been dire. She believed Lin Fan's estate would be safer, hence her request. Hearing this, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Song Shuer is offering herself? I am merely a bit scared. I can sleep with Xiaoqing tonight. Song Shuer clarified. Very well, Lin Fan had indeed misinterpreted her intentions. That is fine, Lin Fan replied. Lin Fan left the Pagani Huayra at Yilongxian, and he, along with Song Shuer and Zheng Xiaoqing, took a taxi home. Late at night, after Song Shuer and Zheng Xiaoqing finished their baths, they lay in bed chatting. Both possessed enviable figures and skin as fair as snow. A pity Lin Fan had not had the opportunity to appreciate them. Xiaoqing, did you not feel that Lin Fan was exceptionally handsome tonight? Zheng Xiaoqing rolled her eyes. Shuer, you are not developing feelings for Lin Fan, are you? I am not. Zheng Xiaoqing did not believe her. Your expression has already betrayed you. You cheeky girl, how dare you make jokes at my expense? Song Shuer playfully tickled Zheng Xiaoqing's soles. Shuer, I was wrong. Zheng Xiaoqing laughed and begged for mercy. If you stop for a moment, I don't mind revealing a secret about Lin Fan. What secret? Song Shuer inquired with interest. Let me tell you, Lin Fan has an incredible physique, with 8-pack abs. I witnessed it myself last time. Song Shuer cast a disdainful glance at Zheng Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, I never expected you to have such a penchant for this. Have you been spying on Lin Fan while he bathes? Zheng Xiaoqing retorted, what are you talking about? I accidentally saw him swimming at the pool last time. No need to explain. Explanations are mere disguises. Xiaoqing, you're practically drooling. You're clearly enamored with Lin Fan's physique. How shameless. You're the one drooling. The two women frolicked in the room until they finally grew weary and succumbed to slumber. The following morning, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a Patek Philippe 5002P men's mechanical watch. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 80 million Huaxia coins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a truth serum pill. The Patek Philippe 5002P is no trifling matter. It is priced at over 17 million. As for the 80 million Huaxia coins, Lin Fan was not overly surprised. However, the truth serum pill left him perplexed. System, what on earth is this? The system elucidated, the truth serum pill has an effect lasting half an hour. As the name suggests, the consumer will only speak the truth within that time frame. Lin Fan was left speechless. Ever since the system upgrade, it's been presenting these bizarre items. What use do I have for a truth serum pill? I wonder if I might draw a girlfriend next time. Lin Fan rose to have breakfast, at which point Song Shuer and Zheng Xiaoqing had also awakened. After breakfast, Zheng Xiaoqing proceeded to her company, finding herself bored at the manor. Song Shuer decided to leave as well, recalling something. Lin Fan, are you free tonight? I am. Why? Song Shuer continued. There's a soiree at 8 o'clock. Could you accompany me? A soiree? To be honest, Lin Fan had little interest in such events, so he declined outright. Isn't it more enjoyable to stay home? No. Lin Fan, I'm afraid of running into that Su Jingwen fellow. Please accompany me, won't you? Faced with Song Shuer's earnest pleading, Lin Fan relented. All right, it's settled then. I'll see you tonight. With that, Song Shuer departed from the manor. Lin Fan recalled that he would be returning to his hometown the next day and called Lin Shuyan. Sister, how's your experience at Chu Feng Group? Have you encountered any difficulties? It's great. As Lin Fan's cousin, the executives treat Lin Shuyan with utmost courtesy. I'm heading back home tomorrow. Would you like to come with me? I almost forgot. The day after tomorrow is Uncle's birthday. But Lin Fan, I just started at the company and took leave. Isn't that inappropriate? Lin Shuyan seemed conflicted. It's no trouble. I can help you request leave. Lin Fan replied. I'd rather not. Lin Shuyan insisted. How about this? You go back first, and I'll return the day after tomorrow. Suit yourself. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Fan ended the call. He first booked a plane ticket for the following midday, then resumed his gaming. Mr. Lin, 2 individuals are outside seeking an audience with you. Yang Lin approached Lin Fan, who was engrossed in his game. What are their names? Lin Fan inquired casually. Su Kai-dong. Lin Fan frowned. There was no need for further explanation. The Su father and son were undoubtedly here to apologize and seek Lin Fan's support. Tell them I'm still in bed. Lin Fan casually concocted an excuse. He bore no fondness for the two and had no desire to meet them. Understood. Yang Lin made her way to the manor's entrance. Apologies, Mr. Lin is still asleep. Please come back another day. she informed the Su father and son. Chapter 35. A Cure for Cancer. Su Kaidong and Su Jiangwen exchanged glances, both visibly displeased. Is it really so late, and Lin Fan is still not awake? Who is he fooling? If he doesn't want to meet, then so be it. What a trivial excuse. Please convey to Mr. Lin that we are genuinely here to apologize. Su Kaidong suppressed his irritation. If Mr. Lin wakes up, I will inform him. You may leave for now. Su Kaidong replied. No worries, we'll wait here. Yang Linlin chose not to engage further and returned to the hall. Dad, I think that Lin Fan is doing this on purpose. Su Jiangwen seethed. Silence. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this predicament. The priority now is to gain Lin Fan's forgiveness. While Lin Fan continued to play his game, he chuckled upon hearing that Su Kaidong and Su Jiangwen had not left. Let them wait there. Lin Fan had no intention of meeting them. The moment Lin Fan laid eyes on Su Kaidong, he discerned that he was a man of considerable cunning. Lin Fan had no desire to engage with such individuals. The sun blazed outside, and Su Kaidong and Su Jiangwen, sheltered under the shade of a tree, were sweating profusely. An hour passed, yet Lin Fan still did not appear, and they were nearing heat exhaustion. Dad, that Lin Fan is so ungrateful, making us wait this long. He is probably inside, laughing at us. Su Jiangwen complained, growing impatient. Su Kaidong was also irked. At this point, even a fool should comprehend Lin Fan's intentions. It appears he has no intention of seeing us. Let us leave. Su Kaidong decided to return. If Lin Fan would not yield to gentle persuasion, then he would resort to forceful measures. He would send someone to issue Lin Fan a warning. As they turned to leave, the manor's door swung open. Lin Fan emerged leisurely. I apologize for making you wait so long. I just woke up. Noticing their drenched appearances, Lin Fan found it amusing. Su Jiangwen was seething with indignation, ready to unleash a tirade, but Su Kaidong gestured for him to hold his tongue. Suppressing his anger, Su Kaidong spoke. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for what transpired last night. I'm here today with genuine intentions to discuss collaboration with you. What kind of collaboration? Lin Fan queried. Su Kaidong elaborated. Mr. Lin, you hold 15% of the shares in Tang's film industry. I hope you can assist me in ascending to the position of chairman. Lin Fan was not surprised by Su Kaidong's motives. If this is a collaboration, I wish to know what benefits I might derive from it. I'll offer you 30 million. How does that sound? Su Kaidong tentatively proposed. Only by becoming chairman could Su Kaidong maximize his interests. To be frank, Tang Yixing approached me yesterday. Su Kaidong furrowed his brows. Indeed, Tang Yixing had beaten them to the punch. So, you accepted Tang Yixing's proposal? Lin Fan shook his head. I have no desire to become embroiled in your power struggles, so you need not seek me out again. Su Kaidong narrowed his eyes, his voice cold. Very well. Since Mr. Lin has chosen to be a bystander, I hope you refrain from meddling in our affairs. Is that a threat? Su Kaidong's gaze was somber. It was not a threat, but merely a piece of advice for Mr. Lin. Mind your own business. With that, Su Kaidong ushered Su Jiangwen into the car. Dad, why don't I send someone to teach Lin Fan a lesson? Since he refuses to accept a toast and instead opts for a penalty drink, there is no need for me to hold back any longer. Su Jiangwen retorted. Can't you think a little before acting? Is fighting the only thing you know how to do? Su Jiangwen fell silent under his father's reprimand. After Su Kaidong and Su Jiangwen departed, Lin Fan also took his car out for a drive. It wasn't until the afternoon that he returned to the manor. Zheng Xiaoqing and Yang Linlin were seated on the sofa, with Yang Linlin's eyes red, seemingly having encountered some sorrowful event, while Zheng Xiaoqing offered her comfort. Linlin, what is wrong? Has someone bullied you? Lin Fan inquired. Yang Linlin wiped her tears and looked at Lin Fan, hesitant to speak. Zheng Xiaoqing pondered for a moment and said, Lin Fan, Linlin wishes to request in advance on 3 months' salary. Are you in dire need of money? I can lend you some. Yang Linlin, a diligent maid at the manor, often found herself the subject of Lin Fan's light-hearted teasing. If she faced difficulties, Lin Fan would undoubtedly assist. Zheng Xiaoqing elaborated. Linlin's mother is hospitalized and requires a substantial amount for surgery. Lin Fan promptly took out his phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Yang Linlin. Here is 100,000 for now. If it's insufficient, come find me again. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I'll repay you in the future. Yang Linlin said through tears. By the way, what illness does your mother have? Zheng Xiaoqing sighed beside her. Lung cancer, and it's in the advanced stage. Advanced lung cancer? Lin Fan was taken aback by the severity. In that case, it might be best to arrange for her to be discharged. Lin Fan suggested. Zheng Xiaoqing shot Lin Fan a glare. Hey, Lin Fan. While it's true that current medical practices have yet to find a definitive cure for cancer, you shouldn't say such things. As long as there is effort, miracles could happen. Linlin sought an advance on her wages precisely because she did not want to give up on treatment. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Yang Linlin wept even more. She understood well how difficult this illness was to treat. I didn't mean it that way. Lin Fan quickly clarified. The doctors may be at a loss, but I have a solution. Lin, please don't cry. I'll write you a prescription. Lin Fan, being somewhat of a miraculous healer, found the moment to apply his skills. Lin Fan, you're not joking, are you? Zheng Xiaoqing suddenly recalled something and laughed. I almost forgot. It was your treatment that cured Shui. Lin, you should listen to Lin Fan this time. Mr. Lin can heal? Yang Lin asked with curiosity. Lin Fan fetched paper and pen, scribbling down a prescription. He was unperturbed by the thought of the prescription leaking, as it was merely the first in a series. To cure lung cancer, additional medications would be necessary. Lin, have your mother discharged and follow this prescription to procure the medicine, taking it regularly. Zheng Xiaoqing, noticing Lin Fan's extensive list of medications, grew intrigued. Lin Fan, did you study medicine before? No questions asked. It's a family legacy. Zheng Xiaoqing retorted. Yang Lin held the prescription and asked, Mr. Lin, will this prescription cure my mother? Lin Fan shook his head. It won't cure her. But this prescription can help your mother recover and live for another 20 or 30 years without issue. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Yang Lin expressed her deep gratitude. The hospital had informed her that even with a successful operation, her mother would not live long. Lin Fan's words undoubtedly instilled hope in Yang Lin. With the prescription in hand, Yang Lin departed. Lin Fan, since that prescription is so effective, you should consider starting a pharmaceutical company. It would be quite profitable and save lives. Zheng Xiaoqing suggested. Lin Fan had numerous prescriptions in mind and indeed contemplated establishing a pharmaceutical factory. Chapter 36, The Gala. However, this matter could not be rushed. It's essential to understand that the journey from drug development to market involves numerous trials. It was a cumbersome process, not something that could be accomplished in just a few days. We can discuss this later, Lin Fan said. By the way, Lin Fan, the investment company is running low on funds. You need to devise a strategy. Zheng Xiaoqing had selected several projects, all of which Lin Fan had approved. Now everything was in place, except for the funds. It's not a big deal. I'll transfer the money shortly. Furthermore, I need to return to my hometown tomorrow. While I'm away, you can make decisions for the company without needing to consult me. Zheng Xiaoqing shot Lin Fan a glance. You are the company's owner, of course. I must follow proper procedures. Aren't you afraid I might abscond with the funds? Zheng Xiaoqing joked. You could certainly try. Lin Fan was not keen on managing administrative matters. Moreover, he believed in the principle of trusting those he employed. That evening, Song Shui called Lin Fan. Lin Fan, have you set off? Lin Fan had promised to accompany Song Shui to the gala. I'm just getting ready. I'll come to pick you up now. Song Shui replied. No need. I just found out that my dad is also going. I'll just ride with him. Lin Fan, see you at the gala. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan drove out alone. Half an hour later, he arrived at the venue for the gala, the Junlin Hotel. Driving his Pagani Huayra, he garnered the attention of countless onlookers along the way. Upon reaching the parking lot at Junlin Hotel, Lin Fan parked his car and sent Song Shui a message. It turned out that she had encountered traffic and would not arrive quickly. Lin Fan set aside his phone, intending to venture into the gala venue. However, just as he approached the entrance, he encountered a familiar face. Hey, Lin Fan, what brings you here? Li Jihua, Lin Fan's high school classmate and the security captain at the venue, inquired. Li Jihua had not pursued further education after high school, but had managed to establish himself in Shanghai through connections. I'm accompanying a friend to the gala. Lin Fan replied. Wow, Lin Fan, you've managed to make wealthy friends. While he said this, Li Jihua harbored skepticism. After all, the attendees of this gala were all prominent figures in Shanghai. It was hard to believe that Lin Fan, fresh out of university, would be attending an event of such stature. The only explanation was that Lin Fan was merely there to enjoy the festivities. One had to admit that Lin Fan had quite the audacity. However, Lin Fan, I cannot let you in. Although the gala does not require identity checks, allowing an ordinary person to sneak in could jeopardize Li Jihua's position as security captain if discovered. What? Do I need an invitation to get in? Lin Fan asked. Not quite. Li Jihua's mood soured. Lin Fan, we are classmates who know each other well. Honestly, this isn't a place you should be. You should leave quickly. Lin Fan had no intention of leaving and asked, is it not permissible if a friend brings me in? That depends on who your friend is. Li Jihua scoffed. Lin Fan, who do you think you know that is wealthy? Lin Fan ceased to explain and decided to wait for Song Shui to arrive. Even if he revealed his identity now, Li Jihua would likely still not believe him. Li Jihua looked disdainfully at Lin Fan's retreating figure, shaking his head as he took out his walkie-talkie and stepped aside. What on earth is happening at your entrance? How could you let just anyone in? Captain, what is going on? Li Jihua barked. How can you still ask? Just now, someone nearly slipped into the banquet. No way, Captain. Everyone who passed through the entrance was driving luxury cars. By the way, a Pagani Huayra just arrived, and I even took a few pictures. Shut up and keep a closer watch. If anything goes wrong, I'll have you fired. And send me those Pagani photos later. Li Jihua had only seen the Pagani Huayra online. He planned to boast about it on his social media once he received the pictures. Turning off the walkie-talkie, he noticed that Lin Fan had not yet departed. This guy really knows how to put on a show. Lin Fan ignored Li Jihua, patiently waiting. Minutes passed. Mr. Lin, you're attending the banquet as well? What a coincidence. Zhao Yang approached Lin Fan with a beaming smile, exuding respect. Behind Zhao Yang stood several middle-aged men clad in suits, executives from several prominent real estate firms in the metropolis. You must be the chairman of Chu Feng Group. Greetings. It's truly a pleasure. The men recognized Lin Fan's identity and stepped forward to shake his hand. Witnessing this scene, Li Jihua was left astounded. Good heavens, what is Lin Fan's true identity? Even these real estate executives show such deference to him. Mr. Lin, shall we head inside? Zhao Yang suggested. I'm still waiting for someone. Zhao Yang didn't press further and stayed by Lin Fan's side. Soon, Song Shuer and Song Yuanshan arrived. Lin Fan. Song Shuer shot Lin Fan a meaningful glance and quickly strode over, linking her arm with his. Her intention was crystal clear. She wanted Lin Fan to continue pretending to be her boyfriend, especially since Song Yuanshan was present. If they didn't maintain the charade, their previous efforts would be in vain. Watching Song Shuer's incessant signals, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile wryly. Hello, uncle. Lin Fan greeted Song Yuanshan with tact. Song Yuanshan nodded, then sighed. Girls grow up so fast. However, he harbored a certain satisfaction with Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was the chairman of Chu Feng Group and had previously gifted them several tales of imperial red robe tea, a rather generous gesture. Unbeknownst to him, it was actually his daughter who had footed the bill for that tea. And who might this be? Song Yuanshan inquired, glancing at Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang, general manager of Chu Feng Group. Hello, I'm Song Yuanshan from Tungfei Pharmaceuticals. The two men shook hands. You must be Song Shuer, a big star. I've seen you on television frequently. Zhao Yang exclaimed. I never expected Miss Song to be even more beautiful in person. You flatter me. But I'm not a big star. Let us continue our conversation inside. Song Yuanshan suggested. The group made their way into the banquet hall, and this time, Li Jihua did not dare to obstruct them. He could never have imagined that Lin Fan's connections were so extensive. And it appeared that his status was quite elevated as well. What shocked Li Jihua the most was the revelation that Lin Fan was indeed Song Shuer's boyfriend. My goodness, she is a major celebrity. How did I miscalculate so badly and offend Lin Fan just now? Filled with regret, Li Jihua's phone buzzed, and a colleague sent him the photo of the Pagani Huayra. Upon seeing who was in the car, Li Jihua was once again taken aback, for it was none other than Lin Fan himself. Chapter 37, The Trap. Song Shuer stood close to Lin Fan, feigning intimacy. Lin Fan, could you pretend to be my boyfriend one more time, please? She whispered. I already helped you out last time. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. If this continued, they might end up crossing the line from pretend to reality. I didn't expect my dad to come, Song Shuer said, her tone pleading. Please, Lin Fan. This really is the last time. If you want my assistance under these circumstances, it'll cost you. Cost me. Song Shuer was at a loss for words. She still owed Lin Fan 400,000 and had no means to repay it. Humph, last time you claimed to be my fan. I think you were more of a hater. Seeing the distressed expression on Song Shuer's face, Lin Fan found it amusing. All right, I'm intimidated. But this truly is the last time. Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal another day. The banquet hall was filled with numerous attendees, both men and women, all adorned in elegant attire. However, with Song Shuer's arrival, she quickly became the focal point of the event. Dressed in a white evening gown with a subtle touch of makeup, she resembled a fairy. Isn't that Song Shuer? Haven't seen her in ages. She is still as stunning as ever, truly my goddess. The crowd buzzed with admiration for Song Shuer, and many men's eyes lingered on her, unable to look away. The women present could only feel envy and jealousy. Since Song Shuer was the center of attention, it was inevitable that Lin Fan would be scrutinized as well. Who was that man by her side? He must be Song Shuer's boyfriend. What a case of a flower resting on a pile of dung. The spiteful gazes directed at Lin Fan elicited a wry smile from him. Ultimately, he chose to ignore them entirely. Lin Fan and the others found a spot to enjoy their drinks. Song Yuanshan leaned closer to Lin Fan, unabashedly asking, Lin Fan, do you still have any of that tea you gave me last time? Dad, do you still want it? Song Shuer grimaced. The cost of that tea was charged to her. £1 million a pound, utterly outrageous. She was currently broke. If he wanted more, she might have to sell herself. I gave some away, but I don't have much left. Song Yuanshan chuckled. None left. Song Shuer retorted bluntly. I wasn't asking you. I was asking Lin Fan. Song Yuanshan clarified. If he has some, I would be willing to buy it at the original price. I actually have a little at home. Lin Fan replied. He didn't particularly enjoy tea, so if Song Yuanshan wanted it, he could sell it to him. All right, I'll come by to collect it another day. Song Shuer interjected. Dad, do you have money to buy that? It's £1 million a pound. If Mom finds out, she'll chew you out. Although Song Yuanshan owned a company, he lacked business acumen, leaving it on the brink of bankruptcy. They could only afford to live in the metropolis thanks to Song Shuer's earnings from a couple of years ago. Unfortunately, she was now out of funds as well. In a hushed voice, Song Yuanshan confided, I secretly saved a little pocket money. Don't tell your mother. Song Shuer was exasperated. Shuer, it's been a while. At that moment, a young man approached Song Shuer. She merely nodded in acknowledgement. Shuer, is this your boyfriend? Aren't you going to introduce him? The young man, one of Song Shuer's suitors with a bit of background, sought to intimidate Lin Fan. This is Lin Fan, the owner of Yulongxuan, shareholders of Tang's film industry, chairman of Chu Feng Group. Song Shuer discerned that the man was there to provoke, and she directly revealed Lin Fan's background. Coincidentally, this could also serve to shield Lin Fan from the confrontation. I apologize for the intrusion. The man, taken aback by Lin Fan's identity, turned on his heel and departed. How could one possibly compete with a person possessed of hundreds of billions in assets? Shuer, what a coincidence. You are attending the gala as well. Zhou Haifeng approached Song Shuer. Uncle Song. Zhou Haifeng casually greeted Song Yuanshan as well. Song Shuer merely glanced at Zhou Haifeng and nodded, maintaining a neutral demeanor. Haifeng, why I sent to your father here? Oh, my father is too busy. He simply has no time. Zhou Haifeng turned his gaze towards Lin Fan. Flames of fury igniting within him. It was this man who had stolen his idol. Moreover, ever since Lin Fan's arrival, Zhou Haifeng felt as though misfortune had been his constant companion. The last time at Song Shuer's home, he had been humiliated after being exposed for presenting a counterfeit painting. To add insult to injury, on his way home, he had been reported for drunk driving. Now, his driving license was suspended, rendering him unable to drive his car. Truly, he was beset by calamity. Lin Fan, we meet again. Zhou Haifeng forced a smile that did not reach his eyes. You are, oh I recall. You are the one who presented the fake painting to Uncle Song last time. Lin Fan deliberately brought up that incident. As expected, Zhou Haifeng was incensed. Uncle Song, I have a few friends over there. I'll catch up with you later. Zhou Haifeng stormed off with a grim expression. As Lin Fan and Song Shuer savored their drinks, suddenly, Lin Fan noticed someone. Not far away, Su Jingwen held a wine glass, sipping red wine. His icy gaze fixated on Lin Fan. He would never forget the scene from the previous night when he had been beaten. Lin Fan merely cast a cursory glance at Su Jingwen and continued to drink, as if the latter were a mere specter. Song Shuer encountered a good friend at the gala and went over to chat. Lin Fan remained in place, sharing a couple of drinks with Zhao Yang before heading to the restroom. Upon exiting, Lin Fan encountered a woman in a short skirt, heavily made up. Mr. Lin, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ding Xiaoqiao. Ding Xiaoqiao, standing at 1.7 meters tall, possessed an attractiveness rating of 8.5. Noticing that the other party was familiar with him and had taken the initiative to greet him, Lin Fan instinctively heightened his guard. I do not know you. The scent of Ding Xiaoqiao's perfume was somewhat overpowering for Lin Fan. He intended to walk away, but Ding Xiaoqiao blocked his path. We didn't know each other before. But now we do. Mr. Lin, I am aware of your position as chairman of Chu Feng Group. As an actress, why don't we find a place to have a proper chat? Ding Xiaoqiao leaned closer to Lin Fan, wrapping her arms around his neck. The implications were unmistakable. Discuss a script? Are you out of your mind? Lin Fan frowned and forcefully pushed Ding Xiaoqiao away. Mr. Lin, you are quite rude, but I like that. Ding Xiaoqiao, unfazed, stepped forward again, drawing near to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, do you not find me beautiful? Your beauty is of no consequence to me. Lin Fan sensed that this woman was troublesome and wished to return quickly. Ding Xiaoqiao frowned. According to her plan, she was supposed to seduce Lin Fan. However, he was not falling for it. It appeared that she would have to proceed with Plan B. Chapter 38, Slander. Help! Help! Someone is assaulting me. Ding Xiaoqiao deliberately disheveled her hair, feigning fear as she stumbled back to the gala. Damn it! Is this the infamous honey trap? Lin Fan attempted to pursue the wretched woman, but two young men appeared. What is going on? The two young men positioned themselves protectively behind Ding Xiaoqiao. He intends to harm me. Ding Xiaoqiao feigned vulnerability, even shedding tears as she pointed at Lin Fan. What a beast! How dare he bully someone in a place like this? The two young men erupted in curses. What is happening? Guests at the gala noticed the commotion and began to gather. This man just touched me inappropriately and threatened me not to speak of it. I want to die? Ding Xiaoqiao, true to her acting skills, portrayed the aftermath of being bullied with great finesse. Who is this person? Dressed so elegantly, yet a beast in human clothing. Do not be afraid, miss, we will stand up for you. Voices of condemnation filled the air. Lin Fan, realizing he had fallen into a trap, managed to remain calm. Who was it that set him up? If the situation escalated, Lin Fan would undoubtedly suffer irreparable damage to his reputation. Truly malicious. Was he not the chairman of Chu Feng Group? Who would have thought he would turn out to be such a person? Someone in the crowd recognized Lin Fan's identity. Mr. Lin, what is happening? Zhao Yang and Song Shuai rushed over. Lin Fan merely cast a cold glance at Ding Xiaoqiao, offering no further explanation. At such a moment, any attempt at clarification would be futile. This Lin Fan has gone too far. In front of everyone, he dares to lay hands on this young lady. How disgraceful. From this moment onward, I propose we terminate all cooperation with Chu Feng Group and with Baihao Hotel. Such scum deserves to be executed. The crowd erupted in a chorus of denunciation. Impossible, Lin Fan is not that kind of person. Song Shuai stepped forward. Based on her understanding of Lin Fan, he would never engage in such behavior. Clearly, there was more to the story. However, with the situation having escalated to this extent, no one would believe Song Shuai's assertion. Song Shuai, is this Lin Fan your boyfriend? If your boyfriend behaves improperly, I assume you are not a virtuous individual either. Several envious women chimed in. Song Shuai's face flushed crimson. Amidst the cacophony of insults, her voice sounded feeble. Shuai, do not speak. Song Yuanshan pulled his daughter back. Father, do you also think Lin Fan is that kind of person? I certainly believe in Lin Fan, but now, alas, do not speak. Let us see what Lin Fan has to say. Song Yuanshan was not foolish. His daughter was 1,000 times more beautiful than Ding Xiaoqiao. How could Lin Fan possibly harbor feelings for her? Yet now, everyone believed Ding Xiaoqiao's words. Clearly, there were deeper currents at play. Lin Fan, why don't you say something? Song Shuai felt anxious for Lin Fan. Lin Fan took a few steps forward, surveying the crowd. Who just said they wanted to cancel cooperation with Chu Feng Group? Step forward. Lin Fan's expression remained impassive. Some people immediately fell silent. After all, Lin Fan was a billionaire, and they could not afford to offend him. Naturally, others chose to confront Lin Fan. What? You commit a wrongdoing and still wish to silence us? Even if you are the chairman of Chu Feng Group, we are not afraid of you. Yes, cooperation should be terminated. He should not be allowed to survive in the business world. Most of these individuals were competitors of Lin Fan's company, thus choosing this moment to strike while the iron was hot. As soon as Lin Fan falters, they will seize the opportunity to annex the Chu Feng Group. Excellent. Lin Fan turned to Zhao Yang. Make sure to remember these individuals. They shall be blacklisted from all enterprises under my name. Understood, Mr. Lin. Zhao Yang silently noted the names of those individuals. It's no great matter. We simply want to patronize the Baihao Hotel and Yalongshuan in the future. The individuals displayed their disdain. Zhou Haifeng approached Song Shuai, gleeful at her misfortune. Shuai, you can discern a person's appearance, but not their heart. It would be wise for you to keep your distance from Lin Fan. Be quiet. Song Shuai, increasingly irritated, found her distaste for Zhou Haifeng intensifying. Zhou Haifeng, seeing Song Shuai defend Lin Fan, was furious but dared not show it, merely casting a hateful glare at Lin Fan. Ah, Lin Fan, your day will come. Xiao Qiao. Who dares to bully you? Ding Xiaoqiao's boyfriend arrived, seething with anger. Ding Xiaoqiao threw herself into her boyfriend's arms, sobbing loudly. If word of today's events gets out, I don't want to live. How vile. I will kill you. Ding Xiaoqiao's boyfriend raised his fist and charged towards Lin Fan. After all, no man could tolerate seeing his girlfriend being bullied. Lin Fan sidestepped, extending his foot to trip Ding Xiaoqiao's boyfriend to the ground. You'd best remain silent until you grasp the truth. It appeared that Ding Xiaoqiao's boyfriend was unaware of the circumstances. He genuinely believed that Lin Fan had tormented Ding Xiaoqiao. I will kill you. Ding Xiaoqiao's boyfriend was blinded by rage. The chairman of the Chu Feng Group, assaulting a third-rate star. What sensational news. Su Jiangwen emerged with a smile, casting an odd glance at Lin Fan. Earlier, Lin Fan had harbored suspicions about Zhou Haifeng, and with Su Jiangwen's appearance, Lin Fan's certainty solidified. It could not be mistaken. All of this was orchestrated by Su Jiangwen. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoqiao continued to cry heart-wrenchingly, earning Lin Fan's admiration. It seemed she was destined for the next Golden Statue Award for Best Actress. Miss, what are your demands? We will advocate for you. Yes, we can all testify on your behalf. Hire the best lawyer. We must sue Lin Fan. Ding Xiaoqiao only cried, remaining silent. Her objective had been achieved. Lin Fan's reputation lay in ruins, seemingly a foregone conclusion. I believe my brother Lin is not that kind of person. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forth from the crowd. It was Tang Yixing. His arrival immediately stirred commotion. It's Tang Yixing. Why would he speak on Lin Fan's behalf? Could it be that Lin Fan is Tang Yixing's illegitimate son? Hadn't they heard Tang Yixing refer to Lin Fan as brother? Their relationship must be extraordinary. Speculations ran rampant among the crowd. With Tang Yixing's arrival, Ding Xiaoqiao grew uneasy, for his influence was vast, and now he chose to side with Lin Fan. Should the truth come to light, her fate would be dire. Ding Xiaoqiao cast a pleading glance at Su Jiangwen, unsure of what to do next. Chapter 39, The Truth. Su Jiangwen furrowed his brow, taken aback that Tang Yixing would speak for Lin Fan at such a critical moment. This complicated matters significantly. However, the arrow was already on the string. They had no choice but to proceed with their act. Immediately, Su Jiangwen signaled to Ding Xiaoqiao to avoid revealing any cracks in her facade. What is your name? Tang Yixing approached Ding Xiaoqiao. Under immense pressure, she stammered, Ding Xiaoqiao, have I not encountered you before? Mr. Tang, I am a contracted actress with Tang's film industry. I offer you a chance, speak the truth. Tang Yixing's voice was icy. He was well aware that this woman was lying. Su Jiangwen sneered, Chairman Tang, your words carry no weight. There are witnesses who saw Lin Fan attempt to violate Miss Ding. Who witnessed this? The two young men who had initially spoken stepped forward, appearing somewhat frightened. Mr. Tang, we saw everything. Tang Yixing was about to interject when Lin Fan stepped forward, patting Tang Yixing's shoulder, signaling him to withdraw. I will handle this matter personally. Tang Yixing glanced at Lin Fan, unsure of what he had in store, then nodded and stepped aside. Who instructed you to do this? Lin Fan coldly glared at Ding Xiaoqiao. She recoiled in fear from his gaze, stepping back a few paces. Lin Fan advanced, intent on seizing Ding Xiaoqiao. Yet the two young men blocked his path. Unceremoniously, Lin Fan sent them flying, moving to grasp Ding Xiaoqiao's arm. Lin Fan, how dare you strike someone? Su Jiangwen exclaimed angrily, pointing at Lin Fan. Lin Fan ignored him, producing the lie pill from the system and forcing it into Ding Xiaoqiao's mouth. The lie pill dissolved instantly. This startled Ding Xiaoqiao immensely. What did you make me swallow? Poison, Lin Fan declared. Su, quickly, call for emergency assistance. Ding Xiaoqiao did not wish to perish. It's futile, you won't survive long. Lin Fan threatened ominously. Lin Fan, do you intend to kill me to silence me? The crowd was taken aback by Lin Fan's actions. Was he truly a madman, resorting to murder over a mere disagreement? Speak. Who sent you to frame me? Lin Fan demanded. The lie pill took effect, rendering Ding Xiaoqiao vacant-eyed. Aware that the pill's effect would last only half an hour, Lin Fan took out his phone to record. Ding Xiaoqiao pointed at Su Jiangwen. It's him. He instructed me to seduce the chairman of the Chu Feng Group. Lin Fan. If I failed to seduce him, I was to frame him. Su Jiangwen aimed to ruin Lin Fan's reputation. Ding Xiaoqiao's revelation detonated like a bomb, inciting unrest among the crowd. All eyes turned towards Su Jiangwen. In truth, many remained skeptical of Ding Xiaoqiao's claims. However, detached from the matter, they were content to observe the spectacle unfold. Now, with Ding Xiaoqiao revealing the truth, the drama became increasingly riveting. Su Jiangwen's expression shifted dramatically. He wished to strangle Ding Xiaoqiao. Nonsense. This matter has nothing to do with me. This woman is lying. Su Jiangwen hastily protested. Lin Fan's gaze was frigid as he scrutinized Su Jiangwen, then continued to question Ding Xiaoqiao. What is your relationship with Su Jiangwen? What benefits did he provide you? I am Su Jiangwen's mistress. In fact, I am currently pregnant. The child in my womb belongs to Su Jiangwen. He promised to pay me 1 million to frame Lin Fan. Su Jiangwen's face flushed crimson, and he lunged at Ding Xiaoqiao, desperate to silence her. All her words are fabricated. Be quiet. Lin Fan kicked Su Jiangwen away. He struck Su Jiangwen in the abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. His expression twisted in pain. Meanwhile, Ding Xiaoqiao's boyfriend turned pale with rage. He felt as if he were standing upon a vast expanse of verdant grassland. Ding Xiaoqiao was carrying Su Jiangwen's child, and he was utterly oblivious to this fact. How infuriating. He had nearly become a mere pawn in this game. The gazes directed at Ding Xiaoqiao's boyfriend were laden with sympathy. This man was indeed pitiable. Had it not been for Ding Xiaoqiao's revelation of the harsh truth tonight, he would have remained blissfully ignorant for a lifetime. Ding Xiaoqiao, you wretched woman. Su Jiangwen clumsily rose to his feet, never having imagined that he would be the one to suffer such disgrace. His loathing for Ding Xiaoqiao was profound. Now, the truth was laid bare. Lin Fan released Ding Xiaoqiao. Su Jiangwen, I must settle the score with you properly. It seemed as if Su Jiangwen had not heard him. As he lunged forward and unleashed a flurry of blows upon Ding Xiaoqiao, Lin Fan did not intervene. You must speak. This matter has nothing to do with me. Ding Xiaoqiao pleaded for mercy. However, Su Jiangwen showed no signs of relenting. You vile woman, you consume my resources and now dare to bite back. Before long, Ding Xiaoqiao had succumbed to unconsciousness from Su Jiangwen's assault. Do not trust a word from this woman. This matter does not concern me, Su Jiangwen proclaimed to the onlookers. A heavy silence fell upon the gathered crowd. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense who was lying. Yet, due to Su Jiangwen's status, none dared to voice their judgments. After all the commotion, It turned out to be a private vendetta between Su Jiangwen and Lin Fan. How splendid. I knew Lin Fan was not the sort of person to be trifled with. Knowing the truth, Song Shuier felt elated for Lin Fan. Brother Lin, how do you intend to handle this situation? Tang Yixing inquired, stepping forward. Lin Fan remained silent, his gaze icy as it fell upon Su Jiangwen. Su Jiangwen, what else do you have to say? With Ding Xiaoqiao incapacitated, Su Jiangwen resolved to deny all allegations. This Ding Xiaoqiao is merely a third-rate actress. She would do anything for fame. Can her words be trusted? Su Jiangwen's expression was one of distaste, as if to imply, I orchestrated this. What can you do about it? Damn you. Lin Fan belonged to the sort who preferred action over idle chatter. He advanced directly, landing a punch squarely on Su Jiangwen's chin. Su Jiangwen was sent sprawling, two of his teeth flying. Su Jiangwen, did you truly believe I was powerless against you? Lin Fan seized Su Jiangwen from the ground. Lin Fan, what do you intend to do? Su Jiangwen stammered, unable to articulate clearly due to his lost teeth. He had been struck by Lin Fan just the night before, leaving him psychologically scarred. Lin Fan, cease this at once. Suddenly, another figure appeared on the scene. It was Su Jiangwen's father, Su Kaidong. Father, save me. Su Jiangwen cried out in relief. Lin Fan, if anything happens to my son, you will pay dearly. Chapter 40, An Irreconcilable Conflict. It was indeed Su Kaidong who had arrived. No one had anticipated that the situation would escalate to this magnitude. Su Kaidong was fiercely protective of his own, and having witnessed Lin Fan assault his son, he undoubtedly would not let this transgression go unpunished. Indeed, only fury remained in Su Kaidong's eyes. Had Lin Fan merely struck Su Jiangwen the previous night in a private setting, Su Kaidong might have tolerated it. However, today, Lin Fan's actions in front of a crowd were an outright provocation. If Su Kaidong did not assert his authority now, he risked losing all respect in the future. Additionally, Lin Fan had explicitly rejected any collaboration with Su Kaidong, nullifying the need for Su Kaidong to show him any courtesy. Lin Fan did not bother to acknowledge Su Kaidong, delivering a powerful punch to Su Jiangwen's abdomen instead. Su Jiangwen's complexion turned ashen, the excruciating pain rendering him speechless. Lin Fan, you are courting death. Su Kaidong's gaze darkened ominously. Lin Fan's public assault on his son was unequivocally a challenge. If you cannot discipline your son, allow me to assist. Lin Fan continued until Su Jiangwen was rendered unconscious. Then he ceased his onslaught. With so many witnesses present, Lin Fan had no intention of causing permanent harm. But he would remember this incident. In due time, he would ensure that Su Jiangwen and his father paid the price. Excellent. Indeed, the younger generation surpasses the older. Su Kaidong's expression darkened. But my son does not require your interference. Lin Fan, from this moment forth, we are irreconcilable. We shall see how this unfolds. Su Kaidong ordered his men to carry the unconscious Su Jiangwen away from the scene. Soon, the unconscious Ding Xiaoqiao was also escorted away by security. The farce had concluded. But the repercussions were only just beginning. Was Lin Fan, a rising star, overstepping his bounds by challenging Su Kaidong? Only time would tell. With Su Kaidong's departure, order was restored to the gathering. Brother Lin, Su Kaidong is a man who repays grievances tenfold. You must tread carefully. Tang Yixing cautioned. Fear not, I have my plans. Lin Fan replied with a smile. Brother Lin, Su Kaidong is also my rival. We will undoubtedly have opportunities for collaboration in the future. Let us toast. Lin Fan did not decline and shared a glass of red wine with Tang Yixing. If it were not for me, you would not have incurred Su Jiangwen's ire. I feel terrible. Song Shuier expressed remorse from the sidelines. Given the gravity of the situation, she felt responsible. In her view, had it not been for her, none of this would have transpired. Having offended Su Kaidong, would Lin Fan still have a bright future ahead? This has nothing to do with you. Lin Fan reassured her. How can it be unrelated? Ultimately, it stems from my actions. It's all right, they cannot harm me. Lin Fan appeared unfazed. After a moment's contemplation, Song Shuier said, Lin Fan, I invite you to dinner tomorrow night. I will be returning to my hometown tomorrow. It will have to wait. Oh, I see. Song Shuier replied, disappointment evident in her tone. It must be postponed then. By the way, what brings you back home? It's my father's birthday, and I plan to enjoy a few days there. Lin Fan lingered at the soiree for a while before departing alone. Morning arrived. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a pink star diamond. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 6 bottles of Romanicani 1990. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 50 million Huaxia coins. The pink star, a flawless 60-carat pink diamond, is valued at 500 million. Romanicani 1990, a world-class red wine, costs 150,000 per bottle. However, having only drawn 6 bottles left Lin Fan somewhat disheartened. After all, the last time he had drawn Macallan M. Lalique Crystal, he had acquired 20 bottles in one go. The pink star diamond he had drawn was merely toyed with for a moment before being cast aside. He was not a woman and thus had little interest in diamonds. After rising and having breakfast, Lin Fan began to pack his belongings. He took 4 bottles of wine, 2 bottles of Romanicani, and 2 of Macallan M. Lalique Crystal, along with a small quantity of tea leaves. After briefing Zheng Xiaoqing on a few matters, Lin Fan boarded a flight back to his hometown at noon. Lin Fan's family resided in a small county, so after arriving in the city, he transferred to a bus. It was not until evening that Lin Fan finally returned to the foot of his building. "Father, mother, I have returned," Lin Fan announced as he stepped through the threshold. Aware of his homecoming, Lin Fan's parents had already prepared a sumptuous feast. As he approached the door, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. After a lengthy afternoon journey, he must surely be famished. He Wei emerged to assist Lin Fan with his luggage. "No need, mother. I can manage it myself," he replied, hauling his suitcase inside. "Father," Lin Fan called out to Lin Haidong, who was seated on the sofa. "It's good to be back. Let us eat first," Lin Haidong replied, setting aside the magazine in his hands to fetch a bowl. A few years prior, Lin Haidong had sustained an injury to his left foot in a traffic accident, resulting in a noticeable limp. Lin Fan. In the living room stood a woman clad in a short skirt, who greeted him with a smile upon his arrival. Her name was Li Qiulan, a classmate of Lin Fan. His surprise was palpable. This woman had always regarded him with disdain. What was she doing here? He Wei chuckled. "Qiulan heard you were returning today and came early to lend a hand. She contributed to the dishes on the table as well." Lin Fan sensed that there was more to this situation than met the eye. When circumstances deviate from the norm, one must consider the underlying motives. Could it be that Li Qiulan had learned of his true identity and sought to ingratiate herself? It was a possibility, yet his hunger prevailed, and he dismissed such thoughts. "Father, your cooking remains as delectable as ever," he complimented. "Then eat plenty," He Wei encouraged. "Lin Fan, I heard from Annie that you're doing business in the Magic City. What kind of business is it?" Li Qiulan inquired. As expected, this woman had gleaned some information from He Wei. "It's nothing too grand, just handling a few projects," Lin Fan replied casually. "When do you plan to return to the Magic City? I'd like to accompany you." Lin Fan shook his head, not certain yet. Li Qiulan bombarded him with numerous questions, but he responded with vague, perfunctory replies. Her sudden display of concern felt foreign to him. After dinner, Li Qiulan expressed a desire to take Lin Fan out for some entertainment. "You haven't returned to the county in ages. Let me show you around." Lin Fan, feeling somewhat fatigued, declined. "I'm a bit tired. Perhaps tomorrow." "Very well." After lingering at Lin Fan's home for a while, she eventually took her leave. Lin Fan retrieved a bottle of red wine from his suitcase. "Father, I bet you've never tried red wine before. Let me open a bottle for you." "No need. I'm on medication, and the doctor advised me against alcohol." Lin Haidong was tempted, but held back. "It's all right. I'll set the wine aside. We can enjoy it once your foot heals." Lin Haidong shook his head. "I doubt it will ever get better." He had visited numerous hospitals, yet none had been able to provide a remedy. "Son, these bottles of wine you bought must have cost a fortune?" Lin Haidong observed the aged labels on the 4 bottles, speculating. "Not too pricey." Lin Fan withheld the actual cost, fearing that his father might feel reluctant to indulge. He then took out some tea leaves. Lin Fan sought an excuse to examine his father's injured foot and subsequently returned to his room to write a prescription. "Father, I have a classmate who is a doctor. I had him draft a prescription. You should soak your foot in these remedies, and you'll likely recover swiftly." Lin Haidong, however, held little hope. "I'll go buy the medicine soon." Lin Fan yearned for his father to reclaim his normal life. Fortunately, with his exceptional medical skills, he believed this challenge would be surmountable. After half an hour, Lin Fan returned with the medicine. After preparing it, he brought it to Lin Haidong for his foot soak. Upon returning to his room, He Wei followed him in. "Son, what do you think of Qiulan? She seems quite fond of you." It was evident that He Wei was attempting to play matchmaker between Lin Fan and Li Qiulan. However, Lin Fan harbored no fondness for Li Qiulan. "Mother, may I ask you a question? Is our home about to be demolished?" Upon his return, Lin Fan had noticed a significant decrease in foot traffic around the area, and many doors bore the ominous word demolished. It was clear that demolition was imminent. Their residence was part of an older district, making such plans commonplace. "I was just about to tell you. We signed the agreement yesterday and will receive 1 million in compensation." He Wei shared. Lin Fan could only manage a wry smile. The average property price in the county was around 8,000, exorbitantly high. However, with 1 million, one could purchase a decent home and a nice vehicle. Lin Fan soon understood why Li Qiulan appeared to have undergone a transformation. Her family was likely influenced by the impending demolition. "Since the area is being torn down, why not move to the Magic City with me? I have a place there," Lin Fan proposed. "Son, you've become quite successful," He Wei replied. Yet she and Lin Haidong preferred to remain in their familiar surroundings. Adjusting to city life would be a challenge for them. Lin Fan did not press the matter further. How about this? Tomorrow I'll take you to look at some properties. We've been searching, but Haven T found anything suitable yet. Wait a moment. Lin Fan, you Haven T answered your mother's earlier question. Lin Fan, feeling exasperated, replied, Mother, I already have a girlfriend, so you needn't worry about that. To evade further inquiry, he resorted to fabricating a lie. Why didn't you bring her back? He pressed. She's quite busy, Mother. If you have the time, you could visit her in the Magic City. Perhaps next time. He decided not to pursue the matter further and exited Lin Fan's room. As the night passed, a notification chimed from the system. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 80 shares of Hehu Group. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 60 million Huaxia coins. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the skill Jia Hua, Fa de Cheng. Hehu Group, akin to Chu Feng Group, was also a real estate enterprise. However, Hehu Group was a local firm with a market value of only 5 billion. Nevertheless, 80 of its equity was worth 4 billion. The acquisition of Huaxia coins, however, brought little surprise to Lin Fan. Upon hearing the term Jiahua Fa, Lin Fan felt utterly bewildered. What on earth is Jiahua Fa de Cheng? Remembering his previous draw of the lying pill, Lin Fan felt exasperated. Why did he keep drawing such peculiar items? Why not simply give him the Huaxia coins directly? The system explained. Jiahua Fa is a traditional martial art superior to Western fighting techniques, capable of utilizing minimal force to achieve maximum effect. Jiahua Fa de Cheng means that the skill will be directly transferred to the host. In other words, he would soon become a master of martial arts. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Do you think I don't go online? This Jiahua Fa has been tarnished by certain individuals. It has become nothing more than a meme. Why not just grant me a lightning-fast 5-strike whip? The system replied, since you have drawn it. You may choose to accept the skill or decline. I accept. Lin Fan was eager to see just how powerful Jiahua Fa de Cheng could become. Soon, a stream of information flooded Lin Fan's mind, all pertaining to martial arts. The entire process was far smoother than when he had received the divine medical skills. He felt no discomfort whatsoever. However, it must be said that the transformation of Jiwafada is indeed remarkable. From the information received, it appears that Lin Fan is now capable of defeating the world champion in boxing. This is not mere exaggeration. At present, Lin Fan possesses both physical prowess and martial arts skills. What he lacks is practical combat experience. As he rose from bed to brush his teeth, he was already busy preparing breakfast. Lin Fan found it somewhat unusual to be without a maid attending to him at home. Son, your friend's prescription is truly miraculous. My foot has healed. Lin Haidong smiled as he approached Lin Fan, walking without the previous limp. He could hardly believe that after using that medication, he was able to walk normally after just one night. Dad, your foot is only partially healed. You must continue the medication to prevent a relapse. Lin Fan reminded him, confident in his medical expertise. All right, be sure to thank your doctor friend properly. Lin Fan merely smiled in response, thinking to himself, that doctor friend is none other than me. However, he chose not to voice this, as it would be difficult to explain. After finishing breakfast, he said, Son, today Haidong and I are going to look at houses. You should come along. Curiously, Lin Fan inquired, Mom, where are you planning to look? The Lai Chung community. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. He had checked last night, and this Lai Chung community was rather far from the city center. Although the housing prices were affordable, the transportation was inconvenient. That's too far, Mom. Let's not go to Lai Chung community. Then where should we go? Aside from Lai Chung, the prices elsewhere are exorbitant. They were still awaiting the compensation from the demolition, leaving them with limited funds. Let's go to Hehu community, Lin Fan suggested. Hehu shook her head. The average price at Hehu community is 10,000. It's too expensive. It is the priciest housing in the entire county. Quality corresponds to price. Dad, Mom, I will buy it for you, Lin Fan said, choosing not to elaborate further as he led his parents out. Without a car in his hometown, Lin Fan found commuting rather inconvenient. Once they purchased a house, he intended to buy his father a vehicle. Chapter 42, Buying a House. The three of them hailed a taxi by the roadside and headed towards Hehu community. Their residence was not far from the community, and they arrived in about 10 minutes. The sales office at Hehu community was somewhat desolate. After all, it was a high-end community with exorbitant pricing, making it an unlikely choice for the average person. Welcome to the Hehu community sales hall. As Lin Fan and his parents entered the sales office, a woman approached to greet them. Lin Fan found a spot to sit, intending to gather some information. What a coincidence. At that moment, a middle-aged woman with dyed red hair approached them. Jingjia, are you here to buy a house? Hui recognized the woman. They had previously sold vegetables at the market together. Not really. The houses here are far too expensive for me. My son runs a renovation company and has just taken on a project at Hehu community, so I came to take a look. The woman named Jingjia smiled. This is Lin Fan, right? It's been years. I almost didn't recognize you. Jing Jia assessed Lin Fan with a glance. By the way, Lin Fan, did you graduate from university? Where are you working? Oh, I'm not currently employed. I'm doing a bit of business. Lin Fan explained. Business is quite challenging nowadays. But your family is fortunate to encounter the demolition. Jing Jia expressed a hint of envy. He Hui simply smiled and said, your son is doing well too. He has become quite a successful businessman. Indeed, once the conversation shifted to her son, Jing Jia began to boast. My son has made a considerable amount of money from renovations over the past few years. Just recently, he bought a new car. And we plan to buy a house next month. Congratulations. He Hui replied. Jing Jia continued to extol her son. At that moment, the saleswoman brought tea for Lin Fan and his parents. Sir, may I ask what type of house you are looking for? We have both bare shell apartments and fully furnished ones. There are various layouts available. The saleswoman began her introduction. Dad, Mom, how about buying a villa? It would be more comfortable to live in a larger space. Lin Fan suggested. Lin Haidong shook his head, saying, let's skip the villa. It will be too lonely with just your mother and me living there. Something more ordinary will suffice. Wait, are you really planning to buy a house here? Jing Jia asked, somewhat surprised. A villa? That's a bit of a stretch. He Hui turned to Lin Fan, saying, we'll follow your lead. Jing Jia remarked, Lin Fan, do you even know how much the housing prices are here? You want to buy a villa? Let me tell you, the villas here start at 3 million. You are in the wrong place. Although Lin Fan's family had received a decent amount from the demolition compensation, purchasing a villa here was utterly implausible, especially since Jing Jia was aware of Lin Fan's family situation. With Lin Haidong injured and unable to work, He Hui was the sole breadwinner. Lin Fan had just graduated from university, and they could not possibly afford such a price. The price is not a concern. Lin Fan smiled. That morning, he had withdrawn 60 million in cash, sufficient to buy 20 villas. However, since his parents were not keen on a villa, he decided to let it go. I think you were just boasting. Jing Jia did not believe him. Lin Fan refrained from further explanation and asked the saleswoman, could you introduce me to your best floor plan? The woman brought over a blueprint. Sir, please take a look. This is our best layout at Hehu community. Over 200 square meters, fully furnished, with a north-south orientation, and it includes a parking space. Once the paperwork is completed, you can move in. Lin Fan glanced at the blueprint and the renovation renderings, finding them satisfactory. The reason he said satisfactory was that this layout was considered top-notch in this small county. What do you think, Dad, Mom? He Hui and Lin Haidong shook their heads. The price is too high. This house costs over 2 million. That's all right. We'll go with this one. Lin Fan declared. Shouldn't we take a look before making a decision? He Hui and Lin Haidong hesitated. There's no need to look. The positioning of Hehu community is that of a high-end area, and this price is already quite high, so the quality of the house is sure to be excellent. Jing Jia interjected sarcastically, Lin Fan, don't put on a brave face. Even if you manage to scrape together the down payment, the subsequent mortgage will be quite a burden. What's a down payment? Lin Fan was completely unfamiliar with the term. Full payment. Let's use a card. I aim to complete the paperwork today. Lin Fan said without further ado, pulling out his bank card. All right, sir. The saleswoman appeared quite pleased. Lin Fan suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, do you have parking spaces for sale? Aside from having ample funds, Lin Fan also had multiple vehicles. Purchasing several parking spaces would surely come in handy later. Even if they weren't needed, they could be rented out, providing He Hui and Lin Haidong with a stable income at home. Yes, we do. Then I'll take 5 more parking spaces. The saleswoman was taken aback. Sir, wouldn't you like to inquire about the price? The parking spaces here are rather expensive, priced at 150,000 each. That's fine, just swipe the card. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the woman at the sales office beamed with delight. Is this truly the legendary big shot? How impressive. Lin Fan, why are you purchasing so many parking spaces? He Hui was aware that Lin Fan had made quite a fortune, yet such reckless spending seemed unwise. The parking spaces could be rented out, which would mean you wouldn't need to work in the future. He Hui and Lin Haidong exchanged wry smiles. Soon, the saleswoman returned with Lin Fan's bank card. Mr. Lin, here are the housing and parking space contracts. Please sign here. Witnessing Lin Fan's affluence, Sister Ling's attitude underwent a transformation. He Hui, what business does your son engage in to amass such wealth? The house costs over 2 million, and the 5 parking spaces add up to 750,000, totaling 3 million, and it's all paid in full. Goodness, how wealthy must Lin Fan be? He Hui merely shook her head. To be honest, she was unsure of the specifics of Lin Fan's business endeavors. Lin Fan, now that you have achieved success, could you possibly mentor my son? Sister Ling inquired with a hint of boldness. She no longer boasted about her own son's prowess. In comparison to Lin Fan, it was simply not feasible. At that moment, Lin Fan's phone rang. Mr. Lin, I am Xiao Zhu, the assistant to the general manager of Hehu Group. Lin Fan found the name somewhat familiar, but could not place it. Mr. Lin, are you available at the moment? I would like to meet you. Xiao Zhu happened to be in the county. She had received a notification from her superiors that she was to pay a visit to Lin Fan, as he was now the largest shareholder of Hehu Group. Chapter 43, The Unreasonable Third Ant. I am at Hehu Community. Lin Fan provided a location. What a coincidence. I am also at Hehu Community. Mr. Lin, please hold on. I will be there shortly. After 2 or 3 minutes. A woman clad in a black professional outfit hurried over. Lin Fan, is that really you? Xiao Zhu immediately recognized Lin Fan, her face alight with excitement and astonishment. Upon seeing the name Lin Fan, she had suspected he might be her elementary school classmate, but had thought it unlikely, considering they had studied together. No matter how hard Lin Fan worked, it seemed improbable that he could suddenly become the major shareholder of Hehu Group. Yet, the reality was undeniable. No wonder I found the name Xiao Zhu so familiar. It was you. Lin Fan also recognized Xiao Zhu, smiling as he remarked. You've become an assistant to the general manager. Impressive. Xiao Zhu replied with a hint of helplessness. How could I possibly compare to you, Mr. Lin, the major shareholder? Lin Fan now held 80% of Hehu Group's shares, marking him as a successful individual. Xiao girl, is Lin Fan your superior? Sister Ling, the woman exclaimed in surprise. Aunt Ling, I didn't know you were here. Xiao Zhu explained. Well, he is not exactly my superior, but Lin Fan is indeed a major shareholder of Hehu Group, with assets worth several billion. Several billion? The woman, Sister Ling, was left astounded. It was said that the richest individual in the county had assets worth merely a few billion. Yet Lin Fan possessed several billion. Could it be that he had become the richest man in the county? Hearing Xiao Zhu's words, Lin Haidong and He Hui couldn't help but reveal expressions of astonishment. After the initial shock, Lin Haidong appeared somewhat proud. After all, Lin Fan was his son. With such remarkable achievements, it could be said that he brought honor to the family. Son, is this true? He Hui gazed at Lin Fan with disbelief. It is indeed true. Lin Fan chuckled. If his parents knew he also owned 2 companies valued at over 100 billion, he wondered what their reaction would be. However, Lin Fan intended to keep this information from them for the time being. Everything must follow a process. Lin Fan, are you here to buy a house? Xiao Zhu inquired. This Hehu community is developed by your Hehu Group. You certainly have an eye for good locations. Lin Fan nodded. Upon learning that Lin Fan was a major shareholder, the saleswoman's demeanor shifted to one of apprehension. She feared Lin Fan had come to inspect the operations. Mr. Lin, if I made any mistakes earlier, please forgive me. However, Lin Fan remained silent. Lin Fan, you are now a major shareholder of Hehu Group. That is fantastic. My son runs a renovation company, and since you know each other, please do look out for Tian Cheng on any future projects. Sister Ling's attitude had completely changed. Given Lin Fan's current status, she was eager to ingratiate herself. Though I am a shareholder, I do not involve myself in company affairs. Lin Fan declined. After receiving the keys, Lin Fan took his parents to view the property. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhu trailed behind him. Mr. Lin, let us have lunch together and discuss the future development of the company. This was a task assigned to Xiao Zhu by her superiors. You don't need to call me Mr. Lin. Just call me Lin Fan. As for company affairs, I prefer to remain uninvolved. At year-end, I only look at the reports. Xiao Zhu shook her head in resignation. It was astonishing that Lin Fan, who held 80% of Hehu Group shares, chose not to partake in management. This was rather laid back. One could only wonder what his purpose was in acquiring such a substantial stake. Perhaps this was the unique mindset of the wealthy. After chatting with Lin Fan for a while, Xiao Zhu returned to the headquarters to report. Lin Haidong and He Hui were still examining the property. Dad, Mom, do you like this house? Both Lin Haidong and He Hui nodded. How could they not be satisfied with a house costing over 2 million? Dad, I'll take you to buy a car. No need. That would be a waste of money. Lin Fan insisted. It's quite inconvenient without a car. Just trust me. In the small county, there were very few car dealerships, so they visited an automobile trade center. Most of the vehicles there were used, although some were new. Ultimately, Lin Fan selected an Audi A5, purchasing it for 500,000. The three of them bought a substantial amount of groceries at the market before returning home. Time flew by, and evening arrived. Lin Haidong and He Hui were cooking in the kitchen when a knock sounded at the door. Son, please check if Shui Yin has arrived. Lin Fan went to open the door, only to find it was not Lin Shui Yin, but his third aunt, Chun Mingfen. Chun Mingfen held a bag of apples in her hand. She was an exceedingly snobbish woman, which left Lin Fan with no fondness for her. However, out of familial obligation, he still addressed her as third aunt. Lin Fan is back. Are your parents home? Chun Mingfen inquired with a smile. Lin Fan frowned. Typically, this woman greeted him with a stern face. Her sudden warmth could only mean trouble. Lin Fan was not naive enough to believe that Chun Mingfen was there to celebrate his father's birthday. Third aunt, is there something you need? Today is your father's birthday, so I came to enjoy a meal. Chun Mingfen disregarded Lin Fan and walked straight inside. Upon seeing Chun Mingfen's arrival, Lin Haidong and He Hui exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of displeasure. Although they were relatives, Chu Feng was far too petty, and her relationship with Lin Fan's family was quite strained. I have arrived at the most opportune moment. It appears that the meal is about to be served. Is it not? Feng, if there is something on your mind, please speak candidly. He Hui remarked. Chu Feng took a seat upon the sofa, and in truth, there was not much to discuss. It is just that the house left by the old master is slated for demolition, and I was contemplating whether we ought to deliberate on how to allocate the compensation for the relocation. He Hui furrowed her brow, stating, Feng, this house was bequeathed to Hai Dong by the old master. Chu Feng countered, indeed, it was left to Hai Dong. But my family also has a stake in this matter. Do you intend to monopolize it? He Hui was evidently incensed, rendered speechless. Lin Fan, aware of his mother's overly compassionate nature, interjected. Aunt San, you all agreed when the houses were divided back then. Agreement was indeed reached, yet regardless of that, the house is still the legacy of the old master. Chu Feng adopted a stubborn demeanor. Lin Fan was at a loss for words. How could this woman be so shameless? Aunt San, if that is your stance, let us calculate things fairly. The old master left 2 houses, one for uncle and one for us. And what did you take? The most valuable commercial property. Lin Fan's grandfather had 3 sons, with Lin Hai Dong being the second. Lin Fan's uncle, who happened to be Lin Shuyan's father, passed away 5 years ago due to a work-related accident. Thus, Lin Shuyan's family had not fared well. As for Aunt San's family, they had managed to earn a considerable amount over the years from that commercial property. Chapter 44, Throwing a Tantrum. Aunt San's family had not only purchased a house, but also acquired a vehicle, living a life of comfort. During the division of the inheritance, Aunt San's family had already taken considerable advantage. Now, upon hearing that Lin Fan's side was facing demolition, she audaciously demanded a share of the compensation. Such audacity was remarkable. Chu Feng bristled at Lin Fan's words. Lin Fan, as a junior, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? That commercial property was originally ours. Is there a problem with that? Of course, there is a problem, and a significant one at that. The only reason you were able to acquire the commercial property was due to your excessive domineering behavior. Lin Hai Dong and He Hui did not wish to contest with you. Who would have thought that this woman would be so insatiable? Lin Fan recognized that reasoning with someone like Chu Feng was futile, and thus stated, Aunt San, if you desire a share of the demolition compensation, should you not also consider dividing the profits garnered from the commercial property over the years? Chu Feng reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, exclaiming, the profits from the commercial property have nothing to do with you. Dream on if you think you can share in them. Lin Fan retorted with a cold smirk. Then allow me to offer you a piece of advice. You shall not receive a single cent of our demolition compensation. Lin Fan's tone was resolute. To him, that compensation was hardly substantial, yet he would not relinquish what rightfully belonged to him. Chu Feng crossed her arms defiantly, declaring, I do not require much. Just 30,000 will suffice. If not, I shall not leave today. Business at the commercial property had been poor this year, compounded by Chu Feng's numerous debts. Thus, she was in urgent need of a significant sum of money for liquidity. This was the very reason she sought the demolition compensation. You wish for 30,000? You shall receive not a single cent. Lin Hai Dong emerged from the kitchen, his face aflame with anger. Generally mild-mannered, he had been provoked by Chu Feng's antics. Second uncle, second aunt. At that moment, Lin Shuyan returned home. The door was ajar, and upon entering, she greeted Lin Hai Dong and He Hui. Oh, Aunt San is here. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Lin Shuyan glanced at Lin Fan. In truth, she did not harbor much fondness for Chu Feng either. Shuyan, you arrived just in time. Chu Feng seized Lin Shuyan's arm. Now that your second uncle's house is being demolished, do you not think we should also have a share of the compensation? Chu Feng aimed to sway Lin Shuyan to her side. Lin Shuyan had already heard of the matter, yet she did not believe that the demolition compensation pertaining to Lin Fan's family concerned her. While it was true that the house was a legacy from her grandfather, the division had already been settled. Lin Shuyan's family had also received a house, yet regrettably, they had not encountered a demolition. She shook her head, stating, that house belongs to my second uncle. I have no claim to it. You foolish girl. How can you say such a thing? Chu Feng was at a loss for words. Some matters must be pursued vigorously. If you do not make a fuss, you will certainly not receive anything. However, Lin Shuyan lacked the shamelessness of Chu Feng. I do not care. The demolition compensation must be divided today? Shuyan does not want it. I do. Lin Shuyan proposed. How about this? Aunt San, I shall give you my family's house. Her family's house was quite old and possessed little value. Chu Feng retorted angrily. Your house is not being demolished. What use would I have for it? This statement revealed Chu Feng's ulterior motives entirely. She was there solely to demand money. Lin Fan's voice turned cold. Aunt San, today is my father's birthday. If you continue to cause a scene here, I shall resort to force. You dare. Chen Mingfen showed no intention of leaving. Lin Shuyan interjected, Aunt San, did you not call me yesterday to say that your son wished to join the Chu Feng Group and asked for my assistance? Chen Mingfen replied, we can discuss the job matter tomorrow. She was well aware that Lin Shuyan held a leadership position at Chu Feng Group, which was why she sought her help. Do you know who Lin Fan is? What status could he possibly have? Chen Mingfen's expression was laced with disdain. Lin Shuyan shook her head, stating, Lin Fan is the chairman of Chu Feng Group. Even my entry into the company was facilitated by him. Chen Mingfen's face fell in shock. She knew that Chu Feng Group was a colossal enterprise valued at 200 billion. Yet she had never anticipated that Lin Fan was the chairman, having just offended him. Did this not mean that her son's prospects of entering Chu Feng Group were now bleak? Shuyan, you are not jesting with me, are you? Why would I jest with you? Lin Shuyan retorted. Lin Haidong and He Hui exchanged glances, equally astonished. After all, Lin Fan had unveiled numerous surprises today. They had initially believed their son was merely a major shareholder in Hehu Group, only to discover that he was also the chairman of Chu Feng Group. Upon hearing Lin Shuyan's confirmation, Chen Mingfen's complexion shifted. Lin Fan, I am known for my frankness. Do not take offense. Chen Mingfen was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong, and upon learning of Lin Fan's status, her attitude instantly transformed. Moreover, she now needed to rely on Lin Fan's assistance for her son's job application. Now that you are the chairman of Chu Feng Group, there is truly no need for us to quarrel over that meager demolition compensation. Do you not understand? It is not us seeking to dispute with you. The compensation rightfully belongs to us. You may leave now. Do not disturb my meal. Lin Fan firmly ushered Chen Mingfen out the door and closed it behind her. He has resorted to violence. The chairman of Chu Feng Group has struck someone. Chen Mingfen collapsed onto the ground, unleashing her tantrum. Upon hearing her cries from outside, Lin Haidong and the others found their appetite utterly diminished. This woman was relentless. Lin Fan was on the brink of eruption. Lin Shuyan pondered for a moment before saying, I shall call Uncle San and have him come to take Aunt San away. Give it a try? Lin Shuyan took out her phone, but after several attempts, she was unable to get through. The other party's phone was turned off. Lin Fan remarked, I think I understand now. Uncle must be wanting to get his hands on the compensation for the demolition. He feels too embarrassed to come over himself. So he sent Aunt San to create a ruckus here. He Hui sighed. Perhaps we should just let it go and divide the demolition compensation. Mom, this compensation can be allocated to Shuyan, but it must never be given to Aunt San's family. You must remember, when they took the shop, they already benefited immensely. Furthermore, people like Aunt San will never be satisfied. If we give in this time, she will continue to covet our possessions in the future. Lin Fan had only one thought. That which belonged to them was not to be taken by anyone else. Mom, allow me to handle this matter, for now. Let us have dinner. Lin Fan returned to his room, retrieved a pair of speakers, and turned on the music. This way, they would no longer hear Chen Mingfen's shouts. Chapter 45, The Shameless Woman. Chen Mingfen created a disturbance outside for several minutes, but realizing it was futile, she left. However, she would not easily relinquish her claim to the demolition compensation. Shuyan, when are you going back to work? He Hui inquired. I only took a 3-day leave. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Why not take a few more days off? I just graduated. Work is important. Lin Shuyan replied with a smile. Lin Fan, you really should consider arranging a more manageable job for Shuyan. Lin Fan helplessly responded. Mom, you can't blame me. It's her choice of work. It's all right. What I truly need to improve is my experience. After Chen Mingfen departed, dinner was relatively pleasant. After the meal, Lin Shuyan lingered at Lin Fan's home for a while before returning. That evening, after much discussion, Lin Fan decided to allocate half of the demolition compensation to Lin Shuyan. The following morning, system draw? Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn a villa in Hehu community. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn 40 million Huaxia coins. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn proficiency in piano. The items drawn today did not bring Lin Fan much surprise. He had already purchased a house in Hehu community, so the villa drawn would not be of use. Moreover, Lin Fan's parents did not favor living in a villa. They found it too desolate. Proficiency in piano? System. Activated. Soon, a wealth of information regarding piano flooded Lin Fan's mind. With proficiency in piano, Lin Fan could now be considered a pianist. However, this skill held little value for him, serving only as a pastime during idle moments. Dad, Mom, since we have some time today, let us move our belongings to the new house. Lin Haidong and He Hui nodded in agreement. However, there was not much to move, after all. The furniture and appliances were quite old and due for replacement. Lin Haidong and He Hui gathered some clothes and packed them up. Coincidentally, Li Qiulan arrived. Aunt, I'm sorry, I wanted to come over yesterday for Uncle's birthday, but I didn't have the time. No worries, if you have time in the evening, you can stay for dinner. He Hui could see that Li Qiulan had a slight interest in Lin Fan. However, having inquired, she knew that Lin Fan already had a girlfriend. Thus, Hui refrained from meddling in Lin Fan's romantic affairs. Li Qiulan nodded and approached Lin Fan. Lin Fan, are you moving? Yes. Where to? I have time today and can help. No need. Lin Fan declined. He did not think Li Qiulan could be of much assistance. Aunt, you bought a new house, right? Where is it? Li Qiulan asked curiously. It's in Hu community. Hui replied. Li Qiulan was astonished. Hu community? She knew that the property prices there were the highest in the county. Lin Fan said nothing further and headed downstairs with his parents' clothes. Li Qiulan followed, eager to spend more time with Lin Fan, especially now that he was a demolition household. Lin Fan, is that car yours? Upon seeing the Audi A5 downstairs, Li Qiulan was once again taken aback. She had heard from Hui that Lin Fan had earned some money in business, but she had not anticipated he was doing so well, owning a car worth 500,000. It's my dad's, Lin Fan explained. Li Qiulan's smile grew even brighter. If it's your dad's, isn't it still yours? A man as handsome and wealthy as Lin Fan was irresistible to Li Qiulan. After loading the car, Lin Fan drove the Audi A5 to Hu community, with Li Qiulan naturally accompanying him. Lin Fan, what do you think of me? The implication in Li Qiulan's words was clear. She wished to be Lin Fan's girlfriend. Lin Fan feigned ignorance, focusing intently on driving. Noticing Lin Fan's silence, Li Qiulan lowered her head slightly. Lin Fan, I actually have a secret I want to tell you. Do you like me? Lin Fan bluntly stated. Come on. Could you be any more obvious? If Lin Fan were not wealthy, Li Qiulan would not spare him a second glance. Lin Fan was well aware that Li Qiulan was merely a woman captivated by vanity. How annoying, you figured that out, Li Qiulan said shyly. She had initially thought Lin Fan would accept her. Unfortunately, she was mistaken. I'm sorry, but I already have a girlfriend. Li Qiulan's expression changed. Impossible. You're lying to me, aren't you? Why would I lie to you? Lin Fan replied, pulling out a photo on his phone to show her. Still claiming you aren't lying? This is the celebrity song Swear. I refuse to believe she is your girlfriend. Believe it or not. Lin Fan put away his phone, unwilling to explain further. Li Qiulan felt a twinge of anger but reconsidered and held it in. Lin Fan, I actually wouldn't mind being a mistress. Upon hearing Li Qiulan's words, Lin Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, almost colliding with the car ahead. He now realized that Li Qiulan was just as shameless as Lu Qian. Get out of the car now, he commanded, and don't come to my house again. Lin Fan abruptly slammed on the brakes, coldly addressing Li Qiulan. Taken aback by Lin Fan's intense reaction, Li Qiulan attempted to explain. Lin Fan, I truly like you. If you think I'm not pretty enough, I can get plastic surgery. Get lost. Lin Fan shouted loudly. This woman was indeed blessed with features, yet utterly devoid of principles. Fine, so you think you're too good for me? One day, you will regret this. Li Qiulan snapped, her teeth clenched, as she exited the vehicle in a huff. Lin Fan didn't spare her a glance as he drove away. After a busy morning, Lin Fan had moved all the necessary items. By noon, he planned to take his parents out for a meal. However, Chen Mingfen came knocking once more. This time, Lin Fan's uncle, Lin Haisher, had also arrived. Lin Fan, you've made quite the success of yourself, becoming the chairman of Chu Feng Group. As soon as he entered, Uncle Lin Haisher greeted Lin Fan with a smile. Chen Mingfen, on the other hand, cast a cold glance at Lin Fan, remaining silent. Observing the expressions of these two individuals, it is evident that they have no intention of relenting without securing the demolition compensation. Third uncle, if you have something to say, please do so directly. I still have to step out for a meal. Lin Fan interjected. Lin Fan, during this period, your third uncle's business has not been thriving, and he wishes to borrow some money from you. Lin Haisher, a cunning man, understood that Lin Fan would not easily part with the demolition funds. Hence he framed it as a loan. Although termed a loan, it was evident that repayment was an unlikely prospect. Lin Fan, seeing through their ruse, replied, I have a friend engaged in lending. Using your family's property as collateral, borrowing several $100,000 should be quite feasible. There's no need for such complications, Lin Fan. Given your current wealth, you could simply lend me the money. Lin Fan firmly declined. I'm afraid I have no funds available. He was acutely aware of the characters of his third uncle and aunt. Chapter 46. The escalation of tensions. Lending out money was akin to throwing meat buns to dogs. There would be no return. Lin Fan was not so foolish. Lin Haisher's expression soured as he retorted. Lin Fan, what sort of talk is that? With your current status, how could you possibly lack funds? Surely, you haven't grown wings and forgotten your kin? His words were harsh, reminiscent of Chun Ming-fun's disposition. It was little wonder, for they were not of the same ilk. Lin Fan scoffed silently. How could those born of the same mother be so vastly different? His father was honest and upright, and his uncle was of decent character. Yet, this third uncle, Lin Haisher, epitomized the type who would take advantage without hesitation. When Lin Fan's father suffered a tragic accident, Lin Haisher didn't even bother to lend a glance, let alone assistance. Now that the property was set for demolition and Lin Fan had achieved some success, they suddenly remembered their familial ties. Could they be any more shameless? Ming Fan interjected, why waste words with them? We have come for the demolition funds. Lin Haisher echoed, indeed, money may not be borrowed, but the demolition compensation must be divided. Lin Fan, you are wealthy enough. There is no need to quarrel over the compensation with us. Lin Fan frowned. If these two continued their unreasonable antics, he would have to resort to force. He understood there was no reasoning with them. If we do not receive the demolition funds, we will come here daily to see who can endure longer. Ming Fan threatened coldly. Lin Haidong and He Hui were visibly agitated. He Hui felt a throbbing pain in her head, nearly fainting. Mom, what's wrong? Lin Fan rushed to support He Hui and checked her pulse. Lin Haidong also hurried over with a glass of water. I'm fine. Just a bit of a headache. After checking her pulse, Lin Fan realized her blood pressure was elevated, a result of the stress caused by Lin Haisher and Ming Fan. It truly echoed the saying, the king of hell is easy to meet, but petty people are hard to deal with. I warn you both, should anything happen to my mother, you shall regret it. Lin Fan declared. What are you pretending for? Despite his bravado, Lin Haisher felt a twinge of unease. Though they were causing a ruckus, if matters escalated, it would be difficult to resolve. Let us return for now. We shall come back tomorrow. Sensing the situation was becoming untenable, Lin Haisher pulled Ming Fan away. In the hall, Lin Haidong sighed. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter such relatives. Dad, Mom, leave this matter to me. I will handle it. Lin Fan was seething with anger. To deal with someone like Ming Fan, one must adopt ruthless measures. Lin Fan, do not act impulsively, at worst. We can simply avoid them in the future. Lin Fan nodded without uttering a word, yet he had already formulated a plan. To continuously retreat was not in Lin Fan's nature. All right, let us take your mother to the hospital. Lin Haidong suggested. No need. Mom's health is not in serious jeopardy. I can prescribe some medication for her. You can prescribe medicine? Lin Fan fabricated an excuse. Oh, I learned a bit from a friend. After a brief rest, Lin Fan led them outside. Lin Haidong, having not driven for a while due to a foot injury, was somewhat slow in his driving. Lin Fan, check if Shui Yin has eaten. Bring her along. I asked earlier. She said she wouldn't come. Lin Fan replied. Moments later, they arrived at a well-known local restaurant, bustling with patrons at noon. The parking lot was full, so Lin Haidong had to park in an external space. Just as they finished parking, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up alongside them. A short-haired beauty stepped out, donning sunglasses and red high heels, making one wonder how she managed to drive in such footwear. You need to move your car. I spotted this parking space first. The short-haired beauty commanded as she approached Lin Haidong. The scarcity of parking spaces made her reluctant to search further. Lin Haidong frowned. Miss, just because you saw it first does not mean it belongs to you. We parked properly. The woman exhibited a hint of unreasonable entitlement. Why waste words? I said move your car. Standing under the scorching sun, her temper flared. Dad, Mom, please go ahead and order. Allow me to converse with this lady. Lin Haidong handed the car keys to Lin Fan. All right, we'll go order. If necessary, you can give up the spot to her. Lin Haidong preferred to avoid conflict, especially considering the luxury vehicle of the short-haired beauty suggested she was likely of some stature. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. Soon after, Lin Haidong and He Hui entered the restaurant. You can move your car now, right? The short-haired beauty urged Lin Fan. I clearly parked here first. Why should I move? Miss, perhaps you are accustomed to being pampered at home, but out here, not everyone will cater to your whims. The short-haired beauty was infuriated. Do you know who I am? Even if you were a princess, it matters not. Ignoring her further, Lin Fan turned to leave. The short-haired beauty gritted her teeth and retorted, is driving an Audi such a big deal? Do you believe I won't have your car smashed? Huh, smash my car. Lin Fan was taken aback by her blatant aggression. Clearly, she had a history of bullying others. Go ahead and try. Lin Fan paused, intrigued. I warn you, my boyfriend is Lei Biao. The name piqued Lin Fan's curiosity, though he had never heard of him. Lin Fan shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. My boyfriend is dining inside the restaurant. You've brought this upon yourself. Do not regret it later. Seeing her threat fail to intimidate Lin Fan, the short-haired beauty pulled out her phone and called, Biao Ge, I'm at the restaurant entrance. Someone is bullying me. She played the victim with a dramatic air. What? Someone dares to bully my Biao Ge's woman? Wait, I'll be right there. All right, I'll wait for you. After hanging up, she declared, my boyfriend is on his way out. If you apologize now, it's not too late. I've done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize? Lin Fan replied, exasperated. Within less than a minute, 7 or 8 suited men emerged from the restaurant. Among them were 2 burly men, exuding an imposing presence. The man at the forefront sported a buzz cut. Though not particularly tall, his physique was robust. It was evident that these individuals were not to be trifled with. Most ordinary folks would likely have been intimidated. Unfortunately for them, they encountered Lin Fan. Who was Lin Fan, you ask? He was a person of considerable prowess, having mastered the art of transformation and combat. Even the esteemed Master Ma would find himself at a disadvantage in Lin Fan's presence. Chapter 47. It takes a villain to conquer a villain. Who dares to bully my brother Biao's woman? Lei Biao thundered as he approached the short-haired beauty, his demeanor fierce. That's him. The short-haired beauty pointed at Lin Fan, her anger palpable. Listen here, kid, don't think you can take advantage of us simply because we outnumber you. Kneel and apologize. If my girlfriend is willing to forgive you, we'll let this matter slide. Lei Biao threatened. And if I refuse to apologize? Lin Fan replied, undaunted. Kid, I admire your audacity. You should inquire around. Who in this county is unaware of my reputation? I truly do not know you, Lin Fan asserted, shaking his head dismissively, clearly unimpressed by their bravado. Very well, you've brought this upon yourself. With your build, I'll take you down with one hand. Lei Biao roared, charging at Lin Fan with aggression. Regrettably, he underestimated Lin Fan gravely. In a swift motion, Lin Fan executed a sweeping kick, and before Lei Biao could utter 3 words, he found himself sprawled on the ground, having been deftly tripped. As he crashed onto the concrete, stars danced before his eyes. How infuriating! This young man lacks martial ethics, Lei Biao exclaimed, astonished by Lin Fan's formidable skill. He had been careless. Let us not waste time. I'm ready to take on 10. Lin Fan scoffed, his confidence unwavering. Come on then, let me show you the might of my transformation. How dare he strike Brother Biao? Attack! The remaining few lunged at Lin Fan simultaneously. However, against Lin Fan's prowess, they stood no chance of retaliation. Within a minute, they all lay defeated on the ground. Still want to fight? Lin Fan inquired, looking down at the fallen Lei Biao. No more, no more. Lei Biao stammered, having been thoroughly intimidated. He had never encountered someone so powerful before, taking on 8 opponents and being utterly dominated. Brother, anyone unaware would think we were filming a movie. In the face of absolute strength, they could only be crushed. I concede. Impressive. Witnessing Lin Fan's formidable capabilities, the short-haired beauty felt a pang of fear. She could not help but wonder if he was equally skilled in other realms. Unwilling to admit it, she entertained inappropriate thoughts. Lin Fan cast a cold gaze at her, stating, my car is parked here. If you wish to smash it, feel free to try. Brother, you jest. We wouldn't dare. The short-haired beauty replied, forcing a smile. You foolish woman, hurry and apologize to this esteemed gentleman. Lei Biao chastised the short-haired beauty, delivering a heavy slap to her face. I'm sorry, brother, she pleaded, covering her face as she turned to Lin Fan. Now leave. We'll be on our way. Lei Biao ordered as he gathered his companions to depart. Wait. Lin Fan suddenly recalled something and called out to them. What else do you need, brother? Lei Biao asked, a pained expression on his face. Take out your phone. Lin Fan commanded. Confused, Lei Biao complied. Lin Fan pulled out his own phone and transferred a sum of 100,000 to Lei Biao. Upon witnessing the transaction notification, Lei Biao's eyes widened in shock. Brother, we deserve the beating. There's no need for medical expenses. Lin Fan transferred the money without batting an eye. It was evident he was a person of substantial influence. Could this be a payment for his life? The thought made Lei Biao break out in a cold sweat. Please, spare us. Lei Biao's face turned pale. This money is for you. All I require is that you do one thing for me. What is it, brother? Lei Biao asked, realizing he had misunderstood Lin Fan, and he patted his chest in assurance. Brother, just say the word, and I, Lei Biao, will go through fire and water for you. Though I may lack skills, my word holds weight in this small county. Stop. Don't wander off topic. Lin Fan's request was straightforward. He wanted Lei Biao to issue a warning to his uncle and aunt, advising them to cease their harassment of his parents. After all, Lin Fan was preparing to return to the magical city soon. He did not wish for his parents to be troubled by his uncle and aunt's incessant meddling. Brother, I thought it was something significant. You can count on me. I'll handle it perfectly and won't let you down. May I ask, where did you learn your martial arts? Lei Biao inquired boldly. Honestly, I'm tempted to become your disciple. Brother, that move you executed earlier was magnificent. Lin Fan hadn't anticipated that Lei Biao would be such a chatterbox. Take the money and leave. All right, since you wish not to see us, we shall depart at once. Lei Biao, understanding the cue, led his group away. Lin Fan then walked into the restaurant. Lin Fan, has the matter been resolved? Lin Haidong asked curiously. Oh, it's settled. That woman was likely moved by my words and drove off. In reality, she had been awed by Lin Fan's prowess. Naturally, he would never admit this, lest his parents worry. That's good. Lin Fan ordered some dishes, but the restaurant was bustling with patrons, causing a delay in service. Apologies. Your dishes will take some time to prepare. Ah, Lin Fan. A staff member recognized him. Class monitor, what a coincidence. Are you working here? Lin Fan recognized her as Xue Qiumin, his high school class monitor. Indeed, she nodded. During their high school days, Xue Qiumin was well-liked and had shown kindness to Lin Fan. Are you returning to your hometown to develop? She inquired. No, I'm just here for a short visit. Lin Fan clarified. The manager needs you. There are customers who wish to cancel their orders. A waiter informed Xue Qiumin. All right, I'll be right there. She replied. Wow, you've become the manager now. Lin Fan teased. I'm just working for someone else. Xue Qiumin responded, shaking her head with a hint of resignation. Enough chit-chat. I must get back to work. We'll talk later. After a brief exchange, Xue Qiumin hurried off. It wasn't until they finished their meal and the restaurant had thinned out that Xue Qiumin returned to find Lin Fan. Lin Fan, how was the food? Did it suit your taste? Not bad. Lin Fan wasn't particularly picky. Of course, if he had to compare, it would undoubtedly fall short of the chefs in his estate. Now that you've graduated, are you working in the magical city? She queried. Lin Fan nodded. I've noticed many classmates returning, and our high school homeroom teacher has retired. Tonight, we should gather the classmates and teachers for a reunion. That sounds great. Lin Fan hadn't seen his high school homeroom teacher in ages. Back in high school, the teacher had held high hopes for Lin Fan and offered him considerable academic guidance. Taking advantage of this return visit, it would indeed be pleasant to meet. Let us settle on that. I shall inform the other classmates shortly. As for the location, I will let you know once it is confirmed, Xue Qiumin stated. Very well. Then, Lin Fan departed with his parents. Chapter 48. The class reunion. By evening, Lin Xuyan arrived at Lin Fan's residence. Lin Fan, the class monitor has organized an outing for us tonight. Are you aware? She inquired. Oh, I am aware. I met with the class monitor at noon. During their high school years, Lin Xuyan and Lin Fan shared the same class. That's good. By the way, Lin Fan, has your third amp been pestering you? Lin Fan replied. She came by at noon, but after failing to secure compensation for the demolition, she left. Lin Xuyan sighed. Encountering such individuals is truly a nuisance. No worries, they surely wouldn't dare return. Lin Fan had spent a bit of money, confident that Lei Biao would not let him down. Let's hope so. Before long, the class monitor Xue Qiumin added Lin Fan and Lin Xuyan to a group chat. The group comprised over 10 individuals, engaged in lively conversation. Their high school homeroom teacher, Zheng Xia, was also present. Where shall we dine? Let us finalize it quickly, Xue Qiumin urged. Isn't this a matter for your input? Zheng Xia replied nonchalantly. The group exchanged a flurry of suggestions, yet no consensus emerged regarding the location. Finally, Xue Qiumin added another member to the chat. Is that Tang Jiawei? Long time no see. Before he could speak, several classmates began greeting him. It was no wonder he was so popular back in school. Tang Jiawei was one of the few affluent second-generation students, known for his generosity. Long time no see. Tang Jiawei responded. How about we go to the Yuehai restaurant? I shall cover the expenses tonight. I've heard the average cost at Yuehai is quite steep. Someone remarked. As expected of Tang Xiao, still as magnanimous as ever. Let us go to the Yuehai restaurant. We shall bask in Tang Xiao's generosity. Tang Jiawei relished the flattery from his peers, observing the superficial exchanges. Lin Fan merely greeted the teacher and chose to remain silent. Isn't that Lin Fan, the great scholar? Someone recognized Lin Fan's account. Lin Fan had been among the top students in their class. Has the great scholar graduated? I wonder where he works now. If he struggles to find employment, it wouldn't be an issue. Tang Xiao's company likely has openings. Tang Jiawei clicked on Lin Fan's profile, revealing a look of disdain. He had always looked down on Lin Fan during their school days. What good is all that studying? Just a bookworm. After all, he'll end up working for me. Lin Fan, would you like to try your hand at my company? No, thank you. Lin Fan simply replied with those 3 words. What a jest, given his status. Why would he consider working? Lin Fan, Tang Xiao holds you in high regard. You should seize this opportunity. Lin Fan merely shook his head, choosing not to engage further. As the appointed time approached, Lin Fan and Lin Xuyan set off. Since Lin Haidong had taken the car, Lin Fan had no choice but to rent a vehicle from the roadside. Nowadays, renting a car is convenient. One can simply scan a code with their phone and drive away. Lin Fan and Lin Xuyan got in the car and headed towards Yuehai restaurant. Lin Fan, do you see that person? Doesn't she resemble our class beauty, Lu Mingjie? Following Lin Xuyan's gaze, Lin Fan spotted a woman in a white short dress by the roadside. Indeed, she was the class beauty from high school, Lu Mingjie. Compared to her school days, Lu Mingjie exuded a little less innocence, yet her beauty remained largely unchanged. Indeed, it is Lu Mingjie. Lin Xuyan exclaimed. Lin Fan, I remember you had a crush on her back in high school and even wrote her a love letter. Those were old tales. Why bring them up now? Lin Fan smiled wryly. Who hasn't had a secret crush in their youth? Lin Fan parked the car in front of Lu Mingjie. Mingjie, are you going to the gathering? Hop in, and we can go together. Lin Xuyan called out, rolling down the window. Lin Fan waved at Lu Mingjie. Xuyan, Lin Fan. Upon seeing Lin Fan in a modest rental car, Lu Mingjie could not help but display a look of disdain. "No, thank you. Tang Xiao said he would pick me up. You go ahead." Lu Mingjie was no longer the naive girl of yore. Just then, a Porsche 718 approached from behind. The driver impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, none other than Tang Jiawei. "Tang Xiao has arrived. See you at Yuehai restaurant." Lu Mingjie concluded as she entered Tang Jiawei's car. "Is that not Lin Fan? Why must he resort to renting a car?" Tang Jiawei sneered, stepping on the gas and leaving Lin Fan far behind. Lin Fan's expression remained calm. After all, he had no intention of stooping to Tang Jiawei's level. "Lin Fan, have you noticed how drastically Lu Mingjie has changed?" "People inevitably change, especially in the grand tapestry of society," Lin Fan remarked. "Ah, it seems you have much on your mind." A short while later, Lin Fan and Lin Shuyan arrived at Yuehai restaurant. Upon entering, they quickly located the private room reserved by Tang Jiawei. The ambience was lively, with most classmates already present. Naturally, some were too busy to attend. "Teacher Zheng." Lin Fan and Lin Shuyan approached to greet Zheng Xia. Lin Fan, Shuyan, Zheng Xia, sporting a pair of glasses and a face lined with wrinkles, still recognized them instantly. Lin Fan also exchanged pleasantries with class monitor Xue Xiaomin. The seats in the private room were nearly filled, leaving Lin Fan and Lin Shuyan to occupy a spot further back. "Since everyone is mostly here, let us order. Feel free to choose whatever you wish," Tang Jiawei declared with a smile. "Among our class, Tang Xiao is undoubtedly the most successful. Let us raise a glass to him." Everyone chimed in agreement. What was meant to be a delightful reunion seemed to devolve into a celebration solely for Tang Jiawei. Class monitor Xue Xiaomin appeared quite exasperated. Perhaps this was simply the nature of reality. After chatting with the teacher for a while, Xue Xiaomin approached Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, Shuyan, let us share a drink." Xue Xiaomin and Lin Shuyan shared a good rapport, engaging in pleasant conversation. Before long, teacher Zheng Xia received a phone call and, due to an obligation, departed early, leaving only the classmates in the room. "Tang Xiao, I heard you and Lu Mingjie are dating. Is that true?" a classmate inquired. Tang Jiawei glanced at the class beauty Lu Mingjie, but offered no denial. "When we get married, be sure to come to the wedding banquet. It should be soon." Tang Jiawei had indeed won over Lu Mingjie. He possessed the means, and few women could resist the allure of flowers and diamonds. "We shall have to call Mingjie our sister-in-law." The crowd laughed. "I recall Lin Fan once wrote a love letter to Mingjie." "Lin Fan, do you have anything to say?" Chapter 49, The Incident with Fake Wine. "Quick, let us have Lin Fan say a few words." The crowd's attention was riveted on Lin Fan. They were aware of the discord between him and Tang Jiawei, thus eager to witness Lin Fan's embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan composedly replied, "I wish you happiness." Indeed, he had once held feelings for Lu Mingjie, but that was a thing of the past. Those who sought to see Lin Fan humiliated were simply misjudging the situation. "Come on, Lin Fan, that's rather dismissive," someone remarked, shaking their head. Lu Mingjie merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Fan before diverting her gaze elsewhere. To be candid, during their high school years, Lu Mingjie regarded Lin Fan as a decent individual. However, it became evident that academic excellence did not guarantee success, as Lin Fan's current circumstances were far from enviable, especially when compared to Tang Jiawei. One cannot deny the significance of being born into a privileged family. Some individuals are simply born ahead in the race. While effort is indeed valuable, its impact is often limited. Suddenly, someone noticed the Patek Philippe watch adorning Lin Fan's wrist. "Wow, Lin Fan, is that a Patek Philippe? What model is it? It looks quite expensive." Upon hearing this, the onlookers fixated on Lin Fan's mechanical timepiece, with some curious souls checking online for details. "No way. That's a Patek Philippe 5002P men's mechanical watch, priced at over 17 million, exclaimed one of them. "Lin Fan, impressive. You actually bought such an expensive watch." The tone of the speaker was laced with sarcasm, clearly indicating skepticism regarding the authenticity of Lin Fan's timepiece. "Where did you purchase that watch? I want one too. Lin Fan, be sure to send me a link later." They mocked. "This imitation looks too real." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Tang Jiawei, displaying his disdain, raised his hand to showcase his own watch. "Look, Tang Xiao's is the genuine article, and it's a Rolex." "Tang Xiao, that Rolex must be quite pricey, right?" Tang Jiawei boasted. "Not too expensive, just over 500,000. "No way, 500,000. Tang Xiao is truly wealthy." The crowd erupted in admiration. Lin Fan scrutinized Tang Jiawei's watch and shook his head in disbelief. This guy really knows how to flaunt, parading around with a fake watch. It's no wonder. Despite being a rich second generation, Tang Jiawei's financial resources are limited, allowing him only to indulge in a counterfeit Rolex. In truth, his Porsche sports car was also rented. A mere prop to woo the class beauty, Lu Mingjie. Seeing the mockery directed at Lin Fan, Lin Shuyan could no longer tolerate it. "You're all the fakes. Your entire family is fake." Lin Fan's assets exceed 100 billion. Does he need to wear a fake watch? Xueyan, please be quiet and eat. Lin Fan had no desire to engage with the crowd. Class leader Xue Xiumin interjected. All right, everyone, let us keep it down. It's rare for us to gather. Let us just enjoy ourselves. This gathering had been organized by Xue Xiumin, and she wished to avoid any unpleasantness. Since everyone is in good spirits today, let us indulge in some fine red wine. Tang Jiawei stood up and promptly ordered 5 bottles of Lafite red wine, although not exorbitantly priced. Each bottle cost around 1,000 yuan. Tang Xiao is quite generous. These 5 bottles amount to 5,000 yuan. Thank you, Tang Xiao. Tang Jiawei instructed the staff to open the Lafite and pour for everyone. However, upon catching a whiff of the wine, Lin Fan's expression shifted. He frowned. The wine was, in fact, counterfeit. Ever since he consumed the basic gene elixir, his sense of smell had become far more acute than that of an average person. He could discern real from fake with a mere sniff. Let us toast to Tang Xiao. Don't drink, this wine is fake. Lin Fan suddenly addressed Xue Xiumin beside him. Fake. All eyes turned to Lin Fan, some skeptical. Lin Fan, are you declaring it fake just like that? Have you ever tasted such expensive wine? Lin Fan, uninterested in engaging in disputes, replied, if you wish to drink, consider it a joke on my part. While consuming this counterfeit wine would pose a serious threat, Lin Fan had no intention of partaking. Hearing Lin Fan's words, the group hesitated, their raised glasses faltering. Better safe than sorry. They looked to Tang Jiawei, awaiting his direction. Having experienced his fair share of drinking, Tang Jiawei examined the wine bottle closely for some time. Incredible. It truly is fake. Had I not scrutinized the anti-counterfeiting label, I wouldn't have noticed. Tang Jiawei was furious. This restaurant, so renowned locally, was selling counterfeit wine. Outrageous. Is it truly fake? With Tang Jiawei's assertion, the crowd naturally began to believe him. Let us keep this as evidence and file a complaint. I suggest we confront the restaurant owner. Isn't it better to demand tenfold compensation for the counterfeit? Upon hearing the proposal, Tang Jiawei suddenly had a brilliant idea. These 5 bottles cost 5,000 yuan. If they demanded tenfold compensation, wouldn't that yield 50,000? This way, not only would they save on the meal, but they'd also make a profit. Whereas the manager, call your boss over. Tang Jiawei summoned the restaurant staff. Sir, how may I assist you? You dare sell counterfeit wine? Bring the responsible person here immediately. Yes, hurry. The staff hurried away, and shortly after, a portly man entered the private room. I am the manager here. You claim this wine is counterfeit. May I ask for your evidence? This is the evidence. Don't presume we are easily fooled. Tang Jiawei pointed at the wine bottle. Sir, this is not counterfeit. The restaurant manager retorted coldly. You cannot deceive me. If you refuse to admit it, we will resort to legal action. At that point, it won't merely be tenfold compensation. Tang Jiawei spoke with a threatening tone. You wish to claim compensation? Of course. The manager scoffed. You'll be fortunate to walk out of this restaurant. He clapped his hands, and several suited men swiftly entered the room, glaring menacingly at the attendees. What do you want? Do you know who I am? My father is the manager of Tangxing Building Materials Company. Smack. Lei Biao approached and delivered a sharp slap to Tang Jiawei's face. The manager of Tangxing Building Materials Company, you say? Let me inform you. Even your father must address me as Brother Biao. Tang Jiawei, having never encountered such intimidation, was instantly terrified. Why you are Brother Biao? Clearly, Tang Jiawei had heard of Lei Biao's infamous reputation. The others also grew fearful, hesitant to utter another word. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Tang Jiawei stammered. Still want tenfold compensation? No need. No need. Terrified of the prospect of losing money and his life, Tang Jiawei dared not mention compensation again. Whoever dares claim this wine is counterfeit, I'll deal with them. Lei Biao surveyed the room. I say it's counterfeit. Is there a problem? Lin Fan suddenly interjected. What the hell? Brother, what brings you here? Chapter 50. The Identity of Lin Fan. Lei Biao was initially irate. However, the moment he laid eyes on Lin Fan, his demeanor transformed entirely. He approached Lin Fan with utmost respect. The others stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with confusion. This Lei Biao, who was unafraid of Tang Jiawei, displayed fear towards Lin Fan. What was going on? Even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive tonight, I would still declare this counterfeit wine. Lin Fan cast a glance at Lei Biao. If my brother claims this is counterfeit, then it is indeed counterfeit. Lei Biao dared not counter him. He had been thoroughly intimidated by Lin Fan earlier that day. Additionally, he understood that Lin Fan was extraordinarily wealthy. A person who could casually produce 100,000 yuan must surely be someone of great significance. Is this counterfeit wine yours? Lin Fan inquired coldly. Lei Biao felt an invisible pressure weighing down on him. Before Lin Fan, he felt like nothing more than a lackey. No, brother. This counterfeit wine has nothing to do with me. I merely have a casual acquaintance with the owner of this restaurant. That's all. Lei Biao hurriedly clarified. Brother Biao? Who is this? The restaurant manager approached, looking utterly bewildered. How dare you serve counterfeit wine? You seek your own demise. Lei Biao kicked at the restaurant manager in fury. Hearing this, the manager's expression turned fearful. Sir, I sincerely apologize. I truly was unaware this was counterfeit wine. The manager explained, a pained expression on his face. Normally, such expensive wine was rarely ordered. He had assumed Lin Fan and his companions, being relatively young, would be easier to fool, and thus serve them the counterfeit. Little did he anticipate that Lin Fan would see through the ruse. With an impassive expression, Lin Fan stated, Now, tell me how we shall resolve this matter. I will compensate you tenfold for the counterfeit, and in addition, I shall provide you with 5 bottles of genuine wine. The restaurant manager sought to placate the situation, knowing full well that if this incident spread, their establishment would suffer dire consequences. Lin Fan took Lin Shuiyan's phone and opened the payment code. Compensating tenfold would still yield 50,000 yuan. However, Lin Fan was not particularly concerned about the money. Compensate. All right, I will transfer the funds immediately. The restaurant manager felt a pang of anguish as he promptly transferred 50,000 yuan. Once the transaction was complete, the manager had 5 bottles of genuine Lafite brought forth. This time, it was indeed authentic wine. Sir, is there anything else you require? Leave. After confirming receipt of the 50,000 yuan, Lin Fan returned the phone to Lin Shuiyan. The restaurant manager departed, but Lei Biao remained, cautiously standing behind Lin Fan. How have you progressed with the task I assigned you? Brother, rest assured, I am on it. After receiving the 100,000 yuan from Lin Fan, Lei Biao immediately sought out Chun Mingfan's residence. Chun Mingfan and Lin Haishir were terrified, promising Lei Biao that they would never again approach Lin Fan's home to demand compensation for relocation. Brother, this is genuine wine. Allow me to fill your glass. Lei Biao opened the Lafite and personally poured wine for Lin Fan. You may leave as well. Very well, I shall take my leave. Lei Biao dared not utter a word of protest and promptly turned to exit. At this moment, the atmosphere in the private room became decidedly peculiar. The others regarded Lin Fan with a mix of apprehension and curiosity. Aside from Lin Shuiyan, no one present was aware of Lin Fan's true identity. Their silence stemmed from the fact that they had previously mocked him. Should Lin Fan decide to unleash Lei Biao upon them, they would be in grave trouble. For Lei Biao was known to be a ruthless individual who dared to confront even Tang Jiawei. The most uncomfortable person in the room was none other than Tang Jiawei himself. He had originally intended to take advantage of the situation, but found himself slapped by Lei Biao in front of so many witnesses. How could he possibly maintain his reputation after such humiliation? The most infuriating part was that Lin Fan now overshadowed him. This was intolerable. As the crowd remained silent, they speculated about Lin Fan's identity. Lin Fan, were you intending to use that person to deal with Aunt San? Lin Shuiyan whispered. It was merely a warning. If Chun Mingfan continues to stir trouble, it will escalate beyond mere warnings. Dealing with unreasonable individuals necessitates a display of strength. Lin Shuiyan nodded in understanding. Class monitor Shui Xiumin also exhibited curiosity and inquired of Lin Fan, why does Brother Biao fear you? Because I have bested him in a confrontation. Shui Xiumin was taken aback, unsure if Lin Fan was jesting. Meanwhile, class beauty Lu Mingjie regarded Lin Fan with newfound respect. She realized she had underestimated him. All signs indicated that Lin Fan was no longer the same individual from before. Regardless of the ridicule he faced, Lin Fan maintained an unflappable demeanor. Moreover, when confronted with the 1,000 yuan a bottle red wine, he did not exhibit the same astonishment as the others. This man had become enigmatic. Lin Fan, I apologize for our earlier remarks. Consider them mere folly. At last, someone stood to offer Lin Fan an apology, though they were still unaware of his current status. They recognized that anyone capable of instilling fear in Lei Biao could not be a mere nobody. Lin Fan, I raise a toast to you. The others, no longer daring to underestimate Lin Fan, joined in toasting him. Lin Fan raised his glass in silent acknowledgement, choosing not to speak. Meanwhile, Tang Jiawei remained sullen, his silence palpable. How infuriating it was that Lin Fan had become the center of attention in the private room. Shuiyan, is it true that you mentioned joining a large company? Shui Xiumin suddenly broached the subject. Lin Shuiyan nodded. Which company? Chu Feng Group. That's impressive. I've heard Chu Feng Group is a major real estate enterprise. Shui Xiumin expressed her envy. Lin Shuiyan glanced at Lin Fan and smiled. I only got in through connections. Upon hearing this, many displayed interest. If Lin Shuiyan could help them, they too could secure positions in significant enterprises. Especially Tang Jiawei, whose expression brightened at the prospect. His family was in the building materials business, and collaborating with such a major firm would ensure substantial profits for his company. He could not afford to let such an opportunity slip away. Shuiyan, do you happen to know anyone within Chu Feng Group? Could you perhaps introduce me? If we manage to establish a partnership, I will certainly show my gratitude. Lin Shuiyan hesitated. She indeed knew someone within Chu Feng Group, and it was the chairman. However, having just offended the individual, the prospect of collaboration seemed far-fetched. Xuyan, I'm also searching for a job. Since we are classmates, might you consider pulling some strings? A female classmate stood up. Lin Xuyan glanced at Lin Fan, who remained silent, and shook her head in resignation. You might want to check who the chairman of Chu Feng Group is first. Everyone, filled with curiosity, took out their phones, with corporate information being so transparent. It was not long before someone uncovered the truth. My goodness, it's Lin Fan. Chapter 51, Mastery of Calligraphy. What? Lin Fan. The gazes of the crowd once again turned towards Lin Fan, filled with astonishment. Lin Fan is the chairman of Chu Feng Group. Who could have anticipated such a revelation? How could this even be possible? Everyone felt that Lin Fan's identity was anything but ordinary. However, to assert that Lin Fan was the chairman of Chu Feng Group was truly hard to believe. Could it merely be a case of sharing the same name? The crowd exhibited expressions of doubt, turning their attention once more to Lin Xuyan, eager to extract answers from her. Lin Xuyan took a sip of red wine and declared, "No need to speculate. The chairman of Chu Feng Group is none other than your classmate Lin Fan." Upon hearing Lin Xuyan's words, the crowd found themselves at a loss for words. Deep within, their hearts were tumultuous. Who would have imagined that Lin Fan had ascended to heights they could only look up to? Lu Mingjie was equally astonished, covering her lips in disbelief as she stared at Lin Fan. How could she have guessed that the man driving a rented car was the chairman of Chu Feng Group? Had she known his true identity sooner, she would have certainly endeavored to curry favor with him. Now, was there still an opportunity? Tang Zhou's expression was equally remarkable. At long last, he set aside all preconceived notions about Lin Fan. After all, Lin Fan was no longer of the same social stratum as he. Lin Fan, please do not take my previous remarks to heart. Tang Zhou dared not meet Lin Fan's gaze directly, feeling a sense of trepidation, for he had indeed offended Lin Fan. Impressive indeed, Lin Fan is now the chairman of Chu Feng Group. Among their classmates, Lin Fan was undoubtedly the most accomplished. Come, let us raise a toast to Lin Fan. Lin Fan had always held disdain for such flattery. To him, these words felt insincere. Thus, after downing the red wine in his glass, he departed with Lin Xuyan. Once Lin Fan left, the others felt little reason to linger, rising in unison. I'm full, let us gather again another time. They disregarded Tang Zhou, eager to catch up with Lin Fan. Exiting the Yuehai restaurant, two single female classmates promptly pursued him. Lin Fan, we happen to be going the same way. Let us head back together. In truth, it was not a matter of convenience. They simply wished to converse with Lin Fan further. Dreams are meant to be cherished. After all, who knows, perhaps Lin Fan might take a liking to them? Lin Fan remained silent. He had intended to rent a car for his return. But at that moment, his phone rang. Dad, what is up? Lin Fan, have you finished your meal? I just returned from outside, and will come to pick you up. After a few minutes, Lin Haidong arrived in an Audi A5. Lin Fan and Lin Xuyan got into the car, while the two female classmates shamelessly squeezed in as well. They expressed a desire to visit Lin Fan's home, but he found an excuse to decline. Upon returning home, Lin Fan indulged in a warm bath. Lin Fan, there is something I forgot to mention. Your cousin has been accepted into Yanjing University, and there is a banquet tomorrow. Will you be attending? He Hui entered Lin Fan's room. Which cousin? Lin Fan inquired, as he had several. Your aunt's eldest son. That is impressive. He actually got into Yanjing University. Let us go together. After all, I want to be returning to Modu anytime soon. Yanjing University is the most prestigious institution in Huaxia. Gaining admission to such a school is certainly a cause for celebration. Moreover, it has been quite some time since their county produced such talent. The banquet would undoubtedly be lively. Late at night, as Lin Fan prepared for sleep, he casually glanced at his phone and discovered numerous messages, all from his classmates. Perusing them, he noted that the class beauty, Lu Mingjie, had also sent him a message. Lin Fan, reflecting on the past, I feel quite regretful. Why didn't I take the initiative to get to know you back then? I'm out enjoying some milk tea. Would you like to meet up? Lu Mingjie's words carried a strong implication. There was no need to elaborate. This woman was clearly indulging in green tea. She was on the verge of marrying Tang Zhou and still wished to invite Lin Fan out. Lin Fan shook his head and promptly turned off his phone, opting for sleep. A new day dawned. In the morning, the air in Hahu community was exceptionally fresh. System, you needn't wait for me to summon you every time. You should know I'm ready to draw prizes the moment I open my eyes. If the system had a physical form, it might very well give Lin Fan the middle finger. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn proficiency in calligraphy. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 50 million Huaxia coins. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn fluency in the island language. Proficiency in calligraphy? System, can you cash that in directly? Proficiency in calligraphy held little value for Lin Fan. It would be far better to convert it into Huaxia coins. However, Fluency in the island language was rather intriguing. In the future, while reviewing materials on the computer, he would no longer need to rely on subtitles. Lin Fan activated the two skills he had drawn before stretching and getting out of bed. Approaching noon, Lin Haidong and He Hui were preparing to set off. They were to attend the banquet and needed to arrive early. Haidong, what gift do you think we should bring? He Hui was uncertain. Lin Haidong pondered for a moment and suggested, didn't Lin Fan bring back a few bottles of wine? Let us take 2 bottles with us. Those bottles of wine were beautifully packaged and would be perfect as a gift. Lin Fan had no objections. He had the means now, and if Lin Haidong enjoyed the wine, he could always buy more later. By the way, Lin Fan, how much did you pay for those bottles of wine? He Hui inquired. Not expensive, Lin Fan replied vaguely. However, it was indeed true that the wine was not costly for him. The 3 of them grabbed the wine and set off in the car. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the restaurant where the banquet was being held. Lin Fan's aunt's family was relatively modest, so the venue was quite ordinary. The restaurant was bustling with activity, as many of his aunt's relatives had already gathered. At the entrance, Lin Fan spotted his aunt and cousin. Aunt. Lin Fan approached with his parents and greeted her. Lin Fan, you've graduated from university, Haven to you? Lin Fan nodded, turning his attention to his cousin, Huang Junqian. Cousin, well done. You've achieved something remarkable by getting into such a prestigious university. Huang Junqian, standing at 6 feet tall and wearing a pair of glasses, replied enthusiastically, Cousin, let us head inside. The restaurant was teeming with guests. As Lin Haidong and He Hui stepped through the door, they encountered several acquaintances and exchanged pleasantries. He Hui, I heard your house was demolished? Suddenly, a haughty, plump woman approached He Hui, her voice tinged with envy. She also possessed an old house in the county, and such a fortunate turn of events never seemed to come her way. He Hui nodded but refrained from responding. Xie Xiangmei was the type of gossipy woman, and He Hui preferred to maintain her distance from her. Is this your son, Lin Fan? Why doesn't He greet anyone? Xie Xiangmei cast a disdainful look at Lin Fan. Chapter 52, Fake Wine. Lin Fan was at a loss for words. Here he stood quite innocently. Yet how had he offended her? One could only guess how she felt. Anyone unaware of the situation might think Lin Fan had wronged her in some way. Nevertheless, it is true that some individuals derive pleasure from belittling others, seeking to accentuate their own perceived nobility. Xie Xiangmei undoubtedly possesses a certain degree of pride. Years ago, she amassed considerable wealth through her wholesale business, marking her as a nouveau riche. Coupled with the fact that her daughter is studying abroad, her family is certainly far superior to that of an average household. The shortcomings of the nation's quality education system are vividly embodied in Xie Xiangmei. Lin Fan feigned ignorance and chose to disregard Xie Xiangmei entirely. At this moment, someone brought forth several large sheets of paper and brushes. It turned out that a calligraphy exhibition was about to commence, and the calligrapher was none other than Xie Xiangmei's husband. With thinning hair, he sported a receding hairline. However, it was said that his calligraphy was commendable, as he served as the president of the local calligraphy association. He picked up the brush and inscribed 2 lines. The mountain of knowledge has a path paved by diligence. The sea of learning knows no bounds. Endure hardships as your vessel. Juncheng, these words are for you. Though you have gained admission to a prestigious university, do not become complacent, he said with a smile directed at Lin Fan's cousin. Thank you, Uncle Tian, Huang Juncheng replied. Very impressive. Such dynamic strokes. The crowd applauded in admiration. Witnessing her husband's accolades, Xie Xiangmei's demeanor swelled with even greater pride. Her husband, on the other hand, wore a satisfied expression, feeling quite confident in his calligraphy. Frankly, this writing is quite mediocre, Lin Fan remarked candidly. To the untrained eye, Xie Xiangmei's husband's calligraphy was indeed decent, yet in Lin Fan's perspective, it resembled a pile of refuse. Hey, Lin Fan, as a recent university graduate, do you possess any understanding of calligraphy? I doubt you can even hold a brush. Xie Xiangmei crossed her arms and glared coldly at Lin Fan, as did the others present. To them, Lin Fan's words seemed tinged with arrogance. Lin Fan, do you know anything about calligraphy? Xie Xiangmei's husband furrowed his brow and inquired. Today's youth truly dare to speak their minds. Actually, I know a thing or two. Cousin, allow me to write a few characters for you. Lin Fan declared as he picked up a brush from the table and began to write. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. As Lin Fan began to write, he astonished many onlookers. Although they may not have understood calligraphy, they could still appreciate the beauty of the characters produced. Lin Fan's strokes were grand and majestic, imbued with a captivating aesthetic quality. Upon witnessing this, Xie Xiangmei's husband was momentarily taken aback. This Lin Fan had some skill. Xie Xiangmei coldly retorted, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. The preceding waves perish on the shore. Please, do not embarrass yourself by gifting such writing. As she uttered these words, she realized her error. For Lin Fan's second line read, the contemporary surpasses the ancients. Lin Fan's two lines flowed seamlessly. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed the waves ahead. The contemporary surpasses the ancients. Excellent, excellent. While Xie Xiangmei's husband's calligraphy was already commendable, the comparison revealed a stark disparity, especially as Lin Fan's work exuded a certain spirit, as if the characters possessed a soul. Indeed, indeed. Haidong, your child is remarkable. Upon hearing the praises, Lin Haidong and He Hui exchanged glances, both perplexed, as they were unaware of when their son had practiced calligraphy. Cousin, your calligraphy is truly impressive. Huang Juncheng expressed heartfelt admiration. If you have time in the future, I shall teach you. Forget it. I cannot possibly replicate that. Huang Juncheng shook his head, just as the crowd began to regard Lin Fan with newfound respect. Xie Xiangmei let out a derisive snort. Your characters are written so large, they are utterly unsightly. Lin Fan remained speechless. Was Xie Xiangmei a champion of nitpicking? However, he resolved not to engage with such a person. After all, one loses when they take things too seriously. He Hui, what is that you are holding? Xie Xiangmei remarked, noticing the bottle of wine in He Hui's grasp. It is wine, brought back from the magical city. Lin Fan interjected. What kind of wine? Let me see. Xie Xiangmei inquired curiously. He Hui, not one to refuse, presented the bottles. One of Romanicani 1990 and one of Macallan M. Lalique Crystal. Though beautifully packaged, Xie Xiangmei had never encountered such wines. What kind of wine is this? I have never seen it before. Asked Lin Fan. I am not well versed in such matters. Xie Xiangmei did not believe Lin Fan could afford fine wine and promptly searched online. Oh my goodness. Romanicani 1990, 15,000 per bottle. Macallan M. Lalique Crystal, 18,000. Xie Xiangmei's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. But soon, a troubling thought crossed her mind. Impossible. This must be counterfeit wine. Her voice rang loud enough for those around to hear. The crowd turned their attention towards her. Upon hearing Xie Xiangmei's words, Lin Haidong and He Hui's expression soured. Xie Xiangmei, what do you mean by that? She retorted, known for her loose tongue and penchant for making matters worse. What could I possibly mean? Xie Xiangmei responded. He Hui, how could you allow Qing Lian to be your sister and yet send counterfeit wine? What if something goes awry? Everyone overheard Xie Xiangmei's remarks, leading to a flurry of speculation. On what grounds do you claim this is counterfeit wine? Lin Haidong's face flushed with anger. This wine was a gift from Lin Fan to him. It could not possibly be fake. Xie Xiangmei coldly retorted, this wine costs tens of thousands a bottle. Can your son afford that? It is undoubtedly counterfeit. Tens of thousands per bottle? Initially, the crowd was skeptical. Is there really such expensive wine in the world? After all, even the cheap liquor sold at corner stores is only a few yuan. Once they checked online, they quickly believed it. It is truly outrageous that Lin Fan would attempt to pass off counterfeit wine. How despicable. They found it particularly egregious, given that it involved a family member. Xie Xiangmei remarked, Lin Fan, while it is understandable for the youth to value their pride, you cannot resort to such deception. Upon hearing the price of the wine, Lin Haidong and He Hui were equally astonished. However, given Lin Fan's current status, why would he need to offer counterfeit wine? Lin Haidong was about to reveal Lin Fan's identity when Lin Fan stepped forward. If these two bottles are not counterfeit, what will you do? If this wine is genuine, I will crawl out of here. Xie Xiangmei scoffed. These two bottles combined are worth over 300,000. Lin Fan could never afford that. All right, everyone, let's refrain from further discussion. We will accept the wine. Lin Fan's aunt interjected, taking the bottles to avoid escalating the situation. She sensed there might be a misunderstanding. Qing Lian, I cannot comprehend your reasoning. They are gifting counterfeit wine. If I had such relatives, I would have expelled them immediately. Xie Xiangmei's words were harsh. Whether it is counterfeit wine can easily be determined by consulting someone knowledgeable. Lin Fan was disinclined to engage in a lengthy debate with Xie Xiangmei. Yet, she persisted relentlessly. Lin Fan, are you taking advantage of the fact that we have never consumed such expensive wine? Ordinary individuals consider themselves fortunate to indulge in a bottle of wine that costs several hundred yuan. The notion of a bottle priced in the tens of thousands, let alone the extravagant sum of over 100,000, is beyond their experience, not to mention the ability to authenticate such a rare vintage. If one lacks comprehension, it is best to remain silent. Xie Xiangmei was incensed by Lin Fan's remarks. Lu Shoufu, a voice called out at the entrance, inciting a stir within the restaurant. Was it Lu Changdong, the county's wealthiest man? To think he would grace this gathering with his presence. Qinglian, quickly gather the others to welcome him. An individual reminded Lin Fan's aunt and her family, who appeared visibly anxious. After all, they had not anticipated a person of Lu Changdong's stature would attend. Lu Changdong, a businessman worth billions, was indeed a remarkable figure. Mr. Lu, welcome. Please, do not stand on ceremony. I have merely come to share a drink and present a scholarship. A middle-aged man, slender in build and clad in a suit, was none other than Lu Changdong himself. Accompanying him were several local businessmen, known to sponsor students who excelled in their studies. Lin Fan's cousin had been accepted into Yanjing University, hence Lu Changdong's attendance. Mr. Lu, 100,000 yuan in prize money. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Lin Fan's aunt and her family were taken aback by the generosity. For them, 100,000 yuan was an extraordinary sum. Although Huang Junsheng had achieved excellent grades, he was not the top student in the province. Reports indicated certain top students received rewards that included entire apartments, yet Lin Fan's family dared not hope for such extravagance. Mr. Lu, please take a seat. Lu Changdong, along with a few others, entered the dining area. As they walked, many greeted them with smiles, a privilege afforded by their status. Just as Lu Changdong settled in, Xie Xiangmei approached with a bottle of Romanicani 1990 in hand. Mr. Lu, you have arrived at an opportune moment. A bottle of Romanicani was delivered to Qinglian's family. With your vast experience, could you ascertain its authenticity? Surprised by Xie Xiangmei's inquiry, Lu Changdong accepted the bottle and examined it closely. To his astonishment, it was indeed from the 1990 vintage. He understood that such a bottle was worth no less than 150,000 yuan. It was truly remarkable that someone in this small county possessed a wine of such caliber to offer as a gift. One of Lu Changdong's companions chuckled. No need to inspect further. This wine is likely counterfeit. After all, Qinglian's relatives do not seem to be influential figures. This deduction led them to conclude that the wine was indeed fake. Despite their status as relatively successful businessmen in the county, they had never encountered a bottle of wine so exorbitantly priced. I told you, how could Lin Fan possibly afford a genuine Romanicani? Xie Xiangmei sneered. No, this wine is authentic. Lu Changdong shook his head, speaking with conviction. He owned 2 bottles of Romanicani at home, albeit from more recent vintages. And while they did not compare to the 1990 vintage before him, he could distinguish between real and counterfeit. Oh, the others near Lu Changdong were taken aback and expressed curiosity about the bottle he held. Mr. Lu, could it be that you are mistaken? Xie Xiangmei expressed disbelief. If you doubt it, why inquire of me? Lu Changdong replied, somewhat exasperated. However, his thoughts were now focused on discovering the source of the wine. Anyone capable of gifting such a fine vintage undoubtedly held an impressive status. Feeling somewhat awkward yet unwilling to offend Lu Changdong, Xie Xiangmei offered, Mr. Lu, there is another bottle. Would you take a look? Upon seeing the second bottle she presented, Lu Changdong was once again astonished. This is a Macallan M. Crystal. Grasping the bottle, his expression transformed into one of excitement. I have only tasted this once in my life. Mr. Lu, this must be a forgery, correct? Xie Xiangmei inquired. Her skepticism palpable. No, this is genuine. It cannot be counterfeit. Lu Changdong exclaimed with fervor. Xie Xiangmei's countenance froze instantly. With Lu Changdong's discernment, he would not mistake such a treasure. Yet the pressing question remained. Could Lin Fan truly afford it? Heavens, this is indeed authentic. The surrounding guests were left in shock upon hearing Lu Changdong's affirmation. Together, these 2 bottles are worth over 300,000 yuan. Who was the benefactor? Lu Changdong probed. I know. Xie Xiangmei suddenly exclaimed. These 2 bottles must have been stolen by Lin Fan. Otherwise, how could a freshly graduated university student afford such wines? In her view, this was the only plausible explanation. He could no longer hold her tongue. Xie Xiangmei, enough is enough. Initially, you claimed the wine was counterfeit. And now that Lu Shoufu has declared it authentic, you suspect my son Lin Fan of theft. Have you no shame? Lin Fan attempted to pull Hui back. Mother, it is not worth our anger over such a person. Mr. Lin. Suddenly, Lu Changdong rose from his seat and swiftly approached Lin Fan, recognizing his identity and thus showing him great respect. The astonishment of those present was palpable. Why was the county's wealthiest man treating this young man with such deference? Lin Fan himself was slightly bewildered. Have we met? Mr. Lin, I saw you at the recent wine gathering in Modu. Though you may not have noticed me. Lu Changdong clarified. He had business dealings in Modu and happened to be present that evening, but he had not anticipated discovering that they hailed from the same hometown. This young compatriot was extraordinary, having amassed wealth exceeding 100 billion. In comparison, Lu Changdong's fortune paled. Mr. Lu, who is this? The other businessmen were eager to learn more about Lin Fan. Lu Changdong shook his head in exasperation. From this moment forth, I shall no longer be referred to as the county's wealthiest man. He began the introduction. This is Lin Fan, the major shareholder of Tang's film industry, and the chairman of Chu Feng Group. His assets are no less than 500 billion. This was the information Lu Changdong had at hand. Whether Lin Fan possessed further wealth remained unknown. What? Gasps of disbelief filled the room. They were utterly astonished. Who could have guessed that such a figure as Lin Fan would emerge from this small county? 500 billion? The concept was simply unfathomable. Lu Changdong, with his mere tens of billions, was already formidable, but Lin Fan's wealth reached heights unimaginable. How on earth did he achieve this? Impossible. Mr. Liu, you must be mistaken. After the initial shock wore off, Xie Xiangmei regained her composure. 500 billion. What does that even mean? Lin Fan lacks connections and influence. How could he possibly attain such heights? Lu Changdong's patience was waning. Are you implying my eyesight is flawed? He retorted coldly. It was one thing for her to question him, but to cast doubt on Lin Fan was utterly unacceptable. Mr. Liu, I cannot. Xie Xiangmei was utterly terrified. If Lin Fan truly possesses such formidable prowess, then does that not imply that those 2 bottles of wine are indeed authentic? Xie Xiangmei was in a state of frantic alarm. Offending an ordinary individual might be inconsequential, but now, she had unwittingly crossed paths with a person of Lin Fan's stature. Who was it that earlier proclaimed those 2 bottles to be genuine, only to crawl out from here? Lin Fan observed the panicked Xie Xiangmei and gently reminded her. Just as she was about to respond, her vision darkened, and she fainted in sheer fright. The onlookers had long harbored disdain for Xie Xiangmei, and immediately, someone approached to pinch her philtrum. Hey, don't think you can escape by feigning unconsciousness. Xie Xiangmei's husband also came over to pat her face. However, she did not regain consciousness. It appeared that she had truly been frightened into a faint. Lin Fan, I sincerely apologize. Please disregard her earlier remarks as mere nonsense. Xie Xiangmei's husband said apologetically. How could he manage his wife as loose tongue? Now, they had offended Lin Fan, a billionaire. Even if Lin Fan decided to forgive them, they would forever struggle to lift their heads in public. Truth be told, Lin Fan was also curious to see how Xie Xiangmei intended to crawl out of this predicament. However, with her now unconscious, this matter would have to be left unresolved. Lin, you should take your wife to the hospital. We wouldn't want to disrupt the banquet. Lin Haidong suggested. I am truly sorry. Xie Xiangmei's husband hastily departed with her. This incident passed, but the patrons in the restaurant continued to murmur amongst themselves, speculating about Lin Fan's identity. Haidong, how remarkable. Your son has become a wealthy magnate. Several individuals approached Lin Haidong, eager to ingratiate themselves. Naturally, some sought to introduce potential matches for Lin Fan. Lin Fan, do you have a girlfriend? Once we return, I will bring my daughter over to visit. Even if you do have a girlfriend, it's no matter. I'll share her WeChat with you. You two are both young. Surely, you'll find common ground. These individuals, eager to play matchmaker, were also seeking employment opportunities. This left Lin Fan utterly speechless. Had he known it would unfold this way, he would have preferred to remain at home. Lin Fan, these 2 bottles of wine are far too precious. Let us take them back later. Lin Fan's aunt hesitated to accept the gift. Upon learning of Lin Fan's identity, she felt utterly incredulous. Aunt, since you've brought them, it would be illogical to take them back. Perhaps I should open the wine and let Lu Shoufu and the others have a taste. They wouldn't normally indulge in such fine wine, and with Lu Changdong present, it would be better to share it as a gesture of hospitality. Lin Fan declared. This wine is a gift for you. Do as you see fit. Nodding, Lin Fan's aunt instructed someone to uncork the Macallan M. Lalique crystal. The guests settled down. Lu Changdong proactively joined Lin Fan's table. What exquisite wine. Lu Changdong and his companions praised after sampling the Macallan M. Lalique crystal. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Lin Fan's aunt. By the way, you don't have a house in the county yet, do you? Not yet. Lin Fan's aunt shook her head. Our family is too impoverished to afford one. I purchased a house last month, but I cannot move in. Thus, I shall gift it to you. For Lu Changdong, gifting a house worth $1 million was a trivial matter. His primary aim was to cultivate a closer relationship with Lin Fan, even if they had no business dealings. Forming a friendship was worthwhile. This is too much. Lin Changdong had already awarded 10,000 as a scholarship to Huang Junqian, and they dared not accept a house as well. It's quite all right, Lu Changdong insisted. While the other businessmen were not as wealthy as Lu Changdong, they also contributed some funds symbolically, supporting Huang Junqian's education. Upon realizing Lin Fan's identity and that Huang Junqian was his cousin, they became more generous, understanding the value of fostering a good rapport with Lin Fan. Before long, the banquet concluded. As expected, Lin Fan returned home not long after, only to find individuals arriving with their daughters. After managing the first visitor, Lin Fan decided to drive out. It was not until 8 in the evening that he returned home. The table in the hall was laden with gifts, a testament to the numerous visitors that day. Truly, it echoed the saying, in poverty, one goes unnoticed in the bustling city. In wealth, one finds distant relatives in the mountains. When Lin Fan's family had been financially struggling, how many had regarded them with respect? The following day, Lin Fan awoke to a series of notifications. Ding. Congratulations, the host has drawn a transformative mechanical dog. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn 30 million Huaxia coins. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired culinary mastery. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. A transformative mechanical dog? What on earth was that? The system elucidated, the transformative mechanical dog, crafted from special metals, can morph into various shapes. It comprehends human speech and possesses formidable aggression. It will be 100% loyal to its master. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan found himself intrigued by the mechanical dog. He extracted it from the system space. The mechanical dog was relatively small, akin to a rural mutt, yet exuded a strong sense of technology. As soon as it appeared, it began circling Lin Fan eagerly. This mechanical dog shall serve as a guardian for the household. It is perfectly suited for the task. It is a pity it cannot speak. If only it could. That would be splendid. With your shiny black coat, I shall name you Old Hay. The mechanical dog shook its head vigorously, seemingly protesting. Old Hay, you will remain in this house, ensuring the safety of my parents. Do you understand? The transformative mechanical dog nodded in agreement. After utilizing his culinary mastery skill, Lin Fan rose from bed. However, he pondered that he might not even need this culinary skill, as his estate was already staffed with professional chefs. Nevertheless, it was always beneficial to possess additional skills. When Lin Haidong and He Hui discovered the newfound mechanical dog, they expressed their interest. Lin, did you purchase this mechanical dog online? Lin Fan nodded in affirmation. Its name is Old Hay. It will stay here from now on. Does it require charging? Lin Fan contemplated before responding. Oh, it will charge itself. If it exhibits any peculiar behaviors, do not be alarmed. After all, it is merely a mechanical dog and may have programming flaws. Lin Fan preemptively warned his parents to prevent any undue fright. Chapter 55. The Violent Confrontation with the Internet Celebrity. On this day, many individuals sought out Lin Fan once more. Lin Haidong and He Hui found this situation quite exasperating. By noon, Lin Shuyan also arrived. After enjoying lunch, Lin Shuyan prepared to return to the bustling metropolis. Unlike Lin Fan, who could indulge in leisure, Lin Shuyan had work to attend to. After spending a day at home, Lin Fan took his parents out for a stroll in the county. Unfortunately, not long after stepping outside, they encountered Chun Mingfen. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Chun Mingfen's face turned as pale as a ghost. She swiftly turned and attempted to avoid him. Is that your third aunt? He Hui was somewhat uncertain and turned to Lin Fan beside her. Has Chun Mingfen been possessed by evil spirits? Now, when we meet, she no longer inquires about the relocation funds. Lin Fan nodded knowingly. He was well aware of the circumstances. Chun Mingfen had been warned by Lei Biao. Could she possibly remain nonchalant? She will no longer pester you, Lin Fan assured. Upon hearing this, Lin Haidong and He Hui exchanged smiles, opting not to inquire further. This was indeed for the best. Tranquility had finally returned to their world. The evening breeze by the river was refreshing, and many people were out for a stroll. After walking for half an hour, Lin Haidong and He Hui began to feel a bit fatigued. On their way back, they encountered familiar faces. He Hui, out for a walk. Several middle-aged women greeted her. He Hui nodded. Where are you headed? Don't you know? A celebrity is hosting an event today, and there are free prizes to be won at the venue. One woman exclaimed. Where? He Hui inquired. It was inevitable. Free offerings always drew a crowd. Just up ahead. At Kaifeng Square, Lin Haidong was skeptical. Surely a celebrity wouldn't come to a small county town for an event. A middle-aged woman retorted, don't be incredulous. The celebrity is a live-streaming influencer. Just a few days ago, we snagged several gold bars from his live stream. Lin Fan had pieced it together. Oh, it's a merchandise peddling internet celebrity. Gold bars. How much did you pay for them? He asked casually. They're worth over 50,000. But we got them for just 1,000. Isn't that lucky? The woman replied, brimming with pride. Lin Fan was rendered speechless. Gold bars. They must surely be counterfeit. If placed in water, they'd probably float. To think you could buy gold bars for a mere 1,000. Such a trick could only fool those of your age group. You all look so pleased with yourselves. But the truth is they duped you out of 980. Lin Fan cautioned. Lin Fan, you don't seriously believe the gold bars we got are fake, do you? Their company makes billions annually and drives sports cars. How could they possibly deceive us? The woman protested. Lin Fan shook his head. Then consider me a fool for speaking. There are far too many gullible individuals in this world. And con artists are clearly in short supply. He Hui, would you like to join us? He Hui felt something was amiss and shook her head. Forget it. I want to go. She could not comprehend where the problem lay, but one truth resonated with her. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Lin Fan paid little heed to the matter and led his parents home. Excuse me, the road ahead is closed. Please take a detour. At the intersection ahead, two men clad in black obstructed the path. Passers-by expressed their dissatisfaction. The road was fine when we arrived. Why has it suddenly been closed? If you're going to close it, there should at least be a reason. They grumbled, knowing that taking a detour would waste at least half an hour. Because we are hosting an event. And what does your event have to do with us? The frustrated onlookers retorted. Just then, several vehicles came to a halt at the roadside. Soon after, a throng of men in black escorted a young man forward. The youth was dressed stylishly, his hair gleaming. Nearby, a photographer captured the moment. Make way, make way. The black-clad men cleared the path. A few pedestrians who failed to move quickly enough were shoved aside. He Hui, caught off guard, was also pushed by one of the men in black and fell to the ground. What a grand spectacle. Lin Fan could no longer stand by idly and helped He Hui to her feet. Mom, are you all right? He Hui shook her head. Lin Fan raised his hand and struck the black-clad man, sending him flying. It was one thing to block the road, but to lay hands on his mother was intolerable for Lin Fan. Chaos ensued. How dare you strike someone? Shouted an angry assistant of Sun Han, pointing at Lin Fan. What does he mean to me? Lin Fan shot back. I will give you 1 minute to apologize to my mother. Sun Han's expression darkened at Lin Fan's audacity. As one of the leading influencers in merchandise promotion, he could not fathom being addressed in such a manner. I want an apology. Sun Han's demeanor shifted, and he gestured to his companions, who charged at Lin Fan. Since you've chosen aggression, prepare for the consequences. Lin Fan's first strike sent several of the men in black sprawling. Lin Haidong, fearing for his son's safety, intended to assist, but within half a minute, all of Sun Han's associates lay defeated at Lin Fan's feet. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. This young man is incredibly skilled. Is this a movie scene? You've dug yourself a deep hole. Sun Han was visibly shaken, witnessing his companions fall one by one. Are you testing my patience? Lin Fan swiftly approached Sun Han and delivered a resounding slap. I am a merchandise influencer with over 3 million fans. Slap. My company profits over $1 billion each year. Slap. My name is Sun Han. Slap. With each statement, Lin Fan struck him again, leaving Sun Han's face swollen and silent. Sun Han glowered at Lin Fan, as if he could devour him whole. Go on, continue speaking. Let us see if you dare to strike me again. Lin Fan retorted coldly. Slap. Sun Han was bewildered. If I'm silent, why do you still hit me? I simply find you irksome. Lin Fan's declaration nearly drove Sun Han into a frenzy. You're just a minor internet celebrity, thinking you're impressive? Sun Han seethed. I have over 3 million fans, and my company profits billions annually. You dare to label me a minor influencer? Lin Fan regarded him with disdain. 3 million fans. With such a production, anyone unfamiliar would mistake you for an international superstar. As for your company's profits, that is utterly implausible. It's merely a gimmick to bolster your merchandise sales, a tactic to intimidate the average person. I'm not falling for it. What do you want? Sun Han seethed, yet he was powerless against Lin Fan, especially now that he had no bodyguards left. Your entourage must apologize to my mother. Apologies. Sun Han uttered reluctantly, his temper boiling over as he abandoned the event and left with his companions. He vowed that this matter would not end here. Chapter 56, The Dodge Battle Axe. Lin Fan, the person you struck seems to be quite influential. He Hui expressed her concern. Mom, why do you say that? Is my son not influential? He Hui smiled ruefully. Indeed, Lin Fan is now a billionaire. It stands to reason that the man cannot do anything to my son. Do not worry. If I dared to act, it is because I am unafraid of him. Lin Fan declared confidently as he escorted his parents home. Just half an hour later, a video of Lin Fan assaulting Sun Han was uploaded online, instantly capturing the attention of numerous netizens. Who was that young man who took action? Remarkable. He single-handedly faced 10 adversaries and won with such ease. The internet celebrity who was assaulted must be Sun Han, right? The last time he was exposed for selling counterfeit goods, yet he still hasn't fallen from grace. As for the young man who struck Sun Han, I commend you for your bravery. However, Lin Fan remained oblivious to the happenings online. The night swiftly passed. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have drawn a Dodge Tomahawk. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained 10 million Huaxia coins. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a gold ingot. The Dodge Tomahawk, although a motorcycle, is equipped with a V10 engine from the Dodge Viper, boasting an astounding 500 horsepower and a top speed exceeding 600 kilometers per hour. Most importantly, this Dodge Tomahawk is valued at 20 million Huaxia coins, surpassing the price of most luxury sports cars. Despite its remarkable attributes, Lin Fan felt a tinge of regret that this vehicle could not be legally driven on the roads, meaning it could only be enjoyed on the racetrack. Lin Fan shook his head. System, why on earth did you even bring a gold ingot into the mix? Please refrain from giving me a golden Alaska next time. I wouldn't know how to utilize it. Lin Fan quipped. The system responded. The gold ingot weighs 45 kilograms, crafted from pure gold, and is valued at approximately 1,800,000. When used as a weapon, it can deliver an absolute critical strike when wielded as a brick. It is an essential artifact for brawls. Lin Fan, perplexed, noted how the system seemed to have become less serious following its upgrade. He ceased further discussion, rising to wash his face and brush his teeth. Just after finishing breakfast, a knock resounded at the door. Who could it be? Mom, I'll go answer it. Lin Fan hurried over, only to find a man in a suit, appearing to be in his 30s, holding a briefcase. "Who are you?" Lin Fan inquired, unacquainted with the man. "Is this Lin Fan's residence?" The man asked. "I am Lin Fan. What brings you here?" "Hello, my name is Zhang Wei, and I am a lawyer. You may call me Lawyer Zhang." He introduced himself. "May I come in, Mr. Lin? We need to have a serious discussion." "A lawyer?" Lin Fan furrowed his brow but allowed the lawyer entry. Upon entering, the lawyer did not take a seat but got straight to the point. "The matter is this. My client is Sun Han, and I have been commissioned to discuss compensation with you." The lawyer produced a hospital examination report. "Last night, my client was hospitalized after being assaulted by you, and there are suspicions of brainstem injury. Mr. Lin, you do not deny the assault, do you?" Lin Fan chuckled, realizing that Sun Han was attempting to extort money. If he couldn't win physically, he resorted to this tactic. The lawyer opened his phone and played a video. "Moreover, the video of your assault has been posted online, causing significant financial damage to my client." Lin Fan interrupted the lawyer. "Just tell me how much you are demanding." The lawyer replied, "Medical expenses, emotional distress, plus economic losses. The total is 10 million. Lin Fan shook his head. "Only 10 million? That is far too little." The lawyer was taken aback. He had only ever heard of negotiations involving price reductions. How was it that he was now confronted with someone demanding an increase? Was it possible that this individual had a mental illness? If that were the case, the compensation might not be attainable, as the mentally ill bear no legal responsibility. "Mr. Lin, the situation has transpired, and you cannot resolve it this way." Lin Fan smiled. "Did you not say we were here to negotiate? My terms are simple. Sun Han must compensate me 60 million, and then this matter can be laid to rest." The lawyer's brow furrowed. "Mr. Lin, did I mishear? You are the one who has injured another. How can you demand that my client compensate you instead? If you are not well versed in the law, I can refer you to another lawyer." Lin Fan settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs. "It is you who lacks understanding of the law. My mother was also harmed by Sun Han's associates. She injured the nail on her left pinky finger, and as a result, she lost 10 minutes of sleep last night. My demand for 60 million in compensation is entirely reasonable." The lawyer was rendered speechless. Was this truly considered reasonable? It was utterly absurd. "Mr. Lin, it appears we can no longer discuss this matter. We shall see each other in court." Frustrated, the lawyer turned to leave. "Wait, please convey to Sun Han that if I do not receive the 60 million in compensation within half an hour, he shall bear the consequences." Lin Fan had thought that after he had beaten Sun Han, the matter would conclude, yet Sun Han's presence lingered ominously. Thus, Lin Fan resolved to continue this game with him. "Humph." The lawyer scoffed before departing. After half an hour at home without receiving the compensation, Lin Fan found this entirely anticipated. He retrieved his phone and scrolled to find Tang Yixing's number. "Brother Lin, have you returned to the Magic City?" Tang Yixing was surprised to receive Lin Fan's call. "Not yet. Could you help me look into someone?" Curious, Tang Yixing inquired, "Who do you wish to investigate?" "A certain internet celebrity named Sun Han. Check his company for any dubious activities." Tang Yixing had some connections, which was why Lin Fan sought his assistance. "Just an internet celebrity? Leave it to me, Brother Lin." After hanging up, Tang Yixing immediately dispatched someone to investigate. Upon inquiry, Tang Yixing uncovered the entire story. It turned out that Sun Han had built his reputation on selling counterfeit goods, leveraging deception to gain a certain level of influence. Sun Han collaborated with numerous merchants. And indeed, he had a supporting internet celebrity agency behind him. There had long been rumors online about Sun Han selling fake products. Had it not been for the backing of his agency, he would have long since met his downfall. Tang Yixing decided to take matters into his own hands and thoroughly eliminate Sun Han from the scene. For him, this was no arduous task. It was even simpler than silencing certain celebrities. At the county hospital, Sun Han lay in his hospital bed, flanked by his assistant and lawyer. "This Lin Fan is utterly detestable. If this matter does not resolve to my satisfaction, I will not let him off easily." His assistant worriedly replied. "That Lin Fan seems to have some influence." "What influence could a small-town individual possibly have?" Sun Han retorted disdainfully. "He may have landed a few punches, but if my bodyguards weren't so inept, he would have been the one to suffer last night. By the way, there is currently a surge of negative information about you online. All thanks to Lin Fan." Sun Han seethed. "Hire a public relations firm. We must minimize the negative impact." Not only had he been assaulted, but now the online community was digging up dirt on him as well. Those internet users are truly insufferable, relishing in the chaos. Sun Han was incensed, and all of this was instigated by Lin Fan. Since Lin Fan refused to compensate, it appeared that the only recourse left was to head to court, the lawyer remarked. "You are the professional. Handle this matter accordingly," Sun Han instructed. The lawyer nodded. "In that case, Mr. Sun, you may need to endure a little discomfort and remain in the hospital for the time being." Sun Han's injuries were not severe. They merely sought to extract a larger compensation, hoping to bring Lin Fan to his knees financially. Only in this manner would Sun Han find satisfaction. The losses incurred in business must be reclaimed from Lin Fan. You all may proceed with your tasks. I require a brief respite. Sun Han had not slept a wink the previous night. After his assistant and lawyer departed, the assistant soon rushed back, panic-stricken. Something grave has occurred. Sun Han stirred awake, frowning, and inquired, "What is it?" "Just now, several companies announced their intention to terminate our collaborations." "What of it?" "A few companies hardly matter," Sun Han replied dismissively. He had an abundance of products to promote and was not reliant on those few enterprises. No, our live streaming channel has been suspended. Moreover, several domestic streaming platforms have simultaneously issued announcements declaring that we will no longer be permitted to broadcast. What? At that moment, Sun Han finally felt a tinge of panic. If it were merely a few companies withdrawing their partnerships, it would not be catastrophic. However, if domestic streaming platforms were also issuing such announcements, it would signify that Sun Han himself was being ostracized. How could he continue to promote products without the ability to stream? Quick, contact the company and ascertain what transpired. Sun Han's complexion turned pale, a sense of impending doom enveloping him. I've already reached out, but President Jiang is furious. Sun Han, filled with trepidation, had no choice but to contact him directly. President Jiang, this is Sun Han. I wish to inquire. Sun Han, why are you still alive? Came a furious voice from the other end of the line. It was not just Sun Han who was affected. The celebrity company backing him was also in dire straits. President Jiang, what has happened? Do you even have the audacity to ask? Who did you offend? Do you not possess a shred of self-awareness? Sun Han was bombarded with accusations, completely bewildered. Could it be Lin Fan? That was implausible. What stature could Lin Fan possess to warrant such a widespread ban? It could not possibly be Lin Fan. President Jiang, I don't understand. Did you offend someone named Lin Fan last night? Sun Han's face stiffened. Lin Fan. It truly was Lin Fan. President Jiang, what is Lin Fan standing? Sun Han's voice trembled. The voice on the other end continued to berate him. You might have deceived your viewers for petty gains, but to act so brazenly, now you've truly made a mess of things. Lin Fan is a stakeholder in Tang's film industry, with several companies under his name, boasting assets exceeding 50 billion. Even Tang Yixing refers to him as Brother Lin. Do you grasp the magnitude of the person you've offended? Sun Han's mind went blank. He was utterly at a loss. Good heavens. He had offended such an influential figure. This was the end. President Jiang, what should I do now? Who knows? The company is barely holding on. You must fend for yourself. President Jiang hung up the phone. Sun Han's body stiffened, his hands trembling as he struggled to hold his phone. Quick, prepare the car. His assistant inquired where to. To apologize to Lin Fan, in hopes he may forgive us. Also, gather 60 million. But we no longer have that much. Sun Han insisted. Even if I must sell my company, I will gather the funds. Half an hour later, Sun Han arrived at Hahu Community. Trembling, he knocked on Lin Fan's door. Who is it? Lin Fan answered. Mr. Lin, please spare me. Sun Han lowered his head, no longer exuding his previous arrogance. Lin Fan regarded him with a stoic expression. I must say, Tang Yixing works efficiently. You've arrived to apologize so swiftly. Lin Fan said coldly, I already spared you last night. This fool, obstinate as ever, still sought compensation. Mr. Lin, I was blind to your stature. Please do not hold it against me. As for the incident involving your mother, I will compensate 6 million. Lin Fan responded, my time is exceedingly valuable. 6 million was the previous amount. Now it is 8 million. What? Sun Han's face contorted in despair. Mr. Lin, I cannot produce that much. Lin Fan retorted. Did you not claim your company profits over 1 billion annually? Are you now feigning poverty? Sun Han was on the brink of tears. Mr. Lin, that was all a lie. If he were that capable, he wouldn't resort to live streaming. 8 million, not a penny less. Sun Han's heart ached profoundly. Very well. I shall gather 8 million. Grant me 1 hour. Fine, you may leave. Furthermore, it would be best if I never laid eyes on you again, Lin Fan warned. Sun Han departed, disheartened. 8 million in compensation. At least he had salvaged his life. Almost an hour passed, and Lin Fan received the funds. After lunch, Lin Fan returned to the Magic City. It was not until nightfall that he returned to his estate. Mr. Lin, the estate's staff greeted him. Xiaoqing, has anything occurred during my absence? No, everything has been normal with the company. That is good, Lin Fan observed, noticing young Lin's absence. Is Lin not here? She has taken leave to care for her ailing mother, Zhang Xiaoqing replied. She had also visited, and indeed, Lin Fan's prescription proved effective. Now, Yang Lin's mother could even walk. It was hard to imagine she had recently been a terminal patient. Lin Fan, your prescription truly works. Of course, everything had unfolded as Lin Fan had anticipated. After all, his extraordinary medical skills were derived from the system he had accessed. After addressing a few matters, Lin Fan returned to his room to rest. Meanwhile, Song Yuanshan encountered significant trouble. Chapter 58. Song Yuanshan's Troubles. Song Yuanshan stood outside an emergency room in the city center hospital, his brow furrowed in distress. He had landed himself in a grave predicament. Just yesterday, Song Yuanshan, accompanied by Jiang Linxiang, approached a jewelry magnate in Magic City. The magnate's son suffered from congenital heart disease, relying on medication to sustain his life. If Jiang Linxiang could effect a cure, Song Yuanshan would undoubtedly reap some benefits. The issue lay in the fact that Jiang Linxiang was nothing more than a fraud. Consequently, instead of healing the boy, he had sent the jewelry magnate's son into the emergency room. The magnate was incensed. "Doctor, please save my son." Outside the emergency room, a middle-aged man displayed an anxious demeanor. His name was Zhou Baiwang, a prominent figure in the jewelry business, wielding considerable influence in Magic City. Zhou Baiwang had but one son, and due to his health issues, he was unable to have more children. If his son could not be saved, it would mean the end of his lineage. "Mr. Zhou, you should not have believed in any quack remedies. Your son has congenital heart disease," sighed the doctor, closing the emergency room door. Hearing the doctor's words, Zhou Baiwang's face fell in despair. "This is all your fault. If my son cannot be saved, I shall demand your life." Zhou Baiwang turned to Song Yuanshan, his face ablaze with fury. "Mr. Zhou, I never anticipated such an outcome. I am currently contacting Elder Jiang. Please give me a moment." Song Yuanshan hastily dialed, believing fervently that Jiang Linxiang was a miraculous healer. If he could restore his daughter's voice, surely he could save Zhou Baiwang's son. Yet, the events of today left Song Yuanshan utterly perplexed. Zhou Baiwang's son had been rushed into the emergency room, and now Jiang Linxiang was unreachable. It was truly maddening. At that moment, Zhou Baiwang's secretary approached with a dossier in hand. "Mr. Zhou, we have uncovered the truth. Jiang Linxiang is nothing but a fraud." Zhou Baiwang glanced at the documents and, in a fit of rage, flung them at Song Yuanshan's face. "You dared to deceive me with a charlatan. This is inconceivable." Song Yuanshan remained in disbelief. "Mr. Zhou, my daughter's voice was genuinely restored by the miraculous Elder Jiang. I am not deceiving you." With gritted teeth, Zhou Baiwang retorted, "Look at these documents. Are they mere fabrications? The so-called miracle worker you spoke of has fled the city under the cover of night." Song Yuanshan took the dossier, his confusion deepening. Jiang Linxiang had indeed vanished, explaining his unresponsiveness. "You assured me you would vouch for Jiang Linxiang. Now that calamity has struck, what do you propose we do?" Fear flickered across Song Yuanshan's countenance. "Mr. Zhou, I had no inkling things would spiral out of control like this." He was acutely aware that if Zhou Baiwang's son did not survive, he, too, would face dire consequences. That wretched Jiang Linxiang. He cursed vehemently, but no amount of vitriol could amend the situation. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled that Song Shui'er had mentioned her voice being healed by Lin Fan. Could it truly be so? Dispatch someone immediately. Find that fraud Jiang Linxiang. "If anything befalls my son, I shall cast him into the sea to be fed to the sharks." "And you, Song Yuanshan," Zhou Baiwang added menacingly. Startled, Song Yuanshan's phone slipped from his grasp, fortunately landing unscathed. "Mr. Zhou, please wait. I will find a solution." Cold sweat beaded on his brow as he urgently dialed his daughter's number. "Dad, what's wrong?" "Shui'er, I need to ask you a question. Answer truthfully." Song Shui'er felt bewildered. "What question? Was your voice truly restored by Lin Fan?" Irritation crept into her voice. "Dad, I've already told you before. My voice returned because of Lin Fan. Why can't you believe me?" Hearing her affirmation, Song Yuanshan was engulfed in regret. Had he trusted his daughter back then, today's calamity might have been averted. He succinctly relayed the unfolding crisis to her. "Shui'er, please reach out to Lin Fan and see if he can help." Finally, he had recalled Lin Fan's name. "Dad, you're being foolish. Even if Lin Fan intervenes, the situation is more dire than before. He may end up embroiled in this mess, too. Shui'er, we are running out of time. Ask Lin Fan quickly. He is your boyfriend. I am counting on him. I can't just approach him like that. Lin Fan is not my boyfriend." In this moment of desperation, Song Shui'er was compelled to speak the truth. "Do you think it's easy to summon someone of Lin Fan's stature?" "Daughter, this is no time for jest. If Lin Fan is not your boyfriend, then why did he bring such extravagant gifts when he visited our home?" Song Shui'er shouted. "That was purchased with my own money. I invited him to pretend to be my boyfriend. Are you satisfied now?" Song Yuanshan was taken aback. Was it truly his fate to be cast into the sea to appease the sharks? Why not give it a try? Lin Fan might just assist us. With no other options, Song Shui'er reluctantly attempted to contact Lin Fan. After all, he was her father. She could not stand by idly while he faced peril. However, after 2 attempts, she found herself unable to connect. Being in Yanjing, she could not seek Lin Fan in person and ultimately relayed his contact information to Song Yuanshan. Yet, after several calls, Song Yuanshan remained unsuccessful in reaching Lin Fan, his anxiety escalating. "Mr. Zhou, I know another doctor. I will fetch them. Determined, Song Yuanshan decided to seek Lin Fan himself. Are you attempting to flee? Zhou Baiwang was no fool. Having lost Jiang Linxiang, he would not allow Song Yuanshan to escape. No, I am serious. Grant me an opportunity. If you do not trust me, have my secretary accompany me. I will not run. That is unacceptable. Zhou Baiwang dismissed him. Despair settled over Song Yuanshan as he leaned against the wall. It appeared that the night would indeed end in catastrophe. Half an hour elapsed. In the emergency rooms, doctor finally emerged. Doctor, what is the status of my son? I regret to inform you. An elderly physician spoke with sorrow. Mr. Zhou, your son is now experiencing organ failure. He has at most 2 hours left. You should take this final opportunity to see him. Zhou Baiwang nearly collapsed, his balance faltering. Doctor, please, think of another solution. The physician shook his head, clearly at a loss. Secretary, issue a statement. Whoever can save my son, I will offer a reward of 10 billion. No, 15 billion. The secretary nodded and departed. Song Yuanshan, did you not claim to know a doctor? I am giving you a chance for survival. Bring that doctor here. If my son cannot be saved, you shall await your demise. With no other recourse, Zhou Baiwang granted Song Yuanshan one last opportunity. I will go at once. Song Yuanshan hastily exited the hospital, stumbling at the entrance. Fearing that he might flee, Zhou Baiwang dispatched 2 bodyguards to follow him. Thus, Song Yuanshan drove to Lin Fan's estate. Lin Fan, I need help. The estate's security intercepted him. Quiet down. Mr. Lin is already asleep. Let me in. I must see Lin Fan. Come back tomorrow. Sweat dripped from Song Yuanshan's brow. He felt as though he might perish from anxiety. By morning, his body might not even be recoverable. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained in a deep slumber. But the commotion stirred him awake. Rising, he glanced at his phone, finding dozens of missed calls. Many were from Song Shuer. What could have transpired? At that moment, a knock echoed at his door. Lin Fan, there has been an emergency. It was Zheng Xiaoqing's voice. Zheng Xiaoqing had already received a call from Song Shuer, gaining insight into the unfolding events. What happened? Lin Fan inquired as he opened the door. It's like this. Zheng Xiaoqing succinctly recounted the sequence of events. Upon hearing about Song Yuanshan's predicament, Lin Fan felt an unexpected surge of delight. This is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. What else does that Song Yuanshan have to offer besides bringing trouble to his daughter? Being tossed into the sea to feed sharks would be a blessing in disguise, relieving Song Shuer of yet another burden. What are your plans? Zheng Xiaoqing asked. To be candid, she held little respect for Song Yuanshan. That man was nothing but a master of failure, having caused Song Shuer no shortage of woes. Since Song Shuer is absent from the city, why don't we pay a visit to Song Yuanshan? Let us hear his last words. Lin Fan declared. He no longer needed to masquerade as Song Shuer's boyfriend, thus freeing himself from any obligation to show respect to Song Yuanshan. Let him in. Zheng Xiaoqing nodded and proceeded towards the grand entrance of the estate, while Lin Fan joined her in the lobby. Lin Fan, help, help. As soon as Song Yuanshan entered, he grasped Lin Fan's hand. What is all this noise in the dead of night? Are you calling for spirits? Can't one get a decent night's sleep? Lin Fan scowled at Song Yuanshan. It seemed fitting that this man was now in such dire straits. Lin Fan, I'm in deep trouble. Why is this my concern? Song Yuanshan pleaded urgently. No, Lin Fan, you are the only one who can assist me. I was unaware that it was you who healed Shuer's voice, which led to some misunderstandings. He recalled that fateful night when he nearly assaulted Lin Fan. It was only later, upon learning of Lin Fan's true identity, that his perception of him shifted. Had he trusted Lin Fan from the outset, these troubles could have been averted. What's the point of bringing up past events? You must know that Shuer and I are merely friends. She has already conveyed this to me. Song Yuanshan wiped the sweat from his brow and continued, Lin Fan, if you help me, I will give you 5 million. Unfortunately, that was all the money Song Yuanshan had left. Lin Fan shook his head. 5 million? Are you trying to dismiss a beggar? I'm afraid I cannot assist you. With gritted teeth, Song Yuanshan proposed, I have no money left. How about this? I will give you Shuer. Lin Fan was at a loss for words. Was Song Yuanshan really suggesting he sell his daughter? You truly are a despicable person. Have you even considered Shuer's feelings in making such a decision? I've encountered many who exploit their parents, but you are the first to exploit your daughter. You've ruined your own company and now seek to sell your daughter. Without Shuer's influence, you are nothing. Stung by Lin Fan's words, Song Yuanshan felt utterly humiliated. Am I really that detestable? He directed his gaze at Zheng Xiaoqing. After a moment's reflection, she replied, Uncle Song, you do indeed lack respect for Shuer, especially regarding matters of the heart. Why did Shuer need you to arrange for Lin Fan to pose as her boyfriend? Don't you possess any self-awareness? This was all due to Song Yuanshan's attempts to matchmake Shuer with Zhou Haifeng. Ultimately, he merely sought to align himself with the powerful Zhou family. Now, as a result of his own mischief, he wished to push his daughter onto Lin Fan. I sigh, after hearing you both. I feel utterly ashamed to face Schwer. Rather than being cast into the sea, I might as well end it all myself. Song Yuanshan lamented, reaching for a fruit knife on the table. If you wish to die, do it outside and do not sully this place. Also, do not take my fruit knife. Bashing your head against the wall will be a quicker demise. Lin Fan warned. After another sigh, Song Yuanshan relinquished the knife and turned to leave. Lin Fan, look! Zheng Xiaoqing exclaimed, revealing a piece of information. Jewelry tycoon Zhou Baiwang is willing to offer 15 billion to save his son. This piqued Lin Fan's interest. Although he had no intention of aiding Song Yuanshan, who would refuse such an immense sum, especially with his system currently unable to upgrade and cash rewards dwindling, it would be more expedient to earn money himself. I'll make a trip to the hospital, Lin Fan announced as he returned to his room to change. I'll accompany you. Zheng Xiaoqing, unable to sleep, resolved to join him. Once dressed, Lin Fan and Zheng Xiaoqing made their way to the garage and set off in the Pagani Huayra. Lin Fan, are you truly going to help me? Song Yuanshan asked, astonished at the entrance. I am not helping you. If you wish to die, do it quickly. Lin Fan dismissed him, pressing the accelerator. The Pagani Huayra roared away into the night. Hurry, hurry, to the hospital. Song Yuanshan decided against ending his life and immediately jumped into the car, urging Zhou Baiwang's 2 bodyguards to follow suit. Lin Fan, do you have confidence? Zheng Xiaoqing asked apprehensively as they drove. She understood that Zhou Baiwang's son was on the brink of death. If Lin Fan failed to save him, it was highly likely that he would be dragged into the ensuing chaos. We'll only know once we arrive. As long as there is a breath left. I can save him, Lin Fan assured her. Chapter 60, 25 billion. Lin Fan and Zheng Xiaoqing arrived at the hospital shortly thereafter, soon joined by Song Yuanshan. Lin Fan, come with me. Song Yuanshan urged, leading Lin Fan to the room of Zhou Baiwang's son. It was rumored that healing Zhou Baiwang's son would yield a reward of 15 billion, attracting numerous experts from the metropolis. However, after examining Zhou Baiwang's son, the specialists emerged with furrowed brows. His organs were failing, an ominous sign of impending demise. Unless a miracle occurs, I'm afraid we are powerless, they lamented. Despite their desire for the 15 billion, the experts simply lacked the capability to deliver. As time slipped away, Zhou Baiwang let out a resigned sigh. Mr. Zhou, I brought a doctor. At that moment, Song Yuanshan introduced Lin Fan to Zhou Baiwang. Lin Fan remained silent, merely casting a glance at Zhou Baiwang. He recognized him as a magnate in the Chinese jewelry industry. This is the doctor you speak of? Zhou Baiwang's brow furrowed, feeling deceived. What could this young man possibly do to save his son? Enraged, Zhou Baiwang immediately summoned his bodyguards. Throw this Song Yuanshan to the sea to feed the sharks. Song Yuanshan panicked, casting pleading eyes at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, say something. However, Lin Fan's next words nearly sent Song Yuanshan into a fit. Someone like him deserves to be thrown into the sea. I wholeheartedly agree. Lin Fan, Song Yuanshan stammered. Mr. Zhou, since we're here, why not allow Lin Fan to give it a try? Lin Fan ignored Song Yuanshan and turned to the matter at hand. Mr. Zhou, I've heard that healing your son will earn a reward of 15 billion. Is that true? Indeed, I, Zhou Baiwang, am a man of my word. Zhou Baiwang scrutinized Lin Fan with renewed interest. I'll give it a try, Lin Fan replied. Zhou Baiwang fell into silence for a moment. My son is in the ward. You may examine his condition first. Lin Fan nodded slightly and entered the room alone. Inside the ward, a pale little boy, around 7 years old, lay on the bed, barely clinging to life. His frail body was punctuated by an array of tubes. Lin Fan approached to assess the situation, his mind beginning to form a conclusion. Just then, Zhou Baiwang entered with several doctors. How is he? Is there still hope? Though Zhou Baiwang had little expectation remaining, he still asked the question. Lin Fan remained silent as he continued to feel the boy's pulse. Half a minute passed in this manner. He can be saved. However, it will be quite troublesome, Lin Fan stated with a hint of difficulty. If it were easy, why would I raise the price? Zhou Baiwang's expression relaxed. You're not joking, are you? The doctors present had all declared that Zhou Baiwang's son would not survive much longer, yet Lin Fan claimed there was hope. This sparked a flicker of hope within Zhou Baiwang. 2.5 billion, and I shall return to you a healthy son. Lin Fan uttered a shocking statement. What? Are you joking? This boy actually claims he can heal him? The doctors reacted vehemently, having concluded that the child was beyond saving, only for Lin Fan to assert the opposite. Was he not slapping their faces with such words? Young man, which medical school did you graduate from to dare make such claims? I fear you might not even know what illness the patient suffers from. To the doctors, Lin Fan's words seemed utterly arrogant. Zhou Baiwang frowned again, for Lin Fan had audaciously raised his asking price by 10 billion. Such greed. He could indeed come up with 2.5 billion, but he found it hard to trust Lin Fan's medical skills. To save or not to save, Lin Fan regarded the assembled doctors as if they were transparent and turned to Zhou Baiwang. Mr. Zhou, you must trust Lin Fan. In fact, my daughter's voice was restored by him. He is a miracle worker. Song Yuanshan squeezed into the ward. You do well to refrain from mentioning the term miracle worker. Zhou Baiwang's ire was kindled at the mere mention of such words. Previously, Song Yuanshan had also referred to Jiang Linxiang as a miracle worker, and what was the result? His son nearly met his demise. That so-called miracle worker, Jiang Linxiang, had fled under the cover of night. Mr. Zhou, I truly am not deceiving you. Lin Fan is the chairman of Chu Feng Group. He would not make such claims without certainty. Song Yuanshan maintained a fervent demeanor. For whether Lin Fan could cure Zhou Baiwang's son was a matter of life and death for him. Oh, Zhou Baiwang now held a keen interest in Lin Fan's identity. How can this be? Just him being the chairman of Chu Feng Group? I could claim to be old Ma. Hey, are you even a doctor? The doctors present renewed their skepticism. I have limited time. I give you 3 minutes to decide. Lin Fan was unwilling to wait any longer. If Zhou Baiwang did not believe him, he would leave immediately. All right. Zhou Baiwang turned to find his secretary, intent on verifying Lin Fan's identity. If what Song Yuanshan said was true, then it proved that Lin Fan indeed possessed some skill. A chairman of Chu Feng Group would not risk his reputation lightly. Young man, I suspect you are a fraud. The doctors were not easily deceived, urging him to leave promptly. Just then, an elderly man with white hair stepped forward from the crowd. Young man, you must believe in science. A person on the brink of death cannot possibly be saved. Wu Qingsong stroked his white beard, exuding authority among the doctors. He was also the hospital's vice president. No, I can save him, Lin Fan asserted. You cannot. No, I can. You cannot. Wu Qingsong emphasized, his beard trembling with indignation. Did this young man come solely to debate with him? Did he not understand the virtues of respecting elders? Vice President. There is no need to engage with such a person, someone advised. Lin Fan remained unperturbed. If I can cure this child, how about it? I will call you Dad. Wu Qingsong retorted angrily. Of course, that is impossible. According to medical knowledge, the child is already near death. Very well, your son, I shall claim him. Does anyone else wish to be my son? Humph, I could even call you Grandpa. Others chimed in agreement. At that moment, Zhou Baiwang returned. Lin, I beg of you. Zhou Baiwang regarded Lin Fan with newfound respect. He had verified that Lin Fan was indeed the chairman of Chu Feng Group and possessed other credentials. Given this, Lin Fan must have some abilities. At this point, he had no choice but to let him try. He hoped for a miracle. All right. Lin Fan immediately requested a pen and wrote down a list of medications that filled 2 sheets of A4 paper. Upon seeing Lin Fan's extensive list, Vice President Wu Qingsong was taken aback. However, when he noticed that some of the listed herbs were highly toxic, he lost his composure. Young man, are you attempting to kill someone or save them? Chapter 61, A Medical Miracle. Lin Fan did not even glance at Wu Qingsong, treating him as if he were invisible. Handing the 2 sheets of paper to Zhou Baiwang, Lin Fan instructed, acquire these medicines as swiftly as possible. There are only 30 minutes left. If we delay further, even divine intervention will not save your son. Understood. Zhou Baiwang, filled with anxiety, immediately dispatched someone to procure the medicines and the necessary pot for boiling them. Lin, what do we do now? Zhou Baiwang, despite the gravity of the situation, was not inclined to sit idly. You may carry on with your business, but do not disturb me. You are free to leave now. Also, no one is to enter unless I invite them. Once the others exited, Lin Fan began his work. He meticulously measured the herbs and placed them in the pot, commencing the decoction. This required immense patience, and any miscalculation could affect the final outcome. 10 minutes passed, and the first batch of medicine was ready. Lin Fan, drenched in sweat, poured the herbal concoction into a bowl and proceeded to prepare the second batch. Once the first dose had cooled slightly, he brought it into the room. Xiaoqing, please assist by feeding this medicine to the child. Zhou Baiwang interjected. I will do it. His concern for the child was palpable. Lin Fan did not argue, handing the medicine to Zhou Baiwang before returning to the kitchen. Preparing the second batch would demand considerable time. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang Xiaoqing rushed in. Lin Fan, you must come and take a look. There is something amiss. Lin Fan nodded and entered the room to check on Zhou Baiwang's son. Though the boy remained unconscious, his face was contorted in pain, which greatly worried Zhou Baiwang. Brother Lin, what is going on? Wu Qingsong, unable to bear the sight, interjected, let me take a look. Do not interfere. Lin Fan replied sternly. This is a normal reaction. There is no need to worry. It will pass shortly. Lin Fan's prescription was rather potent. However, severe ailments necessitate such strong remedies. He had no alternative. Apart from Zhang Xiaoqing, everyone else was asked to leave, especially you, Zhou Baiwang. You must not enter. Concern can lead to chaos. and Lin Fan did not wish to jeopardize his efforts because of Zhou Baiwang's anxiety. Brother Lin, I can stand here, I promise not to move. No. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Baiwang reluctantly agreed and left the room. Xiaoqing, aren't you tired? Zheng Xiaoqing shook her head. With the boss still occupied, how could she express fatigue? All right, if anything unusual occurs, inform me immediately. If you feel weary, have Song Yuanshan take over. After this admonition, Lin Fan returned to preparing the medicine. The first batch was relatively simple, but the second would require a considerable amount of time. After more than 4 hours had passed, as dawn broke, Lin Fan finally completed the second batch. Upon entering the room, he discovered that Song Yuanshan had also arrived, though he was asleep. Zheng Xiaoqing had brought him in. Her timid nature prevented her from vigilantly watching over a critically ill child alone, especially at night. Lin Fan. Upon seeing Lin Fan enter, Zheng Xiaoqing called out softly. Lin Fan handed her the medicine. Administer this to the child. He nudged Song Yuanshan with his foot, waking him. I've toiled all night for this trivial matter, and you have the audacity to sleep. Lin Fan, has the child been saved? Song Yuanshan, now awake, inquired. If not, you'll be in trouble. Lin Fan threatened. Indeed, Song Yuanshan turned pale at the remark. After giving him this medicine, will he be all right? Zheng Xiaoqing asked Lin Fan. Not yet. There is still a third batch. You haven't closed your eyes all night. Should you not rest a bit? Lin Fan shook his head. After all, that too. 5 billion was not easily obtained. When the third batch of medicine was finally ready, 5 more hours had elapsed, nearing noon. Lin Fan entered the room with the medicine only to find Zheng Xiaoqing had fallen asleep. He chose not to wake her. In fact, the child's complexion had gradually improved during the administration of the second batch, so no further unusual reactions were expected. Lin Fan approached the bedside and personally fed the medicine. The task was accomplished. He checked the child's pulse once more. It was steady, indicating that not only had the child been saved, but he was also cured. Lin Fan exhaled in relief as he exited the hall. Brother Lin, how is it? Zhou Baiwang, who had not slept all night, eagerly awaited news. As Lin Fan emerged, Wu Qingsong, dozing on the sofa, was startled awake. Having worked tirelessly through the night, he was curious about the outcome. Your son is fine, though he has yet to regain consciousness. Zhou Baiwang exclaimed joyfully. Thank you, Brother Lin. Can I go in now? Of course. Lin Fan replied. This is unbelievable. Wu Qingsong, skeptical, followed Zhou Baiwang into the room. Upon seeing the child's restored complexion, he was left in astonishment. Is this a miracle? Wu Qingsong sat down and checked the child's pulse. Indeed, it is a miracle. This is truly miraculous. Wu Qingsong was even more excited than Zhou Baiwang, for he had just witnessed a medical marvel. Director Wu, is my son really all right? It's hard to believe. Wu Qingsong shook his head in disbelief. From the pulse, it appears your son's heart condition has also resolved. That's wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Zhou Baiwang was overwhelmed with joy. Mr. Zhou, I suggest you take your son back to the hospital. Why on earth would we do that? Are you suggesting we subject my son to dissection for research? Zhou Baiwang was somewhat irate. My son was saved by Brother Lin. Surely his medical skills surpass yours? Wu Qingsong felt a bit embarrassed. However, it was undeniable that Lin Fan had accomplished what Wu Qingsong had not anticipated. Upon hearing that Zhou Baiwang's son was fine, Zheng Xiaoqing and Song Yuanshan were equally delighted. Song Yuanshan's joy stemmed from the fact that he would not be thrown to the sharks. Who was it that said if Lin Fan could cure this child, he would call him Daddy Lin? Song Yuanshan reminded. Wu Qingsong's face flushed with embarrassment. Call him that? How awkward. But to avoid further awkwardness in future encounters, perhaps I should. Daddy. Wu Qingsong reluctantly called out. Good son. Lin Fan responded. Dad, leave a phone number for easier contact in the future. Wu Qingsong approached Lin Fan. I'm not that kind of person. Wu Qingsong paused for a moment, finally grasping Lin Fan's implication. That's not what I meant. I simply meant we could discuss medical issues when we have time. That also won't do. Chapter 62, Driving Skills of Akiyama. Lin Fan declined. You old fool. Do you really think I'd give you my phone number? What are you thinking? It was time to discuss finances. Lin Fan turned to Zhou Baiwang. After a sleepless night, he needed to return and catch up on rest. Brother Lin, this amount is substantial. How about I transfer 1 billion through the bank? For the remaining 5 billion, I'll give you shares in Baiwang Jewelry. How does that sound? No problem. Lin Fan agreed. After all, shares in Baiwang Jewelry held some potential for appreciation, which was preferable to cash. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave now. By the way, Brother Zhou, does my son still need medication? Zhou Baiwang asked. No. If you're still concerned, you can have a doctor come by. As long as they don't prescribe anything indiscriminately. All right. Zhou Baiwang nodded. Lin Fan took Zheng Xiaoqing and departed. Song Yuanshan, somewhat intimidated by Zhou Baiwang, followed Lin Fan out of the villa's hall. Lin Fan, thank you. Song Yuanshan felt as though he had been given a new lease on life. You should be grateful for Zhou Baiwang's too. 5 billion. Had he not been willing to part with such a sum, I would not have intervened. Xiaoqing, let us head back. Lin Fan disregarded Song Yuanshan, taking the driver's seat of the Pagani Huayra. System, initiate the lottery. Lin Fan suddenly recalled that he had yet to conduct the lottery today. In his quest to save Zhou Baiwang's son, he had almost forgotten about it. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn 80 of Tycoon Group's shares. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn 15 million Huaxia coins. Ding. Congratulations. The host has drawn Akiyama driving skills. Tycoon Group, a well-known pig farming enterprise in China, valued at 2.5 billion. Well, even a pig farming business is part of the draw. Lin Fan was left speechless. Oh, system, can't you reward me with a high-tech company instead? The lottery is entirely random. The system continued. Additionally, I have provided the host with a copy of postpartum care for sows. System, you can leave. Lin Fan felt as though the system was intentionally mocking him. Oh, even postpartum care for sows is included. Do you wish for me to raise pigs? He thought. Can we still be amicable friends? As for the driving skills from Aya Kigahara, they might prove useful. System, activate that for me. Soon, a surge of information regarding driving techniques flooded Lin Fan's mind. When he grasped the steering wheel once more, he was suddenly enveloped by the exhilarating sensation of racing on a track. Lin Fan pressed the accelerator, and the car surged out of the villa's garage. Zheng Xiaoqing felt a powerful force pushing against her back, nearly causing her to panic. Lin Fan, I'm not even seated properly. Slow down. Lin Fan allowed Zheng Xiaoqing a moment to fasten her seatbelt before flooring it again. After executing a graceful drift, the Pagani Huayra emerged onto the outer roadway. However, given that they were in the city, Lin Fan dared not exceed the speed limit. Lin Fan, could you drive more carefully? Zheng Xiaoqing felt as though she might take flight, a blend of thrill and fear coursing through her. Lin Fan remained silent, swiftly returning to the estate. Mr. Lin, you have finally returned. Upon Lin Fan's arrival, Yang Linlin greeted him with a smile and a bow. Linlin, it has been a while. Yang Linlin seemed ready to speak, but seeing Lin Fan's fatigue, she opted for silence. I'm going to my room for a nap. Do not let anyone disturb me. By the way, Linlin, please prepare a few tea eggs for me. Lin Fan ascended to his room on the second floor. All right, Mr. Lin, I'll go buy some tea leaves. No need. There are some in the study. Lin Fan retreated to his room to rest. When he awoke, it was already evening. Zheng Xiaoqing had also been exhausted the previous night and did not go to work. Feeling hungry, Lin Fan descended to the hall. Song Shuer and Zheng Xiaoqing were seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation. Having heard news of her father's mishap the night before, Song Shuer had returned by plane that morning, her heart heavy with worry. Lin Fan. Upon seeing him, Song Shuer rose. She remembered that she owed Lin Fan several favors. Thank you for last night. Lin Fan merely waved his hand dismissively. Zheng Xiaoqing teased. Shuer, I forgot to mention, your father sold you to Lin Fan last night. Stop talking nonsense. Song Shuer shot Zheng Xiaoqing a glare. I am serious. Just ask Lin Fan. Song Shuer turned to Lin Fan, only to find him silent. Was it truly the case? Her father, aside from putting her in a bind, what else could he do? Shuer, you are now Lin Fan's person. Prepare to dedicate yourself. Xiaoqing, are you doing this on purpose? Song Shuer's face flushed. The two women began to playfully tussle on the sofa. Stop fooling around. Lin Fan is here. Zheng Xiaoqing pleaded. It's fine. You may pretend I do not exist. Lin Fan made his way to the kitchen. Mr. Lin, the tea eggs are ready. Please have a taste. Yang Linlin emerged with a plate of tea eggs. Oh, and Mr. Lin, Sister Shuer has also prepared soup for you. Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised to learn that Song Shuer could cook. I'll serve it for you. Song Shuer was eager. While Lin Fan was enjoying his meal, Song Yuanshan approached. Shuer. Song Shuer merely glanced at Song Yuanshan before turning away, ignoring him. Clearly, she still held some resentment. Song Yuanshan looked at Lin Fan and Zheng Xiaoqing, but neither acknowledged him, leaving him feeling quite awkward. Lin Fan, I noticed you were exhausted last night, so I brought some ginseng. It's very nourishing. No need to take it back. That's absurd. With Lin Fan's current constitution, does he really need such supplements? Song Yuanshan shamelessly took a seat, and suddenly, he caught a whiff of a familiar tea scent. His gaze fixated on the tea eggs. What are these tea eggs made with? Of course, they are made with tea leaves. Song Shuer responded tersely. I know that. But this must be made with imperial red robe tea, right? That stuff costs $1 million a pound. What a waste. Yang Linlin tensed up at Song Yuanshan's words. Mr. Lin, I had no idea the tea leaves were so expensive. Lin Fan reassured her. It's all right. I instructed you to use them. I simply wanted to see how the eggs would taste when boiled with imperial red robe tea. Song Yuanshan was left speechless. Brother, isn't tea that wasteful? A prodigal? Dad, I think you are the one being wasteful. Song Shuer retorted. Shuer, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Song Yuanshan dropped the subject and pulled his daughter closer. Just say what you need to say. Shuer, I acknowledge that I was wrong in the past for constantly meddling in your romantic affairs. However, I will not do so anymore. You can pursue whatever you wish. And I will support you. Song Yuanshan had been chastened by Lin Fan and Zheng Xiaoqing the previous night. Upon reflection, he truly felt remorseful towards his daughter. Chapter 63, The Shares Acquired. Song Shuer was taken aback by Song Yuanshan's words, momentarily stunned. Could it be that her father had genuinely changed? Shuer, do you perhaps have feelings for Lin Fan? Song Yuanshan inquired quietly. Song Shuer nodded, and then shook her head, her face reddening as she denied it. That's not true. I can see it. Song Yuanshan insisted. A man like Lin Fan, so sought after. You must put in more effort. I noticed that Zheng Xiaoqing also seems interested in him. You cannot let her get ahead of you. Strive to turn your relationship into something more substantial soon. Song Shuer rolled her eyes. Dad, you just said you wouldn't interfere in my romantic matters. I am merely trying to help you. No thanks. This is my own affair. You can go home now. Song Yuanshan decided not to press further, feeling that remaining would serve no purpose, and he departed. At that moment, Yang Linlin concluded her workday. She changed into a different outfit, preparing to leave. Mr. Lin, I will be heading back now. Linlin, do not let your mother take that prescription any longer. Lin Fan calculated the time and felt it was about right. Mr. Lin, are you saying my mother's illness has improved? She no longer needs medication? Lin Fan shook his head. Not yet. I'll come by tomorrow to check. She will need a change in medication. Cancer is not so easily cured. Then I will wait at home for you tomorrow. All right, head back safely. Lin Fan advised. Yang Linlin expressed her gratitude and took her leave. After finishing his meal, Lin Fan, feeling restless, decided to take the Koenigsegg out for a drive, intending to enjoy the breeze. Meanwhile, Song Shuer and Zheng Xiaoqing remained in the villa. As Lin Fan cruised the outskirts in the sports car, he suddenly received a call from Zhou Baiwang. Lin, my son has awakened. If you have the time, please come and see him. Additionally, I have prepared the share transfer agreement. It just awaits your signature. All right, I'll be there in half an hour. Lin Fan was eager to secure the shares. Half an hour later, Lin Fan arrived at Zhou Baiwang's residence. Zhou Baiwang had even arranged for a chef to prepare a meal, but Lin Fan declined to eat. Zhou Baiwang's son has fully recovered and is now seated on the sofa, engrossed in an animated series. Lin, my dear brother, please take a look at this transfer agreement. Zhou Baiwang said, producing a document. Without bothering to read its contents, Lin Fan promptly signed it. After all, Zhou Baiwang is a man of notable standing. He wouldn't deceive him. Once the signature was affixed, Lin Fan settled down beside Zhou Baiwang's son. Hey there, little one, let me check your health. The child, unafraid, allowed Lin Fan to examine him. You're doing well. Lin Fan nodded approvingly. What anime are you watching? The child glanced up at Lin Fan with an expression of disdain. It's Boruto, Naruto Next Generation's Big Brother. Haven't you seen it? Is this really what you call an exhilarating anime? I've had more excitement brushing my teeth. All right, enough chatter. Lin Fan ruffled the child's hair and stood up. Your son is fine. Zhou Baiwang nodded, having already consulted other doctors who confirmed Lin Fan's assessment. The reason he called Lin Fan was due to lingering doubts. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Lin, wait. Zhou Baiwang stammered. What is the matter? Lin Fan replied, exasperated by Zhou Baiwang's hesitance, which made him appear almost effeminate. Come, let's talk here. Zhou Baiwang pulled Lin Fan into a corner. You see, Lin, your medical skills are so remarkable. Do you think you could cure my ailment as well? A trivial matter. I shall provide you with a prescription that will ensure your recovery. Zhou Baiwang shook his head. No, Lin, do you even know what illness I have? Isn't it simply that you are unable to conceive? With my medicine, you could easily practice for a couple more children. Zhou Baiwang exclaimed excitedly. Thank you, Lin. He wished to have more children, but alas, his body did not permit it. With Lin Fan's assurance, he felt reassured. Lin Fan proceeded to write the prescription. Lin, I also have a villa nearby. I'll gift it to you. No, just cash it out. Lin Fan expressed disinterest in the villa, as he already possessed an abundance of properties. Zhou Baiwang forced a smile. All right, I'll deliver it to you in a couple of days. After handing the prescription to Zhou Baiwang, Lin Fan took his leave. It was now past 9 in the evening. Just as he stepped outside, Lin Fan received a call from Yang Linlin. Lin Fan, my mother has fainted. What should I do? Yang Linlin's voice was filled with urgency. Moments ago, she had taken her mother for a stroll by the river. Everything was fine until her mother suddenly began to vomit violently and soon collapsed. Where are you? I'll come over right now. This scenario was somewhat anticipated by Lin Fan, though it had occurred earlier than expected. I'm on my way to the hospital. Lin Fan reassured her. Don't worry, your mother will be all right. I'm heading there immediately. Until I arrive, do not give her any medication or proceed with surgery. The prescription Lin Fan provided could indeed cause adverse reactions, necessitating further medical attention. After ending the call, Lin Fan rushed towards the hospital. Inside the hospital room, young Linlin appeared anxious. The doctor delivered the examination results. Your mother's multiple organs are deteriorating. She requires immediate surgery. The attending physician approached young Linlin, his expression grave. Wu Yutong was aware of Yang's mother's medical history, knowing she had been in the late stages of lung cancer. It was evident that her current condition had arisen from reckless medication. Is it really that serious? Yang Linlin questioned, skeptical. I need to know exactly what medications your mother has taken recently, Wu Yutong pressed. Yang Linlin lowered her head, remaining silent. She could not believe that Lin Fan's prescription could be problematic. It's all right if you won't speak. Just sign here. We must proceed with surgery immediately. Doctor, please wait. Yang Linlin recalled Lin Fan's warning against performing surgery on her mother. Delaying any further could lead to a dangerous situation. Wu Yutong cautioned. At that moment, Lin Fan finally arrived. Mr. Lin. Yang Linlin placed her hopes in him. With me here, nothing will go awry. Let me examine your mother. Lin Fan approached and took Yang's mother's pulse. There is no significant issue. Let us take her home. Are you a doctor? Wu Yutong scrutinized Lin Fan with skepticism. Indeed. I am a doctor, and this patient is now under my care. Wu Yutong retorted angrily. You're not affiliated with our hospital. Stop causing a ruckus. Furthermore, the patient's condition is complicated. You cannot take her away. I cannot be held responsible if something goes wrong. Did I ask you to take responsibility? Lin Fan replied. Enough with the chatter. Summon your vice president. Chapter 64. The Spirited Young Man. You know my grandfather? Wu Yutong asked, puzzled. Of course. If you cannot make a decision, then bring your grandfather here. Lin Fan, having lost his patience, insisted. All right, please wait. Wu Yutong realized she had no choice in this matter. She took out her phone and dialed her grandfather, Wu Qingsong. The vice president was in a meeting, but, upon hearing the situation, promptly brought several doctors with him. Dad, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Lin Fan, Wu Qingsong inadvertently exclaimed Dad. The sight of a gray-haired man calling a young man Dad was comically absurd. Wu Qingsong approached Lin Fan with great respect. My dear son, please assist me with the discharge paperwork. Lin Fan instructed. Grandpa, you. Wu Yutong pointed at Lin Fan and then back at Wu Qingsong. Grandpa, have you lost your mind? I am not confused. This is the miraculous doctor I mentioned to you earlier. Wu Qingsong asserted. He is the one who cured Zhou Baiwang's son. Wu Yutong appeared somewhat taken aback. Had this not occurred in their hospital, she would have found it hard to believe. Indeed, it is he. Wu Qingsong confirmed. Lin Fan turned his gaze to the doctors behind him. Weren't you all supposed to call my grandfather yesterday? Did you do it? The doctors exchanged awkward glances, clearly embarrassed. Grandpa. Although they complied, it was evident they were reluctant. After all, who could have believed Lin Fan would manage to heal Zhou Baiwang's son? Grandpa, if you call this person Dad, what am I supposed to call myself? Wu Yutong queried her grandfather. You shall refer to him as Great-Grandpa Lin. Enough. Lin Fan interjected. I am not here to discuss titles. Quickly, complete the paperwork for me, and prepare a vehicle. Wu Qingsong seemed addicted to calling Lin Fan Dad, as if something were amiss in his mind. It appeared his granddaughter's intellect might be lacking as well. This grandfather-granddaughter duo certainly raised questions about how they became doctors. All right, I will attend to it immediately. Wu Qingsong left. His efficiency was impressive. It wasn't long before he returned with a vehicle. Thus, Lin Fan accompanied young Linlin to her home, with Wu Qingsong and Wu Yutong trailing behind. They were curious about how Lin Fan intended to treat cancer. Young Linlin's home was a rental and rather cramped. Linlin, this place is too small for comfort. It won't be convenient for your mother to recover here. In a bid to secure medical treatment for her ailing mother, young Linlin borrowed a considerable sum of money. The mere ability to rent a home was already a significant achievement. Before her aunt's health could improve, it was suggested that she relocate to the Jinhu community. Lin Fan owned a property there, and accommodating young Linlin would hardly require much space. Mr. Lin, there's no need. Young Linlin protested. Trust me. Gather a few sets of clothes and take your aunt over right now. I'll step out to procure some medicine. We shall meet at Jinhu community shortly. Unable to withstand Lin Fan's insistence, young Linlin reluctantly complied. Lin Fan then drove off to acquire the necessary medication. Upon arriving at Jinhu community, half an hour had already elapsed. He returned bearing an abundance of medicine and instructed young Linlin on how to prepare it. Father, do you truly possess the means to cure lung cancer? Wu Qingsong inquired, curiosity glimmering in his eyes as he approached Lin Fan. Lin Fan was rendered speechless. The old man had become increasingly comfortable addressing him as father, which elicited a peculiar sensation of being taken advantage of. Please refrain from calling me father in the future. Very well, father, Wu Qingsong replied, slightly embarrassed. I apologize, I'll change it in due time. How about I call you Divine Dr. Lin instead? Lin Fan chose to ignore Wu Qingsong. Nearly an hour later, He finally finished concocting the medicine. Divine Dr. Lin, did this patient previously take your medicine? What could have caused such a reaction? Wu Qingsong expressed his intrigue. He was always captivated by matters of medicine. Given that this is late-stage lung cancer, potent remedies are indeed necessary. Adverse reactions are entirely normal. With gradual recuperation, the situation will improve. Wu Qingsong's eyes widened in understanding. If that is the case, Divine Dr. Lin, may I see the prescription? On what grounds? Lin Fan countered. This is my unique formula. He intended to profit from this prescription in the future and had no intention of sharing it with Wu Qingsong. I mean, no offense. My curiosity is purely innocent. Wu Qingsong replied. If it's a secret formula, I shall not pry. After consuming the medicine prepared by Lin Fan, Yang's mother appeared to regain some color. Lin Fan assessed her condition and noted it had stabilized. Lin, all is well. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Yang Lin expressed her heartfelt gratitude. I must take my leave. Contact me should you require assistance. Lin Fan dismissed Wu Qingsong and his grandson, departing alone in his vehicle. The hour had grown late, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians, lending an air of tranquility. As Lin Fan approached the estate, he noticed Zheng Xiaoqing engaged in a heated dispute with two young men at an intersection. These young men, appearing to be in their 20s, one stout and one slender, drove flashy sports cars, seemingly affluent second-generation heirs. One was a Porsche 718, while the other was a Jaguar F-Type. Both vehicles were valued at nearly $1 million, piquing Lin Fan's interest. Xiaoqing, what seems to be the issue? He inquired, pulling up beside her. Goodness, a Koenigsegg 1. What a magnificent vehicle. The two young men stared unabashedly at Lin Fan's Koenigsegg. These street racers are infuriating. Zheng Xiaoqing recounted the events leading to the confrontation. It appeared that these two rascals frequently visited the area to flaunt their cars. While leisurely driving might have sufficed, their reckless revving disturbed the peace, particularly during the night. After having previously reported them to the authorities, they had ceased for 2 days, only to return today. Upon absorbing Zheng Xiaoqing's account, Lin Fan turned his attention to the two rowdy individuals. If you intend to race, I suggest you refrain from doing so here. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. The two young men disregarded Lin Fan's warning. At their age, they were typically fearless, especially with their affluent backgrounds. Is your home by the sea? Why do you meddle in matters that do not concern you? The stout one retorted coldly. Indeed, even the police do not intervene. Who do you think you are? Lin Fan furrowed his brow and exited his car. With swift precision, he delivered 2 resounding slaps. Consider this a warning, should I catch you again. I shall not hesitate to damage your vehicles. Stunned, the two young men were unprepared for Lin Fan's sudden aggression. They attempted to retaliate, but were no match for Lin Fan's prowess. In mere moments, he had incapacitated them both. Are you convinced? Lin Fan dusted off his hands. However, the two young men remained defiant. If you think fighting is impressive, think again. Next time, we'll bring more friends. Let us see if you can still win. Chapter 65. The land worth 12 billion. Bring as many as you wish. By the way, I reside not far from here. Whenever you gather enough people, feel free to come find me. Lin Fan was unperturbed. Such reckless youths needed a lesson. Exchanging glances, the two young men proposed, let us race. If you win, we will yield to you. Precisely. If you can defeat us, we shall call you Big Brother. Their naivety was palpable. Why on earth would I race you? Lin Fan replied, exasperated. Xiaoqing, let us return. Are you afraid? The stout one taunted. How about a wager? If you win, those 2 cars are yours. He gestured to the Porsche and the Jaguar. Lin Fan halted, contemplating the offer. Although the 2 cars were valued at around 2 million, the opportunity to acquire them without effort was enticing. Moreover, he yearned for a chance to enjoy some time at the racetrack. Very well, I accept, the stout one declared. But then added, however, if you lose, you must let us drive your Koenigsegg for a year, and from now on, you shall address us as Big Brother. He understood that Lin Fan would never agree to an exchange of that magnitude, for the Koenigsegg was far too valuable. A year's use was not unreasonable in the grand scheme. Agreed, we shall set a time. Lin Fan acquiesced. The audacity of these young men. To think they could commandeer his Koenigsegg for a year. It is quite late. Let us meet tomorrow at 9 o'clock at the West City racetrack. Do not dare stand us up. Lin Fan nodded. I shall be there punctually. Wait, you Haven T told us your name. Lin Fan. Lin Fan, is it? I shall remember that. The stout one replied, but you will regret it, for defeat is assured. I am Qin Xiaoqing, a member of the Car God Club. Upon hearing this name, Zheng Xiaoqing could not contain her laughter. Qin Xiaoqing, Beast Xiaoqing, your name is quite amusing. She laughed so hard that tears streamed down her cheeks. Lin Fan too found it difficult to suppress his mirth. Qin Xiaoqing clenched his fists. You show such disrespect to your opponent. Tomorrow, you shall regret your laughter. Hold on. Let me laugh a little longer. Zheng Xiaoqing was still in fits of laughter. And you? What is your name? She inquired, turning to the other young man. I am Fan Tong. Rice bucket? I can't take it anymore. The two young men, vexed, exchanged glances. I'll ensure you regret laughing. Fan Tong, let us go? The two individuals boarded the vehicle and drove off immediately. Zheng Xiaoqing was still smiling. Have you finished laughing? It's time to head back. Lin Fan glanced at Zheng Xiaoqing with a mix of exasperation and amusement before entering the car. The names of those two fellows, whoever bestowed them, must have had a peculiar sense of humor. Finally, Zheng Xiaoqing ceased her laughter, and together with Lin Fan, they returned to the estate. As the night passed, dawn broke, heralding the moment of the lottery once more. System, commence the draw. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a parcel of land in the eastern district of Magic City. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won 13 million Huaxia coins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the Qing Nong Shu. The land in the eastern district, which Lin Fan had drawn, was situated in the heart of Magic City, currently undeveloped. Valued at a staggering 12 billion. Wow, this is incredible. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement within. It seemed it had been quite some time since he had drawn something so remarkable. System, it appears you still hold affection for me. The Qing Nong Shu? Isn't that a long-lost medical text? Lin Fan extracted the Qing Nong Shu and perused its contents. Indeed, it was the ancient medical tome attributed to Hua Tuo, containing prescriptions of significant scholarly value. To call it a national treasure would not be an exaggeration. However, upon acquiring superlative medical skills, Lin Fan's knowledge encompassed all medical texts, rendering the Qing Nong Shu of little practical use to him. If sold at auction, it could easily fetch over 5 billion. Of course, there were other options, such as donating it to a museum in exchange for a small banner of recognition. After breakfast, Lin Fan placed a call to Zhao Yang. Mr. Lin, what can I do for you? I have something of great importance. You must come at once. Lin Fan wished to expedite the development of that parcel of land. Mr. Lin, I am not currently in Magic City. Returning will take until tonight. Zhao Yang was attending an event out of town. Then send someone from the company over. Understood. Curiosity piqued, Zhao Yang inquired, Mr. Lin, has something occurred? I have acquired a piece of land. Upon your return, please prepare a development plan promptly. Where's this land? Magic City, Eastern District. Zhao Yang's tone shifted, brimming with excitement. The Eastern District? Is it that land worth over 100 billion? Indeed. It was no wonder Zhao Yang was so exhilarated. That land was exceedingly valuable, and previously, he had contemplated it. Many real estate companies had their eyes on it, including 2 of the top 10 in Huaxia, making it seemingly unattainable for their Chu Feng Group. Yet now, Lin Fan had secured it. All right, Mr. Lin. I will hasten to devise a plan. The entire day passed with Lin Fan remaining at home. It wasn't until after 8 in the evening that he finally set off in his Koenigsegg. At the racing circuit in the western suburbs of Magic City, Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong had already arrived, accompanied by several spirited young men. Is that fellow too frightened to show up? As the appointed time drew near, Fan Tong began to grow impatient. Qin Shouxing chuckled. No worries, we know where he resides. If he doesn't come, we shall seek him out. Watch closely. We will surely win that Koenigsegg. Each of us shall take a turn driving it. Both Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong brimmed with confidence. As members of the Car God Club, they were intimately familiar with this track, having traversed it countless times. There was no chance Lin Fan could triumph over them. Minutes later, Lin Fan finally arrived, driving the Koenigsegg. As he pulled into the parking lot, all eyes were drawn to his vehicle. Wow, that's a Koenigsegg. It's a Koenigsegg 1, of which only 6 exist worldwide. This is my first time seeing a Koenigsegg 1. It's absolutely stunning. Hey there, want to join us? 2 young women clad in denim shorts approached Lin Fan's car. Clearly, these 2 women were also racing enthusiasts. Typically, those who indulge in racing possess a wild spirit, as evidenced by their attire. I have an appointment. Lin Fan stated. You're here for racing too, right? Perhaps you could teach us. We're not very knowledgeable. The 2 young women were unwilling to let Lin Fan slip away easily. The parking lot was filled with sports cars, yet none could rival Lin Fan's Koenigsegg. Anyone capable of driving such a luxury vehicle undoubtedly held a remarkable status. At that moment, Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong approached with their entourage. I thought you wouldn't dare show up. Qin Shouxing sneered. Lin Fan exited the car, cutting to the chase. How shall we compete? Have you seen the track here? We will race from the starting point. The first to complete 5 laps wins. The track, built into the mountains, was perilous. I see this is your first time here. We shall not take advantage of you. You can drive your Koenigsegg. The Koenigsegg's acceleration was unmatched, leaving their Porsches and Jaguars in the dust. But the course was filled with sharp turns, rendering raw speed moot. This was precisely the source of Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong's confidence, as they were well accustomed to the track. No need. For fairness, I shall switch vehicles. Qin Shouxing glanced at his companions. My friends have sports cars. You may choose one. Hey, you should drive my friend's car. He has a BMW Z4. The two young women were eager. However, Lin Fan selected a Lotus Evora from Qin Shouxing's companions. He proceeded to register his information and purchase insurance. Racing at such a venue was inherently perilous. Without insurance, entry was simply impossible. Thus, Lin Fan, alongside those spirited young men, arrived at the starting point of the track. Lin Fan, if you lose, don't claim we bullied you. Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong boasted arrogantly. Lin Fan merely smiled. As long as you don't backtrack on your word. We won't backtrack. That Koenigsegg of yours will be ours by night's end. And if you lose, you must call us brothers. Enough of this chit-chat, let us begin. It was a jest. Lin Fan possessed the legendary driving skills of Akina. How could he possibly lose? Word spread that a wager had been placed on this race, drawing a crowd eager to witness the spectacle. Who is that young man in the Lotus Evora? I don't know. I've never seen him before. I reckon he is destined to lose. Although Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong aren't the best drivers, they will suffice to deal with him. Finally, the race commenced. Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong swiftly pressed the accelerator, the cars shooting forward. That guy is finished. Qin Shouxing felt a surge of pride, glancing back momentarily. However, to his astonishment, Lin Fan remained stationary, his vehicle unmoving. What is he up to? Surrendering? Both Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong were puzzled. No, he must be underestimating us. Gritting their teeth, they disregarded Lin Fan, increasing their speed. However, the racetrack here is fraught with twists and turns. Once a certain speed is reached, acceleration becomes an impossibility. Particularly when navigating corners, one must decelerate. Should one careen down from the hillside, it would spell disaster. What on earth is that fellow doing? I had anticipated a thrilling contest. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Fan motionless in place, the spectators began to shake their heads. It seems he intends to concede. Come on, handsome. We're rooting for you. The two young ladies were rather enthusiastic, cheering Lin Fan on. Nevertheless, Lin Fan remained unmoved. In due course, Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong completed a lap. Upon returning to the starting point, they discovered Lin Fan still stationary. Exchanging glances, they snorted derisively. Forget about that guy. As long as we finish 5 laps, that Koenigsegg shall be ours. As Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong approached the summit, Lin Fan finally stirred. He tested the throttle a few times, and the car roared to life. Lin Fan's vehicle virtually launched from a standstill. With a cacophony of tires screeching against pavement, the Lotus Evora surged forward like a rocket. Is this young man a professional racer? His start was nothing short of spectacular. Under Lin Fan's deft control, the Evora accelerated with remarkable speed. Approaching a bend, Lin Fan showed no signs of slowing down. Rather, he continued to accelerate. Is he courting disaster? The distant spectators were rendered speechless. This is not merely racing. This is a reckless gamble with life itself. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Lin Fan executed a flawless drift around the corner, navigating it with ease. My goodness, that drift. Initially presumed to be a novice, he is, in fact, a master. I would bestow upon that drift a score of 99, withholding perfection merely to prevent arrogance. From Lin Fan's explosive start to his deft drifting, the onlookers quickly recognized him as a seasoned racing aficionado. This spells trouble for Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong. A friend of Qin Shouxing felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. At Lin Fan's pace, he would soon catch up. Glancing back at Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong, despite nearing the end of their second lap, their speed was utterly inadequate compared to Lin Fan's prowess. Not far ahead at the next curve, Lin Fan closed the gap. He overtook them with a drift that startled Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong. This fellow is indeed a skilled driver. Lin Fan gazed ahead, effortlessly leaving Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong in his wake. Fear not, we still lead him by a lap. They reassured themselves. Although they were ahead, it was clear that Lin Fan had intentionally allowed them to maintain the lead. Thus, midway through the 5th lap, Lin Fan completely surpassed them. Damn it, we're about to lose. Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong were in a panic. If word of this spread, how could they ever show their faces on the racetrack again? They had no choice but to accelerate. As the next turn approached, Qin Shouxing and Fan Tong attempted to replicate Lin Fan's drifting maneuver to catch up. Unfortunately, their driving skills paled in comparison to Lin Fan's. The car lost control. However, they managed to brake in time and, with a stroke of luck, only grazed the guardrail. The vehicle came to a safe halt. Yet, catching up to Lin Fan was now an impossibility. How infuriating to have lost. This car belongs to my sister. How can I possibly return home and explain this loss? Qin Shouxing was on the verge of tears. He had thought he could outpace Lin Fan, only to discover that Lin Fan's driving skills were extraordinary. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had smoothly crossed the finish line. This individual is simply remarkable. Well done, handsome. The spectators erupted in applause. It must be said that Lin Fan's driving prowess ignited a fervor among the crowd, akin to witnessing a professional racing competition. How exhilarating. Chapter 67. The assassin. Upon reaching the finish line, Lin Fan pressed the brake pedal, sharply turning the steering wheel. The Lotus Evora executed a perfect drift, successfully parking in a nearby space. That parking deserves full marks. There were still some filming the event. Hey, that was amazing. Can you teach us a thing or two? As Lin Fan stepped from the vehicle, the two young ladies approached, surrounding him. Lin Fan shook his head. He had not come to take on apprentices. Excuse me, young man, would you be interested in joining our Car God Club? Someone inquired. The club comprised enthusiasts of high-performance cars, and they occasionally raced at the track. Not interested. Lin Fan declined. Engaging with these amateurs held little appeal. To be frank, even professional racers would struggle to best Lin Fan. It was his first time racing here, and the track lacked the thrill necessary to fully showcase his abilities. After a while, Qin Shousheng and Fan Tong arrived in their car, their faces etched with dejection. Having lost the race, they felt humiliated. Most critically, they had to hand over the car to Lin Fan. This was a $1 million sports car. Merely contemplating it was painful. Had they known, they would not have raced Lin Fan. Exiting their vehicle, they remained silent. You didn't lose unfairly. I can assure you. None of our club members could rival Lin Fan. Someone offered consolation. Yet, Qin Shousheng and Fan Tong still wore glum expressions. You lost. Hand over the car keys. Lin Fan approached and noticed that the side of the car was scratched. What a pity. He had hoped to sell it for a good price. But now he was at a loss. Brother, I accept the outcome of the wager. Fan Tong proposed. How about this? I'll give you 1 million, and you let me keep the car, all right? Fan Tong had grown accustomed to driving his Jaguar and was reluctant to part with it, now that it was scratched. Even selling it as a used car would not fetch $1 million. Agreed. Lin Fan acquiesced. After all, he had no intention of driving these two vehicles he had won. Cashing in was also a viable option. Thank you, brother. Fan Tong exclaimed with delight. Simultaneously, he was awed by Lin Fan's driving skills. Now, hand over the $1 million. I don't have the money right now. No money, no excuses. Hand over the car keys. Lin Fan snapped. After all this talk, were you planning to write me an IOU? That's out of the question. Fan Tong, with a forlorn expression, surrendered the keys to the Jaguar. Brother, you can keep the car for now. Give me 3 days, and I will gather the $1 million. Fine, I will wait for you for 3 days. Bring the money to redeem the car. Lin Fan turned to Qin Shousheng. Qin Shousheng said, Brother, can we not let you take this car? Why? Can't handle a loss. Not at all. Qin Shousheng clarified. This Porsche actually belongs to my sister. Are you mocking me? Are you denying your loss? No, brother. I promised to give you $1 million in 3 days, but could you possibly not drive this car away? Qin Shousheng's face was a mask of worry. Otherwise, how will I explain this to my sister when I return? That's your concern. I'm not involved. Lin Fan refused. Qin Shousheng leaned closer to Lin Fan and whispered, This time, I shall introduce my sister to you. Lin Fan retorted, Even if you offered your sister to me, I would still decline. It became abundantly clear to Lin Fan that Qin Shousheng was also one to be wary of. While Song Yuanshan exploited his daughter, Qin Shousheng seemed intent on exploiting his sister. However, given Qin Shousheng's lackluster appearance, it was likely his sister wouldn't fare much better. Lin Fan was not one to engage in such unprofitable exchanges. Reluctantly, Qin Shousheng handed over the car keys to Lin Fan. In 3 days, we shall return with the money to redeem the vehicle. My friend, please leave a contact number. Lin Fan jotted down his phone number. Brother, your driving skills are remarkable. How do you achieve such prowess? Lin Fan replied. With a heart devoid of distractions, one drives with instinct. He then turned away, leaving the crowd with an enigmatic silhouette. Profound, truly profound. They exclaimed, Brother, we shall aspire to learn from you. Subsequently, Lin Fan summoned 2 designated drivers to return the Porsche and Jaguar to the estate. After a brief midnight meal outside, he drove back to the estate in his Koenigsegg. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Someone was tailing him. Through the rearview mirror, he spotted a Santana closely following behind. The driver was a robust man, accompanied by another in the passenger seat. Their expressions were cold and resolute, unlike ordinary individuals. Could they be assassins? Lin Fan remained vigilant, circling the block twice. He confirmed that there were only 2 of them, and their intentions were undoubtedly aimed at him. It was evident that he needed to enlist some bodyguards. Lin Fan had offended numerous individuals, so it was only natural for someone to take notice of him. However, he was uncertain of the identity of his pursuers. Although Lin Fan considered contacting the authorities, he opted against it. Instead, he directed his vehicle towards the outskirts, feigning ignorance while driving at a leisurely pace. Before long, he found himself on a secluded road. Brother, do you think that kid has noticed us? One of his pursuers inquired. Unlikely, continue to follow. Lin Fan accelerated. Once he had gained some distance, he halted the car, promptly switching off the headlights and the Koenigsegg's engine. The kid has vanished. Pursue him. The 2 men, former mercenaries abroad, had been hired to take Lin Fan's life. and tonight presented the perfect opportunity. He was alone, and they intended to ensure he would not return alive. They spotted Lin Fan's Koenigsegg and pulled over, but by then, Lin Fan had already disappeared. Damn it, the kid has escaped. One of them exclaimed. He can't have gone far, let's pursue. They exited their vehicle to determine which direction Lin Fan had fled. However, as soon as they stepped out, the man in the passenger seat was struck and fell unconscious. The driver, bearing a scar across his face, quickly brandished a dagger, his movements deft. What the hell is that? He exclaimed, as Lin Fan revealed a glimmering object in the light. It turned out to be a brick, fashioned from gold. Die! The scarred man charged at Lin Fan, thrusting the dagger towards his heart. Lin Fan remained unfazed. Judging by the assailant's agility, it was clear he had received training. Lin Fan deftly evaded the dagger and retaliated with the brick. He refrained from delivering a fatal blow, as he intended to extract information from the scarred man. The brick struck the man's face, causing 2 of his front teeth to shatter as he fell to the ground, attempting to fight back. Lin Fan quickly pinned the scarred man's hand to the ground. Who sent you? He demanded. The man gritted his teeth, straining to break free. If they were merely dealing with an ordinary individual, they would have succeeded by now. Unfortunately for them, their target was Lin Fan. Refusing to speak, are you? Then I shall have to resort to more persuasive methods. Lin Fan waved the golden brick in front of the scarred man's eyes. The man, seemingly unafraid, retorted, if you have the guts, kill me. Kill you? Not a chance. Chapter 68. Su Jiangwen is dead. I shall grant you 3 seconds. If you do not speak the truth, I will shatter your legs. Despite being subdued, the scarred man maintained a fierce glare. Very well. Lin Fan brought the golden brick crashing down onto the man's knee. Ah! The scarred man screamed in agony, nearly losing consciousness. The excruciating pain drained the color from his face. Still not willing to talk? Next, I shall target your fingers. The scarred man had not anticipated Lin Fan's ruthlessness. Had he known, he would never have taken on this assignment. I admire your tenacity. Lin Fan scoffed, raising the golden brick once more. Do not strike again. I will talk. The scarred man finally succumbed to fear. However, the brick still landed on his thumb. Ah! He cried out again, as Lin Fan expressed his regret. Apologies. But it seems I cannot retract that. The scarred man trembled, realizing that Lin Fan was clearly doing this on purpose. Now you may speak. Lin Fan stored the golden brick into his system space and casually picked up the dagger from the ground. The scarred man gritted his teeth and asked, if I tell you, will you spare me? You currently have no bargaining power. Lin Fan replied. However, should you behave well, I might consider it. After a moment of silence, the scarred man finally divulged, we were mercenaries abroad, and now we are assassins. Assassins? Is that all? Lin Fan scoffed. Someone offered us 50 million to take your life. Lin Fan frowned, incredulous. My life is only worth 50 million? How absurd. In truth, the 2 assassins intended to capture Lin Fan and extort him for a hefty ransom. Unfortunately for them, they were no match for Lin Fan. Who is it? Lin Fan's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Given the severity of the situation, he would not show mercy. It was Su Jiangwen. The scarred man confessed. As expected, previously, at Yalongshuan, Lin Fan had given Su Jiangwen a beating. Later, at a banquet, he had done so again. Su Jiangwen undoubtedly harbored resentment. What surprised Lin Fan was the extent to which Su Jiangwen was willing to go, even hiring assassins. In that case, let us play this game of mutual fear. Lin Fan thought. All of this is orchestrated by Su Jiangwen. Brother, grievances have their source. You should confront Su Jiangwen. The scarred man, now terrified of Lin Fan, divulged everything. Lin Fan contemplated and instructed, arrange a meeting with Su Jiangwen, claiming you have captured me. He provided the scarred man with some directives. The man, fearing defiance, began to make a phone call. What is it? Su Jiangwen, still out drinking, became alert upon receiving the call from the scarred man. He was determined to leave no evidence regarding the assassination attempt on Lin Fan. Young Master Su, I have captured Lin Fan. You fool, just eliminate him. Why call me? The scarred man spoke. It is as follows. That Lin Fan is exceedingly timid, and he is currently weeping and begging for mercy. Su Xiao, that fellow has no regard for you. Do you not wish to witness his expression in his final moments? Su Jiangwen felt a flicker of temptation. Simply eliminating Lin Fan would indeed be unsatisfactory and would not alleviate the resentment that burdened his heart. Where are you? We are in an abandoned factory. It is quite secure here, and no one will discover us. Very well, I shall come immediately. Su Jiangwen ended the call and promptly drove away. Lin Fan. Oh Lin Fan, this is the fate you have invited upon yourself. I am eager to see what it looks like when you kneel before me in repentance. Su Jiangwen's spirits lifted as he quickened his pace. Brother, Su Jiangwen has emerged. After the call, the scarred man turned to Lin Fan. Well done. Now, can you set us free? He inquired cautiously. Lin Fan remained silent as he led the scarred man and the unconscious assassin to a dilapidated factory by the roadside. Before long, the unconscious assassin regained consciousness. Still indignant, he lunged at Lin Fan, but was swiftly subdued. As for the scarred man, Lin Fan had shattered one of his legs, rendering him incapable of even standing. If you wish to avoid death, it is best to remain quiet. The two assassins exchanged glances, afraid to utter a word. Thus, half an hour passed, and the sound of an automobile engine echoed from outside the factory. Su Jiangwen had arrived. He parked his car and scanned the surroundings warily. Seeing no one, he entered the abandoned factory. You've done well. Where's Lin Fan? Upon seeing the two assassins, Su Jiangwen was filled with impatience. However, the two assassins wore peculiar expressions, remaining silent. Have you lost your tongues? Su Jiangwen frowned. Upon noticing the scarred man collapsed on the ground, an ominous premonition surged within him. At that moment, footsteps sounded behind Su Jiangwen. Lin Fan, how could you? He turned to see Lin Fan and scathed, his face devoid of color, as if he had seen a ghost. You wonder why I am unharmed, do you not? Lin Fan sneered. What are you doing? Hurry and capture Lin Fan. Su Jiangwen commanded the two assassins. However, they remained unmoved. I'm afraid they have been subdued by me. Lin Fan's voice was icy. Su Jiangwen, stricken with fear, felt his legs weaken and he fell to his knees before Lin Fan. Lin Fan, this is all a misunderstanding. Spare me, and I shall never trouble you again. Su Jiangwen's voice trembled. Spare you? We have reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. Do you truly believe I would let you go? If it were merely a minor altercation, Lin Fan might have considered giving Su Jiangwen a lesson, but having hired assassins, Lin Fan would not show mercy at this juncture. And no, Lin Fan, I do not wish to die. State your terms. I will comply with whatever you request. Su Jiangwen lamented. Had he known Lin Fan would prove so formidable, he would have never dared to confront him. I'm sorry, but it is too late. Lin Fan replied. If you dare to harm me, my father will not let you go. Su Jiangwen's face twisted in despair. Eliminate him. Lin Fan instructed the assassin. Without hesitation, the assassin plunged his dagger into Su Jiangwen's heart. Poor Su Jiangwen, his eyes wide open in death, could scarcely fathom that he would meet his end at the hands of the very assassins he had summoned. Brother, Su Jiangwen is dead. Can we leave now? Not so fast. I have a question for you. How do you usually dispose of a body after a kill? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. We simply leave after the deed is done, fleeing abroad where the police cannot find us. The assassin replied with pride. What if you wish to leave no trace? Lin Fan continued. Brother, are you afraid the police will trace this back to you? Then fetch some gasoline and burn this abandoned factory down. That way, no evidence will remain. Excellent. Bring Su Jiangwen's car inside. Lin Fan nodded, giving his command. Wary that the assassin might escape, Lin Fan stayed close by. Thus, the assassin drove Su Jiangwen's sports car into the dilapidated factory, procuring a hose to siphon gasoline from the tank. The factory soon filled with the acrid scent of gasoline. All right, now we just need to ignite the gasoline to destroy the scene. The assassin triumphantly produced a lighter. He remained blissfully unaware as Lin Fan quietly drew forth a gold ingot. With a swift motion, Lin Fan knocked the two assassins unconscious and tossed them into the abandoned factory. I'm sorry, but you know too much. You shall accompany Su Jiangwen. That way, you won't be lonely on your journey to the underworld. Lin Fan ignited the gasoline. With a resounding explosion, Su Jiangwen's sports car erupted in flames, and the factory collapsed, engulfed in fire. Fortunately, Lin Fan fled swiftly, narrowly avoiding the inferno. Aware that the police would soon arrive, he drove back to the manor. The night passed without incident. In the morning, Lin Fan rose. System. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 5 bottles of limited edition Isle of Islay whiskey from the UK. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 20 million Huaxia coins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have mastered traditional Chinese painting. The limited edition Isle of Islay whiskey, valued at 40 million per bottle, was crafted from crystal and adorned with 8,500 diamonds and 300 rubies, a pinnacle of luxury. However, the mastery of traditional Chinese painting and the 20 million Huaxia coins did not elicit much surprise from Lin Fan. After utilizing the skill in traditional Chinese painting, he descended to breakfast. To Lin Fan's astonishment, not long after finishing his meal, the police from the Magic City arrived at his door. Mr. Lin, we need your cooperation regarding a matter. Please accompany us to the police station. What has happened? Lin Fan realized the police had begun to suspect him. Mr. Lin, did you visit the western suburbs last night? Indeed. Lin Fan replied. I was out for a drive. Is there a problem? We just have a few questions, Mr. Lin. Please, let us go. Lin Fan complied and entered the vehicle with the 2 officers, fully aware that the police were merely inquiring at this stage. If they had compelling evidence, they would not be so cordial. Of course, Lin Fan felt no trepidation, for the 2 assassins were dead. No matter how thoroughly they investigated, the police could not possibly uncover any evidence. Upon arriving at the police station, the questioning continued. Mr. Lin, you had a conflict with Su Jiangwen, correct? Yes. Lin Fan acknowledged, as this was a matter easily verified. Su Jiangwen was dead, and notably, he had perished in the western suburbs. Last night, the police arrived on the scene, extinguished the fire, and discovered 3 charred corpses. Through DNA comparison, they discovered that one of the deceased was Su Jiangwen. Coincidentally, Lin Fan had also been to the western suburbs, placing him under suspicion. Lin Fan feigned surprise. Su Jiangwen is dead? Surely not. Wasn't it said that good people don't live long, and calamities last for 1,000 years? How could this calamity have perished? The 2 questioning officers were left speechless at Lin Fan's remarks. Mr. Lin, you seem rather pleased? One officer remarked. Of course I'm pleased. I must go buy firecrackers to celebrate. Lin Fan responded. The 2 officers exchanged glances. Mr. Lin, this is the city. Firecrackers are prohibited. Almost forgot. Lin Fan replied. Mr. Lin, what were you doing in the western suburbs last night? The officer inquired. Lin Fan shrugged. Haven't I mentioned it? Just going for a drive. After a few more questions that yielded no substantial results, the officers concluded, Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lin. You may leave. Lacking evidence. They had no grounds to detain Lin Fan. As Lin Fan exited the police station, he encountered Su Kai-dong, who was in tears. Could a father not grieve for his son? Su Kai-dong had come to cooperate with the police investigation. Lin Fan, it must be you who killed my son. Su Kai-dong seethed upon seeing Lin Fan. Lin Fan scoffed. Su Kai-dong, one may indulge in a chaotic meal, but one must not speak recklessly. Be careful. I might sue you for defamation. No, it must be you. Su Kai-dong pointed accusingly at Lin Fan, his anger palpable. Your son was so arrogant. He had many enemies. Who knows who might have done him in? I, Lin Fan, am a model citizen. Ignoring Su Kai-dong, Lin Fan hailed a cab and departed. Upon returning to the estate, Lin Fan chose not to venture out again. By noon, Zheng Xiaoqing had returned. Lin Fan, have you seen the news? She inquired as she entered. What news? Su Jiangwen is dead, reportedly murdered. That's splendid news. Wait, let's celebrate with some red wine. Lin Fan retorted, fetching a bottle from his study. Zheng Xiaoqing rolled her eyes. Can't you be a bit more discreet? What if the police suspect you? Lin Fan chuckled. Why should I fear? I have nothing to hide. Indeed, Lin Fan harbored no guilt. After all, Su Jiangwen deserved his fate. As evening approached, Lin Fan received a call from Zhao Yang. Mr. Lin, we are encountering some trouble at the company. If it were a trivial matter, Zhao Yang could manage it. However, today's issue was too complex, necessitating Lin Fan's intervention. What's the matter? It turned out someone had set their sights on the land in the Eastern District. Eager for a slice of the pie. I'm heading to the company now. Lin Fan responded, driving his Koenigsegg from the garage, intrigued to discover who dared to stir trouble at Chu Feng Group. 20 minutes later, Lin Fan arrived at the headquarters of Chu Feng Group, where Zhao Yang awaited him. Mr. Lin, the other party is rather arrogant, insisting on participating in the development of the Eastern District land. If we refuse, they won't leave today. Lin Fan maintained a stoic expression. And who might this individual be? The son of the chairman of Longjiang Group, named Zhang Guojun. No wonder, Longjiang Group ranks 9th among real estate companies in China, with a market value exceeding 100 billion. They possess the capital. Let's meet him. Zhao Yang led Lin Fan to the office. Inside, Zhang Guojun lounged on the sofa, casually puffing on a cigar, with a voluptuous secretary standing beside him. Xiao, watch closely. I intend to secure this project, Zhang Guojun declared. The secretary, named Xiao, smiled silently. My father says I squander my time. Today, I shall show him. As the office door swung open, Lin Fan and Zhao Yang entered. This is Mr. Lin Fan, the chairman of Chu Feng Group. Zhao Yang introduced, though his demeanor was strained due to Zhang Guojun's stature. Hello, pleased to meet you. I'm Zhang Guojun. My father is the chairman of Longjiang Group. Zhang Guojun extended his hand, still clutching his cigar, clearly expecting a handshake. Lin Fan, however, ignored him entirely. Taking a seat in the office chair, Zhang Guojun's hand remained outstretched, awkwardly hovering in the air while his irritation simmered beneath the surface. You wish to collaborate with our company? Lin Fan queried, exuding an air of superiority as he leaned back in his chair, nonchalantly grooming his nails. Zhang Guojun's brows furrowed. His voice icy. You intend to develop that land in the Eastern District, correct? Longjiang Group is prepared to invest 3 billion upon project completion. I shall take half the profits. Lin Fan chuckled, seemingly mocking Zhang Guojun. Do you even comprehend the worth of that land? Of course. It's valued at over 10 billion. Zhang Guojun retorted, clearly attempting to bully Lin Fan. While Chu Feng Group was a significant entity, it could not compare to Longjiang Group's stature. They had the audacity to intimidate. And what if I refuse? Lin Fan challenged. Refuse? You must understand, Longjiang Group ranks 9th among real estate companies in China. If you decline, do you truly believe your project can proceed? Zhang Guojun began to issue threats. Manager Zhao, please escort our guest out, Lin Fan declared, indicating his unwillingness to waste time on this matter. Threatening, are we? I fear not, Lin Fan asserted. Young Master Zhang, please take your leave, Zhao Yang interjected. What do you mean? Zhang Guojun fumed, glaring at Lin Fan with venomous intent. Are you out of your mind? I've been abundantly clear, leave. Zhang Guojun's expression darkened as he pointed menacingly at Lin Fan. You are the first person in Modu to question my sanity. Then I consider myself fortunate. Lin Fan shrugged. Unfazed. Do you comprehend the consequences of offending me? Lin Fan shook his head, dismissing Zhang Guojun as nothing more than a fool. Manager Zhao, have the security escort this individual out. Lin Fan's patience had worn thin. He had received enough warnings. The previous individual who threatened him had already met their end. Very well, you have some guts. Zhang Guojun's face turned sour as he departed with his secretary. Zhao Yang felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, Zhang Guojun's background was formidable. With Lin Fan having offended him, it was certain Zhang Guojun would not let the matter rest easily. By the way, Manager Zhao, has the development plan for that land been finalized? Not yet, but we are working on it. Good. Once it's ready, let me have a look. The day passed with little incident, and soon, morning arrived once more. System, it's time for the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a commercial street valued at 2.8 billion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won 25 million Huaxia coins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a 3-second Truman potion. A commercial street worth 2.8 billion? Not bad. Since the winnings in Huaxia coins had decreased significantly, Lin Fan no longer found himself picky. The system remarked, the 3-second Truman potion is quite the enigma, isn't it? I implore you, must we delve into such peculiarities? The system elucidated, as the name suggests. The 3-second Truman potion ensures that when consumed, the user can only endure for a mere 3 seconds during intimate moments of passion. This potion is colorless and tasteless, with immediate effects, and cannot be countered once ingested. It is an essential concoction for mischief. Lin Fan's lips twitched at the revelation. This is exceedingly wicked. Consuming this potion would mean the end of enjoying the pleasures of manhood. 3 seconds. Barely enough time to begin. System, you've become quite unscrupulous. More and more irreverent. Lin Fan yearned to discard the potion immediately, fearing that an accidental consumption would leave him with no solace for his despair. After a few grumbles, Lin Fan descended for breakfast, where he fortuitously encountered young Lin Lin. Lin, how is your mother's health? Thank you for your concern, Mr. Lin. My mother is recovering quite well. That is splendid news. At that moment, Zheng Xiaoqing also emerged, having worked late into the night. Lin Fan, I forgot to mention something. There is a charity gala in Modu tonight, and you are invited. Lin Fan replied, you can represent me. If there's a need for donations, it's no trouble. But I prefer to avoid socializing. The charity gala includes an auction, and I noticed a sapphire necklace that bears a striking resemblance to the one belonging to Schwer. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's interest was piqued. You're not deceiving me, are you? If such a sapphire necklace exists, I shall bid on it regardless of the cost. After all, the gemstone holds the energy necessary for system upgrades. Nourishing the system would also benefit my chances in the lottery. Look, Zheng Xiaoqing displayed a webpage. Indeed, this necklace is remarkably similar to Song Shue's. Very well, I shall attend tonight. Lin Fan decided to investigate. If the necklace indeed contained the energy required for system upgrades, it would be fortuitous. May I inquire, what do you intend to do with such a necklace? Zheng Xiaoqing was curious. I require the sapphire from the necklace, Xiaoqing. Please keep an eye out for it, and inform me at the first opportunity if you discover anything. There will be substantial rewards. All right, I shall do my utmost. Zheng Xiaoqing nodded. That day, Lin Fan remained in the estate. By evening, Zheng Xiaoqing returned from the company, adorned in a pristine white gown that significantly elevated her elegance. Lin Fan, since there will be an auction at the gala, shouldn't you contribute something as well? Lin Fan recalled the ancient painting he had drawn from the system. I possess a Ming Dynasty flower and bird painting by Su Wei. I shall donate it. Lin Fan had no passion for collecting, and parting with the painting seemed fitting. Very well, let us depart. Subsequently, Lin Fan drove his Koenigsegg to the venue of the charity gala, hosted at a 5-star hotel where the elite of Modu had received invitations. As Lin Fan parked the car, he spotted someone, Zhang Guojun. At that moment, Zhang Guojun noticed Lin Fan and regarded him with a cold glare. Beside Zhang Guojun stood a middle-aged man who appeared to be his father. Son, what troubles you? Chapter 71, A Flock of Sycophants. Seeing his son's pallor, Zhang Baojing inquired. Father, that person is Lin Fan, the chairman of Chu Feng Group. Zhang Guojun pointed at Lin Fan, gritting his teeth. Hearing this, Zhang Baojing frowned. He had already heard that his son had been expelled from Chu Feng Group during a collaboration meeting. This Lin Fan was indeed a man who would not heed advice. Lin Fan, who was that person? Zhang Xiaoqing asked. I do not know him. Lin Fan simply smiled. At that moment, Zhang Baojing and Zhang Guojun approached Lin Fan. I am Zhang Baojing, chairman of Longjiang Group. Mr. Lin, let us have a candid discussion. Zhang Baojing wore a subtle smile. The chairman of Longjiang Group? Zhang Xiaoqing felt a twinge of surprise, sensing an undercurrent of pressure. Zhang Baojing did not seem to have benevolent intentions. What business did he have with Lin Fan? However, Lin Fan's demeanor remained remarkably calm. I do not know you. Lin Fan was well aware of Zhang Baojing's intentions. The man coveted the land in Lin Fan's possession. Yet, Lin Fan was not easily intimidated. If they sought collaboration, they were merely daydreaming. Zhang Baojing scoffed. Youthful confidence can sometimes be a double-edged sword. I dare say, without the involvement of Longjiang Group, your project would never come to fruition. Zhang Xiaoqing detected a palpable tension. It appeared that Lin Fan had offended Zhang Baojing, which was far from an ideal situation, given Zhang Baojing's status. Very well, we shall see. Lin Fan maintained a semblance of a smile, inciting Zhang Baojing's ire. This young man clearly regarded him with disdain. Zhang Guojun interjected, Lin Fan, we offer you one last opportunity. Do not test our patience. Zhang Guojun's gaze was dark. I truly do not know. Lin Fan replied. Xiaoqing, let us go. He led Zhang Xiaoqing into the hotel. Father, Zhang Guojun's face flushed with anger. Isn't he just the chairman of Chu Feng Group? Do not fret. He shall not remain arrogant for long. Let us proceed. Zhang Baojing had long been entrenched in Modu. He possessed ample connections. Surely, he could deal with a mere Lin Fan. Upon entering the grand hall, Lin Fan was greeted by many familiar faces. Since his previous attendance at a cocktail party, his identity had become widely known. Lin, my dear brother, you have finally arrived. Zhou Baiwang emerged from the crowd, eagerly approaching Lin Fan. Zhou Baiwang appeared invigorated, far more so than before. Clearly, Lin Fan's prescription had borne fruit. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. To his surprise, he did not see Su Kaidong. It made sense, as Su Kaidong was preoccupied with his son's funeral arrangements. Su Jiangwen had indeed drawn the short straw, passing away and almost having his body reduced to ashes. Shortly after Lin Fan's arrival, Zhang Baojing entered the hall, receiving his fair share of flattery from the attendees. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaoqing took the ancient painting to register. Lin Fan's primary desire, however, was the sapphire necklace. Regrettably, the auction segment had yet to commence, necessitating further patience. What a magnificent painting! A throng had gathered nearby, erupting in applause. Several elderly members of the Painters Association were creating art. Lin, my dear brother, let us go take a look. Zhou Baiwang, intrigued by the traditional painting, immediately pulled Lin Fan along. Presently, I must say, this painting is worth at least 1 million. You flatter me, you flatter me. An elderly gentleman with white hair humbly clasped his hands in appreciation amidst the crowd. Before the old man stood a freshly painted landscape, its colors soft and slightly ethereal, a testament to decades of artistic mastery that could not be easily replicated. The old man, the esteemed president of the Painters Association, was well known in the art world. I will be donating this magnificent piece. Anyone interested may bid on it shortly, he announced, summoning staff to register the painting. Mr. Zhang, I hear you have some expertise in landscape painting. Why not enlighten us? Someone suggested. Indeed, Mr. Zhang. Let us witness your skill. Several individuals were eagerly flattering Zhang Baojing. Then I shall embarrass myself. Zhang Baojing chuckled as he stepped forward, taking up a brush. Nearby, 2 young assistants were preparing fresh rice paper for him. After a moment of contemplation, he began to paint. An astute observer could immediately discern that Zhang Baojing's talent was limited. Yet, there were many sycophants present. Impressive, impressive. No wonder he is the chairman of Longjiang Group. He excels even in artistry. Minutes passed, and Zhang Baojing completed his work. Compared to the president's piece, his lacked any semblance of soul. Nonetheless, the crowd continued to praise him. Mr. Zhang, I offer 3 million. I will purchase this painting. Another chimed in. Mr. Zhang may well be called a master. The president's expression darkened. How could such drivel be considered art? Were these people blind? Yet, it was understandable. Zhang Baojing's influence was substantial. Who would dare oppose him? Father, your painting style has become increasingly refined. Zhang Guojun laughed. Amid the flattery, Zhang Baojing felt a surge of pride. A bunch of sycophants. I would call it a pile of dung. Lin Fan interjected. While others might give Zhang Baojing face, Lin Fan felt no such obligation. In fact, he held a grudge against him and saw this as an opportunity to strike. Who dares to speak ill of Mr. Zhang's painting? The crowd glared at Lin Fan in outrage. Zhang Baojing turned his icy gaze toward Lin Fan, incensed that he would publicly denounce his work. Lin Fan's companion, Zhou Baiwang, was momentarily taken aback by Lin Fan's audacity. Brother Lin, this man is the chairman of Longjiang Group, he cautioned. However, Zhou Baiwang was not intimidated by Zhang Baojing's status. He merely feared for Lin Fan's future. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fan had already antagonized Zhang Baojing. Stepping forward, Lin Fan smiled. I stand by my words. It is indeed a pile of dung. Is there a problem with that? The crowd expressed their discontent. Do you know who Mr. Zhang is? How dare you say such things? Younger man, I advise you to apologize to Mr. Zhang. Lin Fan's demeanor remained calm. I am merely stating the facts. Lin Fan, you seek your own demise. Zhang Guojun fumed. Lin Fan's defiance was intolerable. You know nothing of art. Refrain from your foolish proclamations. I have something to say. Zhou Baiwang interjected, stepping beside Lin Fan. To be honest, this painting is indeed lackluster. Chapter 72. Utilizing the potion. It was Zhou Baiwang. How could he defend Lin Fan? Whispers spread through the crowd as they recalled that Zhou Baiwang's son was healed by Lin Fan. The sycophants fell silent, intimidated by Zhou Baiwang's presence. As Zhou Baiwang spoke, both Zhang Baojing and Zhang Guojun were taken aback. They had not anticipated his close association with Lin Fan. This made dealing with Lin Fan considerably more complicated. You say I know nothing of art? Very well. Lin Fan took a sheet of rice paper and laid it flat on the table. He swiftly picked up a brush. As the contours of the landscape began to emerge, the onlookers were captivated. In a matter of 3 to 4 minutes, Lin Fan crafted a mesmerizing landscape. The mountains rolled majestically, shrouded in mist, evoking a profound visual impact. Now this is art. Lin Fan set down his brush. The crowd was left speechless, gazing at the vivid landscape before them. The interplay of light and shadow created an immersive experience. Even the president of the Painters Association felt overshadowed. Remarkable, remarkable, he exclaimed, hurrying to examine Lin Fan's work, his hands trembling. The painting exuded an extraordinary essence that he realized he could never attain, even with a lifetime of practice. Damn it! Zhang Baojing and Zhang Guojun's expressions soured. Indeed, compared to Lin Fan's piece, Zhang Baojing's work was utterly inferior. No, it was worse than waste. Brother Lin, impressive. I had no idea you were an artist. Truly a hidden gem. Zhou Baiwang admired Lin Fan's landscape. I offer 30 million. Brother Lin, sell this painting to me. I'll offer 40 million. Tang Yixing suddenly emerged from the crowd, greeting Lin Fan. Tang Yixing, you know nothing of art. Do not compete with me. Zhou Baiwang frowned. Who says I lack understanding? Brother Lin's composition is grand, and his brushwork is powerful. I intend to collect this masterpiece. Tang Yixing was unwilling to concede. Brother Lin? How come you also call Lin Fan Brother Lin? Zhou Baiwang queried, surprised. Please, gentlemen, do not fight over this old man. The president of the Painters Association interjected. I offer 50 million. Young man, sell me the painting. Given the president's endorsement, it was clear that the painting held significant value. Without a doubt, it was worth every penny. I donated this piece. It will be auctioned shortly, and the highest bidder will prevail. Lin Fan handed the painting to Zheng Xiaoqing. Still in shock, Zheng Xiaoqing gazed at the artwork, revealing a wry smile. She could not comprehend how Lin Fan possessed such diverse talents. Not only was he a master healer, but he also excelled in painting. This man was truly enigmatic. Humph, Lin Fan, you have guts. Zhang Guojun, feeling humiliated, turned away with Zhang Baojing. I certainly have guts. Whether you do is another matter. Lin Fan smirked, planning to test the 3-second true man potion on Zhang Guojun. As the banquet commenced, everyone took their seats. Lin Fan and Zhou Baiwang sat together. Waiter, bring a glass of orange juice for the lady beside me. Lin Fan called to the restaurant staff. All right, please hold on. Hey, Lin Fan, I don't want orange juice. Zheng Xiaoqing protested. Do not speak. Zheng Xiaoqing looked puzzled, unable to discern Lin Fan's intentions. A few moments later, the waiter arrived with a glass of orange juice. Lin Fan discreetly added a drop of the 3-second true man potion to the juice, unnoticed by Zheng Xiaoqing. My apologies, beautiful lady. This young woman has changed her mind. Please deliver the orange juice to the gentleman at table 25. Lin Fan called the waiter back and pointed towards Zhang Guojun, who was not far away. Just say it was a special gift from the lady beside me. Lin Fan withdrew several hundred yuan notes and placed them into the waiter's hand. Understood. The restaurant server accepted the money and proceeded to follow Lin Fan's instructions. Lin Fan, what on earth are you doing? Why say it was from me? What if it leads to misunderstandings? I certainly do not wish to attract the attention of someone like Zhang Guojun, that wealthy heir. Rest assured, that fellow will not pester you any longer. After consuming that manly elixir for 3 seconds, I suspect Zhang Guojun will regard women as fearsome beasts henceforth. Meanwhile, the restaurant waiter had already delivered the orange juice to Zhang Guojun. Sir, a lady has ordered an orange juice for you. Zhang Guojun inquired who. With his affluent background, he was accustomed to women approaching him, so he was not particularly surprised. The waiter gestured towards Zheng Xiaoqing, who was seated next to Lin Fan. Upon seeing Zheng Xiaoqing, Zhang Guojun's eyes sparkled. After all, She was indeed a beauty rated at 9.5 points. However, wasn't she Lin Fan's companion? Why would she voluntarily send him orange juice? Zhang Guojun pondered for a moment and concluded that Zheng Xiaoqing must have taken a liking to him, prompting a sudden grin. If he could win over Lin Fan's companion, it would surely infuriate Lin Fan. Please convey my thanks. Zhang Guojun took the orange juice, sipping it while winking at Zheng Xiaoqing. She noticed but chose to ignore him. What a lunatic! Zheng Xiaoqing silently cursed, shifting her gaze elsewhere. Soon, the charity gala transitioned into the auction segment. Detection of mysterious energy. The system's voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Indeed, how exhilarating. This trip has not been in vain. It appears that necklace truly harbors the energy required for system upgrades. Initially, the auction featured antiques that did not pique Lin Fan's interest. After half an hour, the sapphire necklace was finally presented. Next up for auction is a necklace with a starting price of 6 million. Each bid must increase by no less than 100,000. Many deemed it merely a necklace, hence refrained from bidding. 6,500,000. At last, someone placed a bid. Xiaoqing, please place a bid for me. Lin Fan instructed Zheng Xiaoqing. If Lin Fan were to bid himself, Zhang Guojun might follow suit, which was not the outcome he desired. Zheng Xiaoqing nodded. 7 million. 7,100,000. After several rounds of bidding, the sapphire necklace was ultimately acquired by Zheng Xiaoqing for 9 million. To Lin Fan, this sum was inconsequential. As long as it facilitated the system's upgrade, he was content. As the auction neared its conclusion, Lin Fan's landscape painting was also brought forth. Next is a landscape painting created by the chairman of Chu Feng Group. Chapter 73, an 80 million painting. The starting price was set at 10 million, with each bid requiring a minimum increase of 100,000. Now please place your bids. As soon as the host's voice faded, the president of the Painters Association stood up. I bid 50 million. The old man had clearly set his sights on Lin Fan's painting and would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. 50 million? A stir spread through the audience, and murmurs ensued. This old man was truly willing to part with 50 million. Initially, others were interested in the painting, but with the price suddenly soaring to 50 million, many shook their heads, opting to withdraw. I bid 55 million. Zhou Baiwang also entered the fray. He had a passion for collecting ancient paintings and honestly believed Lin Fan's landscape painting was of first-rate quality. I bid 60 million. Tang Yixing declared. The painting was exquisite, and since it was crafted by Lin Fan, Tang Yixing was determined to secure it. 61 million. The president of the Painters Association gritted his teeth and raised his bid again. This amount was already his limit. If Tang Yixing and Zhou Baiwang increased their bids further, he would be at a loss. 70 million. 75 million. Tang Yixing and Zhou Baiwang seemed to be in a bidding war, each bid surpassing the last. I bid 80 million. Zhou Baiwang refused to back down. Tang Yixing was about to say something when Lin Fan interjected. That's enough, brother Tang. If you truly admire it, I can paint you another one another day. However, as for the price, Lin Fan had no intention of making it easy. I'll offer you 100 million. Tang Yixing was not lacking in funds. All right, it's settled then. Ultimately, Zhou Baiwang secured the painting for 80 million. As for the president of the Painters Association, he wore an expression of deep regret. After the charity gala concluded, the president of the Painters Association approached Lin Fan. Young brother, may I ask who your teacher is? I am self-taught. Lin Fan replied. The old man was skeptical. Self-taught? How is that possible? Young brother, may I have the honor of becoming your disciple? The old man, setting aside his pride, earnestly wished to learn painting from Lin Fan. Apologies, but I do not take disciples. I would rather spend that time enjoying myself. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the old man departed in disappointment. Zheng Xiaoqing ventured to the restroom, and upon her return, encountered Zhang Guojun. Miss, may I have the pleasure of knowing your name? Zhang Guojun approached Zheng Xiaoqing with a smile. Zheng Xiaoqing furrowed her brow. Great, this Zhang Guojun has set his sights on her. All because of Lin Fan. No need to answer. Let's go out for a meal together. I have a project worth several hundred million that I wish to discuss with you. Get lost. Zheng Xiaoqing's expression turned icy as she bypassed Zhang Guojun and walked away. Zhang Guojun was left bewildered. Just moments ago at the banquet, Zheng Xiaoqing had sent him an orange juice, and now she was suddenly cold towards him. Did she intend to play hard to get? Zhang Guojun pondered, but ultimately chose not to dwell on it. Lin Fan successfully acquired the sapphire necklace, his excitement palpable. Thus, Lin Fan and Zheng Xiaoqing returned to the estate. Xiaoqing, tomorrow please arrange for a few bodyguards to come back. Money is not an issue. With Lin Fan's growing assets, he was increasingly susceptible to unwanted attention. Although he possessed the ability to protect himself, he preferred to avoid conflict. All right, I will take care of it as soon as possible. Lin Fan, clutching the sapphire necklace, eagerly returned to his room. System, initiate the upgrade. The sapphire necklace emitted a dazzling radiance. Soon after, the system's voice resonated. System upgrading. 25, 45, 65, 85. The system upgrade was successful, reaching version 30. From today onward, the host's probability of acquiring valuable items has increased by 10%. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. System, is there no reward? None. The system replied. Very well, I am indeed curious to see what delightful treasures tomorrow may bring. Lin Fan indulged in a warm bath before retiring to bed. The night swiftly passed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an 80% share of Hengtian Pharmaceuticals. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 3.5 billion Huaxia coins. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill of mastery in chess. Hengtian Pharmaceuticals, a pharmaceutical company valued at 70 billion, holds a respectable position within Huaxia. Initially, Lin Fan had planned to establish his own pharmaceutical enterprise, and he never anticipated drawing such an opportunity today. 3.5 billion Huaxia coins. Lin Fan thought he had misheard. After the system upgrade, has it truly become so prosperous? The host heard correctly. It is indeed 3.5 billion. System, you have not disappointed me. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. As for the chess mastery skill, it bore little significance for Lin Fan, as he was not particularly fond of chess. With that time, he would much prefer to engage in gaming. Around 11 o'clock, Zheng Xiaoqing called Lin Fan. Lin Fan, the matter regarding the bodyguards has been arranged, but we still need to equip 2 cars. You can decide. Lin Fan was still engrossed in his game. Don't hang up just yet. The chef at the manor has taken leave today. I have reserved a table at the restaurant. Would you like to join? Lin Fan inquired. What is this? Inviting me to dinner on such short notice? Zheng Xiaoqing explained. My brother has a day off today, and I am treating him. Would you care to join us? Sure. Send me the location, and I shall depart shortly. At noon, Zheng Xiaoqing arrived at the restaurant first. Shortly after she sat down, her brother arrived. Sister. Zheng Ming, tall and slender, wearing glasses, appeared somewhat shy. He had just graduated and was now working in the bustling metropolis. Zheng Ming was accompanied by a young woman, his girlfriend. Zheng Xiaoqing stood up and addressed the young woman beside her brother. Brother, this must be your girlfriend, Han Wenwen? Han Wenwen, tall and strikingly beautiful, possessed an allure that was undeniable. Frankly, Zheng Ming, usually rather clumsy, had surprised Zheng Xiaoqing by finding such an attractive girlfriend. Zheng Ming nodded. No need for formality, please sit. Zheng Xiaoqing said to Han Wenwen. Han Wenwen remained silent, sitting down to play with her phone. Brother, I heard from Mom that you wish to marry soon. Zheng Ming's expression turned troubled. His girlfriend was pregnant, compelling him to consider marriage. However, her family demanded a dowry of 500,000, a sum that weighed heavily on him. Their family was not affluent. 500,000 was an astronomical figure. Han Wenwen interjected. 500,000 is merely the dowry. Zheng Ming, if you wish to marry me, you must also purchase a house in the metropolis and a car. I refuse to return to the countryside for our life together. Zheng Ming, with a pained expression, replied. Wenwen, I have just graduated. I do not possess such funds. That is of no concern to me. Han Wenwen took a small sip of water from a cup on the table. Isn't your sister wealthy? You can ask her for help. Han Wenwen was aware that Zheng Xiaoqing earned a substantial salary. Zheng Xiaoqing explained. I had studied abroad and borrowed a significant amount of money. I have only just finished repaying it. Wenwen, perhaps you could discuss with your family about reducing the dowry. As for the house, you must give my brother some time. Han Wenwen remained expressionless. I'm afraid I cannot wait. The atmosphere grew awkward. Zheng Xiaoqing continued. Actually, you could start by renting a place. Renting? That is out of the question. Now that Zheng Ming and I are to marry, shouldn't you, as his sister, assist us? Zheng Xiaoqing found herself at a loss for words. She wished to help, but where would she find such a large sum? Did she think properties in the metropolis were priced like cabbages? Just then, Lin Fan arrived. Apologies for my tardiness. Xiaoqing, is this your brother? Lin Fan directed his gaze at Zheng Ming. His first impression of Zheng Ming was that he appeared a bit foolish. Zheng Xiaoqing nodded, introducing him. This is my brother, Zheng Ming. And this is Han Wenwen, my brother's girlfriend. Han Wenwen merely glanced at Lin Fan before returning to her phone. Brother, is this my sister's husband-to-be? Zheng Ming asked with a smile. Zheng Xiaoqing shot her brother a disapproving look. He is my boss, chairman of Chu Feng Group, Lin Fan. So, you are my sister's employer. You look quite young. Upon hearing Zheng Xiaoqing's words, Han Wenwen's interest was piqued as she looked at Lin Fan. She had not anticipated that Lin Fan held such a substantial position. Chairman of Chu Feng Group, a real estate firm valued at 200 billion. This Lin Fan was indeed a man of considerable wealth, far surpassing her boyfriend Zheng Ming. No, there was simply no comparison at all. How she wished Lin Fan were her boyfriend. Your sister mentioned that you also work in the metropolis. What is your occupation? Lin Fan inquired, looking at Zheng Ming. I am in programming, a coder. That is commendable. If Lin Fan had not acquired the system, he might have been a coder as well. Lin Fan, I am a live streamer. If you have time, do come by my stream to support me. Han Wenwen smiled. Certainly, I will make an effort to visit. Lin Fan replied, though it was merely a polite response. He did not feel particularly fond of Han Wenwen. Furthermore, her perfume was rather overwhelming. Now that everyone is gathered, what would you like to eat? Feel free to order. Zheng Xiaoqing pushed the menu towards the center of the table. Han Wenwen was unreserved, ordering several signature dishes from the menu without hesitation, as it was Zheng Xiaoqing who was treating. While Zheng Xiaoqing conversed with Zheng Ming, Han Wenwen was casting flirtatious glances at Lin Fan, which left him quite bemused. He perceived her to be rather unreliable, akin to Lu Qian. However, given that she was her boyfriend's partner, Lin Fan refrained from expressing his thoughts. Suddenly, Han Wenwen felt a wave of dizziness. Wenwen, what's wrong? Zheng Ming asked, supporting her with concern. It's nothing, just feeling a bit lightheaded. Zheng Xiaoqing suggested, perhaps Lin Fan could take a look. He is a doctor. Lin Fan is a doctor? Han Wenwen's interest was instantly piqued. Lin Fan, you must examine me thoroughly. Place your hand here. Han Wenwen nodded, placing her hand on the table for Lin Fan to take her pulse. Lin Fan, possessing extraordinary medical skills, uncovered all of Han Wenwen's secrets in that moment. As he observed her, his brow furrowed tighter. This woman led a tumultuous private life, having undergone several abortions in the past. Moreover, the child she now carried was also in jeopardy. Most concerning was the hidden ailment Lin Fan discovered within her. It was apparent that she was a woman with a story to tell. Lin Fan withdrew his hand and cleared his throat, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Lin Fan, what do you think? Well, have you not visited a hospital for a checkup? Zheng Ming and Han Wenwen shook their heads. It is likely that Han Wenwen refrained from visiting the hospital out of fear that Zheng Ming might discover the issues she harbors. Lin Fan, Wenwen has been feeling dizzy these past few days. Could it be an illness? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan suggested, I recommend you all visit the hospital. Zheng Ming, oblivious to his role as a caretaker, was surrounded by a vast expanse of lush green. Wenwen, you should heed Lin Fan's advice. He urged with concern. No need. Why go to the hospital? I've just been lacking in nutrition lately. Han Wenwen was resolute in her refusal to seek medical attention, for a checkup would unveil all her secrets. I need to use the restroom. Lin Fan fabricated an excuse and stepped outside the dining area, simultaneously sending a text to Zheng Xiaoqing. Step outside. I have something to discuss. Although Zheng Xiaoqing was puzzled by Lin Fan's intentions, she complied. Lin Fan, what's the matter? After pondering for a moment, Lin Fan remarked, your brother suddenly has such a beautiful girlfriend. Don't you find that suspicious? Suspicious? What do you mean? Zheng Xiaoqing replied. Though my brother may seem a bit foolish, he's quite clever. Forgive me, but I fail to see his cleverness. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Well, my brother is simply a fool blessed with good fortune. Ah, the saying goes, a fool has his fortune. Unfortunately, that doesn't apply here. Let me put it this way. I suspect your brother's girlfriend hails from a wealthy family. The profundity of the Chinese language was lost on Zheng Xiaoqing. Isn't that a good thing? If that's the case, then my brother has struck gold. Even if I have to borrow money, I will ensure my brother has enough for the bride price. Lin Fan, exasperated, responded, fine, if that's what you all desire. After all, this is merely your family affair. Having said his piece, Lin Fan raised his hands in resignation. Then let's return to our meal. I just remembered I have something else to attend to. I can't stay with you any longer. Lin Fan had lost his appetite. By the way, tell your brother that his girlfriend has a terminal illness and needs to go to the hospital for a checkup. Lin Fan turned to leave. You can't be serious? Zheng Xiaoqing, aware of Lin Fan's medical prowess, expressed her concern. I'm not joking. Lin Fan made his way to the parking lot and drove off in his Koenigsegg. By afternoon, Zheng Xiaoqing returned accompanied by 8 bodyguards, along with 2 business vehicles. Mr. Lin. The 8 bodyguards stood at the entrance, exuding a formidable presence, and saluted Lin Fan. He surveyed the bodyguards with satisfaction and nodded. By the way, Xiaoqing, make some time to visit Hengtian Pharmaceuticals tonight. Zheng Xiaoqing inquired. What? Have you acquired Hengtian Pharmaceuticals as well? Not quite an acquisition. I hold 80% of its shares. Lin Fan replied. Zheng Xiaoqing was taken aback. No way. How many companies do you actually own? Now overwhelmed, Zheng Xiaoqing found herself at a loss. You'll find out in due time. Lin Fan evaded the question, leaving it shrouded in mystery. Are you trying to work me to death? In that case, give me Lin Lin. Zheng Xiaoqing protested. What do you need Lin Lin for? Xiaoqing, could it be you have a particular preference? Lin Fan regarded her with a bemused expression. What are you thinking? Zheng Xiaoqing shot him a glare. What I mean is, I want Lin Lin to accompany me from now on. She's quite intelligent and diligent. It's a shame for her to be a maid in the estate. All right, Lin Fan acquiesced. The following morning, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a mechanical baby. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1.45 billion Huaxia coins. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 billion Do coins. A mechanical baby? Lin Fan recalled the mechanical dog he had drawn last time. However, this one was named Xiaoying. Could it be a little cutie? 1.45 billion in cash. Not bad. But upon hearing about the 1 billion Do coins, Lin Fan felt utterly speechless. Do coins are the virtual currency on the Douyin live streaming platform. Usable only on that platform. System, you are quite extravagant. Wouldn't T-cash be more delightful? Extract the mechanical being. As Lin Fan's words faded, a girl donned in a pink miniskirt materialized in the room. The girl possessed a sweet visage, her skin fair, and particularly captivating were her large, sparkling eyes. Hello, master. I am the mechanical baby Xiaoying. To Lin Fan's astonishment, Xiaoying's voice was that of a lowly. Wait, are you a robot? Lin Fan gazed at Xiaoying in disbelief, leaning closer to pinch her rosy cheeks. Is this truly a robot? Her face is even smoother and softer than a human's. Indeed, Xiaoying is a robot. However, she was not created using Earth's technology. Xiaoying's core is mechanical, while her exterior is crafted from realistic materials, rendering her nearly indistinguishable from a real person. They say Lolas possess 3 virtues: gentle voice, soft body, and easy to topple. System, can you not reward me with a real one? Xiaoying interjected, Master. The minimum sentence is 3 years to the death penalty, just so you know. Lin Fan, speechless, mused, it seems you are quite astute. Xiaoying, what else can you do? Xiaoying is capable of everything, from cooking to protecting her master. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. So you are quite formidable? Let us have a little competition. Master, your combat power is approximately 2,000, while Xiaoying's is a staggering 30,000, thus you are no match for her. Lin Fan accepted this, recognizing that despite his prowess, he would certainly lose to a robot. Very well, you shall remain by my side from now on. However, you need not accompany me during bathing or sleeping. Xiaoying, could you try a more mature voice? As you wish, master. Xiaoying promptly adjusted her tone. Mr. Lin, it is now 7:34 a.m. It is time for you to rise and have breakfast. Xiaoying's voice was melodious, yet in a mature tone. It felt somewhat incongruous to Lin Fan, considering Xiaoying's lowly appearance. Never mind. Return to your original voice. Of course, master. Lin Fan got up to brush his teeth, while Xiaoying prepared a towel beside him. After finishing his oral hygiene, Lin Fan took Xiaoying to the living room on the first floor. Lin Fan, who is this? Upon seeing Lin Fan descend with a beautiful girl, Zheng Xiaoqing was filled with curiosity. Oh, this is my newly hired maid, Xiaoying. She will only report to me, so you need not worry about her. While having breakfast, Zheng Xiaoqing occasionally glanced at Xiaoying, her expression peculiar. Xiaoying, how old are you this year? Xiaoying did not respond, but glanced at Lin Fan, seeking his approval. Why are you so curious? No, Lin Fan, I just find her a bit young. You must not tread down a criminal path, Zheng Xiaoqing cautioned kindly. Lin Fan found it amusing. You talk too much. Finish your meal and hurry to work. Does Xiaoying not need to eat? Zheng Xiaoqing inquired like a curious child. She's on a diet. Lin Fan casually offered an excuse. A robot needing to eat? That's a joke. Zheng Xiaoqing ceased her inquiries and, after finishing her breakfast, departed from the manor. Shortly thereafter, Lin Fan received a phone call. Big brother, it's Fan Tong. I've gathered 1 million. I'm here to redeem the car. Lin Fan inquired. Is your brother coming along as well? He encountered some trouble, and I'm not entirely sure about the details. Fan Tong replied. Qin Shouxing had lost the car to Lin Fan, and now his sister was furious upon discovering this predicament. Lin Fan said nothing further and sent the location of the manor to Fan Tong. Half an hour later, Fan Tong arrived by taxi. Big brother, your house is truly vast. Fan Tong, having come alone, stepped into the manor, his eyes wide with astonishment. Although he hailed from a wealthy family, he could not compare to Lin Fan. Where's the money? Lin Fan cut to the chase. It's in my bank card. I'll transfer it to you right now. Fan Tong pulled out his phone and sent over 1 million to Lin Fan. All right, take the car. Upon receiving the funds, Lin Fan handed back the keys to the Jaguar. Fan Tong hesitated to leave. Big brother, may I invite you to a meal? No time. Lin Fan responded brusquely. Actually, big brother, I wish to learn your driving skills. After witnessing Lin Fan's prowess on the racetrack, Fan Tong was utterly captivated. Not teaching, Lin Fan replied. All right then, I shall take my leave. Fan Tong, feeling disheartened, departed shortly after. Not long after Fan Tong's exit, Qin Shouxing arrived, accompanied by a short-haired beauty. Sister, this is the place. Please refrain from speaking. I will help you reclaim your honor. It was infuriating to think that his own Porsche had been lost to his brother. Qin Shouxing, intimidated by his sister Qin Lan, shrank back, hesitant to speak. The two were halted at the entrance by the manor's security. After notifying Lin Fan, the security allowed them to pass. Qin Lan strode into the hall with an air of authority, while Qin Shouxing followed closely behind. Big brother, Qin Shouxing called out, directing his gaze towards Lin Fan, who was seated on the sofa. You are Lin Fan. I've heard your driving skills are exceptional. Qin Lan appraised Lin Fan with keen interest, biting her lip. Lin Fan looked up, also observing the short-haired beauty before him. Indeed, Qin Shouxing's sister possessed a certain allure. Yet, it struck Lin Fan as peculiar. Why was Qin Shouxing's sister so striking when they shared the same genes? Chapter 76, The Princess of Peace. While her beauty was undeniable, Qin Lan's physique left much to be desired. It's not that my driving is extraordinary. It's merely that your brother is quite lacking. Lin Fan chuckled. Nearby, Xiaoing was providing Lin Fan with a massage. Have you brought the money? Qin Lan produced a bank card, stating, there is 1 million within. However, I propose a wager. If you can defeat me, I shall forfeit my Porsche and give it to you. But if you lose, you must return this million. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Why should I compete with you? After visiting the racetrack once, Lin Fan felt little novelty in it anymore. Moreover, he had no desire to take advantage of a woman. Because I refuse to accept defeat, Qin Lan declared. I want to challenge you to a race. Instead, let us play chess. What do you say? Lin Fan found her persistence rather bothersome. Since you are so eager to part with your money, very well, I shall indulge you. Xiaoing, do you know how to play chess? Xiaoing glanced at Qin Lan. Master, I do not wish to bully her. As a robot, Xiaoing possessed an extensive repository of information. For her, chess was child's play. Did you hear that? Even my Xiaoing does not wish to take advantage of you. Qin Lan was infuriated. Do you know who I am? Brother, tell them. Qin Shouxing replied. My sister is a national chess master, having won the national individual championship 3 times. In terms of ranking, she is among the top 5. Furthermore, she is renowned as the most beautiful woman in the chess world. Big brother, do not compete with my sister. You cannot win against her, Qin Shouxing cautioned. Qin Lan tugged at Qin Shouxing's ear. Are you helping me or him? A chess master. Hearing Qin Shouxing's accolades piqued Lin Fan's interest. Very well, I shall engage with you today, but let me state clearly, no tears upon defeat. However, I do not have a chess set. I do. Qin Lan had come prepared, promptly producing a box of chess pieces. She arranged them on the table. Let the game commence. One match to determine the victor. With a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, Qin Lan felt little fear in the realm of chess. Today, she was determined to restore her brother's honor. Qin Lan, playing the red pieces, made the first move with a common opening, the cannon. She did not regard Lin Fan as a worthy opponent. Lin Fan reclined in his chair, lazily engaging with his phone, not needing to contemplate his moves. After all, he too was an adept player. Xiaoing, I desire grapes. Certainly, master. Xiaoing placed the washed grapes into Lin Fan's mouth. You all. Qin Lan suddenly blushed, her thoughts taking an inappropriate turn. She shook her head vigorously, dispelling those unseemly notions, and focused on the game. Initially, Qin Lan appeared relaxed. However, as the game progressed, she began to feel the mounting pressure. With Lin Fan's strategic placements, she realized she was at a disadvantage. After all, she had been a national champion. Could she truly lose so easily? Desperate to turn the tide, she frowned in concentration. Lin Fan, meanwhile, remained indifferent, munching on grapes and fiddling with his phone. Unfortunately, even after pondering for over 10 minutes, Qin Lan could not devise a strategy to reclaim her position. She felt flustered. Beauty, are you not moving? According to the rules of chess, you have already lost. Indeed, from the state of the board, it was evident that Qin Lan had been bested. I didn't anticipate losing, she exclaimed in distress. This game doesn't count. I wasn't prepared. That's rather unsportsmanlike. Lin Fan chuckled. Let us make it a best of 3 instead. Qin Lan gritted her teeth, attempting to negotiate. Let us play 3 games, the first to win 2. Lin Fan found her amusing. All right, I have nothing better to do. I'll indulge you. However, I shall give you a handicap of 5 pawns. He pushed 5 of his pawns off the board. You will regret this. Qin Lan scoffed. As the second game commenced, despite her precautions, Qin Lan found herself at a disadvantage once more. Losing to a chess expert would be acceptable, yet Lin Fan held no notable title in the chess rankings. One by one, her pieces were captured. 20 minutes passed. My apologies, but you've lost again. Lin Fan laughed. This doesn't count. Let us do it again. Best of 5. And you must give me 2 cannons. Qin Lan was on the verge of tears. Lin Fan shook his head in disbelief. If you need me to give you pieces, you might as well just concede. Playing unfairly, are we? I refuse to continue. Lin Fan stood up. All right, I concede. Qin Lan, overwhelmed with heartache, transferred 1 million from her bank card to Lin Fan. That Porsche is now yours as well. Upon receiving the money, Lin Fan smiled, remarking, now that's more like it. But it's not enough. I still want to compete with you. Determined, Qin Lan gritted her teeth, unwilling to concede. Do you still have any money left? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Huh, you seem quite addicted to this competition. I'm out of funds. After a moment of contemplation, Qinlan proposed, how about this? If I lose again, I'll stay and be your girlfriend. No way, sis, are you joking? Qin Shoshing, standing nearby, was taken aback. You? As my girlfriend? Lin Fan shook his head dismissively. What's the matter? Am I really that undesirable? Besides, I was merely careless earlier. If I were to take it seriously, I might not lose. Qinlan felt indignant. You should know that there are countless suitors vying for my affection. Lin Fan scrutinized her. Apologies, but I truly find you unremarkable. I fail to see where your confidence stems from. With a flat front and no curves. A minuscule A-cup is quite laughable. Infuriated, Qinlan screamed, Ah, Lin Fan, how dare you insult me? Lin Fan casually dug at his ear and gazed at the ceiling. You said it yourself. I merely echoed your sentiments. Lin Fan, I will remember this. In that moment, Qinlan was genuinely reduced to tears, turning to flee the manor. Qin Shoshing gave Lin Fan a thumbs up, his face brimming with admiration. Bro, you're the first to make my sister cry. Why not just tame her? Lin Fan replied. I'm not fond of princesses. You should leave too. All right, I'm off. Qin Shoshing turned and hurried after Qinlan. Today, the city of magic was anything but tranquil. Numerous reporters flocked to the central hospital, for it had just been announced that a terminal lung cancer patient had miraculously recovered. That patient, of course, was young Lin's mother. After taking the second prescription provided by Lin Fan, her health had completely restored. It was Lin Fan himself who insisted on disclosing the examination results to the hospital. The news spread like wildfire, immediately causing a sensation.